Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Christian Quickie reading. And this is sort of going to be a little bit of, well, definitely one of the longer videos I've ever had to actually make, because this covers perhaps one of the most defining aspects of Chris's personality, his person, his interests. There's a lot of things to discuss, and we are going to spend virtually the rest of the night discussing them. So, yeah, I'm not going to lie when I say that there's going to be quite a lot of things to touch upon, because the way this specifically affects Chris is almost in every aspect. Possibly because, well, that's the thing we kind of have to first get out the way, is to recognize that not everything that is related to autism or related to Chris's autism, as it may be, 100% affects Chris's decision making, and we'll have to come to some conclusions based on what we know, and also based on the way Chris has decided to act despite what we know. So let's begin. Now, the first thing it should be worth noting is that Chris actually went out of his way to incorporate a special ribbon in saying, "Quick sonnet site is a proud supporter of autism awareness via autismsociety.com for more information. The ribbon logo is a TM of the Autism Society." Well, all I could say is that it's the first good thing I do like is the fact that Chris actually goes to a slightly more respected autistic charity than someone like Autism Speaks. Yeah, I might literally do an entire expose about Autism Speaks, because that entire charity is incredibly unhinged and has some very unhealthy ideas behind it. So yeah, they're not great. Now, autism is the lens through which Chris experiences the world. It is impossible to understand Chris's defensiveness, hypersensitivity, narcissism, irresponsibility, paranoia, victimhood, self-pity, and poor grasp on reality without understanding his relationship with autism. Chris was diagnosed with the disorder in his early childhood, and it became a cornerstone of his identity and influence on how he would act, alongside potentially other undiagnosed psychological or neurological disorders. Now, of course, this is how he plays this card, certainly during the jail. Well, okay, that's not entirely, fair. I mean, by the time we actually get to talking about the entire jail saga and everything leading up to it, is that, well, we'll certainly get into this, when the time comes, because that's going to require more in-depth knowledge about the legal system than it does anything related to autism at this moment in time. Also, bear in mind, this little colourful character is Bionic the Hedgehog, and I fought for autism and I won, and it is the idea that he's conquering autism by confusing windmills with waterfalls. Yeah. The only unfortunate thing we're gonna have to well, let's kind of actually start off with a little bit of this, because the first big thing I really need to illustrate before we go any further is the idea is that, why does Chris view the idea of autism as something that has to be conquered? Because I actually kind of want to talk in various points throughout this about, because for those who don't know, and I'm going to keep this extremely limited as possible because this is not about me, is that I am on the spectrum myself. I specifically have Asperger's syndrome. But as far as I'm concerned, and through medical knowledge is concerned, and certainly through the records I've seen, is that my diagnosis is on the very mild end of the spectrum. But the things I kind of need to emphasize is that mild or high functioning, it's sort of, the case needs to be made is that I have it, and, well, it's just something I have to live with, and I think the issue I sort of have, and maybe the way that Chris perhaps sees it, is that Chris almost, at least in the beginning, you could say Chris was severely under the impression that if he didn't have autism, his life would be better. He could talk to girls, he would be smarter, he would do the things that he claims that, he is incapable of doing because of his autism. However, for reasons I'm about to get into, is that autism is not a disease. It is a neurological condition, aka, just like myself, Chris is conditioned by what he has, and whether Chris fully wants to admit it or not, is that it's entirely what he has, and it is entirely what he's going to have as his brain continues to develop, and it's something that's been happening all throughout his life, and it was something that will continue all throughout my life. Now, what the first other major aspect I need to really set in stone, ladies and gentlemen, is that the levels of severity for those who are on the spectrum ranges actually quite wildly, from people who need 24-hour care to those who are actually relatively independent, from those who kind of almost fall on a little bit of both ends of the spectrum. Because, and I sympathize absolutely with these people, because there'll be some days where people think that they can actually conquer something, they can actually do something extremely unprecedented by displaying a certain level of independence, and perhaps even doing something they never thought they were capable of doing before. And then there are some days in which you feel like you just sort of don't have the strength to do anything, and you just would rather prefer a rest. Now, the thing I want to emphasize about this idea is that this is not necessarily related to autism, but it is also, in some ways, almost like something of a manifestation of just saying, you know what, it doesn't have anything to do with autism. And for reasons, again, I'll have to sort of explain, is that not everything Chris does is influenced because of his unique outlook on the world. And it's the same for many other people. Some people could literally go through their whole lives not really realizing they had it, or just sort of say, you know what it is, and I don't necessarily want anything different, because, well, how can you experience anything different if you had it or not? So, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, the first thing I want to say is that it's not that I don't understand the logic of why Chris would want to do this, but unfortunately, it does again set an unfortunate precedent that, again, I had to iron out, is that it's not something to be ashamed of. It's not something that is going to, shorten your lifespan. It's something that you have, and it's something that you just makes you incredibly unique and special and different. So, let's go through this one step at a time. Because, let me tell you, there is a lot of things we need to go through. Overview. Pro tip. There is considerable debate on how to refer to the autism community, with some preferring diagnosis-based language, i.e. Chris has autism, adjectives, i.e. Chris is autistic, or nouns, Chris is an autistic. Since Chris never appeared to have a preference, the Quickie uses these terms interchangeably. And again, to be honest, it's something I'm perfectly okay with, and it's something that I wouldn't really blame you for saying if you wanted to call him this, that, or the other. Unlike the issues or the way to explain things revolving around transgenderism, because this is something that actually I have a lot of knowledge, mostly through experience. It's entirely fine, so that's what it is. That's one of the big things I do admit I like about autism, ladies and gentlemen, is that it is indiscriminate. You can't really discriminate from people who have autism, because it's not particularly in the sort... Because, well, there are people who absolutely do use, autism as an insult, and Asperger's is for the same thing. But fortunately, I will say, ladies and gentlemen, is that, again, it's if you do find these sorts of things offensive, then you're more than free to do so. Also, because I think we live in that sort of age where even people who try to use it to insult people, it's not particularly a very good idea. I don't know why anybody would think they would want to use something like that or any other way to insult people just to get one over on someone. It's not a very nice thing. Autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder. Well, it's neurological condition, but again, it's depending on what you define it as. I'm just going to go with for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to do with what the quickie tells us. Autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder categorized by difficulty in communication and social interactions. Issues that usually surface in childhood and carry on throughout life is not treated early on. If not treated early on. The disorder represents a spectrum of different symptoms, behaviors, intellects, and support needs. Autism can also lead to restrictive and repetitive behaviors, intense passions known as special interests, and unusual fixations or approaches to stimulation. No two people with autism are exactly the same, and many common autism traits can even contradict each other, i.e. no eye contact versus intense eye contact. I suppose if there's one thing I will possibly say maybe about this one right here is that, and something that kind of where Chris falls into a little bit of this, is the idea that, well, I imagine that Chris somewhere falls in the middle of this, but considering what we know of like his early dates in the late noughties, you could make the argument that Chris will do intense eye contact because he thinks he needs, to garner somebody's attention. But it is also interesting that things like based on the attraction sign is that they almost seem to contradict, i.e. Chris wouldn't like it if somebody stared at him for prolonged periods of time, but yet he will do that, and among other things, to other females. So this isn't necessarily an overtly statement on autism, perhaps maybe from Chris's perspective, but just how Chris behaves, I suppose is the way to put it. Autism is traditionally associated with either intellectual disability or above average intelligence, or both in the case of savants. But most autistic people carry average intelligence. Yeah, it's the range for this sort of thing varies deeply, and one thing I will make absolutely a case of before we even go any further than this, intelligence is not nearly the same thing as, what's the word called? Oh yeah, things like common sense and actually putting into practice, how intelligent you are. Because if you really want to prove how intelligent you are, then do something clever. But you know what? Do something clever with the foresight of knowing exactly what you're doing. And I think Alec Benson Leary best said it when he said, you really should come to a conclusion about what you're going to say before you actually... It's okay, so he didn't quite word it like that. I think he worded like, you really should have like a logical reason for doing something before you actually do it. You can't just go on a limb and say, you know what, I did it because, it felt good at the time. The autism spectrum historically covered a number of related diagnoses, including Asperger's syndrome, which Chris resents but we'll get to. The DSM-5 replaced these diagnoses with a single diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, divided into 3 levels based on support needs. Due to his status as an internet celebrity and lolcow, it goes without saying that Chris has a very unusual case of autism. Since he is arguably the most documented autistic person in modern history, he affects public perceptions of the disorder on the internet. That being said, it is highly likely that Chris has many other issues beyond just having autism. But yes, exactly, and something that also should be noted is that things like sociopathy and psychopathy are not necessarily byproducts of autism. They're not even the byproducts of things like schizophrenia or Down syndrome or even Collins disease. There's so many things that actually that's his narcissism. It stems from the fact that Chris thinks he's perfect and he doesn't need to apologize for anything. There you are. That's basically it. That's where it all comes from. Since Chris has demonstrated problems that can't simply be explained away by the disorder, for instance, it shouldn't have taken him 6 or 7 years to learn how to speak, even with severe symptoms. Meanwhile, his severe delusions that spiraled later in life demonstrate signs of a schizoaffective disorder. Without a proper medical diagnosis, in part thanks to Chris's history of avoiding cooperation with people trying to help him understand for himself on that level, autism remains the typical scapegoat to explain Chris's behavior, even if the truth may be more complicated. Now, I suppose really at this point, I kind of also want to just go into a little bit more detail, because there's something I need to also really put into practice as well, is that in modern years, we see a lot more diagnoses of people who have autism, and even people who aren't diagnosed necessarily, and who may just be a little bit, like, shy or awkward. And that's, like, a really big thing I kind of want people to, like, understand, and something they may want to take away with this video is the fact that being shy and being autistic are not one in the same. Sometimes they may be just a little bit different. And whether you want to say, as a matter of course, that if, like, other characteristics arise, then that might just simply be it. But are we also at that stage as well where, kind of unfortunately, a lot of people really do pick up on the idea that perhaps maybe people who have autism and people who are like there's many characteristics in which we could, like, narrow it down. But I think the point I'm trying to get across is the idea is that, as hard as it may sound, ladies and gentlemen, it's not particularly a good idea to immediately associate, like, attribute autism as being a de facto part of somebody's identity, if that makes sense. Like, it's not particularly a very good idea to immediately see somebody you may recognize and say, he has autism, it's better to avoid him and literally let him go about his day no matter what, because it's not a good idea to interact with somebody of that description. That's the sort of, like, stigmata that kind of, like, needs to be rubbed out, because it's not a particularly very nice one, and there's a lot of, like, deep-seated complications arising from it. In particular, the idea is that, well, how could you dislike somebody if you don't even know who they are? And which makes this even more strange in the aspects of Chris, is because even if people were legitimately wanting to, like, you know, reach out and support, and I've reached out, and people have even commented on my videos before about the fact that they've interacted with Chris several times in the past, well, that's the part. I think the problem is that it's not particularly in our it's not really in our interests for Chris to get help for his sake. Chris should be seeking help for his own sake, because he's at that age, really, where, you know, this is the sort of thing that should have been addressed years ago, but the jail saga makes it very, very difficult for anyone to attribute anything, you know, nice to say about Chris whatsoever, because, well, myself included, no doubt, agree the idea of that Chris is still pretty loathsome, and the antics he gets up to are, even to this day, are pretty shameless. And it's not particularly a good idea to even goat him into saying, Chris, you just need to get off the internet, because it's done nothing but ruin your life, and not in the least part by you, but also by, you know, other people who shan't be named. But Chris, basically, you make the choices for the choices you make, and whether or not Chris is aware of it or not, and this may be a really harsh thing to say, is that Chris can never really, there's only so far the idea that Chris doesn't know any better will take him, but it's something he will fall back on, including his areas of stress, which we will get to as well. Chris has built much of his identity around his high-functioning autism. His terror of being associated with severely autistic people causes him to be overly eager to prove his basic competence and cite his success in primary and secondary education, At the same time, his pride from accomplishing these things in spite of his disability has conditioned him to demand outrageous praise for his slightest efforts and infinite patience for his gravest errors. Moreover, Chris's belief that the entire Greene County Board of Education continues to irrationally persecute him for his autism has left him suspicious of opposing points of view and resolute that anti-autistic prejudice is the reason for any of his setbacks. The angst he has over his unsatisfactory graduation is made manifest in his webcomic as one of his work's key villains. Chris not only seems to think that having autism imbues him with a special significance, but also feels that his autism is completely different from that of literally every other person in the world who has autism. Which, while not totally wrong, and yes, I will say that that's not necessarily, he's not technically in the wrong about this, is a gross oversimplification of the disorder's special nature. Chris feels he is naturally better than everyone else and often talks down to people who display knowledge or experience of subjects he is unfamiliar with. During his conversation with Casey's father, Chris downplayed Casey's knowledge of biology and healthcare despite being proven wrong mere minutes before in a debate over the genetics of autism. At the same time, Chris believes he is not responsible for the majority of his own mistakes by being autistic, which is literally ridiculous on the very surface, and it's something that I have never once used ever. Chris rationalizes that it is wholly the fault of autism if he makes poor decisions. Now, outside of how ridiculous that sounds, let's also bear in mind is that it's a good scapegoat so that Chris doesn't actually have to say sorry for the things he's done wrong. Or if he does say sorry, he does it without having any prior knowledge as to what exactly he's doing, because Chris secretly thinks deep down inside he's done nothing wrong anyway. Symptoms. Pro tip. Do not use Chris to bash all autistic people, and do not complain about how he gives autism a bad name. He is one person on the autism spectrum. This article mostly deals with Chris's autism. Yeah, that's like, I think people have more than acknowledged the idea that obviously Chris is only one person, and that's like far from the truth. I mean, there are still hundreds, if not thousands, of people with autism who are fantastic people that I've known personally and probably will get to know in the future. And, well, one thing I will maybe slightly disagree on is that it not helped is the fact that, again, it doesn't, people don't view autistic people as like attributing them as feeling as though they have some overtly God complex, but there are some people who just despise any people with any disability whatsoever, so that's, like, again, a little bit beyond Chris's control. A 2004 psychiatric evaluation confirms that Chris has autistic disorder. Though his original childhood diagnosis papers are presumably lost forever, Chris was diagnosed by actual specialists, not armchair psychologists. Nevertheless, many trolls dispute the exact diagnosis of Chris's mental condition, on the basis that his absurd behavior is inconsistent with that of various other autistics. Quick-related forms, and other forms for that matter, have seen numerous testimonials about people who are undeniably autistic, but nowhere near as fucked up as Chris has turned out to be. And in general, these forms do not consider Chris to be an example of what most autistics are like. They are well aware that the condition is a spectrum. Or condition, I suppose you could say. Quite often, autistics are indeed able to learn social skills to a certain extent in the context of intellectual learning. Others can learn social skills the old-fashioned way, usually through joining a group and coming out of their shell. Some can even come off as being completely neurotypical, because they have to come to realize that they must adapt to others' expectations of what's acceptable if they wish to succeed in life. I'm just going to say completely that maybe I sort of fit, like, maybe in later parts of my life I've fallen into this category, but do you think Chris has, like, at any point, do you think really wanted to fall into this? I mean, he does make attempts to try and do it, but they don't go very far, but I might have an explanation for that later on. They may also adopt the alternative approach of haters gonna hate, surrounding themselves with like-minded people and not giving a fuck about the bullies. Chris, however, demonstrates a willful ignorance of normalcy, with a sense of entitlement coupled with an expectation that others should not only understand his ridiculous idiosyncrasies, but also accept them at face value. Sometimes he even wishes to force them upon others. A layman might come to the conclusion that Chris is not autistic and he's just a regular, albeit quite idiotic guy with a few eccentricities and personality flaws, or jump to the other extreme and conclude that Chris is completely mentally the R word or full-blown schizophrenic. Some folks agree that Chris's autism is so mild that it's barely relevant, while others attribute his entire personality to it. Or the fact that all of Chris's other faults come through in shining glory, that it's just simple to believe the idea that Chris is, well, just a narcissistic asshole. But the truth appears to be somewhere in the middle. Chris's characteristics are most likely a combination of genuine autism, bad parenting, isolation, and other mental impairments. His symptoms are listed below, going to match the official DSM-5 diagnosis. A. Deficits in communication and social interaction. 1. Social emotional reciprocity. Chris struggles with social emotional reciprocity, the two-way understanding required for successful social interaction. Understanding others' intentions. Chris has difficulty gauging others' thoughts, feelings, ideas, and intentions. He doesn't always understand that these might be different than his own, or how to predict these behaviors. In an email between Clyde Cash and him, he sent Clyde a link to a video he made of himself destroying his PS3. He destroyed his PS3 under the egregiously mistaken impression that he'd be given $9,001 for it, which in itself is an indicator of his fundamental inability to gauge others, actual intents, and future behaviors. Something Chris should have learned by this point because of how many times he'd been duped before. He filmed himself doing it specifically to prove to Clyde he wasn't present for the destruction, that it happened according to the video's objective portrayal. However, he added that if Clyde showed the video to anyone, Chris didn't mean to see it without paying him the money. It can be considered Clyde's word alone, possible movie editing and actors, and not a fact. Despite the fact that, well, we obviously knew it was Chris, and that kind of technology was, like, even for the camera he used, was just not... there's too many holes in this explanation. As though the video would have any less evidential weight on others if he denied to them what he rightfully claimed to Clyde, that it showed with enough certitude that he would give him thousands of dollars because of its being shown. Chris places disproportional importance on literal statements. Chris acted as though he could convince others of a fact contrary to videographic evidence simply by stating it. Another example is virtually the entire Liquid saga, where Chris honestly, fervently, pathetically tried to demonstrate what was already blatantly obvious to everyone, that his name is not Ian Brandon Anderson and that Liquid was not him. He seemed to believe strongly enough to become visibly frustrated that others might in some way believe Liquid statements in the face of the obvious, that he had to continually counteract those statements with his own, as though just the statements were the most important or most effective means of proving what everyone already else knew. I mean, it stands to question about why Chris thought like his viewers were that stupid in thinking that Despite the fact that Chris had been prevalent to Trolls' activities for 2 years at this point, why Chris didn't think that that was more than enough evidence, and why he just decided not to leave Liquid Chris well enough alone. Or that matter, Liquid Chris probably would have just given up the shtick entirely because, well, he knew fine well that, like, Chris would just sort of get over it or, like, just try and admit defeat. But then again, it didn't quite end up that way either, which is bizarre. Chris is also extremely gullible. While autistics can have problems with social cues such as sarcasm, thus being gullible at times, Chris is much more gullible than other autistics, let alone ones that are high functioning. This is more due to his inexperience. One need only see his extensive list of sweethearts to see just how easily fooled he is. In addition, not only has he been fooled by trolls on both sexes, pretending to be female sweethearts, he has fallen for trolls pretending to be Shigeru Miyamoto and approached him about making a solitude game. A telling statement comes from the aforementioned email to Clyde: even if you upload the video yourself, it can be considered your word alone. Emphasis added. Chris might operate on the assumption that if a thing can be true, it's always reasonable to behave as though it is true, no matter how slight the chance, and no matter how more likely it is to be false. Empathy and sympathy. Chris shows very little empathy and concerns for others. In his plea to Clyde, his advice after the S word of Clyde's brother, Ryan Cash, was find yourself a girlfriend. He asks for ED to please understand him because he is an innocent victim of misunderstanding. He wants empathy from others, but he can't return the favor. Chris primarily sees other people in terms of what they can provide for him. When accused of overstepping his bounds or other wrongdoings, he has no concept of remorse or apology, except as something he must do to continue receiving favors. When forced to apologize, he makes insincere apologies followed immediately by further demands. When Chris does attempt empathy, it's only when he already sees himself in the person, no matter how big the stretch is. This habit shows up in Chris's justifications for his votes. He voted for Obama because he was a victim of discrimination, equating Obama's struggle with racism to his own struggle with autistic persecution. No, Chris, that those two things are not nearly the same. He mainly voted for Hillary Clinton because she was a woman, which Chris was identified as since 2014. He never looked at either candidate's platforms or voted based on actual issues, just based on what he can see himself in. That's like, why did we not think about this sort of thing sooner? Sort of thing. Again, I think this is the sort of thing they would almost call like Exhibit D. Social awareness and boundaries. So, Chris struggles with social approach. He believed that holding up a literal sign with his requirements for an eligible sweetheart was a socially acceptable way to meet people. He would pace around public places aimlessly, and he has difficulty initiating conversations. He sometimes starts off the convo with botched attempts at pickup lines and random access humor. Nowadays, much of his social approach takes the form of meet-and-greet photo ops at conventions, though he still somehow manages to screw that up. Chris doesn't own the concept of boundaries, whether physical or verbal. He kissed people he met seconds ago at too many games, he was quite handsy with Megan and Emily, and he buried his face in Catherine's breasts. He regularly refers to his superiors by their first name, sometimes even by pet names they don't even use. He doesn't seem to understand that different relationships call for different sets of social norms. Yes, absolutely, I sympathize. Even to people who don't have like the best of images as well. You need to learn to actually still respect theirs, because people will communicate with others because of the context they actually have for each other. Whether you want to say that's an excuse to the way some people treat other people is debatable, but it's just sort of how the majority of times it happens in real life. Chris lacks a conversational filter. He calls this honesty. Normal people call it social dysfunction. Without provocation, he will tell you about his pink eye, his dirty crime briefs, his autism, and now he is a virgin with rage. Only when his mother tried to tell him to angry mob, who can see exactly the way it is. 2. Non-verbal communication. Chris can't show emotions well with facial expressions and body language. See his statement to the woman of the world if you enjoy Chris appearing in your dreams. Oh god, if you really want to know what this is, well, okay, I suppose, in fairness, it's literally just, Chris only accept in-person female encounters, so just, if you want to know what the relevancy of this is, let's just check it out.
I wish to make a general statement before I assume with a comical wit. Granted, now I am still a single, legitimate, eligible male. I still am looking for an 18 to 27-year-old, smoke-free, non-alcoholic, non-black woman. But most importantly, she's got to be caring, true, and honest. So, if there are any true, caring, honest women, not any trolls, that wish to look me up and schedule a date, you'll have to find me in person. It also have to be a chance meeting. In which, in that case, I will not be accepting any phone calls or emails. So you'll just have to push your luck on getting a date with me. So that's just the way life is. So now with that note aside, I wish to commute the new comical wit, which I have just created today. Oh, I am single and lonely, and possibly a bit horny, but that ain't fit for a droll situation, so now we'll just make get corny. I'll laugh at you.
Okay, I've literally had enough of this. So, it's just from the sheer, like, there's no emotion in his voice, there's no, like, course for, like, any logic for anything he really says outside of trying to expand to himself and what he wants. The fact that Chris just... I mean, it's... Despite the fact Chris has been doing, like, making videos for YouTube for many, many years... Chris never really got into, like, the full logistics of how to actually broadcast himself, how to conduct himself while on camera. Basically, the sort of things that are paramount essentials before you even think about putting yourself on the internet. Because, unfortunately, well, Chris has never really carried himself well on the internet. And, well, that's evidenced by nearly 17 years of nothing but failures. His inability to display emotions on his face has been called a dead fish expression, though Bob displays a similar stare. When he does attempt to have an expression, it looks very cartoonish, possibly because he copied it from actual cartoons. Also notice his inconsistent eye contact in his Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win sweepstakes news interview. He typically speaks in a monotone, and his attempts to sound expressive, see Quick's message for Ivy, come off as creepy and unnatural. And because I thought this was originally what they were going to be talking about, you know what this is, I know what this is, yeah, let's just, again, this is Chris trying to, bear in mind, this is Chris trying to come across as sweet, but unfortunately, he's not, and good lord, this is from his... he had more subscribers than I did even as far back as 2009. What the hell?
Hi, Ivy. I love you. I can't stop thinking about you. Anyway, for vacations, I could say, good morning. Wish you a happy day. Or as you go off to sleep, I could say, good night. I'll be in your dreams. I love you.
Oh, God.
Ivy, Ivy. Love you, Ivy. Ivy, Ivy. At least you're not the poisonous kind. Seriously, though, I love you, Ivy. I believe you all around. Keep a happy thought.
Okay, so I know a lot of people have tried to suggest the idea that I gave off Chris Chan vibes. But unfortunately, this is kind of like debunked for several reasons. Because again, if Chris's attempts at trying to come off as sweet, like his intentions might have been good, but unfortunately, from the way the camera is like angled to the fact that there's this yellowish tint in what looks like a house that hasn't been lived in for years, to the fact that Chris looks disheveled, looks tired, the way he speaks, and also how like absurdly close to the camera he looks, you could immediately say that his attempts to look sweet make him look creepy, if for no other reason than Chris legitimately does sometimes come across as creepy. Because most people who are actually in love do not go to this extent to say that they love someone immediately just after knowing them for a couple of weeks, which was the true story regarding Ivy. And then just would do stuff like, again, the monotone, the dead eyes, makes Chris look like a drug addict.
If I could say, good night.
Yeah, especially, I mean, guys, look, I'm doing that. I'm gonna do this. So watch this. I need to like. How creepy would it be, ladies and gentlemen, if all is used to go to sleep, I could say, good night. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's creepy as fuck, and I wouldn't be surprised if people decided, okay, now I've got to like resize my entire camera to get back to where it was. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if people wanted to literally run as far away from me after seeing something like that. So, and again, this is something because Ivy didn't know, because if any other person who was not Ivy and saw that would have just run for the hills anyway. But because Ivy didn't, in Chris's eyes, then therefore that just has to be love, I guess. Come across as creepy and unnatural. His incompetency with emotional display extends to his art and comics as well. He has a hard time displaying emotion on his characters' faces, and has even added emoticons to the speech bubbles to make up for his lack of ability to communicate through his art and writing alone. That's quite bad, and it gets a little bit worse again. Chris also has very poor facial and vocal recognition skills. Julie was a 13-year-old boy using an obvious falsetto, and Chris fell for it. In one chat, the boy made no attempt to disguise his voice, and Chris was none the wiser, disclosing personal sexual details. 2 images of different people were used to represent Blanca Weiss, and Chris didn't even notice that either. In a name chat with Vanessa Hudgens, she sent him a link to pictures of Megan Fox, and Chris complimented her on them, even though the two didn't have the same skin color. He didn't realize that Emily and Kim Wilson were the same person, even though their voices and laughs were obviously identical. Chris is inconsistent with his self-portraits and drawings of other people, relying more on color schemes and cosmetics, hair, clothing choices, etc., than on facial features to distinguish them apart in his attempt at a political cartoon. He relies on labels and arrows to distinguish the characters instead of exaggerating their facial features like mainstream political cartoonists. He also depicts Obama in a traditional African cap he seldom wears. It's interesting as well. Yeah, okay, let's just get past Obama for 1 second. 3. Interpersonal relationships. Chris's social dysfunction has caused him trouble with developing and maintaining relationships, platonic or romantic. Many non-autistics have the same problem, but Chris is particularly inept at socializing. Chris's earliest friend, Sarah Hammer, was more of a bully than a friend. She locked him in the crawl space of her house. His high school gal pals were hired help. Bob and the principal arranged a deal where they were paid to hang out with Chris. He rarely hung out with them outside of school hours, except on his 18th birthday and at the prom. Chris has had very few friends as an adult. He loses friends regularly, manages to get banned from his favorite hangouts, and has no contact with any of his beloved high school gal pals. He did not have a circle of adult friends who played Pokemon with him, for example. But he lost contact with them once he switched his focus to imaginary friends. Presumably, it was the only way Chris could form like any sort of society for himself, because as luck would have it, Chris's behaviors both inside and outside of his actual boundaries was stuff that people were never really going to fall back on. For example, the stuff regarding Chris's narcissism is the sort of thing that would discourage people largely from being friends with them, as well as Chris's inability to actually socialize on a way that doesn't always revolve around himself. Despite this, however, Chris's social life was robust in comparison with his love life. Chris is in his 40s, and he hasn't had a serious romantic relationship or any consular contact with the opposite sex, aside from a prostitute and his own mother. Though whether the latter was completely consensual remains questionable. Yeah, I've been over that before, but I'm still under the impression that Chris was being more genuine when he said his mother asked him to stop, or the same sex for that matter. His foray into online dating was a failure, and every one of his sweethearts was either just a friend or a troll. He viewed his desperate search as a love quest, a saga that began on his 21st birthday, and only ended when he got into a polyamorous marriage with his OCs. Chris is also estranged from his family outside his parents. Chris's half-brother Cole Smithy has blocked him on social media. He has little contact with his own other half-brother David, and knows even less of his half-sister Carol. As with many autistics, Chris does manage to have good relationships with animals, whether real or fake. Animals are more direct and don't have as complex of social rituals as humans. Animals also serve as a social lubricant for people on the spectrum. Anyone who knows anything about Temple Grandin can back this up. I don't really know who Temple Grandin is, but I'll take their word on it. Chris's restricted and repetitive behaviors. To receive an autism diagnosis, the DSM-5 requires restricted and repetitive behaviors in at least 2 of the following 4 categories. Chris meets all of them. Examples are given below. Movements and speech. Chris often exhibits echolia, which means he constantly repeats phrases from his favorite television shows, movies, and video games, regardless of whether they fit the current situation. So, wait a minute, if they do fit the current situation, does that mean they're fine? I'm genuinely curious because I don't quite know. I think they do, but in some instances, he calls this humor. He tends to use syllogistic neologisms. That is, he creates new words that only he himself understands and expects other people to comprehend them. That sounds like blatant lunacy, but yeah, it is absolutely true for Chris. He uses the same terms and exact phrases frequently. Many articles on this very wiki have been written to explain the resulting quickisms. Autism is also linked to speech impediments. Chris has trouble with articulation and often slurs words together like Encyclopedia Dramatica and Christian Weston Chandler. He frequently stutters, clutters his words, and speaks in a higher pitched register. Chris's unusual mannerisms are another sign. He rocks back and forth, dubbed the autistic shuffle, especially when stressed. He uses the same gestures repeatedly, such as his stress sigh, the claw of fail, and the infamous dramatic glasses removal. He feels the need to refer to people by their full names, plainly visible when he talks about himself, Clyde Cash, or Adam Stackhouse. An overlooked but crucial characteristic affecting all of Chris's physical activity is his display of hypotonia, which refers to a distinct lack of muscle tone, in biological terms referring to tension rather than the colloquial use to describe muscle strength, although raw physical strength is also affected by it, which affects motor skills as well as his stamina. Chris is not only very clumsy, he shows abnormally low muscle strength and gets tired quickly, even by simply shuffling around for a couple of minutes, which cannot be entirely explained by his lack of physical exercise. Whenever Chris is shown sitting, he is spread around like a rag doll, hanging limply, as his muscles cannot support his entire body properly. 2. Insistence on sameness. One of the biggest symptoms of autism Chris displays is his fear and resistance to change, well beyond the point that it could be even related to his autism. Chris is reluctant to get or even look for a job as he has only worked 4 months in his entire life. Just to give you guys some references right here, ladies and gentlemen, is that I've worked, full-time or otherwise, those sorts of things included, for the last 3 3/4 years. So, and that's like on a full-time basis as well. That's not included everything I did prior to the middle of 2020. Has never come close to moving out, has had a very hard time selling or giving up his toys or shirts, wouldn't stick to a diet and exercise program, doesn't try new ways to attract women, and has a very hard time coping with his banishment from the game place, where he used frequently to spend his Fridays. This might be resistant to change of his old lifestyle, or just going to school and coming home and playing video games. His proven tendency to avoid responsibilities and self-improvement show that he is trying to remain a child or simply fears failure of all types. So the logic is, why bother at any one of them when you can fail at any one of them? Chris thinks in absolutes, and in terms of clearly defined steps in order to do something. He thinks there must be sex on or by the 3rd date. He describes his sadness in terms of his heart level and briefly mentioned a scale of respect. He feels that if he knows the correct steps to getting a sweetheart, he will be able to find one easily. His crash course in dating and suggestions to Blanca assume that a relationship should follow a rigidly predetermined progression instead of a natural flow. In an exchange of emails with Jackie, Chris responded to her frank descriptions of his habits and lifestyle by saying she had exceeded the hurtful truth level, while he knows he should be appreciative of hearing the truth about himself. This was the only way he could wrap his brain around the abstract idea to be able to tell her that he thought she'd gone too far. Some autistic people follow rules so strictly that it's bordering on OCD. Chris, however, has the opposite problem. He lives in a filthy, unorganized house, makes comics with a very inconsistent plot, wears the same shirts for days at a time, and disobeys the law when it inconveniences him. So, yeah, whether, again, I don't necessarily understand, probably down to a lack of funds and whether or not Chris really did believe he could earn more through his monthly tugboat than actually getting a job is all relevant, I suppose. But did Chris ever stop to think that maybe at any point his parents could have possibly been wrong about any of these? And I've had some doubts in my mind about whether Chris really thinks his parents are in the right about everything, Because clearly, if everything was right, then why would Chris really think for 1 second about going after his mother the way he did? 3. Fixations and special interests. Chris has an extremely narrow range of interests. He seems to only give a damn about video games, cartoons, prowling for his next sweetheart, his initials, and solitude. So much to the point where he practically places himself somewhere in everything he creates. He often wishes to combine 2 interests. Unnatural relationships with inanimate objects are also a sign of autism. Chris has evident obsessions with his medallion, his PlayStation 3, and any number of other items that clutter up his room. Since autistics have difficulty maintaining relationships with people, they often end up becoming emotionally dependent on objects, though this symptom is seen much more in autistic children. Although he does not demonstrate any competency with them, Chris has a fixation on numbers and statistics that would generally be irrelevant to others. He describes measures in concrete terms, e.g. 5 miles from the city instead of outside the city. Well, that might also be related to Chris's unreliance to actually conform to more generic and standard versions of English, and has a particular obsession with times and dates, time-stamping nearly every scene in the comic and giving his characters birthdays and middle names that have no relevancy to the plot, unless it becomes convenient to age up the characters. Needless to say, Chris's tendency to blurt out exact dates and times, assuming he's not talking out of his ass, has made the job of the quickie chronologists much easier. On the other hand, his haphazard treatment of dates and times in the comic has led to countless continuity errors. Chris's fixations also manifest as brand loyalty. Chris has been loyal to Nintendo, Sega, and Sony, to the exclusion of Microsoft. He is loyal to McDonald's and dislikes Burger King. He felt that Harry Potter was somehow a threat to Pokemon. His brand loyalty went beyond simple preferences and extended to actual obsessions and hatreds. He'd hype up acts at Walmart in videos. He blindly trusts advertisements and even include ads in his own comics. Chris's transgender identity is yet another fixation. According to psychologist Ken Zucker, trans folks are more likely to be autistic than the general population. I don't know if that's literally based on anything, and I would like to see some evidence to this, but even if it is, I'm not entirely sure why, but there you are. The link is caused by, among other traits, autistic's tendency to fixate on issues, in this case gender. Many autistic males, including Chris, also have qualities that can be considered girly, such as passiveness, since they have less social awareness. They may behave in ways that may be considered atypical for either sex and display less regard for gender roles. Chris and many other autistics perceive their quirks as being female in a male body, or vice versa, and assume that they will fit in better as their desired sex. His fixation showed itself strongly when Sega changed Sonic's arms from tan to blue. Chris launched a crusade that ended with him macing an innocent GameStop employee. A criminal offense launched entirely by a minor change to a fictional character who happens to be Chris's icon. Yeah, that's like... I know, again, if we ever get to talk about that mass shooter who was obsessed with the character Amber from Danny Phantom, might be another level entirely, but I don't think Chris would ever go to that extent. 4. Sensory processing. Autism affects how the brain interprets the senses. Chris is often either hypo or hypersensitive to sensory stimulation. Chris often wears his accessories and medallions over top of his clothing to avoid skin contact with metals and plastics. This is evident in the way in which Chris wears his watch over the cuff of his sleeve and wraps his medallion through the collar of his shirt. Most obvious, however, is his wrist warmer, which he places on the chain of his medallion. Chris has stated that it is a part of my necklace. It's a Wilson wrist warmer I use to cover the discomfort of the number of links back there. Loud sounds also bother Chris. I mean, so do I, but that's just, yeah. He skipped pep rallies in high school, and has expressed hesitation about visiting bars because of the noise. Sensory dysfunction isn't limited to the 5 external senses, it extends to internal, hidden senses such as balance, body position, hunger, first time, gag reflex, and internal body pressure, such as the one when he has to use the facilities. Severity of Chris's autism. Informally, autism may be subdivided into separate classifications based on the intelligence and degree of function the autistic individual possesses. For a general idea, this crude scale could have levels of high functioning, medium functioning, and low functioning. Chris has latched onto this concept and will frequently qualify his condition, saying he has high functioning autism or HFA. Generally, HFA is loosely defined as the ability to live in the mainstream world as opposed to being institutionalized. Having near normal comprehension, demonstrating fluent speech, and possessing average or above average intellect. This presents Christian with an easy scapegoat and alibi. He cannot be blamed for his own failures because he has autism, but he does not accept treatment or advice for his medium or low level autistic traits because he's high functioning and therefore nearly normal. Mind you, why Chris thinks, normal people think they're exempt from the ideas of, taking responsibility is something nobody will ever be able to find out, outside from the reasons people have come up with. Trolls have often noted that the high-functioning qualifier is not a clinical diagnosis and is not recognized by the DSM-IVTR or the ICD-10. This usually goes hand in hand with questioning the severity and or diagnosis of Chris's impairment, if not outright calling him a liar. However, the Chandlers didn't make the HFA label up, and compared to kids who could barely speak and just walk in circles all day. Chris is relatively close to neurotypical. Semantics aside, though, it's clear that Chris is far from normally functioning. Only an updated psychological profile would really provide insight into the complex and controversial mixture of autism and mental illnesses/disorders that is present within Christian. The newer DSM-5 does distinguish different levels of severity based on the amount of support needed, but the new term is Autism Spectrum Disorder Level 1, not high-functioning autism. Additionally, the autism community detests functioning labels since they oversimplify the spectrum as a one-dimensional scale. Now, this is something I am absolutely in line with, because to even understand the aspects of autism, it's not something that could just be summed up in one word or 2 words. It goes far deeper, and its after effects completely ineradicable from what people sometimes fail to understand. But one thing that stands in line with Chris is that whether or not this is just... if it means the same, then why does Chris prefer the term high functioning? Just because he's used to that for so long, I'm not entirely sure. Additionally, the autism community... when describing whether or not someone can speak, the community prefers verbal and non-verbal instead of high or low functioning. Disgustingly, however, but perhaps not surprisingly, Chris detests low-functioning autistics in the exact manner that he fears normal people will detest him. So, making Chris a hypocrite in that sense. In Mailbag 25, he compares that those with low-functioning autism with those who suffer from severe retardation or severe brain damage. thinking that they would have their arms linked together, have deformities, be confined to wheelchairs or crutches, and drool and grunt and growl, as though they had literally just come off the effects of a lobotomy. He has also described them in extremely cruel and derisive terms, calling them windows to hell, and compared them to zombies. Okay, few things again are quite need to be noted here. One, if Chris wanted to see actual zombies, go to Philadelphia. I heard that their pentanol addictions are sort of reducing the entire city into something resembling a scene from The Waking Dead. Second, are you really trying to tell me that, well, this is the reason why so many people have issues with Chris in all sorts of communities, because even if Chris is trying to be honest about what he thinks, the way he speaks about these people he acts as though these people have chosen to be like this on purpose. And bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I've known plenty of people who, like me, have autism and Asperger's alike. Some of them have actually had very, very successful lives. Some of them not so much. And some of them are horribly crippled socially and physically because of their condition. And all Chris can think to say... It would be interesting, however, to see whether Chris's opinions about this has changed. However, I'm not even sure if it's even worth pressing the question, because I don't even think it's worth pending Chris for a response, because if Chris did have any aspects of changing, then he would have just come out with this. Similar in the same way when he comes out with things when he just wants to be accepted in society. Not just by those he wants to try and impress. It shouldn't be Chris would ever try to have to impress me or impress people who are very severely affected, but I think we know that's... I don't even think people who are on the most extreme cases of autism would actually accept Chris. I think their society is far more above the standard of people like Chris. The irony of this resentment towards low-functioning autistic people is that he has a severely autistic cousin, as revealed in the Autism papers. This probably means that either Chris is not aware of his own relatives, very probable, or he has disowned members of his own family on the basis of them having the same medical condition that he has, albeit more severely affected by it, being the autism Nazi that he is. He explains that he refuses to date a girl with any form of autism because he fears that seeing them will make him think about what he might be like if he had anything other than high-functioning autism. Too late for that. Chris believes he could do much more than any low-functioning autistic ever could, even as he lived with his own mother well into his 30s, has never had a real girlfriend or held a steady job, and soils his pants on a semi-regular basis. What a guy. Still presuming Chris is autistic, he is high-functioning since he can talk, drive, write, and draw, even if he's not the best at any of these things. However, this also means that he has the same medical condition as Elon Musk, Temple Grandin, and Satoshi Tajiri, amongst many others. Yet he has failed to do anything significant with his adult life, hence proving that his vulgarity and failure are, for the most part, this is further elaborated down below, his own fault. And yes, I can absolutely stand by that 100%. But what's most hypocritical of all is that Chris himself allegedly stopped speaking at the age of 1 and didn't speak again until he was 7. This is a major language delay, and he would only have been considered low-functioning at the time. This is especially relevant since Chris was diagnosed in the 80s, and HFA and Asperger's was only recognized in the English-speaking world in the 1990s. At the time of his diagnosis, being autistic required at least a delay in speech acquisition, if not complete muteness. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we sort of run into a situation where even if you were to give Chris the benefit of the doubt in some aspects of his life, Not all of them, but I will say is that this is one of those occasions, again, ladies and gentlemen, where, you know what motivated Chris to say, he looked upon severely disabled people as windows to hell? What motive really was there for Chris to say this? Was it just so that he wanted to emphasize why he would never date autistic people? I think what Chris seems to forget quite frequently is that he seems to be under the impression that that's the only aspect that actually matters in a relationship. I would not have an issue with dating people who are autistic. You know why? Because guess what? There are more pressing things about a person than just having autism. And there are much more important things in people's lives, even going through dating, that don't revolve around autism. I wish I knew the correct words to say for this, but it seems very bizarre that the fact that, again, if Chris wasn't going to give people an inch, then, well, you know what? One thing that Chris could actually do is just straight up... Why is it, again, Chris's standards for, dating and, functioning in society are so exponentially high and demanding, and yet this is sort of where he draws the line. I don't quite understand, and also, I think if Chris is... Well, this is one of those things where Chris has absolutely been adamant on sticking to his rule, and, well, that alone would make him look like a dick in front of many, many women anyway, but anytime Chris did go on a date, he managed to screw it up himself, because I think he just thought he could get away with some things, because, again, that date he once went in 2009, where he just straight up got hands-on with people, was just something that Chris should find. Well, if you reach the age of 27 and you don't know better than not to just touch people inappropriately when you're out with them, if you generally do not know that by that point in your life, then something really, really strange must be going on. Onset and diagnosis of Chris's autism. No one gives a shit that you are autistic. They never did. Jackie telling Chris something he will flat out ignore because he doesn't seem to think that can be true. Chris's version of how he developed autism is best explained in the Song of Christian video. There he explained how a babysitter locked him in a room filled with toys at around the age of 1.5. After crying for hours, he emerged from the room unable to talk. As Chris himself puts it, God put the mute button on me, and implies that Chris could talk before this incident, which directly contradicts Chris's own parents stating that he never spoke until around the age of 7. Most specialists claim that these symptoms of autism began to show around that age anyway, so even if the events of the story happened, the babysitter didn't cause the autism. Well, of course, that's just impossible. It is far more likely that Chris's parents simply looked for anyone to blame for Chris's sudden loss of language development, even a random babysitter. Notably, Chris has even diverged from this story before, having claimed at least once that he was intentionally injected with autism by doctors. That's bullshit. When he was a child, as if that was even possible. I suppose the only explanation to this is that Chris was still under the illusion that Chris was given some sort of shot of some description, and there was some correspondence he made in his mind towards a lot of Japanese children during the 80s who were emerging with autism. But again, that's not linked to anything related to vaccinations of anything of the sort anyway, so that can't really be true either. Nevertheless, it speaks volumes of the veracity of the former account if he can't keep his story straight, not to mention that Chris probably has little idea on the causes of autism anyway. As far as Chris actually becoming autistic, studies have shown that there is a positive correlation between the age of the mother and the risk of autism. Given that Barb was 40 years old when she gave birth to Chris, this is the likelier explanation. It is also worth noting that Bob was an engineer, and studies have found higher autism rates among children of engineers and other technical occupations. Bob's grandfather, Savannah, is also autistic. It is currently unclear how Chris came to be considered as autistic. Although Chris has claimed that his parents possesses official documents about this that is in a safe, when pressed to release this information, he provided a 2004 psychiatric evaluation that states that Christian was diagnosed with autism when he was around age 5 or 6. However, there's no way to be sure if the evaluator simply wrote down Chris's responses to his questions or independently verified them. For example, Chris might not remember his exact age when he was diagnosed, but you think his medical records could be more precise than 5 or 6. By the time of the Chandler's legal battle with Greene County, Chris's autism seemed to have become a universally accepted fact, but the details of how, when, and where Chris was diagnosed remains a mystery. When recounting his childhood, Chris usually skips straight from the evil babysitter incident to age 7, so we know very little about what, if any, treatment he received during his crucial period of development. In a Wikipedia mailbag, Chris claims that when he was young, his parents were told he would never be able to read, write, or function on a normal level. He and his doctors have now upgraded his condition to high functioning, but apparently his incredibly abysmal upbringing has actually allowed it to progress to mid-functioning at best. In his Song of Christian video, he explains that his mother took him to the toy department and coaxed him to read aloud the names of GoBots, and later Transformers. Chris says he began speaking when he was 7, that is, in 1989, when the Transformers line was on its last legs and the GoBots line had long since vanished. This would seem to indicate that this form of therapy has had to have gone on for several years before producing any results. Persecution. Chris attended Greene County Primary School, apparently without incident, from age 5 until age 9. Problems arose for him in the 4th grade at Nathaniel Greene Elementary School, where he alleges that the faculty wanted to remove him from the mainstream classrooms and send him to what he calls an institution. He also claims that the teachers at the school held him down and recorded his screams. Chris frequently cites this as evidence that the school was senselessly cruel towards him for no reason apparent to him except an innate fear and distrust of autistic people. More probable, given Chris's ongoing behavioral issues, is that he threw a temper tantrum so big it forced the faculty to physically restrain him while refusing to restrain himself. There's no way to know if Greene Elementary treated Chris unfairly, but the incident does suspiciously resemble Chris's arrest in July of 2005. The Chandlers sued to prevent the school board from removing Chris from mainstream education before ultimately relocating to Chesterfield County to continue Chris's mainstreaming education from there. Chris frequently brings up that the reason people used to be cruel to him in his childhood was because they did not understand autism. In the 1980s, when autism had been known for around 40 years, when asked about why they did not understand, Chris delivers his canned response of, "I do not know." There's no way to know how much of Chris's attitude about the Greene County crisis is based on his personal recollections of or what he was later told by his parents, who themselves seem unusually paranoid about the country's vendetta against their family. However, the result of the incident is clear. Chris emerged from adolescence firmly believing that many people not only misunderstand autistic people, but hate and fear them. He seems to believe this prejudice is based not on a person's actions, e.g. throwing fits and irrationally screaming, but on a person's mere identification as autistic. Regardless of function, given Chris's fear of low-functioning autistics, he may in fact think this prejudice is perfectly justified, but wrongfully targeted at a high-functioning individual. Of course, in Chris's mind, he may as well be the only high-functioning autistic in the universe. So he is the one and only innocent victim in everyone's favourite game of Kick the Autistic. Chris's tactful and sensitive comments on a news story about a woman with Asperger's syndrome being raped revealed that he believes the media, like the rest of the world, has a bias against autism similar to missing white woman syndrome, and that the story wouldn't have been reported if the victim was a woman with proper autism. What an absolute what an absolute terrible thing to say. For shame, Chris, for saying something like that. Jesus Christ. Chris's misconceptions about autism. It's not clear that Chris has any understanding of what precisely autism is, except that A, he has it, people tend to have stronger pitch perception, and they are more likely to have perfect pitch than the general population. I suppose one way to describe this is that Chris just sort of sometimes comes across as so dead and his words have so little weight because he lacks any semblance of like fire in his belly to make his point any worth describing except in the form of rage. Chris considers himself to have helped cultivate the first generation of autistic people. How humble of him, suggesting that he believes he is a prevalent figure in the autistic community. Well, people know of Chris. It doesn't mean they say they want to know Chris. And by the way as well, this is Chris's personification of autism for beating up in Super Smash Bros. Dear me. Chris considers, in a May 2010 video, he stated that our society is spending so much time on the internet that everyone is becoming autistic. This further proves that people with little to no social contact shouldn't attempt social commentary. That, and, there's not much I can add to that. Nat and Chris has no fucking clue what his own disorder is actually like. In November of 2010, he tried to use this excuse to guilt-trip Jackie into being sorry for yelling at him, which worked as well as you'd expect. Chris's failure to understand the symptoms of autism may well explain some of his odd behaviours. Due to lack of social activity and poor theory of mind, Chris doesn't seem to realise that his behaviours are what they are, as best demonstrated by his belief that it is normal for an adult to shit themselves. Chris does not recognise the differences between himself and others, and this applies to the differences between himself and neurotypicals. And seeing no differences, he believes his autism to have been thoroughly conquered, even though while embodying every single trait of it. Coupled together with Chris's experience or whatever they are in the real world, and you get, the person Chris inevitably became. Chris on the causes of autism. There's a broad scientific consensus that autism largely arises from genetic factors. Chris's own case is consistent with the theory that children born to older parents are at greater risk of developing autism. Bob and Barb were 54 and 40 respectively when Chris was conceived. Chris's own expressed views on the root causes of autism are all over the map. He's espoused a few different theories at different times and in different situations. His oldest theory, dating back to the Song of Christian in the late 1990s, is that the abusive babysitter was responsible for his condition. In his arguments with Clyde Cash in early 2009, he said that, scientifically speaking, autism has possibly come from a drug, or otherwise it may possibly be genetic, and that the babysitter incident merely brought out the curse that was buried within me. When explaining his condition to Matt Devoria late in the fall of 2009, Chris insisted that autism has no genetic factors. In that instance, however, he had an obvious agenda. He hoped to convince Matt that any children he fathered with Matt's daughter Casey wouldn't wind up inheriting his condition. Because of this, it's difficult to say exactly how sincere he happened to be at that moment. To muddle this issue even further, in Mailbag 12, Chris blamed the cause of autism on a shot the doctors optionally give to their child after birth. Apparently in reference to the highly disturbed urban myth alleging that childhood vaccinations lead to autism, it's not likely that Chris even has much of an awareness of the facts and assertions of said myth, and was probably looking for a throwaway excuse to deny any hereditary factors. In a video in 2010, Chris said the internet made people autistic, likely confusing the hyperbolic claim made jokingly to the effect with fact. Ironically, Chris's excessive use of internet in place of human interaction has probably done more to exasperate his systems than almost anything else. In his autism tutorial from early 2011, Chris slewed back toward a more mainstream view, discussing the genetic factors behind autism and complaining about how his parents conceived him late in life. He also, however, warned viewers that smoking, drinking, or exposure to car exhaust could cause dangerous genetic damage that might result in autistic children. And for reasons I kind of explained, and probably will bring up again at a later date, it's very strange that, well, outside of possible miscarriages, the idea that Chris seems to think that, why anybody would go to that extent to do those sorts of things anyway is just like we're beyond the looking glass for cases like that. But then of course, speaking of completely over the hill, Chris versus Asperger's syndrome. Chris is easily outraged by any attempt to associate or confuse autism, high functioning or otherwise, with Asperger's syndrome, a similar condition now considered by many experts to overlap with HFA on the autism spectrum. In fact, Asperger's syndrome was eliminated and replaced with Autism Spectrum Disorder Level 1. In the new DSM-V, making both the condition and high-functioning autism one and the same, at times Chris has stated that he dislikes Asperger's syndrome because sufferers of the disorder supposedly steal sympathy away from autism awareness. You know what, I usually consider myself to be a very empathetic man, but once again, this is not the first time I've heard this from Chris, and this isn't the first time I'll just straight up say, Chris, what on earth are you talking about? He has also claimed that the name is too close to Asperger or Asbugger for his taste. Well, for his taste, for Chris, yes, absolutely. But again, what about anybody else, Chris, who might have a different opinion? In the early days of the Wikipedia mailbag, asking Chris about Asperger's syndrome was the most effective way to troll him. This culminated in the creation of Asperchew. In the present, Chris simply hates Asperger's syndrome because it reminds him of how angry he got the last time someone brought it up. That's a petty and bullshit answer. In other words, a completely unjustifiable opinion. Chris has declared himself close-minded on the subject. Not the first time, and even to this day, dismissing all scientific opinion contrary to his own, and angrily refuses to be convinced that he does not occupy a more favourable, exactly what that means depends on whether Chris is looking for pity or adulation at the time, tier of the spectrum. On the spectrum of narcissism perhaps, but not autism, not at this point. Chris on neurotypicality. Chris also has little understanding of the concepts of neurotypicality, the state of lacking any kind of autistic traits. Some people on the autism spectrum, especially those with Asperger's, are deemed to be of above average intelligence or possess a special talent in other fields like music or art. Chris has taken that to mean he himself must also be in that same group of autistics, where he is much smarter than the average person. Guys, I'll be completely honest as well, is that once again, there's, intelligence and actually having the foresight to actually do things that are intelligent are very, very different animals. And you know what? Just having a high IQ doesn't mean shit if you don't actually do something intelligent with it. This is especially prevalent during the dimensional merge era, where he refers to non-believers as neurotypically hindered. The irony is just, it's almost causing my screen to melt. There's too much of it. Chris on autism education. Chris is a firm believer in mainstream education for children with autism, a trait he doubtlessly picked from his parents, who went to incredible lengths to keep him in mainstream classrooms throughout his school years. He had special education classes in addition to his mainstreaming coping skills classes during both middle and high school. When asked for his advice on how to raise an autistic child, Chris replied, "Most importantly, mainstream. Let your child be free to communicate and associated with the normal society. Special education is okay, but that will not do in the longest run." Later, for advice on how to succeed despite being afflicted with Asperger's, Chris's only response was, "My advice is to mainstream the child." During a video from April 2010, Chris read off a lengthy printout of autism-related information. After quoting a passage about how the education of autistic children should be undertaken by trained professionals in specialized settings, Chris offered his own opinion. Did anybody ask for it? No, but he's going to give it anyway. As for me, though, I highly recommend mainstreaming them. Let him go through normal life. I mean, yeah, you got the special treatment while they're young, but when you get him in elementary or middle school or high school, mainstream is the way to go. In short, Chris believes that the approach that produced the man as we know today, i.e. ignoring the problem and doing nothing to help it, is the best possible way to raise and educate children with autism. Now, I do, one or two things I actually do have to point into this as well, is that, when I was going through, and especially more during my high school years, so, okay, here's the thing, is that I remember that myself and a friend of mine, when I was about 12 years old, we did actually get a certain level of, like, time out from regular classes to actually have, like, I don't necessarily want to say, like, special education classes, but they were sort of ways in which we could actually talk and sort of, like, come to terms with certain things that perhaps we had difficulties with, and difficulties in terms of, like, trying to settle in and, like, and be in school and stuff like that. It's just the sort of things that were actually devised specifically so that people, that there could be a degree of nurturing and sort of getting people to, like, associate in schools by degrees. But one thing you also got to have to understand is that this was before May of 2010. And then as soon as David Cameron and the Conservatives came into power, along, well, a coalition government with the Liberal Democrats, is that basically they gutted almost all of these services. And whether I liked it or not, for the most part, I was sort of on my own, or rather just put into the field of, because my situation was less severe than other people, or in fact, the only real resources that were available were those in very extreme cases. And let me tell you something, there were plenty of people who actually were in school from when I was still in education, at least to 10 years ago, who had very extreme issues, and they needed just a very different approach to being educated to what we know today. And the things about this as well is the fact that I actually got on really, really well with those guys, and I'm bringing these things into light, ladies and gentlemen, because it would be extremely easy just for me to say, well, based on my own experience, these sorts of things happened. But one thing I also want to, like, bring up into this is the fact that just because Chris's experience was different and my experience was different, it doesn't mean to say that it's the right option, because I've had various people try and tell me, these last couple of years, is that school let me down in some regards because of this. And no doubt it's probably let a lot of people down. Now, whether you want to say that's down to the school or whether or not the way schools were run. Bear in mind, the education secretary, for a large part of my time in secondary school was a man called Michael Gove, who is one of the most limpest, most pathetic attempts at someone trying to take politics seriously. And yeah, if you know anything about like British politics and for at least the last 20 years, I will say, well, take my advice and say that it doesn't look good, is what I'm trying to get across. But I suppose as well, for the fact, and bear in mind, I have my parents, well, specifically my dad, he worked in education for 40 years. He's forgotten more than probably I'll ever know. And it also, and again, I'm very, very much the wrong person to go to when it comes to like, how do you educate people with special, who require extra attention? But even I feel like I would be a little bit more qualified to know what's going on or how things should be run in comparison to Chris and what he thinks. Because again, it stands to the question, why should you take advice from someone on how to run a school if you've never actually worked in one? Yeah. Autism cured? Chris's greatest dream is that his autism might one day be cured, although in 2006 he would have unhesitantly sacrificed such a cure in order to obtain a PlayStation 3. I wish that he was joking, but he wasn't. There are instances of children explicitly recovering from the symptoms, but there is no known cure for autism that can simply be applied to everyone like Chris's vaccine. Imagine the surprise of the mental health community then when Chris revealed in March 2009 that he had overcome his autism once and for all. So yeah, I'm not going to blame it on my autism. I have realized I am over that now. Over what? Over your autism? Yes. Anyway, what is it you want to do now? Christian, are you serious? Autism is not influenza. You don't get over it. I've broken out of my autistic shell and I'm able to socialize better in public with past practices online. Chris was adamant very much up to the moment when he wouldn't. Chris claimed during the same chat that he may not be making sense due to a virus, easily allowing for him to retract this. Fortunately, Chris has discovered that stress is a more socially popular scapegoat for his personal shortcomings. Of course, people learn to manage stress, but what do you expect? Everything is an issue to Chris that isn't, directly responsible. He isn't directly responsible for. As of May 2009, Chris seemed to have regained his autism and was back to blaming it for his problems, seemingly believing that autism is as easy to shake, regain as the common flu. However, in November of 2009, saw Chris again claiming to have been miraculously cured, as stated at the end of part 2 of his Sonichu PowerPoint presentations, where he described himself as a high-functioning autistic recovered. A month later, Chris again backpedaled. In response to ED's claim that he was suffering from autism, he agreed, I still am for real. Chris's flip-flopping self-diagnosis simply illustrates his misunderstanding of his problems. Since autism is his scapegoat for when he fucks up, to him, that's really all it is. A disease that makes people fuck up all the time. Therefore, when he fails, he has a bad case of autism. And when everything is going well, such as when he believes he has a girlfriend, he thinks the autism has gone away. What Chris really wants then is not a cure for autism, but a life in which nothing happens that he would need to blame on his autism. That is, a life in which he has a girlfriend and nobody criticizes him. In June of 2016, he claimed to have cured his autism using subliminal frequency hypnosis. Yes, he did again, and this is when Chris was a massive, massive dick. Like, from saying that he would prefer, his sweetheart not to have autism so that his kids wouldn't have autism, as if that's all that matters when becoming a parent is what your child may or may not have. And also the thing he said about about men possibly having a vagina under their their taint, and I don't want to go over it again because again it's extremely graphic, disturbing, and it's once again I'm tearing up, ladies and gentlemen, because I cannot believe once again Chris could be so horrible to say the things that he said. I can't even talk about it without getting like seriously upset about it. He stated that the track made him think clearer and interact better with others. However, he has shown no improvement in the quality of his recent videos, and he would continue to make autism-related content in the future. Things Chris has not blamed on his autism. Is it bad for me to say, ladies and gentlemen, that you know what? Even the most severely affected people with autism as well take far more responsibility for things that they are actually responsible for. And you know what? I'll just say this once again. When it comes to something that comes to autism, it might be something completely unrelated, but I think it's worth putting in. Is that 4.5 years ago, I was on the metro heading to work. So this would have been early December of 2019, and there was this 16-year-old black kid who I think was definitely had like a very extreme case of autism, and he had like glasses, and he had sort of like clothes pegs all over his head, and he was all over his hair, and I think he was like trying to resemble a unicorn. And he had to have at least 3 full-grown women with him with like a harness, like with reins all over his body, as if he was going to run away from anybody if literally they lost sight of, if they took their eyes off him for one moment. But the thing was as well is that this kid, and he had like a high school uniform on and everything, is that he looked incredibly like happy and contented, and whether he might have been fully aware of anything as well. But you know what? I think what was more important that he looked happy, and it was and again the thing I want to relate with the relevancy of that story for what they are worth, ladies and gentlemen, is that, do you think he asked for this? Do you think do you think for 1 minute that was what he wanted in life? But then again, maybe he's just sort of perfectly fine with then again, it might be so completely out of his control that it might not make a difference either way. But you know what? Why would you want to? Again, he seemed like this really sweet and innocent kid, and you know what? Why would anybody want harm to come his way? Because you know fine well that obviously, you know, things seem to be a little bit beyond his control, but well, so what? That's just, it wasn't his fault. Again, he didn't ask for any of this to happen. He didn't seem to know quite much about what was going on either, but he was smiling and with perfect teeth as well, it must be said. And well, he wasn't causing harm to anyone. He was just alone to his own devices. But I can tell you, even that kid, if he did something wrong, would rather sooner apologize and make amends more than probably Chris could. Chris and other autistics. Listening to Chris go on about us true and honest autistics, you might think he has some kind of misplaced sense of autistic solidarity, but this would be merely be dumb. And Chris Chan always shoots from both dumb and repugnant, so the reality is that he doesn't give a shit about anyone's autism but his own. He calls lower functioning autistics windows into hell and regards them with exactly the same kind of fear and mistrust he bitches about people treating with him, when in reality many much lower functioning autistics lead far more independent and fulfilling lives than he does. He has once expressed a disdain for others with high-functioning autism, with HFA being one of the characteristics excluding a woman from being a potential sweetheart. Meanwhile, He looks at people with Asperger's syndrome, who are roughly the same part on the spectrum as him, as dirty whores trying to somewhere steal the limelight from real autistics. Ironically, many feel this way about Chris. Go figure. Chris has only once included another autistic person in his comics. In emails with Sarah Jackson, she told Chris that her sister was also a high-functioning autistic. When Sarah was included in episode 19, so was her sister Rita. When Rita was given dialogue after Sarah's death, what she said made so little sense grammatically, even by Chris's standards, that it is hard to see it is as unintentional. It can therefore be speculated that Chris, thinking his own autism so much better than anyone else's, was attempting to make Rita seem as unintelligent as he assumes other autistics and the people with mental disorders actually are. His stance on autistic people would seem to shift a little, however, in 2011, with him further believing himself to be a spokesperson for autism, whether anybody asked him to or not. Chris had attempted to educate people about autistic people in his Little Big Planet 2 series, The Autism Tutorial. The second part of the series had Chris decreeing that all autistic people should man and woman up as respectively. In order to socialize with other people, in the extra part of the series, Chris slapped his representation of Hans Asperger out of the belief that he selfishly put his ill name in association with the disorder. Remember the fact that Chris names an entire city out of himself, but what can you do? Chris has also claimed that his longtime friend Anna McLaren is autistic. Other autistics and Chris. It should be noted that not all autistics are like Chris. I hope that if there's any one thing to take away from any of this, it should be this one right here. Every person's experience with autism is different, and every autistic person, I should say, has a different combination of symptoms, social skills, sensory issues, empathy, special interests, routines, repetitive and restrictive behaviors, and more. A common analogy for this is that an autistic brain is a melting pot or soup of symptoms and behaviors. One person's soup might be a little bit salty but still good, as they might show a few symptoms but still live a happy life. Another person's soup may taste horrible without seasoning, as they might need some support to function day to day. It just so happens that Chris's soup is a disgusting mixture of sewage, Fanta, rotten eggs, and comeuppance, as he has an extremely unfortunate combination of symptoms and behaviors. Autism Deferred Disposition. Main article, The Jail Saga. And the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that the criminal conduct was caused by or had a direct and substantial relationship to the person's disorder or disability. Excerpt from C 19.2-303.6. In August of 2021, Chris was arrested for the charge of incest on his mother. During the court proceedings, his court-appointed lawyer, David Heilberg, filed on 5th of August 2022 for SS 19.2-303.6, deferred disposition based on what Chris having autism, which the court granted. Really? That's actually a little bit more news to me. Because I always thought the idea was that Chris... the court decided that there was no overwhelming substantiated evidence that anything had actually happened to Bob, but there might be a little bit more to it than that. In effect, the law provides that if the court would be justified in a finding of guilt, and that autism had a direct cause in Chris's actions in being a motherfucker, that any further proceedings could be insisted to instead be deferred and Chris being put on probationary terms. If Chris completes probation, the incest charge would be dismissed. If he fails, the original proceedings continue to a formal verdict of guilt and sentencing. So it's a little bit similar to when it comes to things like the like even Daniel Larson's sentencing, but that's a different matter. And for the most part, ladies and gentlemen, that is sort of where we finish, ladies and gentlemen, but we are not quite done yet, because, there are some other things as well I feel like I need to sort of like discuss, because I want to sort of like cover everything else that revolves around this, especially when it comes to Chris and autism, because outside of things like psychology, which I think we have done before, and things like mental health care and stuff like that, there's a lot of things as well we need to go into further detail, from Chris's views to Asperger's syndrome, Asperger's itself, the autism tutorial, and his defectment and how he treats other people who are severely less fortunate than even Chris himself. But hopefully we've given something of a bit more of a really unique sort of like showcasing of Chris's identity, or rather the way he relates to autism. Because unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be it would be more interesting if it wasn't for the fact that, again, it's about dedicating time to someone who at bottom probably doesn't deserve it, because I know Chris likes to believe in some way that his autism is the root cause of all of his problems. I, however, see this as the fact that, well, even by Chris's standards, and listen, I'm 26, ladies and gentlemen, and I've known fine well that for many, many years that, because I've never really, or have pretty much never blamed I didn't really find out, actually, to be honest, that I had Asperger's until I was at least 15. I sort of knew I was, like, quite different anyway, but then again, I just thought I attributed it just being a smiling child when I was younger, to feelings of confliction and eventual acceptance when I was a teenager. And, well, when it came out in 2015, well, when I found out properly in 2015, well, no, not 2015, when I found out when I was 15, so this would have been 2013, I just sort of just accepted it for what it was and continued to go about as I was. It seems like, you know what the other big tragedy is as well that comes from this, is the idea that really there should have been no reason why Chris's life needed to spiral this far out of control. Whether or not Chris likes it or not, he is responsible for his actions. All of them. And you know what? If you want to say Chris's autism is really as bad outside of, you know, other things that could be attributed to Chris's personality, to how he views other people, to how he views himself, how his entitlement, and everything that comes out through trolling, or the way that he addresses his family, or everything else for that matter, I think it's fair to say that, you know what, it's sort of what Chris is a part of. But the idea that literally, like, he thinks that, you know, his babysitter caused Chris's autism to happen, or that Chris, like, I think the only way I can, like, summarize this whole video properly is that, well, you know what, there are people that are severely, you know, less fortunate than Chris. There are people that actually make who make use of what they have, and they actually get through in spite of what they have, or some people thinking that they're not normal. But through what Chris is, because any other person in the scenario, from at least following the issues with Blue Spike, would have made reparations to find out how they could change their behaviors and sort of find out whether they can make their lives any better. But because Chris's priorities are mainly selfish and only really concern himself for what he wants, it's a little bit past it. It's like as though his ego is his major diagnosis. His narcissism is his real disease. Autism is just something that he has so that he can use it when and how he wants, which is not really how it works, and something that shouldn't be encouraged. And something that has probably been proven with all the videos I've done about Chris is that he doesn't really seem to be able to distinguish the unfortunate implications out of what he does with it. And with all that being said and done, I hope all of you guys have enjoyed this much longer video than I originally ever anticipated about Chris Chan and his autism, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, ladies and gentlemen, I literally spent all morning recording at least 2 videos that took 3 hours to make, and again, the sound decided it just didn't want to, like, pick up anything I said. So, yeah, like I said, I'm not even gonna bother, like, trying to, like, do, like, commentary over that ever again. I'm literally just gonna move on. So, here we go. Something a little bit less, or slightly more controversial, unfortunately. Chris is, his transgenderism. So, first of all, your tax dollars at work, yada yada yada. So, a small disclaimer about, before we go any further, all I ask for at this point is just for you guys to be respectful to each other and to other people who are transgender, and that's literally it. Whatever your opinions are about Chris, then they should be specifically about Chris, and they shouldn't reflect anybody else who is completely not involved in this. So that's my stance, and that is the first and last time I'm ever going to mention that, so take it or leave it. I can't force anybody to say anything they don't want to say or that they do want to say, so yeah, I'm advising this, if that makes sense. So, first note is that it is often stated that Chris admitted to adopting a transgender identity solely that he could hook up with lesbians. While this claim is not outside the realm of possibility, no direct confession from Chris has ever been shared or leaked. So, without any other proof from the big man himself, let's just say it might be. So, on the verging of yes, but it's still no at this present time. Pro tip. While Chris did legally change his name and gender, the Quickie continues to refer to him by his true original gender and God-bear given name to keep consistent with classical records. More details can be found on Chris's dedicated page. I would rather suffer a painful gender change operation than ever be a homo. Chris's written testimony in Solitude issue 9 of 2008, as of 2024, Chris has not undergone sexual reassignment surgery even after identifying as trans. Also Chris, I am woman raw. He is so cheap, he can't even afford to write in sound effects. He literally has to voice everything himself, literally all the time. Christine in Solitude issue 11, 2017, borrowing a catchphrase from Rosechew. Also Chris, we gods have eased up on views of adultery. Why else do you all have pro-gay and pro-lesbian, pro-trans and all today and the past decades? Chris linking the LGBT community to adulterers in a letter from jail. You see, I'll have to start this video by just explaining that even those who identify as trans and even those who are not trans but identify as being part of the LGBTQ plus community, they readily say they don't accept Chris. It's not out of malice, but rather the fact that they simply know too much about Chris. If they didn't know anything about Chris, then you could say label this as malice. However, for what we know, and certainly, well, again, from what Chris has just straight up said here, it's not completely unreasonable to determine the fact that, actually, you know what, Chris's apathy towards gay people still very much exists, except he just sort of wants to be set apart. So, dear Lord, that makes that entire video where I talked about why I call Chris the pronouns in specific situations, that almost makes that entire video seem redundant and completely for nothing. Way to go, Chris. Way to go, completely shattering on my dreams, and again, trying to give you any credit whatsoever was completely not worth it. Way to go, guys. Okay, so let's go through this. A person is transgender or trans if their gender identity doesn't match their biological sex. Over 1.6 US adults are openly trans, and Chris is perhaps the most famous trans person to live in Ruckersville, Virginia. In 2011, when Chris was 29 years old, he began exploring male to female gender transitioning. Starting with cross-dressing, he would gradually try DIY methods to undergo physical transitioning. Bear in mind the term DIY as opposed to actually seeking out professional support. Now, we all know that it could be down to things like economics, but then again, do you really think Chris would have spent enough or any sort of amount that would have been surmounts a very quick and painless transition? Because transitions usually can take at least up to 2 years for everything to sort of fall in alignment, at least as far as the person in question wants them, from a slimmer neck, but that may be due to like weight loss, to growing breasts, to actually having an aesthetic vagina. There's quite a lot of things that go into this, things that are probably too graphic for me to describe, but yeah, whether or not Chris would have been actually physically and mentally capable of having to undergo such a remarkable transformation in transition, then I'll leave that entirely up to you. But I'm a little bit... I don't really know if that's like in Chris, if that would have been up for Chris to do. Okay, so here we go. Which were pointless at best and dangerous at worst. In 2016, he began using legitimate means, such as seeing a professional specializing in gender issues and going on prescription hormone therapy later that year. In spite of his best efforts, however, Chris's post-transition appearance remains quite similar to his pre-transition appearance. Only he grew his hair out and had some of his fat distribution rearranged through HRT. Nevertheless, he believes that he looks like a supermodel. Well, at least that's what Chris thinks, but... no, I'm not entirely sure. Chris's identity gradually shifted over the course of his transitioning. He began as a transvestite, a male who cross-dresses yet still identifies as a man, or as Chris called it, a tomgirl. Outside of Chris's lexicon, femboy and femme are commonly used to describe this kind of sexual identity in recent years, although Chris himself would not apply after becoming transgender. Nonetheless, Chris actually has used the term femme on his Facebook profile. In 2014, he came out as a lesbian-identified male. By the end of that year, he began identifying as a woman, calling himself a trans woman. In 2015, he started going by Christine, making the name change official the following year, as well as changing the gender marker of his driver's license to female. This is despite the fact that Chris had very somewhat scathing issues about driving before and after, so make of that what you will. Overall, Chris has seemed to be more at peace with himself being out instead of suppressing his gay trans thoughts, if not outright happier, in spite of his depressing lot in life and poor living conditions. Chris's transition has been the subject of intense debate. Views by external commentators on social media sites range from fully accepting of Chris's gender and sexuality to scathingly critical, arguing that Chris is only pretending to be trans to get romantic attention from heterosexual women, or is making the transgender community look bad, which isn't surprising given that Chris has mostly been rejected by most communities that he tries to join. Unsurprisingly, there are also debates on which pronouns to use when describing Chris, including from transgender observers themselves. Well, okay, I will admit, I've never actually seen transgender people actually describe like Chris, and it would be really interesting to see what they go with, but again, it's going to be very, very dependent on what you decide, and again, it's not really a one-size-fits-all sort of issue with this sort of thing, despite the fact that I know perfectly well who Chris is, who view the aforementioned arguments as gatekeeping, while a number of people in the LGBT community want nothing to do with Chris and would prefer he would not be lumped in with them, especially in light of more recent events. Not helping matters is that Chris has utilized homophobic and transphobic language whenever it suits him. Even after identifying as LGBT, Chris has also attempted to use his identity as a lesbian trans woman as an argument that the people who have banned him from public places are being discriminatory against him and all lesbians and trans women, much like he has done in his past with his autism, rather than as often justified retribution for his bad behavior. I would say absolutely, you know what, that doesn't make anybody look good, but then again, Chris is like, I suppose the only thing I could say even at this point, and we're like 10 minutes into this, is the fact that Chris has never really been that good at making himself look good, and he's never really had a thing about making other people look good. Whether you could say his past reputation has tarnished whatever good intentions he might have had, or that his past reputation has left too much of a stain on people for simply to ignore, I'll leave up to you guys. Which means that the only communities really that would be accepting of Chris are the ones that know nothing about Chris, and or who are fully aware of who Chris is, but decides that despite and against all better judgment, to accept him anyway. So, we'll see about that. And let me tell you something, there is a lot to go through, so you might possibly want to invest in a bit of time, which is why I'm breaking this video up into several parts for different reasons, like different timestamps, so it's going to make things a bit easier for everyone to get up to speed with. Signs of gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is a feeling of conflict between a person's assigned biological sex and the gender that person identifies as. Typically brought on by aspects of one's assigned gender, the trans community generally divides dysphoria into physical dysphoria, for aspects like hormones, genitals, or body characteristics, and social dysphoria, for aspects like names, pronouns, gender roles, makeup, and clothing. Symptoms in adults last at least 6 months and can include a belief of experiencing feelings socially associated with the desired gender, as well as wanting to be rid of the primary sex characteristics of their birth gender. Have instead the sex characteristics associated with the desired gender, and be treated socially as the desired gender. Chris has exhibited signs of late-onset gender dysphoria, a term describing those who begin to experience gender dysphoria in adulthood. Now, that's, I suppose, I remember like there's like a really interesting phrase I like to use, and that's that, how did Chris ever know that he would dislike something if he never actually tried it? Despite what he says about the Bible and, you know, he thinks that, you know, about the so-called straight path that Chris calls it, how did he ever know he would dislike something if he never tried it? Which, you could say that was a question that was answered in 2011, but one thing that is a little bit more interesting, I suppose, is the idea that, did Chris think he was going to be accepted, like, immediately, as though he had completely, like, been born again? Or, and this is the thing as well, is that you could say a lot of this comes back to the fact that Chris never learned anything whilst he was alive, let alone being a man. So, I mean, I suppose the best way I can put it is through stuff like this, and I'm glad that the quickie actually put this up, is that, yes, in 2014, Christian has had many self-revelations towards his soul and identity. He realized, for true, his soul has always been female. The only problem I could sort of say with this is that, unfortunately, Chris is not Rosie O'Donnell. Because I think it was even Rosie O'Donnell who, okay, never mind about Rosie O'Donnell for 1 second. Christian took to her pronoun change, and in the passing months legally changed her name to Christine, as well as begun her physical transformation. Now, again, okay, maybe a better way I could describe this is the fact that if Chris always knew this, then why did he not think about acting sooner? Or why, if Chris was so concerned about the idea that he'd be viewed as homosexual, then why before had he was so outspoken against it? Now, unfortunately, you can't really say that Chris is especially cunning to throw people for a loop, especially the trolls. But one thing that's sort of like bouncing around my head a little bit is the fact that, again, maybe Chris's the conditions of Chris's household, his relationship with his conservative parents, his elderly conservative parents, and simply the fact that he felt that just maybe his life was going so absolutely nowhere that he had to try something different and radical. Because the context is that Chris's dad was on his deathbed in roughly early to mid 2011, and that Chris had, well, he had long ago since given up the idea of ever getting a proper job anyway, but that doesn't mean to say that Chris couldn't make his life happier how he wanted it to be. So you could say the rationale is very questionable, but maybe the intention back in the beginning was not quite the same. Perhaps, I'm not 100% certain, but let's keep going. But she still remains attracted to women. Christine Weston Chandler is a lesbian trans woman. After returning from 2015, our past Christian had taken his time in mentally and emotionally readjusting. October, she had fully realized herself. She consulted with Magi-chan, Sonichu, and I in confidence. She took to getting a jump on it early. 29 years may consider a bit of a stretch to jump on it early, but oh well, it's not for me to say what is the right and wrong thing for Chris. She has met with a counselor, counselor, talked with her doctor, and Magi-chan has begun helping speed up her transformation. She has been feeling more happy with herself along the way too. Now, what I will say, and I'm pretty sure you probably guys know where this is going, is that Chris, I'm not denying Chris may or may not have had dysphoria issues before, but you know what other issues Chris does have? Delusions. Delusions of grandeur, delusions from reality. And same person, but you know what? That might be also a big reason people have so much of an issue with Chris, no matter what gender Chris would have been, because it's still the same Chris. The only thing that's different is that the names have been changed, the wardrobe has somewhat been changed, and accompanied with Chris's autism, it might be difficult for Chris to fully comprehend as to why perhaps people won't be as open to Chris as he thinks they ought to have been. Because, again, of Chris's past actions, and you know what? You pay the consequences for the choices you make. And that's not about transgenderism, that's about all the crimes that Chris has committed. No amount of reassignment can reassign the notion that people know fine well what you've done. I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. And the longer that Chris continues to spiel that confiding in his imaginary friends only amounts to one thing, is that it's not symbolic of Chris's re-embracing of life. It's once again symbolic of Chris's ever-increasing struggles against reality. Early signs. While Chris's experience is more reflective of late-onset gender dysphoria, instead of the idea that Chris was always trans but somehow kept that detail hidden from prying eyes, there have been some signs that can be interpreted as Chris having thoughts of moving away from being cisgendered. Chris's exploration of moving of a female form of himself showed early with his desire to have a daughter named Crystal Weston Chandler. He also added a twin sister, also named Crystal, to the comic, who strongly resembles a gender-swapped Chris. The reason behind the name? Crystal, a name that sounds similar to mine, but it also has a nice ring to it. In 2008, years before Chris began to cross-dress, he made a remark that he felt some mild discomfort from looking at his own penis. It's bad enough that I sometimes see my own when I look down, of which I don't feel as much discomfort, but the very sight of others is like kryptonite to me. He also has a long history of female fashions and mannerisms. From the anime wings seen in Sonichu's sub-episode 5 to the muscle bra, Chris has even wondered what it would be like if he were born male. In 2008, he posted, I feel that I am truly in touch with my feminine side, to the point where I am capable of learning from that to better understand how to treat women in a caring, nurturing, positive way. I've also learned from Red Skeleton of how to be a gentleman. Sometimes I wonder, between my caring attitude and the lack of a sweetheart, if I was born the wrong gender. I would wonder what life would be like if I had actually been born a girl. Now, to be honest, it's not that I don't take some of Chris's ideas with a grain of salt, but to be honest, the more I see this, maybe Chris just simply has the wrong idea about, that being masculine means that you're automatically going to acquire any woman that sees masculinity as the be-all and end-all of an eligible bachelorette. Let me tell you something right now, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to give you some honest advice. I started using Tinder again for the first time in about 2 years, about 3 days ago, and I presented myself and I talked about myself literally as I am now. I spared no expense in just straight up telling people what I did, and you know what? I think more important than being a gentleman is being honest. Because they say there are only 2 types of men. You are either a gentleman or not a gentleman. And when you are a gentleman, you fail to behave as one. So, maybe Chris fits the description of a gentleman properly, because he says he considers himself one, but he doesn't do anything to act in part on it. At least act in part on the things that would have caused him distress, like thinking about actually going to find a job, or actually considering moving out of his parents' house. Things that other things besides would have been desirable in the eyes of other people. Also, you don't want to be really good for Chris to have done? To actually consider making Sonichu a children's comic like he imagined. But as we know, that's like, the apple has fallen very, very far from the tree. Okay, miscellaneous signs. Gender dysphoria explains a lot of Chris's past behavior, an example being Chris's insecurity in failing to live up to cultural perceptions of masculinity. However, I would say almost immediately is that Chris could have chosen not to believe in what people expected of him, and Chris could have just done what he liked, no matter what people said, which technically did describe Chris anyway, but, the way he went about it is very, skewed. Could be caused by subconsciously knowing that his intellectual gender does not match his biological sex. The way Chris interacted during the Casey calls is another piece of evidence. Normally, guys subconsciously lower the pitch of their voices to seem attractive to women, but when Chris was trying to woo Casey, his voice drifted higher than hers. Additionally, Chris is known for his pathological hatred of change, unless the change is beneficial or positive for him, and literally nobody else. To assume Chris became trans purely for the quest for China is fairly extreme, as suddenly identifying by another gender identity is genuinely a life-changing event for anybody. And Chris has shown that he is incapable of substantially changing himself, even with the promise of a relationship laid out in front of him. That's, again, a lot of your parts may come down to whether or not you think this is true, or whether or not you just seem to think that, like I said, everything would suggest before that Chris just took the path of least resistance, or whether or not, if women are even impressed by people who do that sort of thing as well, because bear in mind, proud and lazy people are not particularly very attractive towards the opposite sex, or those that they are trying to find attractive, if that makes sense. Autism and trans identity. There is a correlation between autism and trans identity, though the exact reason for this correlation is still up for debate. According to a Dutch study, 7.8% of trans people are on the spectrum. There are a number of similarities between the two disorders, however. Autistic people have a harder time picking up on social norms, including gender norms. Therefore, autistic people tend to have androgynous mental qualities and interests, And those people could perceive their brain difference as simply having the brain of the opposite gender. I've actually kind of like done a few tests in my time, ladies and gentlemen, where they seem to consider that I'm somewhat androgynous, but again, how much stock I put into this is entirely for me to say, and it's just sort of, whatever. Both autistic and trans males tend to have mostly gal pals, because men tend to be rowdy and more explicitly judgmental. Not necessarily. I mean, I've got plenty of guy friends as well, and it's just, again, what it is. However, they may miss the socially complex and subtle elements of female socialization, and the actual women end up treating them with kid gloves. The androgyny of autistic people have caught the interest of brain experts. MRI studies reveal that autistic men have mosaic minds, which aren't just androgynous, but are extremely male in some aspects and extremely female in others. The autistic brain parts responsible for general thoughts are more masculine than the average man. Okay, with less cognitivity and more localization. Autistic men excel at systemizing and struggle with empathizing, an exaggeration of the male profile. However, the parts of the brain responsible for sensation, perception, and motion are more feminized. Like women, autistics have a higher pain tolerance and a lower pain threshold, observable in Chris. However, gender differences in the brain are only averages, and saying a man with a feminine brain traits has a female brain is like saying a short man has a female skeleton. Also, the gendering of autism is highly controversial, with many pointing out that the condition is a spectrum. There are some people who don't even think it's a neurological condition as well, and think that saying condition and disorder are one and the same, when that couldn't be any further from the truth. Kenneth Zucker, a controversial gender expert, found that gender dysphoria manifests as an obsession and that autistic people may think they're trans if they fixate on the issue of gender. It's also possible that Chris is genuinely transgender, but his transgender signs were scrambled through autism. This could be why he adapted non-standard language for so long, and why he had to ease into his trans identity instead of coming out outright. For example, he identified as a tomgirl for years before his transgender identity came to the forefront, and he speaks of a female soul more than a female brain. Oh boy. I'm not entirely sure exactly where I would get my head around that, but I will say is that had I more time to really explore this, and maybe I should, I'll have to come to some controversial conclusions myself, only because there isn't a set precedent, there isn't a right or wrong answer, there's just things people will disagree and agree on, and maybe meet halfway, but that's very up for debate anyway. And now we succumb to the transition. Tomgirl. Yes, I am a tomgirl, and I am damn proud of it. I have embraced and appreciated my feminine side. I am still totally heterosexual. Otherwise, I would be a full-blown you-know-what. I have been more self-confident, and I have a sweet sachet walk, hair and wink flirts, and I am greeting women left and right. Also, here is another way to consider me. I am a Ken doll. Any Barbie can dress her clothes, and I would feel most comfortable in them and to model them for her. Come shopping with me, sweetie. And this is May 6, 2011. So yeah, this is, if you want an actual point of reference where it more or less began, it began, I think, in April, but somewhere between May and April of 2011. According to an email Chris sent to Jackie on the 26th of March 2011, Chris started cross-dressing at the beginning of that month. On the 30th of March 2011, Chris changed his PSN quote to the quickism, "I am Tomgirl." And he also has a picture of Kratos as his profile. That's cute. On the 29th of April, the Tomgirl pictures were released by Surfshack Tito. In them, Chris is dressed in women's clothing, posing in what he believes are seductive positions. For some reason, Chris removed the Tom Girl PSN quote immediately after PSN came back online after a month of inactivity on the 14th of May, possibly due to receiving attention from trolls. On the 16th of August 2011, Chris recorded Kaka Makeup Basics, a makeup tutorial video reinforcing his Tom Girl identity. To show his support to all Tom Girls and Tomboys of America, he started up a new band, Robbie Sonny and the Tom Girls, consisting of a Tom Girl, Robbie, formerly Robbie, now Roberta, and Tomboys Sarah and Christine. Still officially a heterosexual and proud to be male, some of his words and actions betrayed a deeper gender confusion. He started using women's restrooms. He told Jackie that he fantasized about fitting it in at a lesbian bar, where he believed he would have no trouble seducing a lesbian and persuading her to bone in lesbian's position, the scissor thing, with her dick in her vag. Such a way with words, isn't Chris? In December 2013, he confessed to Rebecca, "I wish I was born female with the possibility of being a lesbian." Lesbian identified male. On the 14th of August 2014, Chris revealed via Facebook that he was a self-described Tom Girl intersex of female soul with male body and a tranny cross-dresser, posting shortly after to being a lesbian in a male body. Have you got all that? He also proclaimed that he is a supporter of LBT rights. Oh, I see. Which seems to have neatly coincided with the advent of his professed status as a transgender person. His omission of the G, meaning gay, was attacked by Kim, in the face of which Chris admitted that the GMs were fortunate to be on that boat, suggesting that he hadn't changed his views on gay men. Bigotry, as always. In July 2014, Chris had a vision while meditating about being a lesbian in a past life. He took it as a sign affirming his gender identity. Years later, in a 2019 interview, he said, "I had exhibited but not totally realized my feminine habits and traits, and then it became more apparent to me that I was definitely soulfully a woman. Due to the vision I had where I saw myself in a past lifetime by the tree at Woodstock, and I was a woman then, so yep, I'm soulfully a woman. So yes, it's a good thing to go on from there, and I never regretted it." In September of 2014, a fan inquired on his preferred gender and pronouns. Chris replied that he was very comfortable being referred to by either pronoun, adding that he would be flattered at being mistaken as a woman. He added that he did not currently have any plans to change his name. He began going to the Impulse Gay Social Club in fall of 2014. Lesbian trans woman. I am a female soul transition, no operation yet, and a lesbian. Chris, January of 2015. In the spring of 2015, Chris changed his mind on his pronoun and name and referred to himself as Christine, apparently ignorant that Christian was originally a female name. A lesbian trans woman using female pronouns. In May of 2015, Chris turned his persona, Chris Chan Sonichu, into a lesbian trans woman. He also wrote a fantasy in which Chris Chan Sonichu impregnates himself with his own semen to produce 2 children. Ew. After being rejected by a sperm donor the previous year, Chris tried his own DIY method to preserve his sperm for the possibility of gender surgery. Chris's specimen sample, is a video of him showing off his collection of semen in Tupperware containers in his kitchen freezer, and dates on the containers indicate he was doing this for at least 9 months, though this was futile as the sperm was destroyed by placing it in a home freezer. Yeah, In May of 2016, he successfully filed for a name change to Christine Weston Chandler. Later, with the help of his gender psychologist, he also filed paperwork with the DMV for a new driver's license identifying him as female, which was granted. Chris was unaware that he also had the option to update his birth certificate. Upon finding out, he decided not to, stating, I had no idea that one can update their birth certificate too. For me though, I'd leave mine the way it is, because I am not going to deny my own history and past. He would fall back on this like several years later and denying all concepts of reality, so you may as well say that null and void once again. For me though, I'd rather leave it the way it is because I'm not going to deny my own history and past. I was born male and dubbed Christopher, but I realised I was female the whole time. Oh yeah, you realised when you were born, Chris, that you were female the whole time. For fuck's sake, Chris, do some fucking work. And change my name to Christine soon enough. And to have those on my driver's license is good enough for me. The self-inflicted taint wound, Chris's attempt to free his imaginary vagina, happened in summer of 2016. In the fall, Chris began taking HRT. He attended LGBT events such as Seville Pride, Love is Love, and the UVA Remembers Pulse, and considered himself to be a member of the SLGBTQ community. Bisexual trans woman. In early 2018, Chris suddenly announced that he identified as bisexual rather than a lesbian, the result of brainwashing from the idea guys to make Chris think that he was in relationships with fictional male characters. Interest in sexual reassignment surgery. In the years before he formally identified as transgender, Chris had given some thought to sex reassignment surgeries. In 2007, he told Meghan, "If I ever stoop down to changing my path, i.e. becoming a homo, his words not mine, I might as well not get a gender change operation." Chris's thoughts on the procedure shifted over time. In his pre- and early transgender state, his opinion was essentially that male-to-female trans women should not undertake the surgery as it would not grant them functional female reproductive organs. Later, as his gender identity changed, and by and large some of his opinions, he became more open to the idea, but wanted to hold off until either Crystal was conceived or his sperm could be preserved. Probably neither of those things can happen anymore, but what do I know? If my child was a hermaphrodite, I would raise it to be male regardless, since it would not have any eggs anyway. Plus, big bonus for him, in sex with all women, lesbians included, I would imagine. What a complete fucking... that is... You know what, Chris? Listen, let's suppose it's probably again a good thing that Chris never did have a child of his own, because if somebody went online to say stuff like that, I would like immediately call social services, because I think that's like really that's fucked up. Like, what are you kidding me? In other words, there were two obstacles in the way of Chris losing his dick. Firstly, a sex change operation wouldn't provide him with reproductive organs, since as a woman, he would not be able to give birth to Crystal personally. I mean, where's the fetus gonna get? What's Chris gonna do? Just keep it in a box? He first must impregnate someone. He can't adopt because Crystal must come from blood, tears, and seminal descent. Second, his belief that his penis could be still useful for relationship purposes, wanting to be an open to all women, straight, bi, and lesbian. In a May 2015 Facebook Q&A regarding the operation, he was equivocal and wrote, "I am exploring making the best of this body for any woman born with a vagina." During 2014, Chris stated that he was contemplating sexual reassignment surgery. "I hate being born a male, and after I have my children, I am getting an organ sex change operation." Chris hoping to impregnate someone who will give him a baby boy and a baby girl. He tried to fulfill the prophecy of Crystal's birth by using a sperm bank, however, the bank rejected him. Probably not for the first time. It should also be noted that Chris doesn't have a fucking clue how sex reassignment works. In June 2015, he posted an advertisement on Facebook. "I deserve to be a full woman with a full functioning vagina. A- blood type. If anyone wants to put up the money and trade, as with most things he wants, Chris prefers to sit on his fat lesbian ass and wait for a magical transformation of my body from male to completely female. In 2020, when Chris was asked about if he would be getting a sexual reassignment surgery, he answered with the following: "Yes, and this body is going to become fully, genuinely transformed and birth able." No, Chris, that last part, no, that's not possible. Chris, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but no, that's not possible. Chris, presumably realizing that his semen would no longer be potent enough to conceive a child due to hormone replacement therapy that he was utilizing, now seems to think that he's got another way to make Crystal and Reginald real. It goes without saying that male to female transgender people cannot conceive children due to the way that a natural male body is structured. And even though research on the possibility of transplanting a uterus into a male to female body is being done, it would likely be way too expensive for Chris to try, presuming that he'd even be healthy enough or physically capable of bearing children by the time that such a medical breakthrough could be realized. How Chris plans to get the money to get a sex change or hypothetical uterine transplantation amidst the financial crisis remains unclear. It's entirely possible that Chris believes that some part of the dimensional merge will allow him to fully become a woman and allow him to fulfill his fantasy of becoming a parent. Not that Chris could afford sex reassignment anyway, as it costs thousands of dollars, while Chris struggles to pay his basic bills and spends what little he does left on frivolities and trips to BronyCon. It's even more impossible now that he's been incarcerated. And released, but what can you do? List of Chris's male to female transitional methods. Chris has made several attempts to transition into a true and honest woman. Unfortunately for him, he has a strong belief in junk science and miracle cures. As a result, his initial favoured methods produced no benefits or were harmful to his health in many, many ways. In 2016, he saw a psychologist over his trend of transitioning. Growing out his hair, changing his clothing, shaving his eyebrows, using menstrual pads, piercing his taint and letting it get inflamed, requesting his fans to fund the prosthetic vagina, wearing a vibrating bra, taking estrogel without physical approval, subliminal frequency hypnosis, breast massaging, cutting open his taint with a knife, female hormone vitamins, going on actual hormone replacement therapy, eating prunes and putting soy sauce on every single thing he ate. I'm pretty sure Chris probably would have put it on in the air as well if he wanted to. Voice training. Chris had been making an effort to feminize his voice, but instead of pulling off a convincing femme voice like some other trans women, he talks with a Mickey Mouse falsetto. The falsetto often drops down into his old voice at some points in a given video, sometimes as soon as he introduces himself. He has also ditched his monotone speech pattern for an extremely sing-songy tone, especially when he adds bits of random access humor. In Q&A No More, he continued to act in a feminine voice when he was yelling, resulting in a cartoonish witch-like scream. Ironically, Chris's pre-transition voice was already naturally high, around the same fundamental pitch as a child. Instead of going even higher in pitch, he could have worked on feminizing his renaissance, the buzz of a male voice, and inflections with daily practice, possibly with the help of a voice trainer. But alas, that takes effort. Hormone therapy. At first, between 2015 through the fall of 2016, Chris attempted using estrogel as a DIY hormone therapy method. Since estrogel is a hormone replacement gel meant for menopausal women, and Chris's self-regimen consisted of slavering entirely too much of the medication on himself, any effects were questionable and a potential health risk. Chris eventually went to a prescribed HRT treatment consisting of estradiol and spironolactone around the fall of 2016. The man in the pickle suit, Marvin, explained, "Basically, if you say the right things to a therapist for a few months, they'll write you for a recommendation for HRT and send you to an endocrinologist. Chris was referred to one at UVA. They gave him a script and made him sign away liability, the informed consent part. Chris also mentioned taking hormones to the idea guy. I can say that Chris knows the fact that he shortened his lifespan taking those hormones. In fact, I wouldn't say he's suicidal, so much as he's fine with the idea he could die sooner. Well, outside of all the other problems. I don't know if it counts as his view of reality, but Chris thinks he might be able to have a baby once the transition is complete. I have nothing to do with that. Chris said it's a possibility he could get pregnant. Who wants to get Christine Weston Chandler pregnant, however, is an obstacle even more potent than the thought of Chris impregnating somebody else. You tell me. Chris's health insurance, the taxpayer-funded medical program, covers HRT. During the jail... Well, again, you can't look at me. You know, I live in the UK and I don't pay for Chris's medical insurance. During the jail saga, Chris still took HRT, shown by a medical receipt from the Central Virginia Regional Jail. Reactions. Being a rural southerner, Chris comes from a conservative region and background. His parents are conservative and anti-LGBT sentiment is strong outside college and LGBT circles. In addition, forums documenting Chris from 4chan to Kiwi Farms tend to be politically incorrect and tell things like it is. As you might expect, reactions to Chris's transition are overwhelmingly negative. You're not wrong, exactly. I've seen it for myself. They are very... But again, based on things we've discussed, it's not exactly as if they're not completely unfounded as to why people would disagree. While the trans community was comparatively more welcoming to Chris than other groups, at first, a number of trans activists distanced themselves from Chris following the incest incident, as well as basically everybody else for that matter, while others found it reprehensible but felt an obligation to respect his preferred pronouns. Together, not fight each other. Influence from the LGBT community. Chris followed a Facebook account called Lizzie the Leslie in September of 2015. He liked a post linking to a clickbait article about a vibrating bra with the claim it would increase breast size in a week. A few months later, Chris made his own vibrating bra contraption. He also followed LGBT News in March 2017. He commented on a post from them which linked to a theoretical article about a possible surgery for trans women to become pregnant. Aha! I knew it! I can eventually be a mother! Chris also followed outspoken members of the trans community on Twitter and sometimes agrees with their statements. One such example was when Life of Bria claimed that trans women have periods. Nobody teaches trans girls about periods. We just get these weird times where we're moody and crampy and sad, and we don't know why, and just chalk it all up to another reason. We're not good enough in life, so just as you all know, trans girls get periods. Chris answered, Yes, we do. Even the possible hot flashes are no fun either. I'm feeling some of the period today. At least they pass and we can feel better when we do. Okay. Dead name. I'm neutral about people calling me Chris or Christine, but I would like it if you good people would respect my chosen name. Chris's paradoxical thoughts on the matter. Yeah, saying that he prefers it, but he has no quarter arsenal given about what other people call it. However, Christine, you fucking internet douche whore. During his transition, Chris has occasionally become annoyed at people who refer to him as Chris instead of Christine, despite the fact that Chris as a short form name is unisex. He doesn't have an issue with Chris Chan, seeing that Chris Chan Sonichu is his Twitter name. Chris Chan it is. Pronouns. Chris tends to use the preferred pronouns of other transgender people, such as the male to female Violet 4151 and Miss Cherry, and the female to male Lucas of the Teen Troon Squad and No Whacking. The sole exception occurred under troll manipulation, in which he flip-flopped between referring to the troll trans woman character Jeff Uzo with female and male pronouns. Once again, just because Chris seemed to think that it was perfectly fine to humiliate people in this way, and just, it doesn't make Chris look any more clever, it just makes him look like a dick, as normal. Terminology. While exploring his gender identity, he navigated a linguistic minefield of transgender, transsexual, transvestite, intersex, bisexual, hermaphrodite, and his own tomgirl, leading to some confusion as he adapted and experimented. On his OkCupid profile, when asked, "Would you date a transgender person?" he replied, "Yes, as long as she was born female and was still female or a tomboy." So no. He told Jackie that the fact that he loved wearing women's clothing did not make him a transvestite. He told gal pal Rebecca Bentley that the unclit made him bisexual, which he meant intersex. He promptly flipped his shit when Rebecca asked him if he wanted to fuck dudes now. Chris also used the term tranny to describe himself prior to actually committing to being transgender, which is a can of worms due to its association as a derogatory term against trans people. On the 14th of August 2014, he came out publicly, although as what exactly wasn't certain, given his garbled and inconsistent vocabulary. The initial announcement was that he was a tomgirl intersex of female soul and male body, and a tranny crossdresser. Apparently, unbeknownst to Chris, intersex is a chromosomal condition causing ambiguous genitalia and can present in many forms, none of which appear to be true of Chris. Then he said he was a lesbian-identified man and a cross-dressing tranny. 2 weeks later, he was telling Catherine that he was a lesbian tomgirl transgender male, but also 3/4 woman. By September, he seemed to have settled on lesbian transgender, a female lesbian soul trapped in a male body. In April 2015, apparently no longer a man, he changed his Facebook pronoun to she and his name to Christine. This month also saw the beginning of a flurry of Facebook likes for all sorts of progressive transgender issues, such as restroom choice and gay marriage. Whatever he was certainly proud of it, and he wasted no time to try to persuade his new L,G, BT personal army to wage war against local mana jerks. Now, in the comics, before exploring transgenderism, Chris used the intersex character Sylvana to symbolize the evil trolls. The evil Count Graduan told her, "I am going to grant you with the power to transform like a ditto. My price is that you will have to relinquish your ability to give birth, and you will be upgraded to have both parts. So with the biological upgrade complete, your years of training can begin." She proceeded to seduce and horrify the tranquil community. In Sonichu issue 11, colossal Chris Chan learns of his future self's identity and reflects on it, reasoning that he is not fond of partaking in brutish things. Following his meaningless destruction of the 4-cent garbage building and subsequent murdering of several inhabitants, his battle with Mary Lee Walsh, in which he permanently paralyzes her with lightning-based weaponry, and his then retconned execution of the Asperpedia 4, Chris then magically starts transforming into a voluptuous woman, a sequence inspired by artist Miss Mako and her collection of gender-bending videos. To him, transitioning is a technique that simply requires an epiphany and ancient powers to immediately turn into a fully fledged woman. Chris drew his avatar, Chris Chan Sonichu Comic Chris, with the traits he's always desired since becoming a tomgirl, such as eyelashes, bigger breasts, and wider hips, revealing very much of what kind of results Chris wishes to get from his transition. Chris Chan Sonichu and Comic Chris are become canonically transgender, becoming a D-cup female with a uterus and ovaries, who became pregnant with twins via self-insemination with a turkey baster containing his own semen. Miscellaneous design changes from the transgender Chris Chan Sonichu include the trademark female Pikachu tail, and the color of his shoes changed from black and white to turquoise and lime green, apparently. And also what you go to see here is the tomgirl pictures, as they call it, and it's just from basically when Chris was still refusing to shower regularly to when Chris was wearing like wigs, pulling off a mullet, trying to, actually wear pads, and then, of course, just fan art, I guess you could say. So, I'll just sort of I know if there's people out there who wants to go and see this, you're more than welcome to, since it's all there. And out of all of this and of all the references in here, that is actually where we end. So, a few final words just before we leave off is that, in conclusion, I think when it comes to transgenderism regarding Chris, it's a series of arguments that you can make coincide with each other, sort of don't coincide with each other. Some things that relate to Chris's very serious issues regarding concepts involving external reality. But you have to ask yourself, is that which do you honestly think? Do you think that the reason why Chris actually decided to experiment is because he tried to see the easier way out and the path of least resistance? Did you think that Chris legitimately did believe he could become pregnant if he transitioned and had ovary transitionary surgery or whatever that would involve? Do you also think that Chris just thought being a man was too much effort and therefore his status in the world did not reflect his assigned gender at birth? Or do you honestly believe that Chris just sort of wants people to pamper him and think that they'll take it easier out on him just because Chris would identify as a woman? I've said it before, but a lot of Chris's issues regarding around gender as well, especially how he views women, is a deeply sexist one, even when he transitioned from male to female. So, depending on a lot of what you may think about this issue, just remember to relay this mostly in the background of Chris, and try your best, and try absolutely not to include people who are not involved in this. It's nothing to do with them. This is specifically about Chris, but I hope that was worth getting into, and I cannot wait to talk with you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. You know, it's always a good day whenever I start doing one of these articles and it literally opens up to a picture of Bob. And I love the fact that this has replaced the old cassettes and old the cassettes as far as the out-of-date logo, and it shows Bob just giving us the sort of the come on eyes. Okay, that's the last time. I'm not going to be mentioning that much after that. Oh god, that was embarrassing. So, first of all, out of date because prison communications and details about the idea guys in the naivete section. We suggest you keep up with the times. And let's just talk about this first. Firstly, you wish you were me. Okay, let's take. Now, if we were going to take this at face value, let's pretend you and I know absolutely nothing at all about Chris whatsoever. So let's just assume we don't, and let's do a little bit of a side-by-side comparison, and let's do it between Chris and me, for example. We'll do that and see how well this stands up. At this present moment, I run 24 YouTube channels. I make roughly 250,000 views a month. In a matter of weeks, I'm going to be probably getting my very first paycheck from Google for the stuff I do on YouTube. I work a full-time job, 40 hours a week. I have friends at work. I have opportunities at work. I'm striding to actually obtain a promotion. I'm currently involved with the Prince's Trust, which is not only to get qualifications in business, but also to get my own businesses off the ground. I've actually networked with quite a few people about how we can improve their businesses, and through the sort of things that I do and the sort of things that they do, we can work off each other in that sense. I'm going to likely to be running more channels in the near future. Many of these things will be expanding into different ideas. I write my own scripts. I do a lot of my own cooking. I love and take care of my parents. I take care of my brother and sister too. They too are very, very independent, unlike Chris. I pay and, I insure and tax my own car. I never had any issues whatsoever with the law. I have actually gotten some responses, some very positive ones for the works in terms of when I write for other people and stuff like that. And there probably would be a lot more, but it's fair to say that if Chris seems to is under the impression that well, if I were him, and I know he's talking about somebody else, but let's be honest, you could replace yourself with any other person and it would have likely fit the bill. I'm going to say that actually, you know what? I work hard because a lot of the work I do demands a lot of hard work, considering, I do the editing, the animating, the broadcasting, the networking and all that fun stuff. So it's basically a well-oiled machine run by one person. Chris is probably actually quite similar in many ways as using a machine as a sort of counterpart. Unfortunately for Chris, what he doesn't seem to understand is the fact that it just blatantly comes across as arrogant, and no workman, no CEO, nobody in the world is going to be respected if they are viewed in the light of being arrogant. And it just comes across as quite rude, in all honesty, and I'm actually gonna... It's some way I've thought about, like, improving my my mic quality is by actually lowering my seat and actually just adjusting my my monitor. And so, okay, so that's actually quite a lot better. So, like I said, even though, again, life is hard and stuff like that, and, there are some things that are incredibly unfair, like just how much I pay in national insurance, how much I pay in tax, how much stick I get from certain persons at work, I still do it. You know what? Because the alternative is literally go back to universal credit, and I haven't or go back on the dole, as they say, and I haven't been on the dole in just coming up to 4 years. And that was only in part because COVID-19 made things very awkward. But you know what? I made a promise to myself that I would never go back on the dole ever again. And you know what? I'm going to, by the time I get enough to actually kickstart my own businesses and actually earn so much from what I do outside of my job that going to work will seem like pocket money by comparison. By the time I come to making roughly £15,000, probably £20,000 a month, I won't ever really need to go to my current job again. But I will stick with it because that some things have got to be paid for, and it's got to come from somewhere. Now, why exactly Chris thinks that, again, in case of somebody else, they thought they would be him, I doubt it, because of everything we knew of Chris and everything we are going to know afterwards. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever feel like you're in a situation where you seem somewhat lost and you don't really know where you're going in life, just remember, Chris is under the impression that he is someone to be envied of because of Chris's stance in society and as far as the world is concerned. Nothing could be further from the truth, and I secretly think that Chris even himself knew that, all the way back in 2010. Well, pride is not a sin, for one needs some self-esteem and confidence to motivate themselves and inspire others with soul and heart. This is CPU Blueheart distinguishing pride from arrogance, ignoring that pride can have both a positive and negative connotation. That's true. Egotism is the most important and self-destructive of Chris's flaws. Yes, flaws, by the way, plural. There's a lot more involved, but it is this egotism that may one day lead to someone playing Kick the Autistic in real life. I'm surprised this wasn't something they picked up in prison, but no, as far as we're concerned, Chris's time in prison has mostly been as you may be. And by the way, this still remains one of the best little bits of fan art that somebody has done. This is Chris's ideas of, like, how he views himself, and notice the brown staining here, and that's not just from this cushion. I'd love to know who actually was who like did this, as well as probably the original concept of, like, this manifestation of egotism, because you got the likes of, I think that's meant to be like Henry VI and Van Gogh here. I like that, if anything else. And there's a lot to discuss here. Besides, Chris strokes his ego by having two of Ben Saint's characters admire him, which is just, yeah. Are you that dense strawberry milk? This is the legend, the extra-dimensional, the goddess herself, Chris Chan Sonichu. And by the way, as far as my knowledge is concerned, Ben Saint has never actually made Chris look in this light or anything like that. I've never even noticed the shoes as well. And stuff like that, or noticing how just bad Chris's art always was, but this is like something else, I guess. So anyway, here we go. I've seen those crappy AI replicated art pieces that look better than this. Origins. When you don't have people in your life pushing you, can you push yourself? By Tori Amos. Why is Chris such an egotist? In his sheltered childhood, his enabling parents taught him to shift the blame from all of his troubles to other people. A sense of entitlement, again homegrown, skewed his perception of the proportionality between his problems and those of other people. Chris doesn't completely lack empathy, though. He isn't a psychopath, but the internal scale by which he weighs the importance of himself against that of others tilts in his favour. That problem was compounded by his autism, making it difficult for him to understand social cues and relate normally to his peers. He grew up in a very different world, and we're not just talking about the 1980s, we're talking about the 80s, the 90s, the advent of the rise of things like social media in the 2000s, and the fact that because Chris had never been taught that he was wrong in any other instant, then he probably confirmed in his mind that an attraction sign and using terms like boyfriend, free girl, and openly displaying a sense of homophobia and borderline racism was just okay to do. I don't care if you say, well, that's just the state of Virginia, you know what I mean? No, that hasn't got to do anything like that. You could come from anywhere in the world and people would still view him as a scumbag. They could be from Cape Town, they could be from Kingston, they could be from Swaziland. The people will view him as a scumbag. The problem was compounded by his autism, but that explains why Chris was an egotist, struggled with egotism, or has tendencies towards egotism. While Chris's childhood was less than ideal, it shouldn't have been quite so crippling. Time and experience should have helped temper his ego, and his half-brother supposedly suffered far worse and still managed to make something of himself. His parental half-siblings managed to acquire doctorate degrees, becoming an eye doctor and a math expert respectively. They were able to develop and learn from the past. And before people say that people compounded with autism are not capable of this, I would just like to remind all those who are curious now that, now technically I have Asperger's syndrome, which is kind of the same thing as autism. It's not 100% the same, and because I don't have all the time in the world to go over it, the importance of this is that allegedly doctors, or when I was tested for when I was about 2 years, I think it was either 2 or 3 years old, so this was like 2000 or 2001 when I was tested, and they declared it was a very mild form of Asperger's. So you could say I'm on like the very low end of the spectrum, but what people need to understand is that the problem is not so much that I was on the spectrum at all, it's the fact that being on the spectrum still means you are on the spectrum. And it can have its effects, and there are some times where I just feel like, particularly in unpleasant situations, and listen, I've had my fair share of unpleasant situations. Everybody has. That's just, sometimes life is a bit unfair. But you know what? I had two options about this. I could either go at it and make the most of a bad situation. And listen, I'm very, very good at making the most of bad situations. In fact, quite a lot of people are. What I had problems with is openly admitting it to other people that I was perfectly okay with this, and to expound my life's experience, because some people say that people just do that without having to think about it, and that it's not special to compound a certain level of self-belief or self-confidence. The irony is that some people try to compound me the irony that boasting of being confident, talking about confidence, makes you very, very what's the word I'm looking for? Insecure. However, that's not the case, and to be honest, the majority of people I've talked to about this would not really describe me as insecure. to my knowledge anyway. Whether they really mean it is a different matter entirely. But most people I've spoke to are quite earnest about this, and so I just have to go off that. With that being said, when it's in relation to Chris, I don't understand when people were being brutally honest about the stuff. I mean, I could go over literally the rest of this. I mean, what is it now? 6:20 at night. I could compound this until it's time for me to go to work in 24 hours' time, and we still wouldn't get to the bottom of it, because Chris ultimately chooses to ignore any real substantial criticism. Chris's general lack of body proportions. I mean, it's okay from if you were maybe, let's say, 7 to 8 years old, but you have to understand is that most people do not look like pink spoons or that one character from Toy Story 4, and how this is like about as minimalistic as... You could probably create a maybe more interesting story if literally you just use shapes on top of shapes and made them as characters. And this is something that goes as far back as the early 20th century, when people try to associate characters being in the form of shapes, but that's a different story itself. Especially then when we come to the dialogue and the fact that we're pointing what seems to be the end of Chris's elbow talking as opposed to his actual mouth. Has anyone ever noticed that before? Is that Chris is very, very... isn't particularly very accurate with his speech bubbles. They're meant to be pointing at his mouth, not elsewhere on his body. Chris's development isn't just delayed, it is arrested. His egocentrism has persisted well into his 30s, when most children usually grow out of it around the age of 7. Autism isn't to blame entirely. While autistic people's idiosyncrasies can make themselves appear self-centered on the surface, only a few are self-absorbed. Most still have interest in others, and many get help to develop coping strategies and social skills. Not Chris, though. Well, yeah, if there's one thing I obviously will say, even from this point in the article, is that Chris is... the way, and you could say whether maybe from a social services point of view, Chris never really got the full support he probably should have. I mean, let's face it, the hoarding situation wasn't just a thing that was encompassed from before Chris moved back to Charlottesville after his graduation at Manchester High. But that's again, covering Chris's childhood is really, really hard. Not because there are so many moving parts to his early years, but also because there's too many moving parts that he probably still hasn't disclosed, and there were lots of things he disclosed about his childhood. Chris is still an egotist, though, because he lives in a social time capsule that has allowed him to carry on for over a decade without a single life lesson. Yep, and Noel has also explained this before, is that Chris has learned not a single thing in his time, and things he should have learned a lot sooner to prevent certain situations in his life from coming out, which we know it didn't do because Chris is the way he is. Most people usually who don't suffer from the level of egocentrism usually can actually learn from their experiences, unlike Chris. And I've mentioned this before about you should view each experience as something to be learned from, like there's a lesson involved. Chris doesn't do this, which is, again, very strange, because from Chris claiming he was a fan of My Little Pony and Care Bears and whatever else, they have lessons in their stories. In fact, you know what? If Chris ever was fortunate enough to ever watch the show Bluey, then you know what? He would have learned that there were very important lessons in that show as well. Hey, listen, when I was babysitting my younger cousins recently, I actually got to start watching Bluey, and listen, I've seen Bluey and Coco Melon in my time, and I've got to tell you, I'd much rather take Bluey any other time. In fact, I've often said before that, and you could, again, whether or not Chris took so much of this early years education and the things he watched on TV when he was a child, but there were also plenty of other shows that were slightly older, or slightly for maybe older demographic than Bluey and Sesame Street. Although for my money, Sesame Street has got to be the single hardest show in the world to write for, which is literally my dream. If I could ever write an episode of Sesame Street, absolutely I would, because I think it is the single hardest show on television to write for. I'm not even joking about that. But anyway, as I was saying, He-Man, Thundercats, and there were quite a lot of other shows in the 80s that were for an older demographic, but also there were a lot of morals and they taught a lot of things. One of the popular ones in Thundercats was that rules are only meaningful if people learn to follow them, which is not exactly nuanced, but if you presented this to Chris back in 86, he probably would have taken this on board, because there's a lot to be said about that. The enablers. I'm sorry about these rantings, by the way, but I think they're just it's fascinating to go over these sorts of things, because, well, it makes you wonder just what did make Chris this way? What is the attraction and what keeps us fascinated? The enablers. Drunk or not, they had me at an old age where my mother was so close to menopause and my father was a senior citizen. I was truly a miracle. Or you are just incredibly fortunate. By the way, I know Chris isn't listening to this, but I remember 10 years ago during an RS class, and we were doing it was some kind of sex education class we were doing in RS. It wasn't like the sorts that we did before. These were more about nuclear families and mixed race families, that sort of thing. Which, even to this day, I'm looking aboard because I think it was very confusing about telling us things that we probably already knew. It was just a matter of learning the words. And some people were talking about how they were born prematurely. In fact, there was one guy in my class called Dashi. He was 25 weeks. He was born at 25 weeks. He was so premature that there was a difficulty about if he was even going to survive, and I don't remember if it was a result of an emergency C-section or not, but what I'm trying to make is that he didn't consider this a miracle. He didn't think that this was something to be fascinated about. And again, listen, make of that what you will, but what I'm trying to say is that if it's on the subject of egotism, this is something that sticks to Chris as well, because listen, I've known some pretty egocentric people in my time, but the funny thing is that when I was in school, very few of them were. Many of them were just sort of just pottering about, getting on with it. Whether or not you just want to say they were knowing exactly how to function in the world already and stuff like that. Many of them had girlfriends and were all that good stuff and stuff like that. But it was interesting. One of these days, I would still probably have to talk about, well, I might even reference things about that happened in my school days, but I think, again, this sort of comparison is the sort of thing that makes, Chris's case extremely interesting. Is it because it's a different generation thing? Is it because, well, when I was at school 10 years ago, I was in the run-up to my GCSEs, and was it because my generation had more technology and had more opportunities and stuff like that? Is it because, or what do you guys reckon? You be the judge on that. Chris's parents are enablers par excellence. Barring unrelated to catastrophes, there is no earthly reason why a grown adult in his 30s should live at home with his parents without even helping them out. Now, listen, ladies and gentlemen, that is absolutely true. You know what? I may go to work, I may have time off work, I may have downtime. I still help my parents around the house and stuff like that. You know what? I clean, I cook, because my parents are getting on in years anyway. Not to the extent of Chris, but you know what? I should be able to help out, and there was no reason whatsoever for me not doing it. If there was any other task that, you know what, at the moment should be worth doing, then it's simply got to be that way. And actually, I'm going to pause this moment because I'm just being reminded of the fact that I've got to set up my dad for a Zoom call he's got to have. So I'll be back in a tick. I'm so glad I brought this up because it got me to remember. It's funny how these things work out, eh? Back in a tick. And welcome back. Chris's parents are enablers par excellence. Barring unrelated catastrophes, blah blah blah. Autism isn't an excuse, especially when Chris's autism is as high-functioning as his activity exemplifies it to be. Adults with far more crippling psychiatric problems, from personality disorders to schizophrenia, live far more independently than Chris does. Although in the case of Daniel Larson, that might be for slightly different reasons. Even people who suffer from an intellectual disability, who would be called the R word in yesterday's parlance, can still often find work and live much more independently than Chris. Chris isn't one of those people at all. He can read, write, and work a computer, as well as talk. Incomprehensible though it is. The 90s are long gone. We don't need to constantly clarify that autistic people can be bright or successful. Bob may have missed that memo, mistakenly believed that a modern special education program would be the same as old-fashioned mental institution, rife with padded cells, straitjackets, electric shocks, and routine frontal lobotomies. This has led to the family to push a conspiracy theory against his school district, and Bob fled the Charlottesville area with Chris until he graduated from high school. For children like Chris, special education in public school is generally geared towards helping the child understand how their disorder affects their lives, and what strategies they can use to minimize its impact. This is a well-documented and well-supported strategy, but it relies on buy-in. Chris's parents clearly never bought into these strategies, because they never fostered any interest in instilling any form of independence in Chris, thus undermining the entire regime of regimen of special education, and ended up with a man-child with entitlement issues. That does describe Chris. Speaking of education, it can also be said the school system was yet another enabler of Chris's formative years. This was especially true at Manchester High, where Chris received passing grades on schoolwork he didn't do correctly, yet still eventually graduated on honour roll, or so he says. Presumably out of excessive pity on the teacher's part. Were that indeed the case, it might have encouraged Chris to put in less than half-baked effort into things and yet act like the end result is something spectacular. Possibly, but when... It's interesting as well that usually as well something that happens is that usually classes like... mostly in high school, they usually compare and contrast with quite a lot of other people. And I wonder if they ever did this with Chris, or whether or not he just simply chose to ignore them and think that everything he did was brilliant. Maybe, but because we have no other evidence to the contrary, that just might be the case. Monthly tugboat. My father helped me get my social security set up. I get more a month than I could at a job. Chris seems to be taking pride in the fact that he is lazy as fucking lazy can get, because that is absolutely not true. Even people who are on minimum wage, like I do, we earn way far more than Chris ever realizes this, and certainly in this country, at any rate, I get far more through actually going to work than Chris ever does. But considering Chris's employment record is limited and abysmal, we could only assume for 1 second that if we convince him that it's the case, then therefore he has to believe it, because, you know. Chris receives disability insurance from the government, or what he calls a monthly tugboat, as he calls it. Although it's intended to supplement income for a menial job, such as a fast food joint, Chris uses this check as his sole income. He is simply unwilling to work on anything except mass debating, playing video, and stalking women, both young and old. Yikes. People who have made a wide variety of political arguments for and against the tugboat. Some argue that Chris is abusing the welfare system. Others state that he deserves his check. Still others claim that his parents abuse the system by proxy, or that the system itself is flawed. But these arguments are besides the point. Regardless of whether or not he should have the tugboat, it is an undeniable factor in making Chris's lifestyle, and thus his worldview, sustainable. About as sustainable as it can get, but what can you do? The information superhighway. A number of the Oregon Trail generation, Chris has made many significant memories before 1991, when the World Wide Web made internet access feasible for the masses. However, he would use the internet regularly by the time he left high school. Born in 1982, he came of age in the year 2000, placing his childhood in a different millennium from his adulthood. Windows XP came out soon after, and with it came a multitude of prosumer creative programs, giving Chris something to do after kissing his gal pals goodbye. Metaphorically, not physically, thank goodness for that. Chris could record and share his own music, publish his comics online, and even create his own DVD. These services were previously reserved for professionals who had access to expensive studio equipment, but they were now in the hands of the masses. Later in the decade, Chris became involved with YouTube and Facebook, providing even more venues for self-publication. He no longer needed to wait for the news media to notice him. He could be the media. For better or worse, mostly for the worse. And you know what? Some part of me also thinks that maybe it wouldn't nearly be as bad for Chris in terms of the internet if he could possibly make any money out of what he was doing anyway, or, barring this, he just made his own material, and even the stuff he sucked at, he got better at, and he could make money of it over the long periods of time. This, again, things that seems to be incredibly simple, and if Chris was at all serious, which we kind of know he isn't, these sorts of things should have just been like second nature if he wasn't willing to actually get a proper job. Because there are plenty of people who make YouTube their side hustle and then turn it into their main hustle. But Chris is sadly not one of those persons, unfortunately. Chris joined YouTube much earlier than many more respected web celebs, during a time when most people saw it as a silly cat video website, not a career. But remember, this was Chris's closet brush with fame since the local news. Blind luck and the cherry-picking fallacy. What the hell is a philosophy? Fallacy. A contest or two here, a 9-second local TV blip there. The results are that outside events most people never experience have stroked Chris's already monstrous ego. From from being featured in Nintendo Power to being featured on the news here about the Pokemon craze that hit America, to just sort of walking in the background of McIntyre Park. Consider that Chris has produced a huge volume of fan mail, letters to the editor, internet commentary, and other drivel over the years, partially because he doesn't have much else to do. True, each letter to Nintendo is a message in a bottle. Most of them never return, but the one that does, on an official letterhead and addressed to Mr. C. Weston Chandler, is confirmation of his celebrity. Well, maybe as far as he's concerned, but, well, unfortunately in the real world is that people who only appear for seconds usually are only in the public zeitgeist for seconds. You need to be really, really dominant in your approach, and unfortunately that just doesn't quite seem to be the case. Not even by the standards of Chris. Yeah, it says here that, that it goes on to say that Nintendo of America has some of the most devoted, enthusiastic fans of any game developer. Each week, they receive hundreds of thousands of suggestions about their games and systems. While they would love to use ideas from fans to develop actual products, due to the volume of the requests they receive and the resources it would take to process them, they do not accept unsolicited game or product ideas. And probably would also have to go through studios who would greenlight their own IPs, so it would be doubtful even by this point. But they are committed to being at the leading edge of game and hardware development, and they can be sure that they are constantly at work developing new and exciting products and game ideas. Now, here's the interesting part, where they quote about how I actually go further about them changing their minds and actually accepting the idea and helping me, making it totally real, with the video games and the TV animations and the action figures and officially released my personal approved medals. They say that the best way to let other fans know about my idea or to generate hype about the future game I'd like to see is to post the ideas to the forums on their sites. And again, it's genuinely a good idea if you actually have a product that is successful already, because usually spin-off material works in lieu of this. Or if you did want to make it into a game first, then work on something that's, that's something comparable to being in a video game. Did Chris even have like a foundation? Did Chris have a main idea, a story, or anything like that going into this? Probably not, unfortunately. The concept of form letters does not seem to occur to Chris, who seems to think the letter was written specifically for him. As if Chris didn't think his material was golden to begin with, he got a second nod from Nintendo Power for his epic Animal Crossing documentary. I have seen that before, and it's actually quite engrossing if you believe that. And a page in the PVCC's form is just icing on the cake. Even before his E-fame, Chris had plenty of evidence to convince himself that he was creative, and not just a high-volume, whiny jerk that presented or pestered his way to acknowledgement. As he graduated from PVCC in 2006, his writing shows that Sonichu was, in his mind, already tested. There was just some small threshold of notoriety or connections that needed to be breached to become a true media sensation. On top of that, Chris has a huge amount of free time to inject himself into situations like the McIntyre Park meetings, which always allow him to cherry-pick more moments of recognition. A tongue-in-cheek acknowledgement by the local council seems cute to us, but it is serious business to him. And since Chris cherry-picks only the reinforcement that he wants, not what is coming to him, he legions off trolls just to add the fire. Delusion led to him believe that he had a legion of fans for a time. A few hundred emails in his inbox confirmed it, for all the wrong reasons. You see the sort of trouble that actually having excessive pride and hubris can lead to somebody? Big fish, small pond. Chris is a small town girl living in a lonely world. They wouldn't let him on the midnight train. He wouldn't even know where to get it, because it would be going anywhere. Let's take a look at the cities of his life. Ruckersville is such a tiny place that it only has one other notable resident, NASCAR driver Philip Morris, who is no Jeff Gordon or Danica Patrick. The neighbouring city of Charlottesville is most relevant for the UVA, the Monticello, and a handful of political rallies. It is a historic town, but it still has a small town feel. It offers suburban conveniences like public parks, movie theatres, and a multitude of strip malls, but it lacks the hallmarks of a big city. Chris's teenage environment, suburban Richmond, is much more robust. However, Chris had a very sheltered adolescence and experienced little of what growing up in a large metropolitan area usually entails. Richmond also suffers from being far from any other major cities, except for Washington, D.C. Chris rarely visits big cities that would quickly humble him. He lives in a very isolated world. His hometown has a smaller population than some high schools, and it isn't really known for up-and-coming artists. His main frame of reference was his classmates. Many of them took art as an elective, without any plans of becoming professionals. Additionally, him succeeding in spite of his autism might have only been relevant because the small school population made him one of the few autistic kids in class. In reality, autism is a fairly common condition that's more often than not quite manageable with the right help and support. Whether you want to say this is literally just Chris's, things being different in the 80s, and people going undiagnosed, that might possibly have something to do with it as well. Chris peaked in high school. His bases most of his merit on his various HS accomplishments, and he talks about the time as if it were the time of his life. Might possibly be the case. He considers himself bilingual because he took Spanish classes. He takes pride in the fact that his school displayed his work publicly, even though schools do that all the time. And not usually just inside, sometimes in the hallways as well. He takes pride in the fact that his school displayed his work publicly. As they do anyway. Chris's comic book Incarnation bears a strong resemblance to his high school self. Comic Chris doesn't wear glasses, the real Chris didn't wear them until 98, and he's in good shape, much like high school Chris, likely because of gym classes. Chris would often bring up his placement on the honor roll as proof of his intelligence. And quickly how things changed, and his mental health would sharply decline after graduation. Not just from the influence of Count Graduan, even in that case. Chris has taken his big fish mentality out of his small pond and transferred it to the large ocean of the internet, not knowing that it's filled with much larger sharks. Catherine suggested that Chris ought to move to a place like San Francisco or Seattle, or anywhere outside suburban Virginia. She told him that these places are more LGBT friendly and have more job prospects. A lot of people have actually suggested that to me before, and listen, I know fine well that for me, if there were more job prospects, I should either move either down to London, maybe to Brighton, possibly even as far as Cornwall. But even then, is it the case of the pond being too small, or whether or not I should actually learn how to succeed in my hometown first, or because it's just outside of Newcastle, so I should be able to if I could make it in my hometown first, then I should be able to make it elsewhere. Because there's no shortage of very rich and affluent persons in my hometown. So if I can make it work here, then there's a good chance I can make it work in other places. It probably also helps that my hometown is actually is home to a lot of people who are retired and a lot of people who are just starting to have families here in my hometown. So therefore, it should stand to reason that actually there's plenty of people who are either retired but are still working because their assets are that valuable, or that those who are just trying to make a nest, if you will. And to be fair, Ponteland is a great place to grow up, especially if you plan on going to the schools locally, which I didn't, and if you actually take the time to know a lot more of your neighbours. Depending which part of Ponteland you live, it's almost dealer's choice, but you can make friends quite easily in a place like this. It's actually, among other things, and I don't know how the US would even go about doing something like this, but apparently of recent, Ponteland got named the 34th best place to live in the UK, according to the Daily Telegraph of 2023. And it beat things like Cambridgeshire and Windsor as well, if call it what you may. Possibly Ponteland is better to live in than possibly even Buckingham Palace itself. That might be going a bit far, but it does also suggest that as well, maybe perhaps the environment was just more friendlier to Chris, despite, was the game place originally in Charlottesville or something like that? But I'm sure that even if Chris had the time, there probably would have been neighbours in Richmond and Ruckersville who probably should have known him, or Chris known them. But Chris told her, but there's no San Francisco in Virginia, completely missing all of them. Wanting to have his cake and eat it too. Chris chose to stay in his small town, southeastern bubble, because it's easier for him. Yet he would clearly benefit from living in a more developed, liberal-minded area. Possibly, but as history has shown, is that all that glitters is not gold. But again, how would you know all that glitters is not gold if you've never actually seen gold for yourself? In the same conversation, Chris stated the real reason for not leaving is that he doesn't want to leave his mother behind. Since she is already on bad terms with her other adult child. Well, yes, but to be honest, just leave for a couple of days, Chris, and actually see what she does. Because to be completely honest, if I left to go down south and a couple of days later my family were phoning the police and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure that would get social services involved in some respect. Chris didn't consider that his Aunt Harriet could take Bob in, or that she could use her retirement insurance to live in an old folks' home. Instead, well, we know what happened there. Chris even brought up that he doesn't want to move out of the state after Bob dies. Chris did acknowledge the perks of moving out of his valley, though, but it's only logical for him to move out. What is a person obsessed with fame and art doing in a place known for neither? Well, again, I have to bring this up, is that if for what I'm going for, probably the sort of place I would imagine moving to is possibly, like, California is probably where I'd imagine myself going to. Only because there's either California or probably southern Florida. But then again, I don't think either state is particularly known for being particularly safe. I mean, I don't know exactly. I mean, listen, I've never been to Miami before, but I've heard some things about it, and some things that probably I should reconsider my options. But then again, literally any place can be dangerous if there's trouble. Not everybody is going to be living in fear. In fact, quite a lot of people live freely, and not too many people actually do horrible things just because they're capable of doing it. Some of them do, yes, but that, again, you shouldn't really live in fear. That's the point I'm trying to make. This isn't really concerning like Chris's ego. This is more concerning about what's going to make him comfortable and something that's going to suit him, even though in his current situation not much is really suiting him anyway. Why does a loud and proud bisexual trans woman want to live in a place where most residents are massively homophobic and or anti-trans? Why does the world's most documented autistic person want to live in an area that, by his own admission, doesn't understand autistic people? Well, do you think, well, at the same time, well, one, do you really think San Francisco is going to be any more welcoming to Chris specifically? Your guess is as good as mine. Second, where's he supposed to live? You know, what's he going to do? Ring up Jacob Sockness, and goodness knows what Sockness might do in the middle of the night if Chris isn't looking. I'm not saying he wouldn't do that, but with what I know, I probably wouldn't go near Jacob. And you know what I mean? And all it would take is for Chris to do something stupid, and he would get in trouble anyway, because Chris isn't particularly renowned the world over for keeping his hands to himself, learning to behave himself, and finding ways to get into trouble seemingly of his own accord, no matter what happens. I want you guys to bear in mind the Sonic's Blue Arms was entirely of his choosing. It wasn't motivated by anybody. It all began with his complete intolerance of it. So, make of that what you will. The trolls didn't help, certainly, but Chris just went far too far. I mean, we know that, but it's worth mentioning it. And why does someone who desperately wants a compatible partner limit himself to a tiny dating pool and then resort to long-distance troll dating where there probably is someone for him in the Los Angeles area? Yeah, but you know what else is in the Los Angeles area? South Central, Inglewood. A lot of very dangerous places in the US, and I don't particularly know if Chris has, like, the mental fortitude to know what streets to stay away from, where he thinks he's sort of like, if he asks somebody and somebody immediately takes it the wrong way and, you know, chaos ensues. I'm not saying, again, that's not always the case, but even Hollywood isn't particularly known for being safe most of the time. And why does Chris want to treat his dwelling as a temple for all to flock to, when it's so remote that Google Street View doesn't cover it? Because it's easy to be a big fish in a small pond, even after pissing off the other fish and getting banned from your favourite hangouts. Aggrandizing is fairly common in the family, and they can generally get away with it because of the small town mentality. Chris's family loves to bring up Bob's injection molding patent. He claims that we wouldn't even have a simple water bottle without it. In reality, plastic injection molding was invented before Bob was even born. The Wikipedia article doesn't even mention Bob. All he designed was a control panel for one specific machine. If Bob didn't design it, someone else would have. Even Cole Smithy, who managed to escape the Weston Chandler household as a young adult and go on to have a fairly successful career, bills himself as the smartest film critic in the world. Was this before or after he gave Toy Story 3 a negative review? Some things may remain a mystery. Now we move on to another huge aspect of Chris's egotism, is his narcissism. I was mistaken, but not wrong. So yeah, exactly. That just about says it all, doesn't it? It's unlikely that Chris actually suffers from narcissistic personality disorder, although it's likely that someone in his family does. There probably could be a lot of people, but you know what? It doesn't mean it has to come out into the open. For all we know, every person on Earth may suffer from this, but whether they choose to act upon it or not, or just straight up be a dick in real life, is again here or there. While extreme self-centeredness and egotism is often conflated with the term narcissism, NPD is also an existing mental condition, categorized by more factors such as emotional manipulation or split personalities for different people. Given the fact that Chris himself is too stupid to actually emotionally manipulate anyone, in a way, let alone get manipulated himself, Chris most likely isn't a narcissist, in the real sense. However, it's possible that Barbara, who did employ plenty of abusive NPD-like traits such as using suicide baiting, might have influenced Chris's behavior in some ways. Chris actually mentioned in a theatrical manner considering suicide on his Facebook posts several times. Yes, that is true. Even for something as inconsequential as Sonic the Hedgehog's arms to shove his own name, initials, and creations every chance that he gets, specifically other people's works, if it guarantees fame. That's kind of like really, really hard to forgive, to be honest, because yes, Chris only does it for attention. Also, he would have gotten away with it for a lot longer if, somebody either just called him out a lot sooner and just straight up, told Chris, you can't do that. But the problem is that because people don't know for certain, then who's to say Chris isn't just, he was telling the truth. So that's why people chose whatever stance they did, and yeah, but it's still pretty scummy all the same. That said, while a lot of factors like his relentless attention whoring or his lack of empathy coincide with symptoms of the disorder, factors of his ego were mostly results of his shitty upbringing and awful luck with winning contests, giving him a huge sense of self-importance. Not to mention his lack of empathy for others was also partially caused by his autism. If Chris does have NPD, he likely has a low-functioning variant of the disorder, and it may be hard to delineate his potential NPD symptoms from established ASD ones. Further reading is required to confirm the difference. I don't know whether or not this is an article that leads to anything, or misdiagnosing narcissism, Asperger's disorder. So let's just, I'll tell you what, we'll take a small break just to go through this to see if there's anything we can actually get out of it. Asperger's syndrome, renamed as the Autism Spectrum Disorder Level 1, is often misdiagnosed as NPD, though evident as early as age 3, while pathological narcissism cannot be safely diagnosed to prior earlier adolescence. In both cases, the patient is self-centered and engrossed in a narrow range of interests and activities. That does describe Chris. Social and occupational interactions are severely hampered, and conversational skills, the give and take of verbal intercourse, are primitive. Yes, the Asperger's patient body language, eye-to-eye gaze, body posture, facial expressions is constricted and artificial. Chris, in a way, yeah, sort of, yes, maybe. Where were we? Is constricted and artificial. Akin to the narcissist, non-verbal cues are virtually absent from their interruption in others lacking. Yes, the gulf between Asperger's and pathological narcissism is vast. The narcissist switches between social agility and social imperative voluntarily. His social dysfunctioning is the outcome of conscious haughtiness and the reluctance to invest scarce mental energy in cultivating relationships with inferior and unworthy ones. When confronted with potential sources of narcissistic supply, however, the narcissist easily regains his social skills, his charm, and his gregariousness. Yes, maybe, and maybe yes. Many narcissists reach the highest rungs of their community, church, firm, or voluntary organization. Well, that's definitely not that. Most of the time, they function flawlessly through the inevitable blow-ups and the grating extortion of narcissistic supply, usually put to an end to the narcissist's career and social liaisons. But Chris never got anywhere close to the top, so we can probably safely ignore this. Although, again, it would be inevitable that, well, Chris removed himself from going to church for many years anyway, so we can safely put that down to probably not. The Asperger's patient often wants to be accepted socially, to have friends, to marry, to be sexually active, and to sire offspring. Yes, true, but that's, not quite unlike everybody else. He just doesn't have a clue how to get about it. His affect is limited. His initiative, for instance, to share his experience with nearest and dearest or to engage in foreplay is thwarted. His ability to divulge his emotions stilted. He is incapable of reincorporating and is largely unaware of the wishes, needs, and feelings of his intercloteus or counterparties. Inevitably, Asperger's patients are perceived by others to be cold, eccentric, insensitive, indifferent, repulsive, exploitative, or emotionally absent. Not all at the same time, but that is a good highlight for Chris. To avoid the pain of rejection, they confine themselves to solitary activities. But unlike the schizoid, not by choice, they limit their world to a single topic, hobby, or person and dive in with the greatest all-consuming intensity, excluding all other matters and everybody else. It is a form of hurt control and pain regulation. Thus, while the narcissist avoids pain by excluding, devaluing, and discarding others, the Asperger's patient achieves the same result by withdrawing and by passionately incorporating in his universe only one or two people and one or two subjects of interest. Both narcissists and Asperger's patients are prone to react with depression to perceived slights and injuries, but Asperger's patients are far more at risk of self-harm and suicide. The use of language is another differentiating factor. The narcissist is a skilled communicator. He uses language as an instrument to obtain narcissistic supply, or as a weapon, to obliterate his enemies and discarded sources with. Cerebral narcissists derive narcissistic supply from the consummate use they make of their innate verbosity. Now, to be completely honest as well, oh dear lord, they really did think of everything, didn't they? Not so the Asperger's patient. He is equally verbose at times and taciturn on other occasions, but his topics are few and thus tediously repetitive. He is unlikely to obey conversational rules and etiquette, for instance, to let others speak in turn. Nor is the Asperger's patient able to decipher non-verbal cues and gestures, or to monitor his own misbehavior on such occasions. Narcissists are similarly inconsiderate, but only towards those who cannot possibly serve as sources of narcissistic supply. Chris, again, the more I go into this, the more I'm beginning to realize that Chris might be one, or he might be both, or he might just be the worst aspects of both. Refrigerator mothers. The concept of a refrigerator mother has long been debunked. Autism is a brain disorder. Well, that's not really true. It's a neurological condition, so not really a disorder. It is not linked to bad parenting, but a dead narcissistic mother can cause her autistic child to defend himself by developing narcissism. Well, that's more just as a result of like traits that work downwards, and also, well, it's a kind of a yes and no thing. It's the traits that Chris inherited from both his parents, as well as the fact that whether Chris wants to admit it or not, Bob baiting Chris into doing unspeakable things to get him to fall in line did sort of work, so he has to sort of take these on board in some way, because he has to admit that they worked in a way. ADHD has been initially linked to the precursors in children of adult narcissism and psychotherapy, conduct disorder, and oppositional defiant disorder. A bad, dead, cold mother fosters in the autistic child narcissistic defenses, and in her other children attention deficits, hyperactivity, and antisocial behavior. These dysfunctions make it difficult for the child to translate his or her reflex empathy into mentalizing a theory of mind. Early childhood abuse and trauma, therefore, inhibit the development of a mature form of empathy, with cognitive and emotional components. There are 3 problems with raising awareness and educating people about autism spectrum disorders. 1. We don't know the ontology of autism, what causes it. We kind of do and don't, and whether the brain abnormalities often observed in autistic patients cause it, are caused by, or are merely correlated, effectuated by a third common factor, probably the environment. Autism is a family of disorders which have little in common with each other. Some autistic persons are high-functioning and accomplished. Others self-harm, are hypersensitive to stimuli, and non-communicator. And 3. The long discredited refrigerator mother theory blamed emotionally unavailable, dead, or frigid mothers for the pathogenesis of autism in their children. This deterred parents from seeking help. The ignorance, taboos, stigma, biases, prejudices, and lack of evidence-based theories and practices that pervade mental health apply even more so to autism. And listen, I know there's probably a lot more to go into here, and thanks for Malignant Self-Love by Dr. Sam Vakin. The only thing I feel like I think could worth add to this point before we move on is that it's not really Chris. If Chris didn't have if it was like a different thing Chris was interested in, like maybe Lord of the Rings, he probably might have used this as some way to like maybe beat someone over the stick with, but because this is entirely of Chris's own creation, this is something of Solitude was something of his own mind, in a way, we can't necessarily say that it wouldn't have been the case if Chris had something else tangible to his mind, because if failing that, the only reason why Chris would be mad is that he had virtually nothing to his name. So whether you want to say that Solitude is just his coping mechanism, or that it was fueled long ago by environmental factors that more resulted in making Chris feel good about himself, you're more than free to do so. You just need to change this one bit. So let's move on, shall we? And now we come to Chris's manifestations, which only inflame his ego, because if there's nobody there to outwardly oppress him, then it's the only way he can self-assert his own sense of dominance. Because people who don't have any semblance of dominance whatsoever have to compensate them by making stuff up on their own. Chris's egotism manifests itself in a variety of ways. Unwarranted self-importance. I have had my way over 1 million fans worldwide since I went online in before 2000, which is completely untrue. As overwhelming as Chris's unwarranted self-importance is, it's easy for the novice observer to get lost in the sea of Solitude shit and assume that he's just confident in his e-fame. Of course, you say, he's got 1 billion hits on YouTube and 1,000 emails in his mailbox. He's going to think he's hot shit, though, isn't he? Like every other laughed at not with dumbass on the internet. But nothing sums up Chris's deep airbaiting USI like this missive to Mary Lee Walsh. And of course, you can see Chris's level of graciousness through this photo, which is so pseudo an apology to Mary Lee Walsh, but it kind of isn't. First of all, you see Snowy Orion trying to apologize by doing this. I'm sorry for using your name in vain, and when I construed PVCC citizens and made you look a fool for about 6 years, Mary Lee Walsh. This is disregarding the fact that Chris originally named Snowy Orion Mary Lee Walsh in the first place, and that was the intention for her going in all this time. Then you hear Chris saying, and I'm sorry for letting Snowy Orion let away with it for so long. I pray we can put this whole mess behind us, Mrs. Walsh. Chris's level of graciousness is only confined by the fact that it has to be a two-way street. You know, he can't, when you, Chris, because nobody has ever told Chris that when you apologize to someone, you don't bargain with somebody over an apology. It has to come from you and only you. That's how it's meant to be. As overwhelming as Chris's unwarranted self-importance is, it's easy... Okay, so we've just done all that. Sorry. But nothing sums up Chris's deep and abating USI like this missive to Mary Lee Walsh. Mary, I've slept on it, and I have realised that note hanging is not the way to get attention. Good start. And I don't really want to meet with you either nor Susan. No offence. Not so good. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting. And if you will allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes on the wall again. I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan. I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect, each by 2 points. Please reply via email, Christian C. He never got a response to this letter, apparently. I think it was also one of the reasons why he was still banned and they were unwilling to negotiate. E-Fame just adds a whole new dimension. He was misunderstood genius before, now he's a misunderstood genius with a personal army. I'm working on it! Let me do that stupid video so I can tell everybody I'm in command to get everything. Help me get everything off the internet. In the infamous This Is My House video where Chris, realizing that leaking information on the internet was probably not a good idea. It's so bad that when Chris meets someone new who claims not to know who he is, he seems skeptical and rather surprised. Y'all should know me by now, but if you don't, I am Christian Weston Chandler, the original creator of Solitude, the electric hedgehog Pokemon, back on March 17th, the year 2000. Chris in only his second YouTube video. You know what, it's only bad that he would do that on my mother's birthday, St. Patrick's Day, but... whatever. The instant gratification, instant acknowledgement, and instant attention, good or bad, good or bad, that has come with his minor E-Fame over the last few years, has thoroughly convinced Chris that people do read everything he writes, and that his YouTube messages invariably get to his target audience. I realize I am famous like a princess, Chris on Twitter in October 2017. Unfortunately, the only royalty he probably feels like is Princess Diana. Notable resident in Ruckersville, Virginia, alongside a NASCAR racer and about the 29,000th most popular individual in this world. So where is the Wikipedia article about me? Chris on Twitter in 2018, like he needs more information written about him. He also describes himself as managing the varsity team in high school, when actually he was the water boy. But if, even after all of this, you're still not convinced that Chris has unwarranted self-importance issues, consider this little tidbit. He posted autographed pictures of himself on eBay, looking like this. No less. And this is the first time we'll actually go on to one of the references for this. And we'll have to click on this. And yeah, it still looks as though Chris got bitten by a mosquito and... yeah. Well, you get the idea. Make of that what you will. It's almost as if its shit speaks for itself. Fixation on self-image. Chris has created many avatars of himself through mediums, which is as Pogs, his comic character as a level figure, as Smash Brothers, for Super Smash Brothers, amiibo figurines, another tomboy figure of himself, a Christine doll, which is just a My Little Pony Equestria Girls doll, Skylanders, more, Transformers, MLP, Ridiculous as like 2 forms of MLP, another Christine doll, Funko Pops, and as a trading card. Persecution complex. Chris has a lot of problems, and even the ones he takes responsibility for are still out of his hands. His school was mean to him, he didn't deserve that F in English or the 1 in CAD, and he didn't deserve the 24/7 trolling, among other things. And if this wasn't bad enough, he thinks every authority figure in the land is conspiring against his love quest. Then in mid-October, the quote-unquote Dean of Student Services, Mary Lee Walsh, approached me and pulled my sign away from me and told me to, "You are not allowed to find true love here." My heart was shattered that very moment, unlike that wart thing on Chris's face from years to come. It doesn't help that he's engaged in a quagmire of a war against the homo rumours that those damn trolls keep spreading about him, with a second front versus the copyright violating thieves. It's out of my control, I don't know where to go, I don't know where to go. In a May 8th video, Chris blames the Greene County School Board for pretty much every misfortune in his life. Well, that's just ridiculous, just to be honest. Why, really? From being banned from the game place to becoming the social outcast that we all know and tolerate, thereby cementing the notion that Chris will never actually take responsibility for his actions. The only time Chris had actually stepped up and admitted responsibility was the accidental formatting of his PlayStation 3. And given the lack of things after this, you could probably only imagine that they weren't kidding. That probably only was. Interesting, really. Naivete. Chris's simple-mindedness and gullibility are the stuff of legends. Like George W. Bush, he only deals in absolutes. Either you're with him or you're against him. But unlike Bush, who will raid you for oil, this has been very obvious to Chris in his answers to the mailbags, where he refuses to listen to any talk, even from professionals, even from the very people who know better and would probably benefit Chris's life completely if Chris ever chose to mention them. But I mentioned all these things way back in the mental health care videos. About the similarities between Asperger's syndrome and autism, denies that there are any shortcomings in his work, and shrugs off any advice about how to improve his health or appearance, labeling anyone who suggests he has any kind of shortcomings a troll. Chris equates honesty with divulging every last detail about his life. Nothing is too candid for Chris. Getting haircuts, drinking his own semen, shitting his pants, or even giving away his home phone number and home address. The only thing he hasn't done with wild abandon is given away his social security number, and when that happens, it won't be a surprise to anybody. Though surprisingly, he hasn't done it to this point, so good for Chris for at least knowing not to do that. His gullibility is astounding. No matter how many times it's happened before, Chris is easily led around by trolls promising China, threatening his identity, and most damaging of all, playing into his otherworldly delusions and fantasies. The earlier trolling schemes, such as Blanca Wise, Panda Halo, and Jimmy Hill, got Chris to jump through hoops and expose so much information about Chris and his personality that they had to start this very wiki itself, to keep track of just all of it. Another example of Chris's gullibility is one Miss Jackie Romey, a sweetheart Chris met earlier in 2011. Despite her obviously being a troll, proving by a mysterious leak of videos that were sent only to Jackie on February 2012, Chris has befriended her on Facebook after blocking her the previous April. Only time we'd ever told it would end up seeing Chris cosplaying or making an ass out of himself, which he eventually did, and again, time and time again, in videos only aimed at Jackie. Unfortunately, though, it appears not to have happened. It's pretty obvious that Chris had only done this because he believed that he would score with Jackie sooner or later. And if that's all it took to convince her, then fair enough, Chris will do it. It didn't mean he had to try and do anything special or different. He was very much the same as he was before, and that's good enough for Chris, because for even trying to aim higher, or even just a little bit higher, was about as much as ask for Chris to reach the moon, for example. In 2009 and 2010, Chris slowly began to learn to distrust trolls or to keep more of his information secure. However, many of his trolls believe this is akin to putting a shock collar on an animal. Eventually, to stop being shocked, not because they actually understand or care, an animal will start doing as it's told. Eventually. Hubris, the pride before the fall. I love myself, and it's obviously just Chris twice. It's fair to say that Chris is a bit of a narcissist. I even especially dislike the people who have mugs saying, "I love me." I mean, how bad must your self-esteem must be when not only you're going to buy into that shit, also that... Because, listen, companies are perhaps some of the biggest narcissists on the planet, but it doesn't stop people from buying their stuff, you know what I mean? I'd say I'm all around, you see. The problem is that I have too many skills that I am good at. No, that's the opposite round, Chris. You have too many skills and you're not good at any of them. You might say that I am a jack of all trades and a master of none. No, you're the jack shit of all trades and you're the master of none of them. And Chris apparently being right about the last part. Numerous times, Chris has shown that he believes he has powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal autistics. In fact, so much so that this attitude has transcended mere hubris. Instead, it more resembles a mental illness. Not only is Chris convinced that his writing, musical talents, and art are without peer, he also believes he has supernatural powers along with the lines of Wicca or voodoo. And he doesn't just have the power to create, his is also the power to destroy. This line of thinking is exemplified by Chris's acceptance that Ryan Cash committed suicide just because he withheld Sonichu updates, and would worsen when he believed that his curse actually caused Liquid Chris and Mary Lee Walsh to have some sort of horror befall them. But those are just the most insane moments of cognitive dissonance. What about the time he went into hysterics when he didn't get recognition for his art at high school graduation? I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents. I showed in many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation day. I felt crestfallen, greatly from not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. And again, you have to also as well, because there must have been plenty of other people who probably didn't get recognized too, Chris. And listen, again, whether we want to say his work was just not up to par, which is likely the case, it might have also been the case there were plenty of other people who didn't get recognized too, Chris. It's not all about you, even on a day like your graduation day. Or his reaction to losing the parappa contest. So that's sworn on my autism. Justice will be served to the 7 people of those 4 videos. Just because Chris thinks that doing little effort was worth it to win a PSP. All of the above is consistent with the behaviour of small children, who are isolated from the real world by a lack of comprehension and limited mobility, believe themselves to be godlike beings. This belief is gradually destroyed as the child goes to school and encounters outside authority, leading to acknowledgement of the fact that they are, in fact, ordinary people. Of course, since Chris is not only autistic but also extremely sheltered, he still manages to cling to his belief by focusing on specific aspects of his life and constructing elaborative fantasy worlds. This is also probably why he sees mundane chores as horrific signs and trials of strength and will. In psychological terms, this can be referred to as psychological notony, which is basically the retention of juvenile traits well into physical maturity. Well, physically he's done one of these things, you could say, but not quite the others. Also consistent with his childlike mindset is his apparent belief that he has supernatural powers. In Freudian terms, this is referred to as omnipotence of thought. Basically, in the same way he does with religion, Chris cherry-picks elements of his life to validate his fantasy of control, which is more systematically displayed in the Sonichu comics. Taking this into consideration, it's likely that Magi-chan is yet another Mary Sue for Chris, serving as a kind of avatar for his desire for ultimate authority. Why he felt it necessary to make yet another character to fill this role is unclear, considering he's already established himself as the one true god of Quickville. Another aspect of Chris's arrogance, and again caused by his childish way of viewing the world, is visible in a phone call with Alec Benzilleri, the creator of Asperchu. In the call, it is obvious Chris does not follow a mature procedure for developing a stance on issues. Where normally an individual will learn information about the issue and from there decide how they feel about said issue, Chris does it the other way around, and decides how he feels about something, then refuses to believe, understand, or even humour any evidence to the contrary. So basically he does everything backwards, and his responders are perplexed beyond words, even while Chris is acting these things out, when he should have had time to ponder on them. While most people have very strong beliefs in some issues, so much that they automatically have a prejudice against people who believe differently, politics, religion, etc., Chris has this perspective on everything. He takes a position on matters, then finds ways to back it up and ignores all evidence for the opposing viewpoint. This is called a confirmation bias. For example, Chris has decided homos are bad, so he selectively finds information that backs up his stance on the matter and ignores anything anyone will... Whoops, I pressed something by accident. But I'll get to that in a second. Decided on bad and will tell him about why his homophobia is bad and makes him a bad person. He will then go as far as to pretend he can cure homosexuality with his own blood. He'll probably give people diabetes, is probably more the case knowing Chris, unless disliking homosexuals means he will not get laid. And to this day, the only evidence Chris ever did to getting paid is if he just straight up paid for it. This is most apparent when he takes two contrary positions about a similar topic. The obvious example of this is Chris's understanding of the way parody functions. Chris will defend his right to make Sonichu to the hilt by claiming it is a parody, but then states that Asperchu is a bad thing because it is a parody of a parody. As you can see, Chris has decided that he has every right to make Sonichu, so he backs this up with statements about his right to parody existing trademarked characters. But conversely, he has decided Asperchu is bad, so he supports this position by stating it is a parody of his legitimate work that was already, in his words, a parody. A literal example of the pride before the fall would be Chris's series of Facebook posts between April and June of 2012. In April 2012, Chris believed that he had utterly fooled the trolls when he made a series of posts mocking them. He even went so as far as to post screenshots of the Quickie forum members talking about it. Note that in several of the screenshots, Chris believed that he had uncovered a scheme to start a poster campaign about him in Charlottesville. According to his Facebook post dated 4th of June 2012, he had called the cops and basically admitted that he completely fell for it. He then recorded an angry voicemail greeting before quickly deleting it. Compared to an earlier voicemail he made, one could clearly see how humbled he was. Not very much is the word to put it. A more recent example of Chris's pride before an ego superseding the efforts of people around him can be seen in Sonichu Special 5, in which the captain vociferously praises Chris, flanked by his creations for providing a good service to us all in the world, when in reality the opposite was true. Chris had been manipulated by the idea guys, and the captain, a member of the guard dogs, was the actual person providing said services in attempting to break Chris free of their influences. For example, Sonichu Special 5, in which Chris found a way to twist a situation in which he was being helped into Chris himself doing the helping, ending up with him receiving praise from a fictionalized version of one of the people trying to help him out. This here trying to be the captain. Thank you, Christine. I shall take care of it. You provide a good service to us all in the world. which is the only way Chris could justify having to sell his high school amethyst ring. You know, in a time when he gave away thousands of dollars, a position he wouldn't need to be in if Chris wasn't so dumb. Well, I could have used a stronger word, but we all know what... Yeah. Materialism. I want Julie. Yeah, love is my first priority. But then I really want my stuff back. Chris caring more about his precious PSN account and Sonichu website than his sweetheart. Imagine if he had said this to a real girl, but, you know, that's not going to happen anytime sooner either. It is clear that Chris is a materialist, a common symptom of narcissistic personality disorder. Buying and hoarding large amounts of crap that make him feel good about himself. He may even believe that his unhealthy amount of children's toys might attract a sweetheart, when any human being would clearly see that this man is delusional. He also doesn't seem to have a problem with getting money for sitting on his ass, claiming he can get more from his tugboat than he could at any actual job. He has absolutely no concept of money, and believes he is entitled to everything he can buy. This stems from childhood, when Snorlax would take Chris to the toy store and encourage him to talk by giving him toys if he could read their names out loud. Ever since, he's believed that just by being autistic, he deserves everything he gets his grubby, sticky hands on. This mixture of compulsive hoarding, compulsive shopping, and autism is bad news all the way. He compulsively hoards all of his toys and video games because he wants to give them to his daughter in the future. Bullshit. He also seems to enjoy collecting things, which may explain why Pokemon appeals to him so much. Chris compulsively buys everything he can on the PlayStation 3 and is more concerned with trophies than actual gameplay. Most of the games he's downloaded have never been played, but the important thing is that he has it. Hoarding items in cases other than OCD is a sign of intellectual disability in older children. He may have inherited this behavior from his parents, especially Bob. His tender misanthropy. A tender misanthrope is, by definition, someone who despises humanity in general. That's a bit going far when it comes to, like, Chris, is my forehead gone, like, really red, or is it just me? But is ever ready to make an exception for the real people. In other words, an egotist who pretends to be benevolent. While it's obvious that Chris is an egotist, he truly believes that he is benevolent. He is the perfect example of a tender misanthrope screaming death threats at what he knows of humanity, seeing as the only social contact he gets is from the internet, while also believing that he is a kind, loving person who can give advice and act as a role model for children. Another part of the definition states that, well, in the words of the famous song, "Do I look like a motherfucking role model?" Anyway, another part of the definition states that a tender misanthrope feels certain of being able to love real people if only they can be found, or failing that, to transform existing false people into idealized real people through social and political programs of the tender misanthrope's own making. The way that Chris treats homos, seeing as he hates them all, no matter what he says, and wants to turn them straight by placing them into co-ed prisons, reprogramming them into straights via concentration camps, or by creating a vaccine that cures homosexuality, certainly fits this description. The fact that he also generalizes trolls as homos also supports this. If that does not convince you, however, if that does not convince you that Chris feels he can make people into what he can by emotionally attaching himself to, there are also other obvious examples of his unique delivery of his intentions. 1. Disregard of rules of conduct online, which, we know that. Do not delete nor censor my bombastic protest. Chris in Encyclopedia Dramatica. That's like the first big red flag there, is to use the word bombastic protest. Oh dear, especially in a post 9/11 world. Chris has little regard for the rules of online communities. When he joins up on websites, he tends to do things his way. Basically, the anti-Reddit user, but mostly. He assumes that his own niche in these websites is under his absolute control. For example, he assumed that Wikipedia would allow him to post anything on his personal user page, or that Encyclopedia Dramatica would remove material critical to him if he just asked nicely. Sites like DeviantArt and YouTube allow community participation, presuming Chris is in a community that accepts him because of who he is and not the other way around. Chris simply disallowed comments or later on just ignored every comment he received. Chris also assumes that when other people host websites for him in case of Wikipedia, he's given the final say on all matters. His record for getting permabanned is currently at 2 weeks on Flipnote Hitina, where he foolishly tried to re-upload Flipnotes that he'd previously been removed from for breaking the rules, without bothering to find out why they had removed him in the first place. His Facebook account encountered a cycle in 2015, and specifically in July, where it would be removed and put back up again. Some of Chris's posts contained sexual content, such as photos of lizards in amplexes, thumbnails of tribudism, screenshots of sexting, and a drawing in which he was drenched in lemonade through a China-shaped melon. Or lemon, I should say. Which he even bragged about how jerks would be offended by it. Surrendering information. If there is one thing that Chris's ego would simply not allow, it's suppressing himself from giving away too much information about himself. If he feels that bragging about something would give him a one-up against the trolls, or make himself look good, he'll freely announce it for everyone to hear. The most glaring example of this is the entire Wikipedia, which was created using a lot of information provided by Chris himself. Back in the day, Chris viewed himself as an extremely popular internet celebrity with a true and loyal fan base, and as such, would divulge a lot of information about himself so people would know him better, inclusive of personal information that nobody in their right mind would give away. However, there are times when he would do the opposite, and surrender information that would make him look horrendously bad, sometimes without provocation whatsoever. His enthusiastic revelation of his own fecal incontinence is the shining example of this. Whilst this practice has diminished in recent times, with Chris making himself scarce out of fear that trolls would have more ammunition to use against him, his habit of needlessly surrendering information still manages to surface. For example, when he claimed to lose his virginity, he couldn't help but announce it on his Facebook page, especially when prostitution is considered illegal in the state of Virginia, all the while swearing up and down that he would never ever divulge any details about this to the trolls again. Mere weeks later, more details emerged on Facebook, leading to speculation that he would actually bought a hooker, since we all know the inevitable result of his sweetheart search. While he ended up confirming it on the 1st of May of 2012, along with attending a Mythbusters tour, something which wasn't even brought up but still revealed anyway, all the while claiming to remain button-lipped on the matter. Only time would tell if and when Chris finally reveals everything to silence his naysayers. After all, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened. Sure enough, in December of 2014, a leaked account of Chris's experience with the hooker was released on the Kiwi Farms. He just never seems to learn, does he? In 2013, Chris's habit of needlessly surrendering information returned with a vengeance. Chris threw a temper tantrum on Facebook, and many would have assumed that it was business as usual, until Chris made the fatal mistake of revealing the reason why he went on the warpath. Somebody had uploaded his status updates, complete with the ones that were hidden, onto an Imager account. Aside from the usual whining about how lonely he was during this time, these screen caps not only revealed what he was up to in the silence between 2011 and 2013, but also uncovered a very ugly side of Chris. One post in particular revealed that he was angry at the fact Mims had a girlfriend, and demanded that somebody should kill her simply because Mims was a jerk. Holy shit. The fact remains that the only one revealed all of this unsavory information was not the trolls, as Chris would try to have you believe, but himself. The next year, Chris encountered... I will literally cover this entire story because the only reason why I didn't back in the day is because details were still lacking despite how fast the events of it were. But we'll get to that in due course. I can promise you guys that. Fishing for sympathy. I am so smart, and yet I still have to learn everything. I still have so much to learn. Two brain cells fighting for third place. That's what this is. In many conversations with Chris, there have been quite a few instances where he would outright fish for sympathy, in the hopes that people would take pity on him and, in doing so, make him feel better about himself. One such example is the father call, where Chris constantly talks about the trials and tribulations of carrying a doghouse to an unimpressed Matthew Devoria, from whom he was trying to seek approval to date his daughter. Said trials and tribulations amounted to housework and being teased on the internet, which Chris felt was on par with Matthew Devoria carrying his dead friend's body during Desert Storm. In his later email exchanges with Jackie, Chris is quick to paint himself as a misunderstood victim whenever Jackie rips him a new one over issues such as his habit of lying, being a hypocrite, and even being inconsiderate towards her. Even in recent times, he has not cut out this habit. His Facebook entries blame his trolls for making his life a living hell, one in particular lamenting that nobody cares about him except his own mother. No, that isn't even true either. The attention he gets from his mother, Barbara Chandler, and his friend, Anna McLaren, is textbook mollycoddling at best. Chris has spent his entire life being catered to by his parents, notably well past the point of social acceptance. Isn't that the truth? To the point where he depends on them to bail him out of his numerous messes that he gets himself into. It comes as no surprise to literally everybody, then, that this is, combined with him being autistic, has poisoned Chris's mind into thinking that this is how everybody should treat him, by default. And if people don't see things his way, he'll be more than happy to point out the heavy burdens he faces daily, almost as if he expects them to instantly take back their mean words and feel sorry for him. The habit of wanting sympathy is so ingrained in Chris that he instinctively hedges when he makes a positive statement about himself. An example is from a video in which he said, "I am so smart," and immediately followed by downplaying it and saying he still had much to learn. No, Chris, any smart person would actually say, "I would consider myself wise, and like any wise person, it simply means that I don't know." Circa Carry On My Wayward Son by Kansas. Do you see, again, that's the sort of thing that works, because if I claim to be a wise man, it surely means that I don't know. Why couldn't Chris spout a bit of genius wisdom by extracting some actual intellectual depth from, I'm getting too into it, moving on. War against the ego. One of the main forces opposing Chris's ego are the White Knights. These misguided souls have attempted to get Chris to understand that what he's doing is ridiculous and that he needs to grow up. Fast. Instead, he brushed them all aside, assuring himself that he was the true and honest victim, and could do no wrong. One of the more popular White Knights, Vivian G, became a troll when she couldn't get through to Chris. You gotta find, ironically, like the one person who theoretically should have been on Chris's side, and it annoyed her to such an extent that Chris just had no choice but to make things so bad that it gave Vivian no choice. When asked to get real psychiatric help, Chris has said that his church counsellor, Rocky Shoemaker, is enough for him. No, it probably wasn't. And that she could do so much more than someone with an actual degree in said field. He seems to believe that because her title includes the word counsellor, she is every bit as qualified as a real doctor. The fact that most pastoral counsellors see people for free probably helps as well, since Chris could never spend part of his precious monthly tugboat on something more useful when there are video games to hoard, not buy, but hoard. There were some instances where it seemed that the trolls had made a breakthrough by breaking Chris, only for him to get right back up and continue with his antics. An example of this would be Casey, who led Chris on a while until she dropped the bombshell that she was going to marry Liquid Chris, but not before having her father point out every single thing wrong with Chris. A normal person would have been utterly devastated by the turn of events, and some would even use this experience to better themselves. Chris, on the other hand, perked right up when he obtained a letter validating Sonichu, forgetting about Casey in mere days, just like she had predicted. And there's probably more examples of Chris's egotism, and probably just as much here, but to be honest, if I just go onto the list of Chris's stuff here, is that because we might possibly do this separately and maybe talking about it a bit much else, because to be honest, this article has gone on for, I don't want to make this article at least 3 hours long. Yeah, let's do it. Screw it. I just wanted to do it. Okay, so apparently I must just really not like myself, because we are even going to cover all the examples of Chris's ego, and the only thing of worth mentioning is that there's information on Sonichu's issue 14 and Sonichu specials 5, 6, and 7. To the top of my knowledge, nothing important in 14. Apart from it's mostly to recount the events of what I believe is just Chris's time at a convention. Sonichu Special 5 is more about how the captain makes Chris look good by giving away something that Chris desperately needed to sell. And 6 and 7, I honestly couldn't tell you. Sorry. So in the real world, Manchester High. When Chris graduated from high school, he actually cried because he believed that he deserved a number of artistic awards for his artwork. By his own admission, he also made a scene and ran out after getting his diploma, eventually having to be consoled by his mother and gal pal Tiffany Gowen. PVCC. After being expelled for his appalling behaviour by the student's dean, Chris felt the need to write the then standing President of the United States, George Bush, the idea that a standing president would be willing to use his clout to reverse a local community college's administration decision is ludicrous at best. The gameplays. Chris, a regular patron, acted as though he owned the store. He was rude to the other customers and staff, abused the access to a flat-screen television, and was an all-round pain for the manager and later owner, Michael Snyder. After many antics, he was banned from the place. Chris filmed a half-assed apology 9 months later, not because he was sorry for his actions, but because the store was the only place that he had his Eye of Judgment cards. Chris also attempted to incite harassment of employees of the store, using the very fans he had chastised mere weeks earlier, simply because Michael had refused to remove his ban. Prison. During his time in jail following the 28th of October 2011 incident, Chris stated he refused to eat the prison food, since he had never done it and was not going to start anytime soon. Nor did he get any thinner as a result, and eating the food was beneath him. Later on, after being sent to jail following an incestuous affair, Chris writes a letter saying that life events at present and so far can directly be compared and matched with which have been chronicled of none other than Jesus Christ of Nazareth in any holy Bible. Yeah, that's not more such ego. That's more like Chris denying all aspects of reality and doing things that are straight up deranged. GameStop. Following the incident on the 26th of December 2014 incident, in which he maced a male employee after fleeing a GameStop which he had been banned from previously due to his vandalization of one of their Sonic Boom displays, he went on to say that he was in fact the victim of the whole situation in a lengthy Facebook post. With actual people. Sarah Nicole Hammer, one of Chris's first crushes, Chris made the small booklet Chris plus Sarah's Life Shares in an attempt to win over her on her 21st birthday. The booklet was a mere major ego trip, talking more about him and less about her, with the two of them replaced with Sonichu and Rosechu. He later cast her in his Sonichu comic and having her break up with Wes Isley before disposing her when she was married away to William Spicer. Megan Schroeder. For the longest time, Chris actually believed that he and Megan were going out as a boyfriend and girlfriend. He even attacked someone for getting near Megan. When the infamous "she came for quick.jpg" picture was discovered, Chris actually thought that the reason that she was upset was because she wasn't used to sexual things, and not the fact that she realized that Chris saw her as nothing more than a sex toy. He then tried to make Megan believe that the bullying from those amongst ED was much worse than the fact that he had did the picture because he was afraid of trying to rape her. Although, again, Chris's behaviors before this were already creepy anyway, so... Well, that's the good point, yeah. Again, Megan probably should have just cut ties a lot sooner than this. He also insisted that he was under much more emotional pain than she was, somehow believing that trolls posting pictures of Rosechew with a pickle on the internet was worse than a so-called friend sexually harassing and drawing porn of you. Chris would later blame ED for the fact that he had lost her friendship, not caring it was his fault in the first place. Jerk-cops. Thanks to Chris's various runs-in with the law, Chris has a very skewed view of law enforcement. After being tossed out of Walmart and Target, he deemed that security guards were evil and just trying to play kick the autistic and prevent him from completing his love quest. However, following his arrest on the 28th of October 2011, Chris has now assumed that all law enforcement is evil from the word go and has gone out of his way to make sure they never take him into any sort of custody again. That's quite extreme, but what do you expect from Chris at this point? Vanessa Hudgens, or Joshua Martinez, used the identity of the High School Musical star to troll Chris by pretending that Vanessa wanted to ride his dick. The fact that Chris actually believed a bona fide celebrity wanted to give him China speaks volumes about his hubris. The fact that Chris believed he was actually seeing somebody called Ivy anyway. The Sonichu promotional video. In the two-part video, Chris shows to the camera an elegant drawing of the two main heroes of the comic book made by a fan called Ali. Not only does he proceed to comment, "Rosie's tale was wrong, but I'll forgive her," he presents a drawing made by himself as the better version. He was wrong, of course. Shigeru Miyamoto. Chris was convinced that Miyamoto, who is a world-famous video game designer and creator of the beloved and legendary franchises like the Super Mario Bros., Donkey Kong, The Legend of Zelda, and Star Fox, would not only be honored to meet him, but in fact even more honored to meet Chris than Chris would be to meet him. Yikes, that's really pushing it. Then, even after having his game proposal rejected by Miyamoto, Chris still remained convinced that Miyamoto was only holding out on him and would surely accept his offer in the near future. Jackie. In the final email exchanges between the two, Jackie quite accurately pointed out many of Chris's flaws, also taking the time to rationally explain what he was doing wrong and what he could do to fix things. However, Chris took it so completely the wrong way, claiming that she was being mean to him and hating him by pointing out his flaws, still believing himself to be flawless and special. Couldn't be any further from the truth. And then the online world. Little Big Planet. When Chris had shown up on Little Big Planet community and posted videos addressed to them, he once again said people should know him by now, and he immediately assumed people would praise him for his levels, especially the collector's case, which he thought was the most original Little Big Planet idea level ever. I've never played Little Big Planet, but I'm pretty sure there's got to be more out there, if we're judging this on Chris's expertise. Web Soup. When Chris learned that one of his videos was featured on an episode, he took it to be a good thing, not really realizing that the show made fun of people on the internet. Downsize Sega. On February 2nd, 2015, Chris took credit for Sega's downsizing, stating that him and his Pale Arm Crusaders, with their boycotting, had damaged Sega enough to force them to close office. This is despite the fact that normal market forces had been the supposed cause. Literally nobody is joining Chris's cause on the fight against the Blue Arms. And Sega is the publisher of all Sonic games. They give some nicely needed recent perspective on the size of his ego, or on the cases that Chris doesn't really seem to care what happens, just as long as, well, small things, like really small things, like the colour of people's arms is the thing that Chris thinks is wrong about a video game, outside of everything else that's wrong about Sonic Boom. Sonic Forces. In November 2017, after playing through the newest Sonic game, Chris unlocked customizable options for the new avatar selection. One of these included eyes with heterochromia. Chris immediately assumed the unlockable was inspired by him, since his right eye is green, while his left eye is a shade of blue, like purple, the combo of blue and red. Really? Contests. Harvey Birdman commercial. In an attempt to win a contest involving the animated avian lawyer, Chris went to great lengths to talk about himself, his rivalry with Mary Lee Walsh and Sonichu, but very, very little about Birdman himself. He even got the character's name wrong initially and left it in anyway. The Chop Chop Master Onion Rap Showdown. In his reviews of the top 10 videos, Chris highly praised his entry and claimed it was the best, after losing the contest to Adam Stackhouse. Chris would have a major hissy fit over the loss, proclaiming even the slightest mistake as cheating, despite the fact that Chris himself had broken numerous rules in the process, thus disqualifying himself, including loading the contest with fake votes for him and bribing his stepbrother to vote for him. Even worse, he attempted to fabricate the PlayStation webpage to show him that himself had won and not Adam. That's something that literally kids do, but what can you do? Others. Greene County School Board. In one video, Chris proclaims that the Greene County School Board, who sought to help Chris when he was younger, initiated a massive conspiracy against him in order to keep him in his autistic shell. This also included paying off a realtor to keep their house from being sold and paying off Michael Snyder to keep him out of the game place. Unban contracts. Chris demands the likes of GameStop and Best Buy to unban him for his incidents over there, even though they had every right to ban him for his conduct. Not only that, but he also demands that they do not call the police against him, which is illegal since contracts cannot be used to protect from criminal prosecution. I don't know whether Chris ever knew this or whether or not he didn't know this, but just decided to ignore it because he just thinks he can get away with this sort of thing, thus making it null and void. And he believes that not signing would prove that they are the most uncompassionate and lacking of heart and soul of any person, and are a bunch of unwelcoming, immature, rat-ass bastards. He even goes as far as to say that his ban from those places is outdated, similar to how he tried to convince Michael Snyder that he needs to forgive and forget, and that the ban is a human rights violation because he's a lesbian trans woman. He really does use that excuse as no shocker, but also just sad and pathetic. The affirmations list. A 3-page long list Chris wrote in March 2021 of his positive traits, and it consists of thoroughly delusional assessments for stroking his own ego, which is of no surprise to anybody. In the comics, I did an awesome fucking job. While issue 0 and issue 1 do focus on Sonichu, shock, but Chris Chan does take over as the main character throughout issue 2, 5, 6, and 7, with Sonichu only as a supporting character, and in his infrequent appearances, he invariably sings Chris's praises. Issue 8 and issue 9 see Sonichu taking back his major role as the main character, but at this stage, he's just a Mary Sue for Chris. The main story arc of issue 10 is the resurgence of Chris and his elimination of every enemy he has so far. He also portrays himself as skinny and handsome, although this doesn't happen till said issue 2, and throughout the comic series, sporadically gives him self-insert character superpowers that are never explained. He even makes several episodes that dramatize events he had in real life, with the extremely self-indulgent fantasies that are described below. Chris's ego is in full bloom in the comics. The name of the city in which he and his electric hedgehog Pokemon strive to protect is known as Quickville. The city's currently in C quarters and currency is in C quarters and W quarters. One of the major drinks in the city is known as Quick Cola. The radio station is called KCWC. The hotel is called the Double Quick. Even his Hyrule ripoff is called Rule Quick. Basically, everything is named after Chris. That's not even going to the Stalin levels of extremism that he goes to. The Sonichus and Rosechus he created refer to him as father, his self-insert as mayor, but never ever performs any mayoral duties whatsoever, and his actual role is more like a god king than any kind of elected official. As Chris says, there is no elections in Quickville. Instances of Chris's ego in the comics. Issue 3. This issue has a semi-fictionalized account of an incident Chris had with the managers of a McDonald's. He was loitering and soliciting, and knowing that a 25-year-old morbidly obese autistic man-child creepily looking at patrons can't possibly end well, security threw him out. In his comic book, however, Chris exclaims that the jerk-cops are conspiring against him. Preventing him from finding true love, he turns into Chris Chan Sonichu and defeats them with the help of Darkbind Sonichu, who admits he only helped because Chris was his creator. Confirmation bias, if ever there needed to be one. Sonichu issue 5. This issue has Chris write Sarah Hammer out of the comic so he could focus exclusively on Megan Schroeder, the new object of his desire. While Sarah did marry a man named William Spicer, Chris was not present at her wedding, and had never met Spicer. And as he was represented in the comic by a generic Yu-Gi-Oh character, the next episode has Chris fawning over Megan, and she over him. In reality, Megan saw Chris only as a friend, and was constantly rebuffing his advances. The episode features 2 different endings because Megan either did not like the original ending or objected to being featured in the comic at all, most likely the second one. Issue 7. Chris is envious of Bionic's ability to screw Magagi until Megan holds his hand, again implying romance, where none exists. After Chris gets trapped in the time void, he mixes both fake memories from the comic with real ones, like Megan dumping him and his denial of having drawn She Came for Quick.jpg. He blames it on Ed, even though he was the one who drew it and uploaded it onto the site himself. Mary Lee Walsh's invasion of Quickville and her defeat at the hands of the Sonichus and Rosechus, and Joshua Martinez hooking up with Vanessa Hudgens. Issue 12-9. The comic that features a new self-insert for Chris named Nightstar, which is a blatant Mary Sue empowered with story-breaking psychic abilities. Nightstar meets with Chris's comic Incarnation, who is explicably coloured to resemble yet another depiction of Chris, and helps him transform into a body that looks like herself. The character's full names are Christine Knight Western Star Chandler, which Chris wrote without a hint of irony. Chris also depicts his real self in the comic as an alicorn, an extremely rare species of pony that combines the powers of a Pegasus and a unicorn, from My Little Pony, reserved solely for elite characters. Yeah, again, this is almost like High Guardian Spice, crappy, pretentious ideas of writing, and I've watched High Guardian Spice, and that show is almost comparable to the levels that Chris writes, ironically. No modding. Sonichu issue 13. The issue that focuses on an incoherent series of plot threads that the idea guys were brainwashing into Chris and to believing. When Louis was attacked by cloakers, Chris proceeded to send Quickville's entire army division, the Quick Defense, and his team of Autobots, led by his own Autobot car, Sonchu, to her aid. After Uzume managed to make herself whole again and asked Chris for her powers back, Chris effortlessly transferred the powers within himself back to Uzume while still keeping Uzume's seal. Chris zapped a hotel with lightning because it was full of criminals. Their crimes are unknown to this point, but Chris's judgment is so divine, so who the hell cares? When someone else had become mayor of Quickville, Chris destroyed the Quickville Mall, killing thousands, and the non-mayor, showing how he is the true and honest mayor of Quickville. When Monica tried to wipe out Chris's memories, it didn't work, because Chris was immune. Then Quickville was clear. All the baddies were gone, and everything that went back to normal because Chris said so. At some point, all 5 of the Sailor Scout souls came to Chris and spoke kind words that blessed his heart crystal, which grew his powers. Chris showcases his goddess complex by likening himself to the CPU goddess of hyperdimension Neptunia. When he was having a conversation with Louis at a lovely cafe, Chris broke down and cried, claiming that due to his online history, no one would hire him, taking into account that he looks like a middle-aged misanthrope playing dress-up with a toddler and smells like the dumpster he lives in. He then continues to cry, screaming that his responsibilities are nearly endless. When Jams de Sonichu was tried for sexual harassment, Chris obstructed the law by sending his good vibes towards the courthouse, and the judge declared Jams de Sonichu not guilty. When the Australian Anteens attacked Quickville, Chris was able to regroup the Quickville forces with all his level 100 Pokemon that he had accumulated over the years. Chris created the CPU battery-charged Blueheart in an attempt to pray for the war to end. In an attempt to save Simola from burning alive, Chris projects himself and sets psychic barriers, magically withstanding the heat and agony of their flamethrowers. Chris admits that with the help of Magi-chan, he realized that all the messages from God Jesus that he had received so far had only been a can messing with the goddess complex, by announcing that he no longer believes in God, but rather in the CPU goddesses. That is, are you guys following this? Because I'm trying to, but all you really need to know is that Chris takes complete control and does some incredibly heinous things that he thinks are just going to make things work. He is also victorious in the Quickville War by making the Nazis retreat. Chris claims to be able to appear in multiple places at once, not feel pain, and kill everyone he does not like with lightning speed. Moreover, anytime a Nazi misgenders him, they turn into a liquid paste after being magically doused in Chris's blood. And all the Nazis not liquefied turn into Sonichus. 7 Chris Chan Sonichu statues were erected in Quickville, reminding its citizens of who they have to worship. Because also something about Magi-chan being able to psychically wipe out people as if he was the Ford police on speed. Sonichu 14. Chris begins this issue by describing his great destiny and why he is a unique Sonichu. Well, unique is one way to put it. Sonichu conveys to the reader that Chris has always had special abilities, there's a shock, that his future is predetermined, and how he goes above and beyond to keep him safe. Chris claims that he even personally helped to save numerous days in a superheroic manner. Chris recounts how he utilized the Reality Stone to undo all the harm the Idea Guys caused to C-197 dimension before punishing them. Chris reminds us that significant occurrences are all connected to him and that he serves as one of the main deity conduits for the merge. Chris claims that his soul and thoughts are somehow projected everywhere, and that the heavy energy coming from the heart aura makes his numb body totally functioning. Chris's efforts to categorize his uncontrollable, loud, long, thunderous belches as a drawback of being a goddess, and not his poor diet. Chris asserts that his psychic abilities astound a doctor. Chris displays his sense of self-importance by claiming that he was unable to lucid dream Emmanuel, Jesus, Buddha, the CPU goddesses, and all the other deities intervened in his dreams and attempted to assist him by reminding him of the CPU goddesses' powers and how to use them. Chris rambles on and on and on, asserting that he literally shares a subspace and subdimension with all of the other deities in the galaxy with his subconscious. Chris asserts that he sang and danced in tandem with the actors on stage during the BronyCon Grand Galloping Gala without any prior experience or training. He draws a scene showing that he captivated a few attendants behind him who were surprised by his skills. Chris attributes these events to his magical powers rather than his ego playing tricks on him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is literally all we have time for. And if you don't mind me, ladies and gentlemen, well, that was a lot. That was a lot to talk about. That was a lot to unpack. And there were a lot of things that, to be honest, made me angry, because any other person, if they took a look in the mirror and saw what they were eventually becoming, they would either settle for peace or completely stop in their tracks because of the reality of what they were doing and what they were saying. But not to Chris. What you see is what you get, and what Chris is ultimately concerned about, the bottom line, is himself. And if that means making himself look like a jackass, if that means making himself look as though he is completely immune from criticism, then so be it. Because life was simply too hard for Chris. But you know what? Like I said before, life is pretty hard for a lot of people all over the world. It doesn't give anybody the right to behave like maniacs, or to shell responsibility, or to fuck your own mothers. Just saying. And I suppose really the most interesting perhaps aspect about this is exploring the fact that was this really the ultimate conclusion of Chris's experiences leading into adult life? Is this one of those cases where it was the result and not the cause of Chris's way of life is why he got to this point? Or was it the other way around? Or perhaps this was just simply the cruel reminder of what happens when you feel as though the word humble is a word that is just in the dictionary, and that it has no relation or bearing to the outside world whatsoever. The only real reality, ladies and gentlemen, and I spoke this before, is the few cubic centimeters inside one's skull. And Chris, just like his ego, might even be smaller than that. All of this culminating in the fact that Chris's actual contributions to life, the outside world, everything else we probably talked about in this article, all amounts to one thing and one thing only. That Chris's ego, his hubris, believing he could fly to the very sun and come crashing back down to earth, because unfortunately reality has a very uncanny way of coming back around and literally forcing Chris back down to earth with a bump. And with all that being said and done, I hope you guys have learned something from this article, and I cannot wait to talk to you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan quickie reading for 2024, and we move straight into sort of a bit more of a broader topic for what we're concerned, but there's quite a lot of things that I kind of wanted to discuss, and that is concerning Chris and his overall personality. This one is going to be more about just who is Chris, or rather, what is he like, both online and in real life, which, if you've never heard of Christian Western Chandler before, how did you even find this video? But for the rest involved, we'll get straight to the point, shall we? Health disclosure. This article contains in-depth discussion of Chris's physical and or mental health. This page is not to be construed as a substitute for medical advice or a professional diagnosis. All diagnoses are either taken from outside documentation or based on amateur analysis. One's personality is a set of mental, emotional, and behavioral qualities that make up an individual's character. Studying personality is a key aspect of psychology, allowing experts to know what makes people the way they are. There are many methods for testing one's personality, with some baked by decades of scientific research and others created by random people on Facebook to show ads. Chris's personality is quite eclectic. It is what draws countless people around the globe to study and follow his antics. He has spoken quite a bit on his own idea of his personality, but his own insight doesn't always jibe with reality. His personality has undergone quite the change since Bob's death, with some traits undergoing a full 180. Disclaimer. Personality testing is a controversial field, with tests used universally within the scientific community. Even the famous Myers-Briggs test, while useful for rough workplace assessments, is somewhat vague. It misses key areas like creativity and openness, and people who take the test often get different results over time. The closest thing to a gold standard is the Big Five or Ocean test. This article discusses various aspects of Chris's personality, but is not to be taken as a substitute for an actual psych evaluation. Which would be pretty interesting, because, to be honest, do you think I should do the Briggs or the Ocean test? I mean, if we just open this up just for 1 second. What's your personality type? Use the questions on the outside of the chart to determine the 4 letters of your Myers-Briggs type. For each pair of letters, choose the side that seems most natural to you, even if you don't agree with every description. So, I might possibly keep this open for the, maybe to do something later with this. It'd be pretty interesting to work out exactly if there's what can be said about this, but we'll see what it's like some other time, shall we? Anyway. That's the disclaimers over. So that's more. We do that. We really just go through them without like any hyperbole, so we can actually get to the things that we can sort of speculate and comment on. Introversion versus extroversion. Chris has described himself as being introverted and extroverted. He has shown traits of both introversion and extroversion over the years. It should be noted that few people are 100% introverted or extroverted. Very much true. It is more akin to a spectrum which people fall on. People can also react differently to different contexts, such as casual one-on-one hangout versus a large crowd. In high school, Chris appears to have been fairly introverted, though he had a strong drive to be extroverted and outgoing. A leaked icebreaker worksheet shows that Chris only talked to 7 of his classmates, and they were all female. Despite trying to later hold a high school reunion in the Song of Christian, a 16-year-old Chris describes having few friends and how his loneliness is off the scale. Even with the social prestige of being a water boy to the school's basketball team and his gal pals, Chris took his mom to the high school prom. Nearly 10 years after the prom, Chris talked about feeling like an outcast at the prom. However, his highlight of the evening was when one of his gal pals felt sorry for him and pulled him onto the dance floor. This dance felt like hours to Chris. So, almost immediately you could argue very much the case that whether or not Chris is 100% sincere about his loneliness is, I would say it's more often than not true. But then I think he also does sort of kind of play up a little bits of some of these. I mean, yes, we know that Chris absolutely detested his high school graduation. That's been well documented. But what isn't necessarily well documented is the fact that he still appreciated that what people tried to do to help him. Like, I can't necessarily remember which of his gal pals was like there to make him feel better after, you know, he just stormed off from getting his graduation degree and stuff. Well, from graduation, stuff like that. But it's still worth noting. He must have had some level of like good thoughts about his graduation in some cases. Around the time of discovery by the Encyclopedia Dramatica, Chris was mainly an introvert. He kept to himself and barely spoke to anyone but his sweetheart. He joined most public chats in both text and voice forms only after being goaded by his current sweetheart. Or a troll, it depends on which one at the time. And even in these chats, he didn't converse a lot, and only answered questions directed towards him. Even while playing video games, he mostly stuck to playing single-player games such as God of War, Pokemon, Sonic, and Animal Crossing. Any multiplayer game he did play was mostly with his sweetheart like Little Big Planet and Burnout Paradise. Before his discovery, when he frequented the gameplace, he mostly kept to himself, and Megan, and rarely interacted with other people except during card games. Classic Chris would clearly fall on the introvert side of the spectrum, but he isn't a full-on introvert. He did visit an anime expo in 2004 and 2005 respectively. New Chris, however, would easily fall on the extroverted side since round about 2017, as he started publicly responding to people, started playing multiplayer and co-op games such as Tetris 99 and Payday 2. Visited multiple conventions like BronyCon, OmegaCon, BabsCon, and the Too Many Games Expo. He has also started streaming videos and answering questions his fans have. He has also joined public and private Discord groups, though his interaction with other humans in them is limited. On Twitter, he has started interacting, although poorly, to a ton of people ranging from artists to enablers. Kindness and respect. While Chris may strive to be kind, his efforts often fall flat and instead come across as annoying, overwhelming, or creepy. Chris at least shows he makes an effort to look like a kind person. We've went through a number of these before, and it is certainly true, Chris does, but I've kind of always been on the side of, is he doing it for good reasons, that sort of thing. And he has referred to himself as the kind, compassionate Christine Chandler. But saying you're kind and actually being kind are two very different things. Many of Chris's attempts at being kind, from calling complete strangers darling to kissing guys he just met, are a clear violation of others' boundaries and easily make people feel uncomfortable. Ironically, his attempts can be quite unkind, particularly in how forceful they are. To his credit though, Chris did raise funds for the childhood cancer charities Alex's Lemonade Stand in June 2012, as well as donating to the Red Cross after Hurricane Harvey in September 2017. But that's about as far as it goes for any legitimate kind deeds that don't seem to have any immediate rewards in terms of Chris. You do good deeds because they're the kind thing to do. That's why people do them. Empathy versus empathy. Anger, or tarred rage as the trolls have famously coined it, is a defining feature of Chris's personality. Also notable is his lack of empathy beyond the point where it can be autism related. While autistic people often struggle with cognitive empathy, the ability to know what someone is feeling, they generally have lots of emotional empathy, the ability to feel what someone is feeling after finding out. Chris seems to lack both ignoring others' feelings even after they directly state them. Chris generally utilizes apologies as a performative tool to placate others and to persuade them to either leave him alone or give him what he wants. On the few occasions, Chris does demonstrate what appears to be genuine remorse or grief. He still tends to be either ignore or only broadly address issues at the heart of the matter, or shift blame onto others. And in what is perhaps his most infamous example of a tearful apology, a stroke of blissful happenstance was enough to completely erase any lingering feelings of sorrow that Chris may have had. Indeed, it galvanized him enough that he indirectly mocked the target of his past apologies instead. While Chris is not utterly incapable of feeling empathy, he has repeatedly demonstrated difficulty in constructing meaningful, sincere apologies for his misdeeds. That is, in part, due to his condition, and accordingly, due to how some of his previous statements intended to redress the grievances of others that have been constructed. Having been raised on a steady diet of assorted television programs ever since childhood, and having experienced little in the way of meaningful social interaction ever since his days at Manchester High, Chris seemingly relies on his experience with the media to assist him in many social situations, and apologies are no exception. When Chris attempts to make amends, he often hinders his own efforts with his delivery. His manner of speech is monotonous, or monotonous I should say, and often without any real emotion in such instances, with him appearing to do his level best to appear dejected and put upon, an illusion that is shattered the moment he asks for a ban to be lifted because he wants to buy things, for instance. When he feels it necessary, he will also score his videos with a background track, a tactic likely employed in this case to get the recipient to feel sorry for him and understand his point of view. This approach is possibly inspired by the media that Chris has consumed. Oh, absolutely. Heartfelt moments call for fitting music, and so he sees it as the right thing to do, rather than an instance of blatant emotional manipulation. The other, more noticeable aspect of this, however, is that on many occasions, Chris displays an apparent inability to understand what he did wrong even after his mistakes explained to him. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the Alec Benson Leary saga, where over the course of a number of telephone conversations, Chris was repeatedly urged to apologize for his actions that were explicitly read out to Chris on 2 separate occasions. The videos that follow these calls, already hampered by his flat, detracted affect, and did not address several of these wrongs. In some cases, they created new ones altogether. And those that were brought up were only spoken of briefly, with an absolute minimum of any emotion. In the 7th call between the two, Alec would directly accuse Chris of not understanding his faults. This eventually culminated in the highly controversial Solitude Issue 10, in which Chris has comic representations of Alec and his friends be brutally murdered by his gaggle of OCs and Solitude clones, while he would later revise the ending of the issue. At the time, he staunchly defended himself, proving that, like with most aspects of social grace, Chris is perfectly willing to renege on past apologies and promises if it benefits him specifically, or to spite others who prove themselves a nuisance to him and his work. In a video published shortly before the comic's release, he backpedaled and claimed that he was taking a stand against Alec and his associates, and that he never wanted to kill Simone the Rosechew, a controversial character cribbed from an OC made by Evan, a friend of Alec's, and categorizing Evan's requests for apology and to stop using his work as blackmail, and in the 9th and final call with Alec, he blatantly backtracked on several phone calls and 2 apology videos worth of statements, admitting to believing that Simona was always his, and when called out on for his execution of the Asperpedia 4, he responded that requesting the death of one of his characters comes with a price. While Chris may be fickle when it comes to apologies and their sincerity, we've covered some of his problems before and all that, and you know what? I think part of the reason why I think they mentioned before is the reason why Chris struggles so hard to actually look authentic and actually regretful whenever he tries to apologize is because deep down he's not really sorry. Not because he doesn't understand why people are angry at him. Well, that's possibly the case. But also, I think Chris absolutely thinks he is 100% in the right in everything he's done. So he's probably left a little bit perplexed about why he has to apologize for things that he thinks he's done okay and right. And he is just so... Wow. It stems from the fact that Chris seems very, very incapable of actually not just receiving criticism, but actually being able to process it. Like, why would anybody have an issue against Chris? That sort of thing. The 2 most enduring examples of his unyielding scorn are perhaps Mary Lee Walsh and Michael Snyder, the former for the crime of destroying a sign in an effort to stop one of her college's pupils from loitering on school grounds in an attempt to solicit sex from students, was transformed into the first villain of the Solitude comic series. made into a target of ridicule and mockery, and was sent intimidating drawings by Chris, the final straw in a series of missteps that saw him suspended from PVCC entirely for 1 year. Although Chris would later try to change her image within the comics and even consider reconciling with her in reality, going as far as to deliver a framed version of his formal apology to her office himself. It didn't work. Chris still viewed the process of reconciliation through the lens of Chris forgiving Mary for her past misdeeds, and when his attempt at delivering an apology was met with the dean contacting Chris's parents and asking them to ensure Chris remained away from the campus permanently under threat of legal summons, he was swift to do what he always did, labeling her as the architect of all his misery and deserving of whatever ill fortune may befall her. This bitter hatred burned for years after, surfacing most prominently in 2013, in which Chris blamed her and the other parties for his life being the way it was a series of Facebook rants. Mary Lou Walsh retired in 2019, whereupon Chris uncharacteristically wished her a peaceful life until her time of passing, but not without offering constructive criticism on how she could have better spoken to him, as opposed to probably the also many hundreds of students that Mary Lee Walsh had to deal with, and she probably forgot all about Chris only a few days after their incident back in 2003 anyway. Michael Snyder, however, has not been as fortunate by comparison. A constant target of Chris's wrath and a subject of his conspiratorial ramblings, Chris has spread extremely little in the way of pity or understanding for Snyder and his actions. Chris has commonly regarded Snyder as the other architect of all his misery, going as far as to accuse him of being a grasping, conniving shemmer, inexplicably conspiring with the Greene County School Board to ban him from the game place, and claiming that he didn't even know why he had been barred from the store when Snyder himself and accounts of Chris's interactions with Snyder make it clear that Chris's own behaviour was the cause. These feelings of empathy only intensified after the 28th of October 2011, an incident which Chris has come to believe was entirely staged and grossly exaggerated by Snyder. This is the incident in which Bob and Chris ran over Michael Snyder, I should say. Despite Snyder showing remarkably leniency towards both Chris and his mother in the subsequent legal proceedings, monitoring for their state sentences to be reduced to misdemeanors, Chris was not at all humbled by this impossibly gracious act of mercy. He went on to blame Snyder as the root cause for the Chandlers' financial crisis, rather than spending the entirety of Bob's inheritance on an expensive lawyer, and in the years since that his venom has not been abated. In June 2021, a full 13 years after being banned from the premises of a now-defunct hobby store, Chris has listed Snyder as being among the most negative influences on his life. This is despite the fact that any influence Snyder had on Chris was in part because of what Chris did, so it seems hardly fair to start going after Snyder when he was only doing his job, enforcing the rules, and even then, Chris seems completely indifferent as to why his actions seem to have impacted on any sort of happenstance or any sort of point of view that any person in authority might have had as to how best to deal with customers who are acting out of order, such as Chris. You may also notice that Chris doesn't list any of the things that he felt he did wrong, especially when it comes to Michael Snyder or the game place. Yeah. Openness versus obstinacy. In psychology, openness is a person's receptivity to new or unfamiliar experiences and ideas, including changes. A lot of Chris's closed-mindedness can be attributed to his autism, as autistic people find comfort in predictable routines and are often aversive to changes, both major and minor. It is to be noted that no person is completely open to change, and no person is completely against it. People tend to be open regarding views to things that don't matter to them, and like to remain closed about topics that are close to them. Chris is no exception to this. Chris is not very open to thoughts that differ from his. He rejects opinions and actual scientific facts if they do not match his beliefs. Once again, we go straight to me. It's all about what Chris wants. When he used to hate the LGBT community, he would find any excuse he could to rail against homosexuals, his hatred proving so overwhelming that the mere action of saying the word gay was a task he found discomforting. He had also gone to the point where he rejected the fact that Asperger's syndrome is a form of autism just because he did not like it, perceiving it as not being real autism, and that those who had it were merely trying to take the limelight away from true autistic people. Yeah, I know, it's as stupid as it sounds. After he came out as a transgender, he became much more open to the LGBTQ community, and accepted them as equals. But his obstinacy has merely shifted topics, not changed them. For example, his belief in the dimensional merge remains steadfast, and he is quick to dismiss anyone who tells him otherwise. He openly rejects proof that the merge isn't happening anytime soon, and cherry-picks minor incidents that seem to support his flawed agenda. He is also quick to use his identification as someone within the LGBTQ community as grounds for accusations of discrimination whenever he finds himself prevented from doing what he wants by the powers that be, beyond his ability to influence or bargain with. A position that he is rarely talked down from talking. Similarly, for a number of years, Chris held a potent hatred towards the Xbox line of gaming consoles. Well, he doesn't need to worry about that now, they're sort of slowly dying. His explanations for this empathy were often lacking and occasionally incoherent, but most accounts point to his aversion to the Xbox Live service around the time of the PS3 and Wii's prominence. His explanation then was that the Xbox was a poor investment because its competitors offered free Wi-Fi services, seemingly oblivious to the existence of free accounts that could access most Wi-Fi features outside of online play. However, it should be noted that Chris is very quick to vacillate in this vacillate is that am I pronouncing that right? Vacillate in this regard, especially if he believes there is something in it for him, taking an incredibly rapid about turn in his behavior to placate others. Later, in a bid to impress Jackie, he would admit that his arguments against Microsoft's machine were born from a lack of experience. He confessed that he had never owned an original Xbox and only ever used to play an Xbox 360 at a booth, twice, and they left him with no leg to stand on. It's almost as if Chris's hatred towards things only stems from the fact that he's never tried them out. How do you know you're going to dislike something if you've never tried it? With Chris divulging that his reason for his hatred of the console was not simply zealous brand loyalty, but him unable to afford an Xbox. So you mean to tell me if Chris actually had money back in the day, he would have just bought an Xbox 360? When he was already flat broke anyway? I don't get it. Being envious of those who had the ability to do so. Despite this, he would later relapse at the height of the latest round of console wars between the PS4 and the Xbox One. But once more he changed his tune, seemingly unprompted. He revealed himself as a gold account owner in November 2017, and since then has not had a single bad word to say about a game console he once despised with remarkable intensity. Hence, this is also a case of Chris demonstrating a bizarre degree of sudden openness towards something he claimed to hate. He has shown identical behavior towards other things which initially served to arouse his ire, yet eventually came to be counted among his obsessions. Equestria girls, for example, chief among them. With Chris going from hating the very idea of the show in May 2013 to naming the franchise launching film as his second favourite movie of all time a mere 3 months later. Chris and his personality tests. Being a social media addict who also likes magical thinking, It's no surprise that Chris is a fan of personality tests. He has taken many over the years. Here are a few to them. A Magic the Gathering quiz. To find out what is most like the white colour typing, as each colour associated with certain personality traits, the white type is also associated with law and order, being the good guy beating up the bad guy. This seems to indicate that Chris held to his idealistic views of good and evil, and wasn't being very true and honest in the test, since he is a very anti-law citizen when it stops him from doing what he wants. An A16 personalities test. An online version of the Myers-Briggs test to demonstrate what his MBTI and Myers-Briggs type indicator is. He learned his personality type is ENFJ-T. He also did the same for Magi-chan, who is apparently an ENFJ-A. So, ENFJ. So, ENFJ. Caring, enthusiastic, idealistic, organized, diplomatic, responsible, skilled, communications, who value connection with people. You know, that's what Chris may view himself as, but the problem, again, ladies and gentlemen, is that you can say you are those things, but there are instances that sort of paint a lot of these things as very shaky, shall we say. Dissociative identity disorder. Due to Chris's more recent behaviours, such as belief in spirit possession and the manifestations of cartoon characters, Chris may indeed now have a mild trauma-induced strain of dissociative personality identity disorder, and a mental disorder categorized by the maintenance of at least two distinct and relative enduring personality states. This is most likely connected to manipulation from the idea guys, and other traumas in his youth due to the mistreatment of those with ASD in a clinical and social environment. It is unknown how real the characters are to Chris, but he seems very adamant that they are real and manifest physically. The main indicators of dissociative identity disorder that Chris displays are daydreaming. Chris often mentions daydreaming as a form of meditation, during which Chris can visit Quickville, Chris's imaginary city, where he is the overlord. Imaginary friends. Chris has a belief that all comic book characters are real people, as autonomous as any human being, and that these characters exist in the real world and speak to him in his head. Reality, fantasy, or overlap. Chris not only believes that the fantasy world of cartoons is real, but that one day it will merge with reality, and that already characters like Sonichu, Mewtwo, and Magi-chan have manifested themselves physically. Transitional objects itself. Chris is often emotionally attached to himself to objects, resulting in hoarding, but the place in which this behavior is most prevalent is with his character Sonichu. Chris identifies as mother, previously father, of Sonichu, and indeed all Sonichus which result in him being protective of them, making things like putting them in danger in the comics seem immoral to him. Time loss. Due to Chris's reportedly long daydreaming sessions and poor memory associated with them, and his frequent and aggressive habit of lying, it can be suspected this as a result of DID. Ability to cut off from pain and awareness of danger. Chris's peculiar approach to emotional pain, namely that he'll randomly cut it off from it totally, can be ascribed partially to ASD. But there is also a chance it is the symptom of some form of DID. Chris will produce very random responses to trolls' efforts to destroy things that are close to him, or to kill those cloned to him, who are close to him, sometimes resulting in Chris showing very little signs to caring in the slightest. I know. After a while, you just sort of begin to realize that, again, Chris is sort of, his lack of actual any cognitive emotion whatsoever can sometimes result in him saying things that you would have to really, really think hard if that's what you want to say. With this evidence, particularly noting the trauma that Chris must have received from the Idea Guy's manipulators, and Chris's current beliefs about the existence of imaginary places and people, and their ability to possess him, one may conclude that Chris having a mild form of dissociative identity disorder is likely. Christian versus Christopher. For 2 days in August 2009, Chris tried to convince Casey and the rest of his fans that he had dissociative identity disorder, a mental disorder categorized by the maintenance of at least 2 distinct and relatively enduring personality states. One of these personalities was named Christopher and the other named Christian, as demonstrated in a video from the time. The video's original subject was quickly derailed by Christopher, Chris's more repressed personality, by interpreting Christian mid-sentence and having a free-flowing sentence with Christian, something which is almost impossible for someone with DID to do, due to usually not sharing memories or servicing at the same time, or people who just make this shit up on the spot because it thinks that's going to make them look funny, clever, interesting. But no. Chris did not end up managing to fool anyone into believing he had the disorder, and Casey reprimanded him for pretending to have DID and lying to her. Chris apologized and said he made it to fuel the trolls, which still leaves one to wonder why he tried to convince Casey that it was true. Yeah, she could see through this like you wouldn't believe, so what can you do? So that's technically the end of it right there. But what I will say, and something that's pretty like universal sort of when it comes to like Chris's overall personality, is that it's not just if you were like, I'm not saying you ever should, if you ever like interacted with Chris, the response you're gonna get is gonna be one of 2 things. The first is that without any context, Chris will like exposition dump a lot of things towards you, but would Chris ever do like the same to expect somebody else to talk to them in the way he talks to them? A lot of things that sort of like come like full circle, especially with this article about Chris, is that, and something that's a bit of a not really being talked about in this article, is the fact that does this make Chris a good person or not? I mean, obviously no. The answer is obviously no. But was he a good person at some point in his life? At what point do you say that maybe Chris, despite all of his problems, despite a slightly rough upbringing, despite his gullibility, his naivete, all the exploits with the trolls, do you think Chris would have been a different person if nothing of like that happened? As like as the meme goes and that, where we talk about Chris, all of this could be avoided if Chris's art teacher just allowed him to use Sonic the Hedgehog. But whether that is or not, I think we'll just leave well enough alone for now. And I hope you guys have enjoyed this article, and I cannot wait to talk to you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you again, where we change the agenda somewhat. I promise you that's going to be the last really corny joke I'll probably make for the next 5 minutes, as we go over Chris's views on gender. And this article is out of date and possibly also dead, but let's just say it's here or there, hit or miss. Pro tip: the quickie continues to refer to Christian only by his true original gender and God-bear given name to keep consistent to classical records. I'll probably do the same when it comes to his classic stuff, but it's only sort of like, well, that's the tipping point for how confusing this is going to get very, very quickly. When I feel like totally grossed out, even with the image of a penis, and recalling and focusing on a vagina image in my mind usually works. Chris. Similar to the topic of faith and the topic of morality, Chris's actual beliefs on gender and how it is classified are more complex than his stated beliefs. Or more confusing, I should say. For someone so preoccupied with gender identity, Chris displays a staggering ignorance of how either gender typically behaves, and his views of both genders are extremely warped due to him taking the stereotypes he is presented with in television and music at face value. And we will cover his gender issues more in a nutshell, where he's kicking his past self. Christopher Weston Chandler, you goddamn bastard. You, of all the people in my entire life, have royally destroyed and dishonored my own name. Your reckless disrespect of women has ruined all lives on this earth. I can never ever tolerate or even forgive your sorry as hell asshole. I am too beyond ashamed I've ever given you life and power in our Quickville. Christopher Weston Chandler, you disrespect all women, or you can motherfucking burn in hell forever. Christine Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia, 2017. To Christian Weston Chandler of Quickville, Virginia, 2000. So, crack. So, I don't know what exactly is cracking, but... Okay, so, one thing I kind of wanted to emphasize in this is that it's interesting because in this it almost seems to assess the idea that all Chris needs to do is beat the person he used to be in the past, so that people could say he's amounting retribution for his past deeds. But the problem is that Chris seems to think that this is the only way that he can get people to... Well, it's one of many ways he thinks people he's trying to convince other people to forgive him for the things he's done in the past. However, that's not necessarily how it works. If you want to make reparations for things that you've done in your past, then I'll tell you exactly what you do. You face them head on. You apologize to people for what you've done and for what you say. But unfortunately, because Chris did enough to destroy any sense of salvation he might have had or be going for, which it may beg the question of, should people forgive Chris? Which is that's very complicated to talk about, and it's not like it's not exactly as if anything's going to change. But what I'm trying to assess from this, ladies and gentlemen, is that as opposed to just apologizing to people, he thinks that, well, as long as he can be seen beating somebody up, because he's trying to almost put as much distance between... He's trying to retcon his life is sort of how this is going, and unfortunately that's not even in the realms of fiction is that going to be comparable, because as we know, his fictional life and his real life are kind of one in the same in many respects, but outside of the more fantastically ripped off elements. Females. Chris repeatedly asserts his reverence of women and seems to have a comparatively glowing opinion of them, stating that he finds women empathetic. But as stated at the beginning of the article, the truth is more complicated. While Chris has always preferred female friends, and is known to be far more accommodating of lesbians than gay men, even going so as far as to identify himself as one, in truth, Chris has a distinctly sexist view of women. Based on his failed attempts at getting girls at the mall, Chris views females as hypersexual, preoccupied with shopping, giving to conversing with others for hours, and fixated on getting married and having children. This is highly evident in his female characters in Sonichu. As a matter of fact, in Sonichu issue 9, he referred to women as another species. This seems to be more hyperbolical, but considering Chris's abysmal knowledge of the sciences, it is difficult to be sure. His Rosechew character, who is a living embodiment of how Chris believes all women behave, has a personality which consists solely of the traits listed above, which is considered ironic as Chris constantly tries to show Rosechew with a passion for women's rights, despite trying to portray them as being equal in power to their male counterparts. Chris rarely depicts Rosechew's fighting, more often simply leaving them on the sidelines of a battle to wail like damsels in distress. Even when their boyfriends are in mortal danger, even outside battle, they tend to be little more than organic sex toys for the Sonichews. So, the problem we have, ladies and gentlemen, and this is something that's almost like a universal issue when it comes to Chris, is that you could say this all comes down to an overexposure to television, his lack of actually trying to, like they say, put his life into his own hands and try to sort of work out for himself exactly just how to function in society. And maybe that's what it all comes down to. It's a lack of social interaction, or rather a lack of interaction that is not in some way being tampered with as a result of his parental figures. Now, it is true, yes, for someone who has autism, it could be seen as extraordinarily difficult for Chris, but you know what? At the same time, lots of people have autism, and it wasn't just something that just sprouted out of the earth like the AIDS pandemic. It actually could be just the case that people just victim of circumstance, time and place, and they just sort of how things were dealt for them, whether they received special education, which we know Chris didn't, or the methods were used were not exactly up to snuff compared to 2024 as opposed to the late 1980s. But even so, it's not exactly as if there weren't people around Chris's age who didn't do stuff for themselves and, you know, had to cooperate and negotiate in society in some way or form. I'm not saying it's the easiest thing in the world, and obviously there are many cases of people who are just straight up in worse situations owing to how far on the spectrum they are, but it doesn't always respond to this level of dogmatic, very one side is more powerful than the other, and that it's even something worse when it comes to his fictional work, because he viewed that the rose shoes are almost viewed as trophies. They are the goal for any of the male characters, which is not the worst thing that could happen, but from the perspective of a writer, it makes it sound as if, you know, if you're going to make female characters as something as seen as prizes in the eyes of the male characters, then they've got to be in some way worth the male solitudes giving a damn about them. They've got to be sort of more valuable than just mere objects, which again is the sort of thing that Chris sort of never really got beyond, which is why, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you shouldn't be getting involved in things that you have no idea how to do. And considering the amount of media that Chris has consumed in his lifetime, even stuff from the 80s and 90s, this should not be particularly very difficult to comprehend. You could even view, again, take Curly's wife from Of Mice and Men. She was kind of the opposite of this. She was basically the thing that people wanted, but knew that they should never have because of. She almost uses this as a way of getting people to do what she wants. Males, or jerks, as Chris so adequately refers to them as. Chris, however, has harbored a deep hatred for men ever since his teenage years, because he was bullied in grade school, largely because of his bloated ego, making him extremely annoying to be around. Yeah, I'm not going to say, his egotism doesn't go as far back as his teenage years, but hell, then again, when I was still a teenager and when I was still in school, there were some people who were completely intolerable as a result of their egos. Goodness knows how bad this could have been in the 80s. Not to mention the fact that Chris is known to fly into fits of jealous rage whenever he sees a man, more successful than him. But then again, we'll get to it in a second. Especially if that man is getting some and he isn't. This gradually blossomed into a general distaste for masculine traits such as body hair. Indeed, in its nudes, it is apparent that he is surprisingly meticulous in shaving his body hair, certainly compared to other aspects of grooming. The word grooming, and in the context of talking about Chris, is what a dreadful thought. He also has stated, as shown in the video, a disgust for topless men, and encourages men to wear muscle bras so he doesn't have to see their nipples. He even made a, now outdated, short list of the men he doesn't consider jerks, which included himself, his father, and Santa Claus. is that it? Chris's misandry continued after identifying as a tomgirl. He has variously referred to men in general as barbarians and Neanderthals, which, coming from him, are rather ironic accusations for a number of reasons. Chris has since relaxed his former misandric attitude and no longer takes issues with the company of men. So, I'm just going to come out and say this, ladies and gentlemen. There would have been times, yes, I would have been jealous of, like, other men who were, like, successful and had basically everything I didn't have, from height to being readily more accepted by other men as, like, companions and friends and stuff like that. However, then you begin to realize something very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you, it's not so much that it was the person you were jealous of, you were jealous of because of their attributes. They seem to be almost more desired and welcomed by society. And it's not particularly a very nice thing, ladies and gentlemen, when society rejects you for who you are, which is, it's a terrible thing anyway. And also, it also contributes to a very harsh side of when I was in education, that it seemed as if society was sort of demanding the whole world from you, but really was in no pressure to say, do it for you. There's a long history I have about probably discussing stuff like that. But again, one thing you'll notice out of Chris is that it never once inspired him to actually, like, really do something for himself and actually put himself in such a way that actually he could blossom and really emerge as his own person. Whether you want to say he eventually did, or by that point it was too late for anyone to actually care, these are things that you could swing either way. But what I think is really interesting when it comes to whether it's his chauvinism or his misandry is that Chris just relatively is just jealous of people who are better at it than him, period. And can't seem to take the hint that either some things are exaggerated, some things are smoke and mirrors, whether this is again attribute to Chris's level of gullibility and stuff like that, or better still, that Chris maybe should just stay away from the fantasy world and actually focus on things he could do in the real world. Even now, ladies and gentlemen, it's probably, well, it may be too late for different reasons and stuff like that, but again, these are if you pay the consequences for the choices you make, ladies and gentlemen, and they come back to haunt you. If these sort of articles are anything to go by. Transvesticism and transgenderism. It has been speculated for a long time that Chris has gender issues, confirmed in 2016 when he was diagnosed with gender identity disorder. In 2005, he created Crystal Weston Chandler, a female version of himself. In Christian Weston Chandler's Future Message video, he mentioned that you should try out the opposite gender's toys while keeping your own original gender in mind, possibly indicating that he may have been in denial about transgenderism long before becoming a tomgirl. He also wondered what it would be like if he were born a female. Chris spent many years struggling to articulate his position on transgender topics. Prior to his own exploration of transgenderism, he confessed that he was uncomfortable with the idea of transgender people, and made it clear that he was not sexually attracted to them. Now, again, here's the thing, that's not revolutionary, and I don't particularly think that's a bad thing to say. Because, you know, some people are and some people aren't, and that's just entirely their thing. So it's not that it's not... Maybe Chris could have just said he was not interested in them in that way. If, you know, just keep it down to friends and stuff like that. And you know what, again, Chris could have took the opportunity to try and, like, desensitize his rather rampant and kind of almost embarrassing sexual pursuits, but I don't know, well, you be the judge. I have given thought about the transgenders and transvestites. I do not feel comfortable with them. Dicks are dicks, bit like Chris, and I do not care about them, except for my own. He wrote in a January 2009 chat. He later reiterated, I do not care much for transgender people or hermaphrodites, but I do not discriminate them as individual people. It's kind of an oxymoron, really, he actually went for instead, but I don't know. I feel bad now for giving Chris as much credit as I did, which is kind of interesting going forward. Responding to a troll impersonating the transgender Bailey J, Chris wrote, "I can relate to how you feel. Sometimes I wonder what my life would be like if I was born female instead, because of some of my emotional, caring, self-conscious thoughts I had in my lifetime. Then I would later remember that God must have made me all straight male for good reasons." I really... Again, misandry can take multiple shades, ladies and gentlemen, but it's also the fact that Chris somehow believes in his mind that being emotional, caring, self-conscious are the things that almost, not necessarily exclusive to females, but he thinks the things that are more, that more commonly defined, which that really must set the standard for how poor his standards towards respect for men must go if he only considers that. In 2014, Chris came out as a lesbian-identified male, before identifying as a trans woman. After transitioning, Chris adopted the name Christine to accompany his new gender identity along with the corresponding personal pronouns. In 2019, Chris updated his Twitter to reframe his gender pronouns. "Also, I am female. Please address and talk about me with the correct pronouns she, her, hers. Thank you." As of the 28th of September 2020, Chris's Twitter includes a pinned tweet reiterating that he is female and uses she, her, hers pronouns. His Twitter biography also refers to himself as Mrs. Christine W. Chandler Sonichu and continues to emphasize the use of she, her, hers pronouns. And non-binary genders. I really did not know how many genders there are, but I am not, and do not judge. Have a good day. Given how complicated of a topic gender is to tackle, especially today, when... Is it like... Well, we'll see. People will tend to argue about what classifies as a gender, and therefore some people might argue that there exists more than two. In Chris's case, believing everything he sees without giving it a second thought, also concluded that there really are more than two genders. Simply looking at Facebook posts about how Facebook is allowing their users to identify themselves as 58 different genders. On September 17, 2016, taking it to mean that there are in fact 58 genders. The next month, Chris is interviewed on the same topic and is asked how many genders there are, and he says there's 58. So, it's kind of good that it sort of naturally almost comes to an end there. And despite the fact the article is out of date, it covers the majority of most cases, because there isn't really much that comes up later or really anything before this. So, the only thing I do just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that, as Lady of the Cosmo stated in 2017, is that, unfortunately, is that no matter what if your stances change, or whether you want to apologize or not for the things you say in the past, remember that your actions make you who you are, and you must pay the consequences for the choices you make. And unfortunately, for the case of Chris, you can't just... You gotta sort of almost confront and be out in the open about why you've changed. If you're seeking redemption, the first thing you're gonna do is own up to what you've done in the past and why you felt it was wrong. Because obviously, if you want to make amends, you must have saw that there were problems in what you were doing in the first place. Something that Chris clearly doesn't. So, I hope you guys have learned something from this, and I cannot wait to talk to you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you to the second segment of these revised 2024 quickie readings, and we cut to Chris's psyche. Now, the important things to detail, especially about what goes into these, is that we've learned a lot about what Chris thinks physically and mentally, not just about himself, but about other people. But we also want to talk about the method behind his madness. And I really do call it method because there's got to be some logical process as to how Chris manipulates and comes up with his ideas for rationalization, trying to make sense out of what goes on in his situation. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So I hope you guys are ready, and we'll get started with probably one of the biggest highlights of Chris's psyche is that how he copes with the day-to-day situations of his life. Health disclosure. This article contains in-depth discussion of Chris's physical and or mental health. This page is not to be construed as a substitute for medical advice or a professional diagnosis. All diagnoses are either taken from outside documentation or based on amateur analysis. How amateur they can be if people can somehow say that they've experienced the same sort of levels of coping mechanisms and stuff like that, because it's not a one-size-fits-all with this sort of thing, but it is worth trying to maybe mention from this point onwards is that there's degrees to how this is done, so bear that in mind. Coping is the act of minimalizing the impact of stress and problems in life, and a fundamental part of the brain's ability to function and handle stressful or upsetting situations. In order to intentionally avoid any and all unpleasant realities, Chris takes coping to unhealthy levels. People cope using multiple different ways that help reduce stress and increase performance. However, Chris uses coping mechanisms such as escapism and nostalgia, which are known to be forms of maladaptive coping, and gets absolutely nothing done as a result. Chris can easily be considered the king of escapism, as he does everything he can to avoid dealing with the harsh realities of his life. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if it's like a part of like Peter Pan syndrome that Chris would rather stay in Neverland, so to speak, than not stay in it, because unfortunately, as things have shown throughout the years, Chris has showcased time and time again that the world of make-believe is far more inviting and luxurious than the real world, which has already decided to reject Chris, mostly as a result of Chris's antics, shenanigans, behaviors, and inappropriate behaviors as well. And by the way, in case you're wondering what this black dot is on my head, is that, well, today, outside of Valentine's Day, it's also Ash Wednesday, so I'm literally, for more aspects of tradition, I'm just going to keep this on for the rest of the day, so make of that what you will. And don't be surprised if this appears in more than one video, it's just how I cope with this heavy schedule. Anyway, so what we're showcasing here, ladies and gentlemen, is one of Twilight Sparkle's secret shipfic folder cards, and Chris made one of these called Psychic Type Talk, in which how he has to sort of confide in Magi-chan, Mewtwo, and Sylvana, and thinking that the only things that can actually relate to Chris's struggle are those of his own creation. So this is more just a regurgitated talking point in order to rationalize that what Chris is feeling, the things he has done, are justifiable as well as okay. And bear in mind, win this goal with Magi-chan and Sylvana as they ship together with accidentally or in a chain. During the months with Idea Guy before the disbanding of Quickville's Psychic Squad, the psychic Pokemon in the Psychic Tower above the Quickville Police Department came down with a mental virus that ailed them for a while. I astral projected there and hung out with them as we talked and had simple and a good time together. Because during this time, the Idea Guys were doing unspeakable things, and Chris had basically nowhere to turn at this point. Overview. Most people cope with stress using a variety of methods, including, but not limited to, meditating, talking with friends, sleeping, eating, or playing video games. Chris did these, as well as using some maladaptive coping mechanisms, such as escapism and nostalgia. These tools, in moderation, can relieve stress, but Chris takes them to unhealthy levels. Coping is used to only temporarily relieve stress so a person can gather themselves and go finish the stressful task. Instead, well, okay, I think we could just pause just for one moment, gather themselves enough to finish a stressful task. And listen, something I want to share, and I'm not particularly very afraid or, going to be looked at as a snob for sharing, but listen, as some of you guys may know, is that I have Oxford dictionaries about philosophy and about sociology, and I also have several books on Freud about mental psychosis and about a large part about psychology in relation to dreams, and because it's something that Chris has brought up several times before. But in the case of this, ladies and gentlemen, there are several things that a person can use in order to overcome a stressful task. There is a rewarding mechanism. The idea being is that you can envision a reward that happens afterwards, and that when you visualize it in that light, it makes wanting to get through something stressful a lot more tolerable. Also, there are plenty of instances, and I can relate to myself, is that I may be in the middle of a task I don't like, but it's not going to kill me. It's not going to be the end of the world, no matter what happens. So you have to see the situation in maybe a little bit of a clearer, a bit more of a rational light. What are the fundamentals about it in reality? Target those first, and then literally only focus on those. Focus on the task at hand. Focus on the reality of things. Don't overthink them. Just know the very, very basics that you may not like something, but it's got to be done. And as soon as it's done, you're free to do as you wish, or think as you wish. And by that's over, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be looking back on certain things and you'll be laughing at yourself that you thought it was as bad. I think the course for this, ladies and gentlemen, is the idea that every experience, ladies and gentlemen, should be rewarding. There's something that a person should gain from an experience. Because failing to do that, you won't actually learn anything through your experiences. And if you don't learn, ladies and gentlemen, you'll not just make mistakes that you've made previously, but you'll make the same ones again. And unless you actually want to learn and get over, and this is probably, I don't know if this is just something Chris never got good at, or whether he just systematically chose the easiest option, i.e. not to be put in a situation that would ever test him in the real world. That might make a bit of sense, because listen, it's not just the sort of thing that would happen for someone like Chris. It can happen to anybody of any age. It depends on personal circumstance, how people relate to stress, whether or not people find stress as a result of hard work, or the idea that any work demands any amount of effort, extraneous or otherwise, is too much to overbear, and the only thing to do is to detox or to remove yourself from a certain point in time. So make that what you will, because it's interesting to see, Chris sort of tries to do a lot of different things, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it's all well and good for Chris to, escape into a world of his own making, to actually make stuff using the logics of his own mind. But a lot of people might also turn around and say, well, if Chris doesn't make any money out of them, then they're practically worthless. Because how are we meant to take the merits of somebody seriously if what we think about them is nonsense, and that we refuse to buy into it, and subsequently refuse to buy from somebody who is warped, deranged, and slow in the mind, as he refers to it as. And by the way, autism doesn't play anything whatsoever into being slow in the mind. Anybody can be autistic and actually be incredibly bright, articulate, accurate, and not a complete arsehole. This is not revolutionary. But what is revolutionary is people actually using their autism and saying that it is the best thing that could ever happen to them. The best thing that people can do to counteract the accusations that people who are autistic are slow in the mind and therefore less worthy than other people is by making the case that actually autism is the best thing that could ever happen to somebody. Something that even to this point Chris does not see value in. And maybe possibly, I know I'm rambling about this, but I'll get to the point very quickly, is that Chris... The main difference, I think, honestly, between me and Chris is that I cherish my autism. I cherish the things that I've been able to do because I'm different. Chris doesn't. He views autism as a curse. He doesn't view it as the sort of thing that could ever improve his life. He just blames everybody else, and therefore, if he can blame everyone else, then He doesn't have to take any responsibility, because why would you apologize if you haven't done anything wrong? And again, maybe you think I'm like going way overboard even for like Freudian standards, but I do honestly believe that. I really do. For someone who effectively does nothing, Chris leads a very stressful life. That's not a catch-22, that is a catch-22 and a half, and takes escapism very seriously. The most notable example of escapism includes Quickville, a fictional city that Chris believes to be real, along with his imaginary friends. And no, that is not role-playing. Chris truly believes that Quickville and his characters are real, in both C-197 and 1218. Chris also shows signs of avoidance behaviors, the lack of avoiding stressful situations or feelings, see? He claims his fictional concept of dimensional merge will fix all his problems and pay all his loans once it is complete. Chris has also pushed nostalgia as far as possible. Decades after leaving school, his mind is still fixated on the positive events that occurred at the time. And again, this is where I bring the aspects of like different perspectives and also different opportunities into light. Whether you want to say this is a result of like being from two very different periods of time, or not having the intuition to make the most of what you have anyway, will remain to be seen in the future. But also, I cherished my time at school like tremendously, even throughout the bad times, don't get me wrong. But it is also worth noting, ladies and gentlemen, that my school days are long over. It's been 10 years since I did my GCSEs. It's been 8 years since I did my A-levels. It's been 5 years since I finished my my short film and got my animation degree. You know what? That's in the past. And I've got to move on with my life. I've got to do what I know, and I've got to make it work. So, and bear in mind, with all that being said, I actually really do feel like my life is actually starting to begin properly. And that I can actually put the past into the past. But I always must remember what I've learned from them. Because, as I said before, if we go into experiences and we're not grateful for what we've learned, then we're going to just doomed to repeat our cycle over and over again. Something Chris is guilty of 100%. Recently, Chris bought a school desk, probably to help relive the Galpal-filled days. Or maybe it was just something to just so he could actually work in his mountains of junk and toys. Chris dusting himself off. Not a euphemism, by the way. In the years and months prior to September 2011, Chris displayed some degree of being able to move on and away from traumatic events in his life. He'd simply try to throw the events in question to one side before becoming engrossed in whichever new sweetheart or troll crossed his field of vision. Following the death of his father, however, Chris has lost this coping mechanism. After a protracted period of grieving, Chris instead began using maladaptive coping methods, excluding flouncing and death threats, that gradually evolved into the current state over the ensuing 8 to 9 years, among which are escapism, astral projection and the dimensional merge, rationalization, I can't go to BabsCon because of COVID-19 so it must be part of the merge, disassociation and safety behaviors such as spiritual possession and sensitization, i.e. flipping out over blocks on Twitter resulting in the soft exile. Nostalgia. We're going to be covering like a large article about nostalgia later, but the main principles are these. Like many people, Chris has a strong sense of nostalgia for past events. Unlike many people, Chris has used nostalgia as a crutch, and prefers to retreat into his rose-tinted view of the past instead of confronting issues facing him in the present day. Death threats. Something that, okay, so you may be thinking it's a little bit, possible to agree with Chris, even for people who are less fortunate than ourselves, and that might be the only way to get into a cycle where they can enjoy their life one way or another. You be the judge on that, because everyone's sense of nostalgia is going to be rose-tinted, and depending on what shade of rose you're looking for, it may not be for the best, or it may not be as good as you remember. Death threats. Something, however, that's a little bit harder to justify. In fact, no, it's not justifiable at all. One of Chris's most vociferous coping mechanisms, and one that, alongside flouncing, predates the newer examples. Chris genuinely believes that wishing death on people is a valid coping mechanism / response to stressful situations. Recipients of these death threats include trolls of the classic era, such as Clyde Cash, Vivian G, Liquid Chris, Jack Thaddeus, and Alec Benson Leary. Well, we could also throw Mao and Evan as well, but, you know, former United States President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence, former friend Megan Schroeder, and every employee at Sega, just to name a small number of them. My only thing I can really say to this is that a large part of these are people that have crossed Chris's field of vision, who refuse to give him what they want, which is either consent or their beck and call. Other times, these things could have been ignored anyway if Chris just simply chose to ignore them. He had the choice to walk away. He had the choice to not do the things that he did. He had the choice to be calm about the situation. He had the choice to display maturity. He had the chance to display the things that we would be surprised at. We would have the opportunity to do all. He would have had he had these opportunities and he didn't take them. Whether you want to say, you know, his ego was his undeniable downfall, or whether or not Chris is really just that ridiculous, well, I'm going with the latter because of what we know, and possibly as we go through this, the rationale of why he thinks he does what he thinks he knows. Flouncing. Damn trolls, your bullying is not appreciated, even locally. Yeah, especially locally. So you could just take your bullyings and bully yourselves. If you're bored, go work around the house. Go take a walk, because you don't need the internet. You don't need to stay cooped inside. You just need to go outside and enjoy life and the sun and the days you have to live. Chris suggesting alternatives to the internet that he refuses to himself, circa YouTube finale. Which finale, however, was this? Was this the first or second one? Because let's be completely honest, ladies and gentlemen. March. Okay, so that's his first finale. So Chris has had also many habits of trying to assert authority by saying that if you really want to live a healthier life, you must do as I say. But that's mostly just so it can get people off his back. It's never really for any real benefit except his own, which is something I've covered before with a lot of the sex things, is that they're not really pleasurable to anyone except Chris himself, and other people involved are just sort of toys with no moving parts as far as Chris is concerned. The first of Chris's maladaptive coping mechanisms, Chris's habit of flouncing or rage quitting the internet, is something he has attempted several times. This behavior bears the most resemblance to the maladaptive coping strategy of avoidance, but Chris's flouncing behavior bears several differences. In these cases, Chris only intended to make the internet think he had quit, and hoped that, by simply lying low, the trolls would disappear. However, trolls would quickly manipulate Chris back online by using an undercover troll posing as his real-life friends to convince him that another sweetheart had been confirmed to be legitimate. And the sweetheart would in turn convince Chris to make more videos. In the case of the first instance of Chris flouncing, he returned for a mere 36 hours after he said he was going to leave to ramble about a Family Guy spin-off that he liked anyway, so that doesn't really hold much strength. Also, it is really interesting as far as I'm concerned, is the fact that what was it that it was ever stopping Chris before when it comes to things like I'm not entirely sure of what the right one to use is that, but did it not seem a little bit strange? Did Chris not think it was a bit strange for someone to convince him immediately to get back on the internet? That's what I was mentioning before, was that did this not look like... Did Chris not think about getting a new email address? Did he not think about changing his number? You know, doing things to make sure that, even people who are that committed and who are that much of weens as far as 2010 was concerned, to have really thought if it was worth the effort to get Chris back into the spotlight. So, yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that Chris just sort of... He only did it because people were interested, and it might be his only real source of interaction, even though it was a very much puppet/puppet master dynamic. Escapism. Chris has long used escapism as a maladaptive coping mechanism against reality. Even in his younger adult years, Chris took escapism to unhealthy levels, such as believing to have imaginary friends and magic powers, especially in moments of stress, like during Mary Lee Walsh's confrontation over his attraction signs. Chris's habit of escapism greatly ramped up in the years following his father's 2011 death. By 2017, he was invested further in trying to learn psychic powers and believed that imaginary friends like Magi-chan were tangible and dancing with him at the 2017 BronyCon. Once again, I can't just straight up say whether or not Chris was like that far off the deep end that he thought, yeah, why not? Or rather, if it's just sort of, it was inevitable that these things were going to be coming out into the open. In late 2017, the Idea Guys exploited Chris's habit of escapism to brainwash their beliefs over his fantasy world, followed by a parade of copycats. As a result of their manipulation and even the attempts by the guard dogs to repair some of the damage that the Idea Guys had dealt to Chris's psyche, Chris opted to retreat further into the wreckage of his imagination, and the fantasies associated it, now believing in concepts such as polyamorous marriage, the dimensional merge, and the CPU goddesses. The only thing I kind of also wanted to add, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of this is that some of you may be remembering about the video that Chris posted immediately when he came home from BronyCon, and how he was, like, talking to one pony called Flufflepuff, and he just seemed to emboss a lot of mannerisms you would expect from a child more than anything. And I'm not entirely sure if well, no, I did, like, that was like part of part 56, and I talked for like nearly 10 minutes about how, whether you want to say it's a result of, his autism or his lack of treatment, or just what 10 years at that point of degeneration and of unchecked mental psychosis would do to a person. But a lot of these things probably need to get their own videos in their own right, so we'll continue. Role-playing. Chris has a history of role-playing. He wrote about getting a PS4 when I was just starting college, but well, what can you do? He also uses his sock puppet account, Magi-chan, for role-playing as Magi-chan. How Magi-chan types without a body is something only Emmanuel would know, or the god giving bear. He started to roleplay as Sonichu from the 15th of April 2020. He claimed to be possessed since the 31st of March 2020. And as you might suspect, it was a coping mechanism for the cancellation of BabsCon. On the 19th of April 2020, Chris appeared on a live stream where he asked the host to refer to him as Sonichu in Chris's body, which is just strange, to be honest, because this is something that Chris sort of like flip-flops back and forth, and it makes so little sense about the things he says and does about this, and there's just no explanation for any of these. It sounds like Chris basically talking to himself and going mad just for the sake of entertainment. But I don't think it's entertainment, because I don't really think Chris has the mental fortitude to communicate to his audience that he knows fine well he's talking out of his arse, but make of that what you will. I'm gonna have to learn how to stop saying that as well. And by the way, for what they're worth, these are just dates and the rationales about why Chris was role-playing as them. To give a speech to the extreme, sexy time with a 90... This is during Blue Spike. Part of being brainwashed. Chris doing it of his own volition. By the way, Chris repeatedly signed his name on the Chris Chan Sonichu on court documents relating to his March 2018 trespassing charge, despite it not being his legal name, though no action was taken by court staff on the matter. I don't know if well, I imagine they probably would. Revisions might have been made to the law about giving false information since 2018, but we'll wait and see about that. It might vary from state to state, but there you are. Despite it not being his... Okay, here we go. And then Maji-chan, when he was he was pseudo-interacting with Jacob Sockness. And then, of course, it goes to... this is because he couldn't go to BabsCon as a result of COVID, and promises not to return to his body until somebody incomprehensibly time travel scenario plays out in Chris's head. Stop the LARP after being convinced to do by an enabler. Then, when it came to Mewtwo, it was white knighting himself on Twitter, and then finally he roleplay as Jesus Christ whilst he was sitting in prison over charges of incest. You can't quite make this stuff up, I must admit. I mean, we go from Mewtwo to Jesus in the span of a few months. Power fantasies. A power fantasy is a form of wish fulfillment that involves someone who feels powerless, making themselves seem more significant. Where have I heard that one before? A popular example of this kind of behavior is when an author makes themselves a major component of their story, and gives themselves unlimited power over an unfavorable situation they'd encounter. Such characters, which are examples of self-inserts, are often referred to as Mary Sues, Mary Stews, or Gary Stews among fan circles. I know actually quite a lot about these because I've written quite a lot of things in my time where I think, looking back, I would consider them to be more Gary Stews and Mary Stews and whatnot. But at the same time, some of them were intentional, some of them not, some of them probably... It was a good thing I had to revise a lot of them, so there you are. While most people have indulged in power fantasies in their life, Chris's maladaptive daydreaming has taken his adherence of such fantasies to a truly unhealthy level. One of the best examples of this is Chris coping with stressful situations through escapism by replicating them in his comics. Chris's comics have served as an outlet to form a narrative centered around a stressful event, instead making everything work out as he would have wanted. Oftentimes, the people who gave him a hard time would be depicted as villains, while Chris or his lackeys would prove to be powerful enough to defeat them with ease. Chris originally centered these comics around his love child, Sonichu, where he would showcase his many adventures and overcome various bad guys. However, even this wouldn't stop Chris from making the comics go full power fantasy at as early as the very first issue. From issue 2 onwards, bear in mind the first issue of Sonichu is issue 0, so you have to go... This is the third issue. I don't make sense of any of this. Chris would then turn his comics into a power fantasy series, where he would be in direct control over all of the people who wronged him, and get all of the things he wants. This type of behavior from Chris isn't strictly limited to his comics. Though what I will say about power fantasies is that actually creating a narrative, a story in a comic centered around the idea of it being an intentional power fantasy in every sense of the word is not exactly a bad idea in theory. It would have only been slightly less and it wouldn't be even as interesting as it is if it wasn't for the fact it was so directly related to the author in question. I think which to be honest might be the only way you could really make these things interesting, but by that point it's almost exclusively about the writer himself and not actually about their work. Something that, to be honest, is a reflection of Chris in every sense of the word anyway. So, New Age methods. Chris has also been utilizing several New Age concepts and beliefs in order to avoid reality and the stress caused by it, including, but not limited to, listening to subliminal frequency hypnosis videos. Okay, I apologize for the slight disturbance in the system, so here we go. Listening to subliminal hypnosis videos, LARPing as his OCs, and meditation. Upon recently, he has been using ways of body swapping with a number of his OCs, including Magi-chan, Mewtwo, and most famously, Sonichu. This is a tactic Chris uses in order to escape or get away from the stresses of life and the internet in which he creates. But how he does this is quite confusing, yet idiotic. Apparently he takes on the OC's role and inadvertently swaps minds and bodies with the said OC in the sister dimension of C-197, which gives him a break in order to reevaluate his current situation. To him, he thinks it works, but it is not subtle in the slightest, and when he has been active on social media platforms like Twitter or Facebook, there have been times when Christorians have noticed minor hints to his normal mannerisms. Just about the closest way you could call to Chris being normal, but there you are. Such as his way of speech or downright forgetting he's in Sonichu's body. It happens in times when Chris is feeling overwhelmed, where he almost metaphorically retracts into his delusional shell from the world. And there have been times where he has done this for long periods of time, the longest being nearly a whole year. For him, it's a normal method he has developed for blocking out the world, but others see it as an unhealthy way to avoid life's problems, instead of facing them head-on like the rest of the world does, while also falling back on what his mad ravings of the merge being coming, and justifying his ideals of using this way of coping. It is by far one of the most crazed mental acts that people have seen in a long time. During the jail saga, and this is when Chris was manipulating people to think he was Jesus through calls and letters. In the wake of Chris's incestuous relationship with his mother, he was sent to jail where he is currently awaiting trial. Circa, he's been released, but and a whole bunch of crazy shenanigans follow, involving Chris thinking that he's Jesus to such the extent that he just stares into a camera while doing a live stream and looks so completely out of his mind on drugs that you're beginning to wonder whether or not Chris is just powering down, so to speak, or he's just completely given up about what people think and just does whatever he wants, which is which isn't new as far as Chris is concerned, but you know, it's quite different in a way. Being away from similar surroundings like his home, toys, and mother for months, he doubled down on his coping, taking his evolving messiah complex to its ultimate conclusion. He crafted a new fantasy of being Jesus Christ, role-playing as the religious figure in multiple jail communications. He also continued his fantasies of living out the life of a cartoon hero, interacting with imaginary friends and battling the forces of evil. I'm really doing well, very well. I'm literally fighting a whole bunch of demons and villains and everything. And I'm defending the cities, saving the world multiple times, and answering prayers and all that. Phew, I'm definitely not lazy. You gotta love how Chris just felt the need. I think M.K's trying to call me and stuff like that, but yeah, Chris trying to convince people he's not lazy is the sort of thing that, well, your guess is as good as mine as well as it works, because again, just because Chris says he isn't, doesn't mean he actually is, so take that with a grain of salt. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to do it as far as Chris and his coping mechanisms go. Because Chris seems to think that he can solve all his problems by either just ignoring them, dealing with them by being passive-aggressive, or just straight up trying to cut all communications from the world from any semblance, including the absolute failures of his own life, he thinks that just pretending to be someone else is going to cure all his immediately problems, or whatever Chris technically wants at the moment. So, I hope you guys have learned something from this, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan quickie reading, and not necessarily quick in the conventional sense, because, well, as we are going through Chris's psyche as far as these discussions are going, it's interesting to know of certain, conclusions I think some people have made in regards to the way Chris treats himself and will treat others. So, whether you want to say this is just a result of Chris being a dick to people just because he thinks it's funny, or if this is a part of something a bit darker. I think it's more the latter, and it's a little bit more complex. But we'll be able to draw some more conclusions as this series goes on. So, Chris and manipulation. For every trolling saga, there was a bunch of stuff happening in the background. Chris's reactions on YouTube were highly inflated by troll girlfriends whispering shit to him behind the scenes. Oh, Chris, you're not just going to take that, are you? Chris, I need a man who can stand up for himself, not just a little wuss. It takes quite a bit to whip Chris up into a frenzy, and it's hard to keep it going. Mostly manipulated by Chris's laziness, vindictiveness, selfishness, self-immobilization, the electric hedgehog defensive state, etc., etc. This is the man in the pickle suit, Marvin, on how trolls manipulated Chris into performing in many of his rage videos. And that's a little bit shockingly accurate, unfortunately. I like the person who even did this. He did a good job. Something like 90% of what Chris to make the videos he did was never made public. Oh, according to Marvin. Manipulation, well, that's true because quite a lot of it did get leaked by, guess who else? The people that he sent the videos to. Manipulation is a psychological tactic aimed at taking advantage of someone in order for them to perform a specific action. This has been a key technique used by Chris's trolls, his enablers, and his own mother. Don't believe me? Well, look at that, and you're about to see for yourselves. Behind the scenes of trolling. Trolling is necessary for Chris to be as funny as everyone expects him to be. People don't like to hear this because they want to believe Chris is a crazy free-ring circus of fun 24/7. But he's really not. He's got his moments, but he's a phenomenon that now needs to be curated if you want to experience the old-school trolling days. Yeah, I literally, like when the stuff about the incest calls began regarding Chris, it was a little bit far believing that this was not just the work of Clyde Cash. So if you really wanted to do like back in the earlier days, you just make up something about one of his Solitude characters apparently being a bank manager or something like that, and Chris will fly off the handle about some ways to make this work, blah blah blah. One of Chris's former trolls, the man in the pickle suit, has often posted on Kiwi Farms describing how trolls manipulated Chris behind the scenes. Hundreds of hours worth of calls between Chris and the trolls took place, much of it never released. Information was also omitted on the Quickie, which several trolls were members of. To paint a funnier picture of the Chris, a side effect of which has created a skewed impression of him to fans. Trolls would intentionally obscure their true identities, even from each other, and many would even change core details to further confuse those who seek to dox them. For example, Clyde Cash was originally meant to be a plain but successful Asian American guy, but this image was later replaced with a Guido stereotype, and everyone went along with it. In the background calls, people would plant ideas in Chris's head and goad him into making videos. One such example is Twin Falling Towers, a 2009 video in which Chris invoked the 9/11 tragedy to diss Clyde Cash. The man in the pickle suit described how the trolls talked to Chris behind the scenes to get him to make... I honestly thought Chris literally did that completely on his own, and it is literally about what you think it is, accompanied with a video of the Twin Towers itself. Be sure to mention that you think he's weak. Call him weak, like some sort of disaster, like a bridge collapsing, or compare him to 9/11. That'll embarrass him. And Chris just thought to do that immediately. It even got Liquid Chris to even comment saying that, how could you make fun of the 9/11 terrorist attacks? And Chris received the backlash he received was so substantial that he had to make an apology video, very half-assed, and he still tried to make a joke towards Clyde anyway. So he couldn't have just made it about being sorry, because it wasn't really about being sorry. Chris couldn't even be bothered to show his face in that video as well, so make of that what you will. For a decade or so, people assumed he came up with the 9/11 video of his own volition, painting an image of an unpatriotic ingrate. It didn't help that his apology video involved photoshopping the Twin Towers into candles, basically depicting the buildings on fire. Whether this apology video was staged or not is unknown. Later, Casey's father brought up the video in his infamous father call, claiming he had to dig his mother out of the tower's remains. Other examples include Quick calls out 3 naive YouTubers, a set of videos in which Chris lambasted fan Sonichu is cool. Trolls had planted the idea in his head that she was secretly a troll. That Chris just straight up believed, I guess. The Quixacle video in which he jammed his penis in the snow, and the Liquid Chris saga. Chris originally didn't want to react to Liquid, but the trolls forced his hand with artificial reasons. Also because there was a bird involved, which is usually a way to get Chris to react or acquiesce, because Chris sincerely thought that it was the wrong... whatever, it's a long story. Trolls exploited their knowledge of Chris's psychology to goad him into get angry in his videos. Chris usually reacts to a specific stimulus, has a short memory about those sorts of things, like a goldfish. So in any video where Chris is specifically trying to act like Johnny Bravo, that was almost always in response to a request by us no older than 24 hours. We would hype Chris up about how he's being called a pussy, and how if he doesn't make a video soon, he'll lose the rights to Sonichu. The difference in style between videos produced by trolls and videos Chris records on his own initiative supports the point. Trolls-produced videos tend to be short, succinct, and feature Chris making a fool of himself. Chris recording on his own tends to bore his audience by rambling about his interests like toys or his fantasy world. The Truman Show effect, as I call it. Chris's situation with the trolls has been compared to The Truman Show, a fictional film in which the main character is unaware he is living in a reality TV show, surrounded by improv actors, hidden cameras, and a conspiracy to hide the reality of a controlled environment. Chris's situation reflects Truman's, as he had been manipulated by trolls for the sole purpose of making him into a spectacle for online mockery, and many of his ostensibly private interactions have been unwittingly shared with the world. The only real difference is that Chris installed the cameras himself. Oh, and in case you wonder what this is, Surfshark Tito and another troll devised a new plan in which animators want to make a Sonichu cartoon in order to get him to write a script. So, what you might imagine, ladies and gentlemen, is that Chris would have been forced, but then again, would Chris have been interested if he immediately? I would have doubted it. Nor would I have ever suspected that people would have gone near Sonichu anyway, because who would? That's my point. Similar to how actors populate Truman's world while posing as trusted loved ones, undercover trolls posed as Chris's friends for years. They controlled access to Chris. When one sweetheart saga ended, another potential sweetheart would contact Chris, and he would ask his friends to vet them. The undercover trolls would confirm to Chris that the sweetheart could be trusted, thus continuing the cycle of trolling. One such undercover troll is the woman behind Emily, the Kim Wilson persona. Oh, and the Kim Wilson persona, and several other undisclosed personas. She lives locally to Chris, and she has met him in real life where she has gained his trust. Due to the severity of Chris's autism-related facial blindness, he was unable to recognize her face whenever she would meet him in town. She then exploited this weakness to trick Chris into believing he has multiple gal pals he can trust when, in reality, all are played by a single undercover troll. Though, to be fair, if Chris's antics involving actual dates or anything to go by, it probably would have been the best for people to have left well enough alone anyway. Boiling frog fable. In the years post-2011, Chris has become increasingly vulnerable of the concept of creeping normality, often represented through the fable of the boiling frog, which states that by slowly heating a pot of water with a frog inside to a boil, the frog will not recognize itself being cooked alive, as opposed to immediately tossing it in the boiling water, in which case it would quickly jump out. In a manner similar to the boiling frog, Chris is increasingly unable to recognize when he is the target of manipulation. I've heard about that sort of thing before, I've just never really known it in relation to Chris, but to be honest, it makes perfect sense. without being told outright by others that said manipulation has taken place. In 2018, the idea guys manipulated Chris in ways darker than he had ever attempted before, including systematically dismantling his imaginary world and its cast of characters, engaging in criminal extortion against him, and accusing Chris of the P word. If he didn't play along with them, or see the overview section, Chris was gaslit to the point of completely believing everything the ideas guys said to him. While the efforts of the guard dogs minimally restored Chris's self-awareness to the point that he will level angry asides at the idea guy for the extortion in his videos, that never took place, as demonstrated in those during the Soft Exile saga, Chris still wholeheartedly believes in modifications the idea guys made to both the Sonichu canon and the real-world aspects of Chris's life. He appears from the outside to be no longer able to discern this normal life from which came before it, thus being affected by creeping normality. And it's so... What's kind of actually sad about the whole affair is that had Chris had any more level of self-awareness about what was really taking place, he would have changed his ways a lot sooner, and then... But because he hadn't, or maybe because he lacks the ability to do that, it might be too late even for that. Social engineering. Chris believes in crazy TV hacker stereotypes. That's why we always so easily told him we hacked into his phone or his email and blamed all our leaks on that. Our various troll girlfriends got away scot-free. And again, you know what, Marvin says this with absolute confidence, because at this point, is there any doubt as to how they managed to get away with it? Or rather, that they picked the right, or that Chris was so gullible that no matter what people said to him, Chris would have picked up, especially if it concerned him or his works and stuff like that. Trolls exploit Chris's naive nature to gain access to his accounts in order to leak emails or videos. After gaining Chris's trust via an internet persona, they would ask for access to Chris's accounts and blame the resulting trolling on hackers, and Chris would then change his password while simply handing the e-girlfriend/Sonichu character the new one since he still trusted them. This practice came to a farcical head during the Teen Troon Squad saga, when the Squad and Guard Dog factions engaged in a tug-of-war over Chris. The Squad, who would log into Chris's accounts and post information from Magi-chan about the dimensional merge, and the Guard Dogs. Also having Chris's passwords. Why the hell Chris would even agree to do something like that? I mean, did he not think for 1 second that these people couldn't be trusted? Even for people I trusted, I wouldn't give my passwords out. That's just something you just don't do. Count it with their own information, trying to lead Chris away from thinking about the merge. This conflict caused confusion in Chris, who wanted to trust both sides. Blocking help. Marvin explained how the Miscreants group of trolls has isolated Chris from help. White Knights were subverted, their messages blocked, deleted before Chris could see them. If they got through, trolls would leak their conversations with Chris and accuse the helper of being the culprit. Trolls had a vice-like grip on Chris, and that only loosened when they willingly gave up when Bob died. But even if the conversion of who is or isn't a troll comes up with Chris, he's still not playing on level ground. Someone accuses Julie of being a troll, Julie says she's not a troll, who should Chris pick? What if it's 2 people saying Julie's not a troll, 3, 4, some of Chris's IRL friends saying she's not a troll, almost every person in his life? When people try to help Chris, he's not knowledgeable throwing that help away. He cannot identify help. There's a platter with 20 different options, and one of those options is help. The rest are people trying to fuck him over. The numbers are not in favour of Chris. Which is, again, one of those things that's a little bit confusing just when you, read it, because why would Chris just not, put his pride aside for 1 second and actually decide, you know what, as bad as the situation is, I've got to somehow help myself in what happens. But because, as we know, Chris did not do any of those things, or he didn't even know where he could turn, your guess is as good as mine. And then the narrative that comes out later is, did Chris ever want any help? Or is Chris perfectly content as he is, and therefore we have to respect his wishes no matter if he's putting himself in harm's way or not? Which, for the most part, I think people just, that's the point where they decided to leave him enough alone. He could do a fantastic job of screwing himself over, so why even participate? Just watch from a distance. Chris in between the trolling. Without stimuli like the trolls goading him to get angry, Chris just kind of fell back into his natural state, being a man-child, playing with toys, and wanting his heart sweet to take care of him. Since his discovery by the internet in 2007, there have been times where activity fell to the point that Chris was temporarily without manipulation from trolls or enablers. Left to his own devices, Chris would drop off the internet and concentrate on the real world instead. Sometimes. We held him online. If someone's not actively compelling Chris to do stupid stuff online, he slides off. And yes, that was basically the whole point of like part 38, where Chris, sort of being left to his own devices in the real world, finally realized that he didn't really have anyone to interact with at all. Chris experiencing anxiety and paranoia nearly a year after the classic troll conspirators released him from his Truman Show experience. From saying, is the person behind me a troll because they're looking at me, or just can he trust any of his friends that he still has on Facebook? An example of this can be seen in Chris's internet activity following his father's death. Yeah, exactly. At that point, the classic troll cabal voluntarily relinquished their control over Chris to allow him to grieve. As a direct result, Chris stopped recording wacky videos online, hence the abrupt end of the calling out saga. The troll experience has left Chris with lingering suspicion and paranoia as to the motives of others, and he has occasionally posted on social media channels about how he suspects people offline of being trolls, albeit without any real evidence. Chris gradually socialized in the real world again, such as hanging out at the Impulse Gay Social Club and with his Pokemon League friends. Although this respite was interspersed with the beginning of modern trolls such as Catherine and the Lady Managers, who, again, manipulated Chris back into his Truman Show existence. The business, financial crisis, and idea guy sagas were a paradigm shift from Chris's tendency to slide offline without troll influence to a new Chris increasingly online by his own volition. And then we move into Bob territory. Not in euphemism, by the way. Bob is often blamed for being Chris's original and most persistent enabler, and it is likely that her coddling gave Chris his penile and egocentric attitude. She is also deemed by Christorians to be the one responsible for Chris constantly taking orders from random strangers without giving it a second thought. In the past, some of Bob's attempts at controlling Chris were nothing short of outright emotional abuse. Examples include threatening to lock Chris out of the house and leave him homeless if he dared travel further than a few miles out of town after the Ohio trip, as well as feigning cardiac arrest to bring Chris into line, terrifying him to the point of calling 911 on several occasions. This would also be the point where if Chris had any sense, he would have called social services and want to have barbed questions about these sorts of things. Perhaps the most, but then of course you may be arguing the case of, well, Chris would have been in his mid to late 20s at this point. Would social services? Well, yeah, they probably would. If it weren't also for the fact of Chris's online activities and stuff like that. Perhaps the most notable incident involving this sort of manipulation took back in 2011. Chris had planned to visit the year's MagFest convention, but realised he didn't have enough of his monthly tugboat left to afford a hotel room. So instead of opted, he slept in the car. After informing his parents of his plans, Bob gaslighted him into backpedaling, firstly by claiming he could be at risk from a combination of criminals and cold temperatures, then again by threatening to leave him homeless, and finally by implying that she would commit suicide. If Chris went to the convention, a distraught Chris cancelled his plans and received only further guilt-tripping and a video game as consolation. Bad Bob. Bad Bob. Manipulation techniques. Pro tip. The methods listed here are for documenting common techniques used by trolls. Do not attempt any of these. As shown above, after gaining Chris's trust, it isn't particularly difficult to get him to do many things he wouldn't normally do. There is a 3-step process that most trolls and enablers use. 1. Appeasement. Give Chris an offer for something he'd really want or feed into Chris's beliefs. 2. Instructions. Provide Chris with over-the-top steps he can take to the offer or so that he can roleplay with you. 3. Betrayal. Watch him do it and betray him. Then watch the result of said betrayal. Rinse, dry, and repeat. As an example, Chris's history of being manipulated began with him being tricked into crawling into a tight space by childhood friend Sarah Hammer, when she told him that she found Casper the friendly ghost there. Sarah simply noticed that Chris had a fascination with cartoon characters being real, and knew that this was the perfect opportunity to give Chris the offer of meeting him in person. Appeasement. She then told him that he could see Casper if he crawled into the hole. Instructions. And finally, she locked him in, and began watching the events that would follow. Betrayal. And it's fascinating as well, they literally do go over all of this, so let's do the same, eh? During the classic era, this technique would be used by many trolls such as Blanca Weiss, Clyde Cash, Liquid Chris, and even a bunch of trolls posing as Nintendo staff. In the case of Blanca, the trolls behind the pseudonym simply realized that Chris would wanted a significant other to complete his love quest, and finally get some china. So they used Chris's desperate pleas to complete this mission to obtain his medallions. Appeasement. Afterwards, they insisted that Chris give them the medallion if he wanted Blanca for himself. Instructions. Finally, they destroy the medallion in many ways, from cutting it with a knife and hitting it with a hammer, to setting it on fire and submerging the broken pieces into a jar of pickles. Betrayal. The most illegal and life-changing use of this technique to date is from Chris's most infamous enablers, the Idea Guys. After a long string of supernatural beliefs and creepy behaviours being displayed from Chris during his comeback, a troll by the name of Joshua Wise noticed his complete lack of self-awareness and wanted to see how deep the rabbit hole would go. Wise would then appeal to many of Chris's fantasies by role-playing as several of his characters. Appeasement. Afterwards, he tasked him to do a number of nonsensical tasks, such as having him lick a drawing of Magi-chan's penis on a wall and having him destroy a Christmas tree, telling him it was Nazi merchandise. Instructions. The betrayal part of this would come from the proposed humiliation that Chris would subject himself to. Even after, he was doxxed and shut down for a while, along with several others, would use this technique repeatedly until they went as far as extorting large sums of money from him and falsely reporting him to the FBI for being the P-word, among other things. Betrayal. A less common means that people have found to manipulate him is through the same process but in reverse. This method is a favourite among his mother. Threats. Tell Chris that if he does or does not do something, you will do something undesirable that will happen to him. Instructions. Tell him that, in order to prevent the undesirable thing from happening, he has to cancel all plans and instead take part of someone else's whims, and reward him for doing what he has been told to do in further strengthening his trust in you. Or you can just betray him anyway. Rinse, dry, repeat. They're all fucked up, and don't ever do any of them. That's all I'm going to say about that. Validation. Some manipulation involves giving Chris validation over his pre-existing feelings and beliefs, which influences him further. Examples include the unknown enabler who told him to get in touch with his feminine side and influenced him into identifying as a tomgirl, the subliminal frequency hypnosis videos, and the people who commented in them, who influenced Chris into believing his taint was transforming into a vagina, and the Idea Guys, who exploited his beliefs about alternative dimensions in order to influence and shape those beliefs further, culminating in Chris's pseudo-religious belief over the dimensional merge. Reasons as to why Chris is so gullible. Mental deficiencies. A common aspect of autism spectrum conditions is an increased level of gullibility. Those on the spectrum are often more openly trusting of others, willing to put aside suspicion to follow what someone says. Even in situations which could put them at risk, Chris also appears to have some degree of both facial blindness and difficulty recognizing voices, which are also common, though not universal, autism symptoms. Sad but true. Chris has been fooled by numerous personas operated by the same person. An example of this is Chris wholeheartedly believing the person behind the Jack Thaddeus persona in the Calling Out saga to be Ahuvia Harrell, even though the two neither sounded nor looked alike, as well as Chris believing Kim Wilson to be a different person from Emily, even though the latter presented herself to Chris as the former on several occasions, and Chris did not pick this up one bit. Even in face-to-face meetings where Chris should have been able to tell the difference, he had not been experiencing this impaired recognition. Furthermore, Julie was a 13-year-old boy using an obvious falsetto voice, yet Chris believed her to sound 100% female, even when the actor forgot to mask his voice. Enablers and lack of independence. Chris isn't very independent. He relies on the government and his mother to pay the bills, and still ends up in debt. While he has made real-life friends in the past, the Idea Guy saga led him to alienate them in mid-2018. Nowadays, he prefers to surround himself with online enablers and play into his every escapist fantasy, in turn gaining his trust. Chris's dependence on other people, especially his enablers, has actually made him more susceptible or being manipulated, as all of his trust is simply put into them without any second thoughts. He is also highly susceptible to peer pressure and fitting in with others' opinions. Chris's gullible, overly trusting nature and desire for contact means that he has often been drawn to consider others friends, even if they're acquaintances, at best, or simply attempting to get close for malicious reasons at worst. Even though he would often curse and even wish death on trolls, in recorded voice chats with them, he would often appear to be quite receptive and active in such conversations, as long as the others did not cross the hurtful truth level, in which case he would become hostile in return. From an outsider's perspective, Chris's isolation has also resulted in him making vulnerable to manipulation techniques, as a result of his attempts at seeking out people beyond the horde-choked halls of 14 Branch Lane Court. His lack of self-awareness. Chris lacks self-awareness and a sense of boundaries. Whether for himself or for others, he has no filter, a trait which he calls honesty. He will tell you embarrassing private matters when you first meet him, including his former virginity, his story about how pink eye gave him differently coloured eyes, and even his tendency to soil himself. Once someone gains his trust, he will reveal even more personal information, sometimes literally just on a whim, most of which an average person wouldn't even reveal to a psychologist. Trolls collate the information and leak it to the public, where it ends up on forums, YouTube videos, and, well, like this one, and this fine wiki. This lack of self-awareness may also be another symptom of his autism. Usually this manifests as generally innocuous things, like being unable to regulate the volume of one's voice to match the social setting, or being unable to recognize non-verbal social cues when communicating with other people. In more severe cases like Chris, however, his lack of social awareness can come across as tone deaf at best, or a threat to one's safety at worst. Normally, this lack of self-awareness in a social sense can be minimalized or outright cured with the proper resources, e.g. special education and the right therapist, but we all know how well that turned out. Not very well. His self-entitlement. Another massive flaw that makes Chris easy to manipulate is his egotism. Something we'll be able to discuss a lot more in detail when it comes to Chris and his ego, because it is so inflamed that it's going to burn down his house again, and resulting entitlement. so long as he takes a procedure or simply whines about it long enough. Many of the cases where he had been manipulated involved the manipulator noticing this fundamental character flaw and therefore bribing him with gifts and promises of self-fulfillment. The bribes could be anything from promises of romance to a video game publishing deal. As long as it's something Chris wants, trolls will use it as bait. However, this also has a tendency to backfire, as Chris always believes he is entitled to more and will take a gift and then turn around and ask for another. So yeah, you play into it, and it plays into more like of a sense of like I said, his lack of self-awareness and playing into things that he will want, and you just goad him like, you know, the old donkey and carrot technique, and that's how you goad Chris into just doing things that he knows fine well he probably shouldn't. It's so easy to do, but yeah. General short-sightedness. Chris repeatedly falls victim to the super straight effect, where someone will provide a quick rebuttal to a point and lose ground to the wider argument. In super straight's case, they inevitably corroborated the claims that trans women are women by creating a separate sexuality than straight for those who aren't attracted to them. Likewise, Chris will regularly talk himself into various corners by agreeing to various outlandish claims merely because he was pressured to accept certain points as fact to continue the conversation. This is how you can get him to finally admit Liquid's true and honest name is Chris and not Jeff, then Chris Chandler, then Kristen Weston Chandler. But he was given that name and not renamed by an animatronic bear, and so on, theoretically, forever. And so that actually concludes Chris's article on manipulation. And what strikes me as very, very interesting is that not only that it works too well, especially on someone like Chris, but also for the fact that time and time again, these are the sorts of things that should have been avoided, could have been avoided. And if Chris had any sense at the back of his mind, knows fine well that he could have just put all of this behind him and we wouldn't even be having this conversation anyway. But like I said, because Chris chose not to do any of these things is the reason why the way he is. If he just learned to grow up, if he just learned to be different, to learn from his mistakes, then, like I said, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But like I said before, because he didn't, he didn't. And because I did, I am. And there we go. So I hope all of you guys have enjoyed this reaction video to, reading Chris's manipulation quickie entry. And I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Continue through Chris and his psyche and psychosis, if I'm being completely honest about these articles. But we move on, as now we have to discuss Chris and his conflicting ideas about mental health care, because as we sort of discussed a little bit previously, a lot of Chris's sense of self-care seemed to only amount to people telling him that he can do no wrong and therefore it's going to make him feel good about himself. Like, I don't know how often Chris has ever been like, probably more occasions about things like tough love, but whether any of these sort of things stuck is a different subject matter entirely, because it's probably not very often. Okay, here we go. First of all, the article is out of date, so I apologize in advance because it means that there might be some things that might be inaccurate and we might have to like play the game of fill in the spaces. We need information on gender dysphoria, HRT, Valium in meds section and the effect jail has had upon him. Probably, we'll try our best with some of these. Chris, in 2008, my current church can help me a lot better than any professional because God and Jesus supports them as well. That's already flying off the handles into unhinged territory right there. And then 2018, I am only going to say this once for those who may think me as delusional, crazy, or shit like that. I am not delusional, crazy, or anything of the sort. I have my own magic powers that I am still learning about for myself, from my family and allies. I've already talked to a psychiatrist and therapist years ago, so any new such meetings would be a very moot point. Yeah, that just about says it all right there, but let's keep going. Anyway, Chris has had a troubled relationship with mental health professionals, both psychologists and psychiatrists. He claims that he was held down by the school psychologist in grade school while his screams were recorded, and was forced to see a psychologist for anger management classes after being kicked out of Piedmont, Virginia Community College. Chris has refused, however, to see a psychologist of his own volition in the past, opting to see Rocky Shoemaker, his pastoral counselor, instead. The sole exception occurred in 2016, when Chris went to a gender psychologist over his transgender issues. Chris's various runs-in with the law have resulted in mandated therapy, such as the therapeutic docket. However, Chris has failed to adjust his behavior from such sessions. And this is also, by the way, an artist's interpretation of Chris's stint in jail due to his erratic behavior caused by mental health issues. Notice how they're all there with them, and fortunately there's a window and Bob is just sort of looking in a bit deterred almost by this whole arrangement. And as you can see right here, there's a lot to go through, so one at a time. The problems with Chris, many. An insight into Chris's tortured psyche, from possible hallucinations, the distortion of his characters, what I think is meant to be, is that Roach meant to be in the background? Possibly. Liquid Chris, Mary Lee Walsh, Bob, and Rose Chew. Basically demons all throughout, manifested into how his soul almost looks sort of like a compilation of probably what he saw when Roach locked him in the closet when he was only a child. In his own mind, Chris claims to be autistic, homophobic, as a genuine phobia, and a victim of noviophobia, a made-up phobia of girls having boyfriends. He also diagnosed himself with dissociative identity disorder in the August 13th Captain's Log, although he later revealed in Mailbag Issue 4 that it was a lie to momentarily derail the trolls. Once again, Chris proved that he had no understanding of how serious mental disorders can be. Pretending to be crazy is an odd sort of catch-22. Possibly because to arrive at such a conclusion is maddening anyway, but since you're obviously not, then what? Also, another insight into Chris's tortured psyche. I don't know, well, obviously meant to be a hand, possibly over a motherboard, disguised as a maze, also within the confines of what looks like a plant, or possibly the earth. As though whatever grasp Chris might possibly have is slowly withering away into something that's meant to be tangible and solid. Well, that's my take anyway, and also, whoever did this did like a fantastic job. I mean, look at the detailing on this. It's no secret that Chris has always had a very childish mindset, and views growing up as some sort of epic, arduous challenge, but it wasn't until a conversation with Casey that we knew just how serious this was. According to Chris, as a child, he never had any serious issues of what he wanted to be when he grew up, something all healthy children consider at one point or another. Nor did the thought of becoming an adult ever truly cross his mind. This implies that Chris may have thought that he would remain a child forever. You could possibly say he is still the world's oldest child. In many ways. Chris also seems to be at the level of incompetence that prevents him from realizing how incompetent he truly is. A Cornell University Psychologist journal details the phenomenon. When people are incompetent, the strategies they adopt to achieve success are satisfaction. They suffer a dual burden. Not only do they reach erroneous conclusions and make unfortunate choices, but their incompetence robs them of the ability to realize it. A disturbing, albeit too familiar, case that is more accurate to the account of Chris's reaction to reality, as we'll see coming up. The 2004 summary. We're nearly up to the 20th anniversary of that as well. That's pretty cool. The psychiatrist who compiled a survey of Chris's issues following his troubles at PVCC in 2004 echoed the diagnosis of autism that Chris received sometime in his youth, and took note of an obsessional quality to his preoccupation with finding a girlfriend. He also administered a Folstein test, a brief questionnaire designed to detect cognitive impairment. Chris racked up a perfect score, indicating no problems with his memory or basic information processing abilities. On the Global Assessment of Functioning, the doctor rated Chris a 70, roughly halfway between an average adult and someone with socially debilitating mental illness. Yikes. Later onset gender dysphoria, and the article is yet to be complete due to stress. And this image right here just somehow never gets old. Or any yes yeller. History of medication. According to the 2004 psychiatric survey, at some point in his life, Chris was prescribed the antidepressant medication imperamine. It's not clear when he was prescribed the drug or for what exact reason, but it was likely sometime in his younger days, since the advent of more sophisticated antidepressant drugs like Prozac in the late 1980s, the use of imperamine to treat depression and other psychological disorders has grown less and less common. The same document notes that as of 2004, Chris had been taking the antidepressant Paxil for 4 years in order to deal with his stress and anger issues. One of the survey's recommendations was an increase in his daily dose of the drug, but it's not clear how long Chris continued taking it afterward. In Mailbag 13, he explained that he had switched to a different medication in order to avoid some of Paxil's side effects. The ones that only hit adults, however, in his 11th call with Casey, Chris said that the drug he switched to from Paxil is paroxetine, since Paxil is just one of paroxetine's several trade names and not a different drug. It seems that Chris is still taking the same medication, only under a different appellation. Chris didn't specify what side effects Paxil caused him, but his language suggests some sort of sexual dysfunction. Paxil may have been making it difficult for Chris to achieve orgasm. If his current antidepressant is still paroxetine, or at least another SSRI, then it might explain why it took him around 20 minutes in order to climax when he cybered with Julie. Though, again, the less said about that, probably the better. Another of Paxil's more notable side effects is the potential for substantial weight gain, which couldn't have mixed well with Chris's diet and sedentary lifestyle. Past instances of professional help, or lack thereof. One of the most frustrating elements of Chris in his adamant refusal to take help from any source, in the aftermath of his suspension from the PVCC, his evaluators repeatedly recorded further counselling and psychiatric treatment, but Chris and his parents refused. It seems that Bob thinks that the world of mental health has evolved past the turn of the century treatment of straitjackets and lobotomies. The only thing close to therapy that Chris has ever had was a compulsory anger management class, and we all know how much good that did. Not very much. About the only authority figure he listened to was Rocky Shoemaker, his pastoral counsellor. He claimed that he had no need for psychotherapy because his pastor is better at helping him than anyone. You know, years of training and experience in helping people with psychiatric problems. Chris and Rocky, however, parted ways in around 2011, meaning that probably Chris was roaming around completely unchecked for years. He's shown repeated disregard for the authority of health professionals. There's a shock. It is suspected that, even if Chris received professional help, he would disregard most of it and undermine their therapy. It seems Chris only acknowledges his personal flaws if they get him pity or to demonstrate that he's beaten them already. Things we know fine well he won't do, and things he's proved that have not happened anyway. So again, that's a pretty moot point in itself. Notice how often Chris claims to have won the battle over autism, only to fall back on, "I have autism," as an excuse. Similarly, he wrote Nintendo Power magazine to tell them he conquered his noviophobia, only to say later that his fear came back like a boomerang. Regardless of how blatantly stupid his actions are, regardless of how often trolls, including a 13-year-old boy and con artists such as the Idea Guys, trick him into doing horrible, horrible things, regardless of how any mental health worker worth their salt would pin Chris down like a butterfly to get a chance to crack open his impenetrable shell of fail, Chris will carry on as usual, justifying away everything that they would inconvenience him in the slightest. Chris has no problem telling other people to seek professional help. However, in the mailbag, he has occasionally responded to his detractors with retorts like, "Go see a psychiatrist." Funnily enough, were Chris to ever see a psychoanalyst, he or she would probably see this as a classic Freudian projection. And in case, by the way, for those who are at all concerned about what a Freudian projection was, it is essentially where feelings are directed towards the self and displaced towards other people. So it's one of the most common defense mechanisms that the human psyche can produce. Unfortunately, for the case of Chris, he seems to have taken this one further, in which everything is everybody else's fault, and the only accountability he will take is when he has actually done something credible and people aren't just taking the piss with him. Nathaniel Green Elementary School. When Chris attended NGES, there was an incident where he was supposedly restrained or molested, depending on whom you talk to. It has been claimed by Bob that they wanted to send Chris to an institution. What they meant was likely a place where Chris could see professionals who could work with Chris's problems, as opposed to teachers who deal with more normal students. What Bob probably thought is he would be sent to a nut house. Either way, something that could have done some good in his early development, that just did not happen. Mary Lee Walsh. Although not a mental health professional herself, Walsh has experience at dealing with a large body of students and their individual problems. She also has written a book on coping with college life. Despite her advanced knowledge and experience, Chris chose the better path of cursing her and putting her low on his scale of respect. Psychiatric papers. Following his outburst towards Mary Lee Walsh, Chris was sent to a psychiatrist for evaluation. The resulting papers easily showed a number of things, most of which can easily be told by trolls themselves. Another interesting thing is that, despite the encouragement to follow up on this, Chris's parents refused to on the account of insurance problems. Or they didn't want to ensure that Chris could have been mistaken as someone who was drastically sick and needed serious attention. The documents note that at some point, Chris received psychiatric evaluation at the Center for Learning Potential in Mount Sidney, Virginia, a small town in northeast Augusta County that's 50 miles west of his Ruckersville home. They don't say when this took place, but given the location of the center, it was likely either during his elementary school years or sometime after the Chandlers moved back to Charlottesville in the summer of 2000. Anger management and the shrink. Following his encounter with Mary Lee Walsh, he was ordered to take anger management classes. The only thing that seemed to arise from it were complaints that he had to pay to see a professional, and, well, he still can't control his anger. There's very little information about his anger management classes as it occurred during his pre-ED days, and is only mentioned in a few old documents of Chris that have surfaced. He's never really talked about it since, and it's never come up in comics or videos. I don't think it's the sort of thing Chris would want to get into if he was doing, let's say, I don't know, his memoirs or something like that. Rocky Shoemaker. Religious institutions are fond of proving counseling services to all members of their congregations, sometimes unwisely as a method of hammering them with doctrine to solve their problems, sometimes beneficially by giving them a person to talk to for free and referring them to a real professional if necessary. Whether Rocky is genuinely beneficial or harmful to the people who come to see her is uncertain. But she is certainly admired for her past work. What remains certain is that she was probably not the best solution for Chris, because 1. He considered her to be a perfect, all-encompassing alternative to a qualified professional, 2. He barely listened to anything she ever said. 3. He misconstrued everything she said, accepting advice he liked and ignoring advice he didn't like. She told him about his past habits being unacceptable, but Chris remained as determined as ever to be a total idiot, even after just refusing to listen to somebody that he said he trusted. Although she put a stop to trolling plans, his behaviour remained very much the same. She also told him it would be a good idea to stop posting videos on YouTube, since they only feed the trolls. That hasn't really worked out now, has it? About the only other thing he took away from their sessions is that he can fuck someone before they are married. Okay, but despite the fact that this has only very rarely happened, but there you are. Also, it really says something, again, back on 4chan back in the days. What do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a... Okay. Yeah, it took me a while to realise that was from Joker, but I don't think Chris looks like he was joking around. Chris mentioned in a video from October 2009 and told Casey in a phone call in September of that same year that he had been taking some relationship management classes. Undoubtedly, Chris felt that he had found some form of real-life dating ed. In reality, Chris came upon a class meant for couples who wanted to manage their already established relationships as opposed to finding out how to get into one. It's not much about I can add to that. White Knights and Trolls. If it doesn't take a lot of effort for anyone to see that Chris has virtually no common sense. Likewise, common sense being rather common, White Knights and Trolls alike are often quick to point out that most of what Chris does is stupid, insane, or socially abnormal. To put it bluntly, he doesn't get it. As a result of not getting it, many trolls have become armchair psychologists pondering why exactly he doesn't get it. It doesn't matter what they come up with, the result is always that Chris doesn't listen to anyone if he doesn't want to. Some White Knights like Vivian G and Escal have gotten so fed up with Chris's adamant refusal to improve himself or heed advice that they turn troll or ween instead. Very much true. Even I think there is some like Otaku King, I think it's like a current detractor of Chris is even like is starting to like have enough of him. It's funny how that works. Court mandated therapy for 2011 assault and battery case. The conditions of Chris's plea bargain in July 2012 required him to undergo psychiatric treatment and evaluation, but it seems to have had little effect. Court mandated therapy from 2014. Chris makes mention of therapy in his video Group Embargo on GameStop, Best Buy and Simon shopping centers, and it was reported by observers viewing his July 23rd court hearing. The mental health group he attended was On Our Own of Charlottesville. Gender psychologist. During 2016, Chris met with a gender psychologist who referred to him that he is transgender. That might be one of the very few cases where somebody just straight up says, well, if you're saying that, then that must be true. And then again, the whole process of actually going to psychologists about gender dysphoria is a very complicated matter and is something that should be more closely examined by those who are actually transgender or those who do have gender dysphoria issues. Court mandated therapy from 2018 mall trespassing case. Chris was directed to the therapeutic docket program and required to meet a psychiatrist and therapy group between July of 2018 to April of 2019. However, he failed to benefit from the resources, instead retreating further to his imaginary world and the bad actors validating his beliefs. Dr. Wolf. Chris acted out a therapy session with fictional brony character Dr. Wolf in February of 2019, entitled A Moment with Dr. Wolf, Chris Chan and Greater Struggles, which was a video that Chris did entirely of Lego bricks and characters, and like I mentioned before, he seems to consider himself a source of therapy, and as opposed to doing what he should have done, like taking their own advice, it more sort of boils down to Chris almost trying to have to validating himself in the guise of somebody else. Western State Hospital. On the 28th of February 2022, Chris was transferred from Central Virginia Regional Jail to Western State Hospital. While details were initially scarce, Chris eventually confirmed he had been sent there to make him sufficiently competent to stand trial. Notably, the day before Chris returned to jail, staff members pinned him to the floor, which reminded him of a similar incident at Nathaniel Green Elementary. He has gone on record to state that if they aren't wiped out by the dimensional merge, he would sue the mental hospital in retribution. Later on, Chris claimed that the Western State Hospital was expected to place him in a group home but instead sent him back to jail, allegedly to free up a room. Once again, he accused hospital staff of being abusive as fuck and arrogantly shit-minded with their patients. Whether or not any of this is true, given Chris is a known liar, has yet to be proven. Gateway homes. Now this gateway homes. Now this is specifically referring to Chris being in the current in the current home he's meant to be in, and it's just about where Chris can actually like function in some small way in the outside world. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Chris and mental health care. And to be completely honest, ladies and gentlemen, what a complete waste. A complete waste of American taxpayers' money, who pay hundreds of thousands of taxpayers' dollars just to send people like Chris to therapy, who don't take advantage of anything they're told, who simply get force-fed things that Chris probably just wants to hear so he can feel good about himself, and then every single time he does something stupid, he always gets psychiatric treatment anyway, and the sequence of events goes is that all that will actually appease Chris is just lie to him and say he's alright, or at least do it in such a way that Chris will believe it, as opposed to the alternative, as opposed to the trolls just continually stroking Chris's ego, and from 2007 till probably the very end of time itself. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you guys have enjoyed this article about Chris and mental health care, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. So, curiously enough, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and when it comes to... I'm sort of like just leaping straight into this a bit. Chris and nostalgia. Now, nostalgia is... as you might... actually, to be honest, it's a little bit of a part of Chris's persona in many ways, because his rhetoric, his bullshit, and his propaganda are sort of things you would almost see akin to pre-1950s America. And yet, for some strange reason, Chris seems to think carrying a lot of these rhetorics, and whether it's mostly influenced by his parents or how he thinks that, you know, but then again, that doesn't really play into probably today's article, because one thing that sort of links these two a little bit is that when Chris was growing up in the 1980s, it probably was a very different world, a very exciting and nuanced age, and goodness knows what he must have thought of the future, or specifically his future, but we'll get into that. And so, that is where our story begins. Incomplete due to stress, even though some might say the majority of the work has been done with what Chris has told us about his past. I really miss the good old days. Chris reminiscing on his high school days, back when Chris might have possibly still had a brighter future ahead of him. We know that's not the case. Maybe it never was the case, but hell, you know, this young man probably had a dream of some description. Nostalgia is a sentimental longing or wishful affection for the past, typically for periods and or places with happy personal associations. It is associated with a yearning for the past, its personalities and events, particularly for the good old days or childhood events. The foundation of much of what Chris's adult life has been his fixation on is the past, especially for things that have had deep significance to his life, in order to escape from the present, whether it be through cartoons, interacting with past gal pals and sweethearts, or reminiscing past experiences with trolls. Probably nowhere near the latter because, well, for reasons that, once again, I'm never particularly certain of why. Chris seems more fixated on the fact that they were there to coddle him, as well as the fact that they kind of caused a lot of Chris's suffering in many ways, but Ah, well, you be the judge on that. Nostalgia in Chris's life. Although viewed as a mental disease when it was first discovered, I didn't know that, nostalgia in the modern age is seen as a natural, common, positive emotion for escaping the confines of reality. Seeing how difficult it is for Chris to grasp reality as it is in its present state, the way he grasps the past is unimaginably worse. Chris's nostalgia comes from a wide variety of sources. It can be speculated that the main source of Chris's nostalgia in unhealthy amounts is in his stress. At a psychological level, nostalgia is the result of negative feelings and results in the increase of one's positive emotions. It can also be used as a coping mechanism for dealing with whatever stressful situation one may be in. Given how Chris currently lives his life, constantly dealing with weans and being denied China for every girl he meets, Chris will sometimes use his past experiences in a strange way to relieve his stress. For example, at the end of the Jessica saga, Chris, feeling awfully depressed from losing his girlfriend for the umpteenth time, decided to contact Megan on her Facebook and hook up with her again, even though after being accusing her of being behind his current situation for the past 4 years. Other times, Chris will hold on to past experiences that gave him grief. For example, before attempting to contact Megan ever again, Chris always held on to how Megan was somehow responsible for his problems in his life for supposedly linking information of him on Encyclopedia Dramatica with Mims and Lucas. We of course know that Megan was not behind this and it was all down to Mims and Lucas. This attachment to such events can become so strong that eventually Chris will snap from all of the added stress. For example, in several 2013 September Facebook posts, Chris continuously curses Megan along with other fruits of his bad memories. Anomnia. Nostalgia for a time before Chris was born. As with many people, Chris also experiences nostalgia for media released before he was born. Much like a modern kid who loves 80s music will tell you about how Queen is the best band on the planet, they mostly for the time were, Chris has a liking for I Love Lucy, Gilligan's Island, and other media released during Bob and Bob's time. This is common for people who spend more time around their parents than they do their own peers. Make of that what you will. There is some TV that is absolutely great in the past that they're simply not around anymore anyway, but I don't know, maybe I'm not necessarily the most... I don't watch a whole lot of TV anyway, so I haven't really watched telly that much for the last 10 years, but again, you be the judge on that. Chris and his childhood. When it comes to nostalgia, people tend to cherish it in order to relive a far simpler time. While this is perfectly normal in most people, Chris's obsession with his past takes this normal aspect of the human psyche and twists it to pathological degrees. Chris reveals in his childhood memories and pursuing childlike fantasies to fill up the stressful parts of his life, purely to ignore them. After getting a bear hug at the 2018 MagFest from a fan who lifted his 212-pound-plus body off the ground, Chris commented on the nostalgia he felt, saying, "How did anyone get video or photo of a spinal palm hugging me and lifting me up high after the panel? I would love to have that video to watch over and over." Oh, that's creepy enough. I never thought I could ever be lifted up high by anyone since I got too heavy for my parents. I know, he was only 17. Manchester High. Of all the memories Chris holds dear, he seems to be most attached to his years in Manchester High School. It isn't too hard to see why. His years there were among the last where he frequently got out of his house and interacted in a social environment. This is best shown with the Green County Conspiracy video, the Lego replica, and him wearing the jacket, as shown with the 26th of December 2014 incident. He also purchased a school desk, which he uses as a workstation, allowing him to further transition back to his happiest years. For many years, he fixated on the idea of a high school reunion, but his numerous attempts at trying to hold one failed, likely for the best, as his Manchester High School friends of real life can't possibly compare one with the one in his mind. Like many people who overindulge in nostalgia, Chris has a warped view of his time at Manchester High School in retrospect. He often looks back on it as a time when he was surrounded by friends and could have easily obtained the true love he seeks to this day. If only he had known how good he had it. In reality, his more down-to-earth recollections of high school paint a picture, I should say, of Chris being bullied, fairly isolated, and disengaged, with even his friends only really sticking around because the education setting required them to. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. That was a little bit sparse. I mean, it's like not much to go over here, but articles like these also help illustrate something almost incredibly tragic when it comes to Chris, and it's the fact that this is one of those rare instances where you can honestly say, because of who Chris is, he can't really hurt anybody for his actions that he's done today, but more rather, you could almost sort of wonder what exactly must he be thinking sometimes, that when the dust settles and when all the trolling just sort of eventually stops, what do you think Chris must think about in his mind about when you consider the fact that he sits at home, does nothing, doesn't go to work, and perhaps after all the trolling, maybe sometime in at least maybe late 2013, Chris would have had the only thing to do would be to sit at home all day and think about all that he had lost. His gal pals, his freedom, his online credibility, the game place, even his own father. Maybe it would be hard to say, perhaps, which one Chris sincerely misses the most. But still, that's also the problem, ladies and gentlemen, when you have feasibly screwed yourself over and it leaves you feeling as though you've got nothing better to look ahead to. So the only thing to do is to look to the past. Not as a source of inspiration, not as a source of understanding when you were in tough situations when you were younger and what you did to get rid of them or to get around them, but rather just to say, that was good. I like that. I liked it a lot better than I thought I would. That's probably one of the saddest parts about really all this, is that when you really think about it, and I'm not saying, of course, Chris is the most ideal of characters in the world, but at the end of the day, he is still technically a human being. And if he is worse than other people, it is the result and not the cause of his way of life. Maybe if there were some people who would have taken on Chris's nonsense at face value and liked them, Chris might have been in a very different position. But unfortunately, his positions and his stances were wrong, and unfortunately, that's what he had to live with. So goodness knows why he would want to look back on that, but again, that's entirely up to interpretation right there. So anyway, I hope all of you guys have enjoyed this rather shortish reading than average of Chris and Nostalgia, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Doom 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 doom. Doom 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 doom. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been... Okay, I'm sorry about that intro, ladies and gentlemen. Something you guys are going to have to bear in mind with me a little bit is that it is Valentine's Day, and here I am sitting in my little room, literally doing a video called Chris and Reality, a Quickie Reading. I mean, it's not going to be quick. You need to see just how much there is to this. Also for the fact that, to be honest, I think this is just more fun as I slowly slip into that sort of sad period of my life where the only thing that can give me comfort is reciting Billy Joel songs. So, there you are. What else do I have to say? So, yes, health disclosure, just before we get going. This article contains in-depth discussion of Chris's physical and or mental health. This page is not to be construed as a substitute for medical advice or a professional diagnosis. All diagnoses are either taken from outside documentation or based on amateur analysis. Chris, December 2016, in a rare moment of self-awareness on his habit of escapism. You can only escape in your mental depths and recluse for so long before you are pulled back into reality, and too many things leave you feeling that you get little peace at home. That's actually quite profound for Chris, considering that we know fine well, because evidence of the fact that barely Chris ever leaves his house, is that he eventually has to realize that no matter how easy it is to escape from the hell of your own life, the only way you're ever going to get out of hell is through your own efforts. Now, let's get started, shall we? And this might possibly be the sad reality of Chris's world, where this is what he believes to be real because it's far more tangible than the sad reality that is his life. Sad but true, but a lot of that is also Chris's making, but we'll wait and see. Do you guys think I'm a little bit harsh when I'm saying that all of this was Chris's doing, and that was there anything else that could have been his fault? I mean, yes, there are, but how much does that want to play? It's you decide. Reality is a concept that Chris desperately tries to avoid acknowledging, instead retreating to the comfort of his imaginary world and hoping that reality will eventually bend to his whims. Many people with autism struggle to distinguish between reality and fantasy, but most make an effort to reduce the impact on their lives. I will admit, and usually sometimes, okay, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes my fantasies sort of like get in the way of me whenever I am not working and I can just sort of relax and just like breathe, touch grass and breathe in the air. And as fun as it is, sometimes I feel like almost at the stage where I can't really turn it off because I'm trying to make the fantasies into reality, and it needs consideration and planning and effort. Some of which is, it's not so much that the thought of doing it is overwhelming, but the scale of like success is more overwhelming, probably even more than failure, because you can succeed from failure, but you can't really succeed from succeeding. You can only do better, if that makes sense. Chris, on the other hand, embraces his realm of fantasy, especially as escapism from stress, life responsibilities, and his bleak future. What little there is, unfortunately, left, I should say. Trapping himself in a feedback loop whereby his real-world life and issues are further neglected while his devotion to his fantasies gets stronger. Notably, Chris believes that Quickville and his imaginary friends are real. Chris has been spotted conversing, interacting, and dancing with them on many occasions, and even believes that he is married to imaginary people. Chris also holds delusions of grandeur, from believing he has the power to curse people, to thinking he has psychic powers, and even believing he is a goddess, with the power to unite entire dimensions, and that this dimensional merge would make him rich and bring his fictional characters and those of others to life. So far, it's not really going according to plan. At least what Chris thinks, anyway. Chris's perception of reality has been on a downward spiral for most of his life, due to a lifetime of being coddled by his parents. Following the death of his father in 2011, and amid the increasing infirmity of his mother, Chris was forced into shouldering more responsibilities than he was mentally ill-equipped to bear, and consequently, he invested more heavily in magical beliefs as solutions to the problems presented by reality. In 2017, the idea guys, trolls, who utilized role-playing as Chris's imaginary friends, further exasperated Chris's grasp of reality, giving validation to his fantasies and encouraging him to stay rooted in his fantasy world, a trend continued at present day by waves of enablers. And you see right here, no wonder Chris has to make this so big, because he needs to know, well, this could have been, I like to imagine this could have been blocking a window to the outside world. But no, this is his outside world now, and his inside. Chris maintains his beliefs even in the face of mental health professionals. For 9 months between summer of 2018 and spring of 2019, he was required to see a psychiatrist and therapy group at Region 10 and told them of his beliefs of his imaginary friends and multiple dimensions, to which their reaction was to simply hand-wave him through their program. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if, there's ever going to be any sort of like inquiry about these sorts of failings, but there's going to be a bigger inquiry as to just how much we've got to cover. I mean, look at this. This is the contents, right? The causes of Chris's poor grips on reality, the consequences, the difference between the fantasy and fiction, and what goes on in the real world. So, with that much to go through, let's go, shall we? Causes of Chris's poor grip on reality. Parental enabling. Although autism is one major factor, his parents contributed a lot towards Chris's warped perception of anyone or anything that antagonizes him. Bob and Barbara regularly fed Chris conciliatory platitudes about how he was mistreated out of jealousy, and that special rules exist for the benefit of autistic people. The platitudes cemented Chris's all-pervasive sense of entitlement, and there was enough of it already going around, as well as his indiscriminate belief that anything bad that happened to him was a conspiracy, whether or not it was caused by his stupidity or stubbornness. Most probably too, for once again, Chris's lack of interaction with the outside world would suggest that, well, what was going on in the inside world had probably made more impact than we care to know. Psychological problems. The only known formal diagnoses of Chris are autism, dating from when he was 5 or 6 years old, and gender dysphoria, officially diagnosed in 2016. However, his behavior in adulthood suggests he has undiagnosed issues. Chris exhibits signs of maladaptive daydreaming, a psychiatric disorder comprised of vivid daydreams and excessive fantasies that can interfere with socializing or even replace it altogether. This behavior is observed in Chris with his imaginary friends and Quickville, the dimensional merge, and especially the polyamorous marriage. Maladaptive daydreaming is also associated with pacing and musical stimulation. Eyewitnesses' accounts of Chris, such as The Tale of the Crazy Pacer, mention these behaviors in him. Chris also stated that music from his phone is his method for meditation. Well, if that's what he wants to call it, anyway. Now, we have to move on to the trickier subject of Peter Pan syndrome, which is a pop psychological term to describe those who are immature and refuse to grow up and accept adult responsibilities. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you could make the case it's not so much Chris didn't want to grow up, but simply put, he didn't think he could anymore. Which is actually really disparaging when you think about it, because from what I understand about this is that Chris probably still could, but I think the situation he is in right now is incredibly comforting and comfortable to him. And what sense does it make for someone in Chris's position to give up something comfortable? Not much, I'm afraid. Chris has demonstrated this with his refusal to seek work, instead begging for money or ignoring his debt payments to afford more toys. It's either schizophrenia or something more severe, and maybe the term doesn't exist yet. Maybe it's some delayed seizure of some sort. Based on his rantings about his imaginary world, seeming as if he cannot distinguish between reality and fantasy, however, a closer look at Chris's ramblings show that he's capable of discerning the difference, when he chooses to, that is, but couches it in the belief of different dimensions to preserve his escapist fantasies. Unlike a schizophrenic, Chris will distinguish between reality, or as he calls it, 1218, and his fantasy domain named C197. So, it's sort of a looser one, you could say. Damn Dimension 1218's reality limits and shit. Chris's reaction when reality's dimension and his fantasy dimension did not merge as predicted. 1st of January 2019 was meant to be the year. A prime example of him being able to differentiate reality from his escapist fantasies. Though not fully durable on the 1218 side of the dimensional curtain yet, I am able to draw up a water-to-wine conversion and vice versa. Yes, Chris. So, in case you're thinking that Chris's Jesus complex didn't come about any sooner, well, there's your answer. Chris showing he is aware he doesn't have superpowers in reality. Also, unlike a schizophrenic, Chris's fantasies do not involve paranoia or hallucinations and are entirely self-serving. While Chris has made statements implying he is hallucinating, such as when he insists he can see or interact with his imaginary friends, he often omits that he uses techniques such as meditation or astral projection, read simple imagination, another indicator that this is maladaptive daydreaming. I mean, listen, it's all well and good for a while, but you've got to wake up at some point, and Chris doesn't really want to do that. I've had to commute to here, Dimension C197, via astral projection. The tough part is having to leave my body in 1218. Oh, but very soon I shall finally be able to bring my body here to C197. Chris giving a rare explanation on how he delves into his fantasy world. As you do. Chris's behaviour and beliefs, however, align at least something somewhat with schizotypal personality disorder, something I've literally never heard of even to this video. So let's see, schizotypal personality disorder, also known as SPD. We'll just call it, is a cluster. A cluster A personality disorder. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM, classification describes the disorder specifically as a personality disorder, categorized by thought disorder, paranoia, a characteristic form of social anxiety, derealization, transient psychosis, and unconventional beliefs. People with this disorder feel pronounced discomfort in forming and maintaining social connections with other people, primarily due to the belief that their people harbor negative thoughts and views about them. Peculiar speech mannerisms and social unexpected modes of dress are also characteristic. Schizotypal people may react oddly in conversations, not respond or talk to themselves. They frequently interrupt situations as being strange or having unusual meanings for them. Paranormal and superstitious beliefs are common. Schizotypal people usually disagree with the suggestion that their thoughts and behaviors are a disorder, and seek medical attention for depression or anxiety instead. That Chris does. Schizotypal personality disorder occurs in approximately 3% of the general population and is more commonly diagnosed in males. That does kind of sound like Chris in many ways, but whether he's actually, we know fine well because he's never ever been tested for, things like reality testing, schizophrenia, or even schizotypal. So make of that what you will. Is this something, what do you guys think? Should Chris be tested for schizophrenia? Which is thought to exist on a spectrum with schizophrenia. Him matching at least 6 of the 9 diagnostic criteria in the DSM-5. Ideas of reference, believing that certain general innocuous events hold something special or messages for oneself. Strange beliefs or magical thinking that influences behavior and is inconsistent with subcultural norms. Abnormal perceptual experiences, including bodily illusions. Suspiciousness or paranoid ideation, strange behavior or appearance, or excessive social anxiety that does not diminish with familiarity and tends to be associated with paranoid fears rather than negative judgments about self. Whilst Chris was largely comfortable around his paid-for companions during high school, his interaction with both the fairer sex and the pickle bearers have since been riddled with paranoid fears and delusions. At least 3 symptoms, however, namely strange thinking and speech, lack of close friends, inappropriate or constricted affects. Whilst also present in Chris, can be almost exclusively attributed to his autism, much like his narcissism. Also, schizotypal individuals generally do not develop the grandiose delusions he has developed over the years and are generally reclusive. So further digging than internet armchair analysis is required, which Chris, of course, will likely never receive. Thanks to his adamant refusal to seek out help voluntarily, or benefit from professional help that is forced upon him. Lack of grounding in the real world, which is something that when you get straight to the point, that's the reason why none of these theories or dimensional merge conspiracy crackpots ever hold up, because there's too many questions about them. Chris's lack of purpose, combined with his enormous ego, further fuels his disconnection from reality, compelling him to instead seek out the purpose with make-believe, such as being the mayor of Quickville and being the goddess CPU Blueheart. Since the government provides for him with the monthly tugboat, along with money from financial enablers, and his parents always provide a roof over his head. Chris has never had an incentive to get a job without the structure that a job, even a minimum wage job or volunteer position, would impart to him. Chris is instead free to wallow in his fantasies. Chris' hobbies are mostly limited to Netflix, video games, YouTube, and Twitter. Despite supposedly having a call for art, he rarely draws like he used to. While video games can stimulate the brain, his hobbies leave little room for creativity or substantial self-improvement. Even a simple hobby like photography would be a big step up from Chris's current avocations, which just goes to show how bad things really must be sinking for him if even that's completely out of the question. Chris rarely leaves his room, instead preferring to daydream for 3 to 6 hours a day. That you can't do that and literally just go about your business. That's you had almost the brain power to conjure up an entire a 300-page essay or even a 300-page book in that time. And you're telling me he can't do anything sincere or serious with that? When he does socialize, it is mainly on his terms, role-playing with enablers who keep him invested in his fantasies or appearing at conventions with fans who treat him as a celebrity. Chris describing his day-to-day life. As for what I do while awake on the recent, I get up, take my meds, meditate while playing Tetris 99 to at least take on the daily tasks for the game. Most days I go out on an errand or simply walking. Anyway, during the time at home, I tend to binge a show, do some drawing or creative work, namely the TSSSF cards and the comic pages. None of which he probably thinks were the required that he was being paid to do. Which is another thing as well, is that you want to talk about some of the more devious sides of the things that Chris does. You do know that, well, he doesn't actually, pay or, meet his obligations, because that's another thing that would drag Chris back into, reality immediately. Because when it's a question of money involved, is that it's something that Chris has, one of two attitudes about with how it conflicts with his perception of reality. The first, and probably the most important of them, is that Chris seems very indifferent apart from the fact that whenever he's ever short of any, he's almost constantly on the beg about them. And again, listen, if Chris had the initiative to literally start a YouTube channel or at least start something that he can actually monetize and do for himself, then it shouldn't be that difficult. I mean, Chris could probably start a new YouTube channel tomorrow and it could be monetized literally in a matter of a couple of days. 4,000 weens would probably make sure they get it filled. Or they might probably do something trollish and literally delete their browser history, which would delete all the watch hours from Chris's timeline. But I don't really think people are going to be that vindictive or that stupid, because so many hundreds of people in that. Do you really think all of them are going to delete it? Anyway, escapist fantasies. Chris embraces his fantasies as escapism, overindulging in them to the point that his interest in them has largely eclipsed his real-world life. When his childlike lifestyle conflicts with his responsibilities associated with being an adult, Chris retreats to his fantasy realm to cope. This habit became especially prevalent in the years following the September 2011 death of his father, after which Chris found himself thrust into the world of adult responsibilities, as he had to do tasks such as pay his bills and help take care of his mother and pets. Chris was 29 years old when his father passed away. While most people would be accustomed to dealing with responsibilities by that age, Chris was unprepared for the burden since his parents had sheltered him up to that point, for example, until he died. His father had managed Chris's bank account due to his fiscal irresponsibilities. When my father was alive, I had more freedom. Now he has passed, I lost a lot of freedom and remained to take after the tasks he had left behind. You can only escape in your mental depths and recluse. So yeah, Chris lamenting over this, despite the fact that, again, why he never thought about, accepting more responsibilities before any of this happened, you tell me. It's a bit late now, Chris, to say you knew this stuff, because you should have known this stuff when you were in your 20s, not when you're out of your 20s, if that makes sense. Chris occasionally whined on social media about his position in having to take care of his mother and pets, his statements gradually revealing more of his retreat into escapist fantasies. In September 2012, he complained, "Everybody else gets to go out and have a fun and a good time. I am stuck caregiving my mother and our dogs, and it is very stressful on me." Well, what do you think you've got? Why did you bother getting dogs in the first place for, Chris? They're your responsibility. That's as simple as that. You can't go out and complain about that. Why not take your dogs for an actual walk then? In January 2013, Chris was hoping for a sweetheart to rescue him from his life. "I need my sweetheart to make me happy. My heart hurts literally from my depression and loneliness. Serving my mother is not a final purpose to me, and my social life is very slim. I feel like I lack direction in my life as well." So yeah, whinging before, because, well, welcome to the real world, Chris. This is what happens when you decide not to do anything really for yourself. By summer of 2017, Chris was immersed in his escapism to the point that he was dancing with Magi-chan, one of his imaginary friends, at BronyCon. In October of that year, from his list of reasons for refusing to get a job, he half involved his devotion to his fantasies. "I have a ton and shit ton of load of responsibilities and worries here at home, caretaking my mother, dogs, cats, and my own passion of my electric hedgehog Pokemon family. My city of Quickville, my own only me psychic connection to my family and friends there in that dimension, so I'll be darned if I do not already have enough on my plate." Well, no, just your dogs and, well, your pets and your mother. That's it, Chris. There's literally nothing else. You see, again, it's interesting as well that most people in this situation would learn to just sort of exercise a sense of, trying to push this stuff out of your mind. But Chris holds on to this as though it was his last right, is the last rights he would ever have. Chris's desire to be rescued from reality left him desperate for his fantasies to therefore be validated. His mentality similar to people willing to join cults. This led to Chris being exploited by a number of trolls, with the most infamous being the Idea Guys. Chris would only continue to retreat further and further into this elaborate alternative reality he has construed in his mind. While under arrest for sexually assaulting his elderly mother, Chris chose to ignore the seriousness of the situation he was in and gave a long spiel to the responding police officers about Sonichu, his status as a supreme goddess, and the dimensional merge. As Chris sits in prison, awaiting trial, free, sadly, so this part's going to need some work, he has now chosen to believe that he is also the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. And this literally walked onto his mind to such an extent that when he was in the middle of a live stream, he spoke almost entirely without blinking and staring so deep into space that I don't even think Spock himself is going to come and save Chris. It's he stares and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm Jesus Christ now. Make sure to follow Sonichu." He looked just about dead. Cult of the Idea Guys. I feel need to also thank them for adding more connection between our sister dimension and I. Chris on the idea guys retaining his cultist mentality several months after they had been ousted. On the 28th of October 2017, Joshua Wise, the first of a duo that would later be dubbed the Idea Guys, contacted Chris. Initially as an experiment to gauge Chris's gullibility, Wise began a plot to manipulate Chris into believing that Wise had made it into Quickville's dimension. Drawing from his experience in role-playing communities and borrowing lore from the video game and anime series Hyperdimension Neptunia, Wise crafted an elaborate narrative that included edited image graphics, doctored audio clips such as The Red Forest, and role-playing as Chris's imaginary friends. Chris, by this point in his life, desperate for his fantasies to be validated, eagerly accepted Wise's claims. The association between Wise and Chris morphed into cult leader and devout follower. Wise, taking advantage of Chris's desire for validation, brainwashed his beliefs on Quickville and his imaginary friends, such as by claiming Quickville to be occupied by Nazis, and that Rose Jew is a transgender woman, and that Chris is married to imaginary friends, with Chris accepting all of these things as facts. Which, it did always spawn an interesting question about whether or not anybody could have just come in and made anything they said canon in Solid Shoe, but it might literally be the case that anything can happen in these comics, for better or worse. And at some point, the second idea guy, Stephen Boyd, joined Wise. Together, the two exploited their influence over Chris and had him make false statements for blackmail purposes and con Chris into giving them thousands of dollars under threats they would destroy Quickville and release the blackmail material if he failed to comply. Their activities caught the attention of people in Chris's inner circle, who formed a group later termed the Guard Dogs, to counteract the idea guys and remove them from power. However, even after the ousting, and through the Guard Dogs, though the Guard Dogs tried to encourage him to seek therapy at Region 10, Chris still retained most of the beliefs that the idea guys had brainwashed into him over the 6 months they were in power. Guard Dog Marvin explained Chris's perspective. Reality is malleable concept to Chris. To Chris, that these losers were pretending to be imaginary characters doesn't mean they didn't unwittingly connect with their counterparts in the other dimension or whatever. So yeah, he thinks Wise and Boyd were assholes who stumbled upon some magic shit or some shit. Chris is mostly mad about money first and being made to embarrass himself second. In regards to why he still maintains a lot of that canon, however, it's because Chris is too invested in his imaginary world to give up on it so easily. I think after Wise and Boyd were outed, he felt really uncomfortable about retconning most of their changes. Because if he retcons the past 6 months, then fuck, why can't he retcon all of it? That would make him feel really uneasy about the possible reality of his imaginary world. That it is just that, it's an imaginary world. That reality is most important to him. Probably more than anything actually going on in the real world, which might even explain a lot. The post-Idea Guys era ignited a wave of enablers who sought to use the Idea Guys tactics to worm their way into Chris's life. For a few months, the Guard Dogs attempted to protect Chris by screening his messages for him. However, given Chris's refusal to address his psychological weaknesses and willingness to find others to play make-believe with, the enablers eventually broke past their defenses, leading to the Guard Dogs washing their hands of Chris. The Teen Troon Squad in fall of 2018, MKR Night V in winter 2019, Jacob Soklis in summer of 2019, and a myriad of other enablers took turns role-playing with Chris and enabling his fantasies in exchange for his attention. Because that seemed to be the only way to satisfy Chris, let alone anything else he would be bitching about. In addition, using lore brute forced into his head by the Idea Guys, Chris declared himself to be a CPU goddess, CPU Beluheart, and began to preach about the dimensional merge, further intensifying the cult vibes of his beliefs. Consequences. Beyond making a fool of himself, Chris's poor grasp of reality has compelled him to self-harm, fall for con men exploiting his beliefs and cause damage to his home. Late-onset gender dysphoria is a psychological disorder describing those who identify with another gender other than their own, and can present with the desire to be rid of their primary sex characteristics, and prefer those of the other gender. Like with everything else in his life, Chris sought out magical thinking to treat his gender dysphoria. In March 2016, he discovered subliminal frequency hypnosis videos, a collection of music tracks on YouTube claiming to, among other things, magically grant larger breasts and transform a penis into a vagina. Chris's confirmation bias over his breasts increasing, crediting it to the mysticism instead of his gynecomastia and poor measuring of his chest, led to him believe that the claims made by the channel were actually true. He pursued the penis-vagina transformation and began to prod his taint while under the impression there was a hidden vagina in there. Though the subliminal channel claimed the transformation would take 6 months, Chris eventually lost patience. In July 2016, he grabbed a knife and made a self-inflicted taint wound in an effort to free his vagina. Chris's devotion to the delusion was so potent that he initially resisted efforts by concerned fans to pressure him to going to the hospital, though he eventually wore down and admitted that it was a wound and obeyed treatment instructions. Chris nearly died because he preferred listening to his own beliefs than anything else. Con artists. While Chris has long been taken advantage of by trolls, isn't that obvious, the tactics and goals from the likes of the Idea Guys and Jacob Sockness surpass the typical catfishing for content. The Idea Guys gradually built up a strong psychological hold over Chris by affirming his fantasies and playing along with them, to the point where Chris had full faith in anything they told him. They then used their influence to con Chris out of $6,000 by threatening to blow up Quickville with a moon laser if he failed to comply, manipulate him into punching his mother, and had him make videos slapping himself in the face and shitting on the floor. Things became even darker when the Idea Guys threatened to falsely report Chris as the P word to the FBI if he stopped supplying them with vast sums of money, consoles, and games, thus deepening the financial crisis. And all because Chris decided that he prefers Quickville over his own home. Jacob Sockness, however, following the example set by the Idea Guys, nearly succeeded in manipulating Chris into a sexual relationship, holding the dimensional merge over his head and faking a conversation with Chris's imaginary friend to convince him that they should meet and consider marriage. Though both the Idea Guys and Sockness were eventually ousted, by people countering their role-playing with their own, Chris had failed to learn and continues to leave the gates to his imaginary realm open to anyone who will validate his fantasies further. Property damage. My hands have punched that wall more than once in the past, yes, but it was part of the sequence of events at the time in practice of physically breaking the threads of the Iron Curtain veil. Chris, whatever that means. As of July 2021, a bathroom in the Chandler home has damage to the drywall from being punched in. Chris stated that he punched the wall in order to physically break the Iron Curtain, his term for a dimensional barrier between reality and his fantasy dimension of C-197. Whether you want to say Chris really went through with that, or whether or not he just did this out of anger and frustration is, well, to be honest, with the amount of rocks he's got round his neck now, I'm surprised he didn't just fling them in the direction because of how much these stupid things cost him. And this was only like a couple of weeks before he got arrested, but by the way, when he was rambling about My Little Pony, I think it was. Fantasy and fiction. You think that comic character wouldn't have its own thoughts and feelings? Chris questions Alec Benson Leary. No, Alec's response. You are naive, was Chris's response. By the time the internet had first discovered him, circa 2007, Chris already held beliefs that Quickville and his imaginary friends were real, and that he had the power to curse people. Since then, as a maladaptive coping mechanism for his real-world life crumbling all around him, Chris gradually took on larger-scale fantasies, such as parallel dimensions. For example, Quickville. Quickville is Chris's original vision of an imaginary and idyllic fantasy world, wherein everything is built around his comfort and convenience, and where he enjoys great power with scant responsibility. Chris believes that Quickville is real, and uses the city as a way to escape from a world that does not give Chris what he wants. Quickville was originally an ill-filled city within the state of Virginia, but it became part of the larger C-197 dimension when Chris started toying with the dimensional merge. All of Chris's characters are aware that Chris is the creator of their reality. Sonichu and Rosechu both refer to him as father, in much the same way a Christian might consider God to be his or her creator. It is unknown, however, if the comic exists in the universe of Quickville. Chris believes his characters possess the free will to make their own decisions, and that he is not responsible for their actions. This is how various events, both major and minor, such as Sonichu and Rosechu's wedding, the birth of their children, Kel's romance with Nate Cirque, and even Bubbles and Blake's wedding, are said to actually happen off-screen, instead of just being a spur-of-the-moment throwaway plot elements that Chris usually does bring into these. That Chris is too lazy to depict, especially from like issue 10 onwards, then where Chris basically just completely lost all interest and just had giant walls of text. Without prior explanation, Chris made a spoiler in his own comic that Magi-chan will eventually get together with Sylvana, implying that, in Chris's head, this has already happened. It is Sloweel Ryan, not Chris, who apologizes for slandering Mary Lee Walsh. Chris wants to justify his refusal to write Simona out of the comic by saying that she would not want to leave Quickville, and that she and Wilde would fight for her right to stay. Madness. It literally reads of madness that Chris would not apologize for what he did to Mary Lee Walsh, and that suggesting that a character that wasn't his, that he refused to write out because for reasons that don't quite make sense, Simona declaring that she just wants to stay in Quickville. Chris considers everything drawn, written, or said about Quickville to be canonical if he's the one stating it, regardless of all the contradictions he makes, and feels it necessary to explain away undesirable changes to Quickville made as a result of outside influences, e.g. Billy Mays as the mayor. The fact that he needs to explain this in his comic pages shows that he assumes everyone else shares this belief as well. Despite considering his own judgment infallible as applied to his own work, he forces others to accept the contradictions, or corrections I should say, that he has made to theirs. When the Asperpedia 4 used systematic trolling to make Chris kill off the character Simona, Chris viewed it as a deliberate attack on his fantasy world. Quickville, which had always been Chris's way of retreating from the real world, had been infiltrated by outside forces and was no longer impenetrable. So this is likely why Chris put the comic on hiatus, to stop outside forces from causing any more damage. Again, it might be too late anyway, but, well, what can you do? This isn't my comic, this is Chris's. At one point, Chris's beliefs are such that even he claims to hold the distinction of mayor of Quickville in real life. That just about sums up the majority of things about where Chris really is in his mind, but we'll continue anyway. He only admits that Quickville is not real when he intends to pacify others he sees as too slow in the mind to comprehend this idea. He most likely defends this belief because he has accomplished and produced virtually nothing worthwhile in his life anyway. And he likes to pretend that he has made a positive impact on something, anything in his life, if only on a metaphysical level. In his opinion, anyone who does not accept this worldwide view is naive. Say it with me now. On the 23rd of July 2017, Chris responded to his true and loyal fan base who wondered why Chris wouldn't reboot his comics. As a response, Chris explained that if he were to reboot his comics, that would mean that history in the canon would have to start all over again, and all of the characters would have to start over with their original forms, or their original origin stories. Essentially, he thinks that if he pulls the plug on his Sonetry franchise and reboots it, that would mean that all of his characters would die and they would somehow reincarnate into their newer, upgraded versions. And Chris seems to think that's a bad thing, apparently. I believe in the alternate dimensions where each set or all of our animated characters reside and live their lives and continue growing long after the series is finished. Or stay kids, whatever. Chris 2 doopy do-over. Yeah, this was like the first breaking into Chris's beliefs in things like the dimensional merge, and here we go. The moment I brought up the multiverse, he listened. The original idea guy on how he got Chris's attention. It's about as simple as that, apparently. Chris's belief in alternative dimensions enables him to disconnect from the poor and mundane life he currently resides in and to shift the responsibility over personality flaws to an alternative Chris. It gives him solace to believe that he, or other versions of himself, exist in other places, where he is content, successful, and surrounded by characters and people who love him. The idea guys exploited Chris's nascent beliefs and desires on other dimensions and further shaped them as part of their cult-like grip over his beliefs. The dimensional merge is Chris's ultimate escapist fantasy, enabling him to think he is a powerful and wealthy individual with real friends and a happy marriage. All just waiting for him on the other side of the dimensional curtain. A concept originally created by the idea guys and later expanded on by Chris with the help of fantasy enablers. The merge is his hope that the sister dimensions 1218 and C197 will unify, with him overseeing the merge in his role as the goddess CPU Blueheart. The dimension 1218, sometimes referred to as Earth 1218, is the dimension of reality. The dimension C197 is the designation for Chris's imaginary world, which contains all of his favourite fictional characters and OCs. The merge was originally scheduled to complete by the end of 2018, leaving behind a multiverse known as 1C-211987, with elements of both sister dimensions, and enables Chris to realise his dream of hanging out with Sonichu and his pals in reality. Which is never going to happen. I know that and you know that, but Chris never will admit to that. Imaginary friends. And one day, very soon, my family and I will be able to show ourselves to you all. Then you will be taking back your own schizo labels. Harumph! Chris vowing that we will see his characters in the flesh, and it still hasn't happened yet. When I look into the eyes of a original or fictional character, I do not see fiction at all. I see a fully living being, an individual. I see a friend of love or lover in few cases. Depending on which characters we're talking about, that has some pretty nasty connotations. Chris describing, however, how he sees his characters as real. In addition to Quickville, Chris's belief in imaginary friends is another major element of escapism. A mix of maladaptive coping and daydreaming, Chris believes that his characters actually exists in both C197 and 1218, and that he can communicate with them via meditation sessions. in reality conflating his inner monologue with imagined visions and voices of his fictional friends. There are many instances of Chris trying to interact with imaginary friends over the years, becoming more prevalent over time, and his desire for escapism intensifies. Examples include his confrontation with Mary Lee Walsh in 2004, his imaginary dance partner at the 2017 BronyCon Gala, and social media messages near the end of the 2010s. Written either from a point of view of any of his OCs or in which he claims to be with any one of them. In the fall of 2017, the Idea Guys role-played as Chris's own imaginary friends, giving Chris validation over his pre-existing notions and further fueling his maladaptive behavior, such as by convincing Chris that his imaginary friends will be united with him in the dimensional merge, and that he is married to several of them in a polyamorous marriage. Magical thinking. At this point, it's probably more wishful thinking, but let's ignore that for 1 second. Quite frankly, I believe you are wasting your time. There are more productive things in life than levitating a pen. You put your energy into those. Magician Uri Geller's advice for Chris, who had asked Yuri for help training his psychic powers. "I am not wasting my time," Chris's reply. You know what, but that's maybe the other thing as well that's like hanging off like a lot of this article, is that it almost comes across as though, what if Chris woke up one day and literally the reality that he had wasted his entire life doing this? Do you think that would be too much for him to bear? So therefore he has to see this through to the end? Because I don't really think, truthfully, Chris believes in any of this. But he's trying to go as far as he can so that he can prove to people that it does exist. Chris's habit of magical thinking is another maladaptive coping method, manifesting in delusions of grandeur instead of putting in the effort to improve his own life. Chris prefers to believe that magic will do it for him. In addition, he believes that magic will allow him to neutralize his perceived enemies. "I intend to do a lot more good with my psychic powers to bring peace and take down up to all of the internet haters and bullies. I need to do all these in my own control." So don't expect the police or the FBI or the CIA or, the Greene County Sheriff's Department to get involved, Chris. Except when it's concerning you specifically, about what you did. Chris believes he has an array of magic powers. Most notable is the ability to curse his enemies as well as to undo it. Others include communicating with the dead, brainwashing people, and psychic powers. Something only a crazy person would believe in. Meanwhile, superstitions. While most of Chris's superstitions are his own, he also takes part in popular superstitions as well. Autistic people in general tend to be predisposed to wishful and magical thinking, finding superstitions to be comforting. Chris dislikes the number 13 because he thinks it's an unlucky number. Trichastiophobia, the fear of the number 13, is already a common American superstition, with Microsoft Office notably skipping version 13 during the development of Office 2010. However, Chris's fear of the number 13 had an unusual effect on the numbering of the Sonichu comics, where Sonichu 13 was numbered as Sonichu #12-9, showing his incompetency with either logic or math, and where the episode One Lucky Dog from episode 6 was labelled episode 12.5. Why do people think 13 is like, it's bullshit? We know it's bullshit. Stop attributing things to that just don't work out that way. It's not funny or cute or clever. It's just stupid, ridiculous, bad. On Twitter, when going into multi-tweet rants, Chris numbers the tweets. For Twitter messages which exceed 12 tweets, Chris either replaces the number with 13 with a repeated 12 or with 12-9. Chris also shown his belief in astrology. He included his and Sarah Hammer's zodiac signs in the life shares. In his OK Cupid, he wrote that he is a Pisces and it's fun to think about. He wrote to Jessica Quinn, I am emotional prone and I tend to do as I feel and life flows, like the Pisces I was born under. One of the quotes of his first Facebook was, I was born under the sign of Pisces, the sign of the provider. You gotta no, no, Chris. You're not the provider. You're not the provider. You're not even the pro. You're just the fucking idiot. I am fully capable of providing the necessities. No, you're not. And then some. No, for the lucky woman, for the unlucky woman who loves me for me, and becomes my true sweetheart. Well, people can dream, I suppose, but if that's the only thing I've got to say to that statement, then probably for the best that it didn't happen, eh? His belief in star signs may actually explain why he holds such a high significance to his birthday. Chris places significance on his birthstone, which he calls amethyst. He believes the class ring with the stone is what gives him power, and even pointed to it to Emily on their date. More recently, he has attached an amethyst quartz crystal to his medallion. Because that's the thing that Chris even needs now, more clutter. Like I said, he's becoming basically a one-man version of the game Buckaroo. In the real world, science and technology. I do not even know of the symptoms because, again, if I literally thought overnight about it, I would be at greater risk of infecting myself from reading and repeating the list in my mind. It's neurotypical and idiotic for anyone to do that and overthink it. And by the way, this is Chris rationalizing his ignorance of the COVID-19 disease. And bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I spent 3 years working in a building specifically to fight off the pandemic. And guess what? I probably saved at least maybe 2,000 lives during my time doing it. And Chris thinking that he doesn't know the symptoms, so why on earth has he got to overthink something he doesn't even know? Chris seems completely unaware of what current technology is and is not capable of. In his Sonichu article on the Wikipedia, he suggests that Nintendo pour their resources in developing a Pokeball peripheral that would have slots for every generation of Pokemon games, including a slot for the GameCube memory card. He expects users of this peripheral to be able to read partly data from the inserted game or memory card, display a holographic image of the Pokemon in play, and challenge people in real life who own the same peripheral, in a manner much like on Yu-Gi-Oh! In addition, Chris has no idea how everyday machines such as cars work, evidenced in how he claimed that a 97 Cadillac with a cracked engine block was a great fixer-upper. No, that car's probably screwed. Normally, any serious physical damage to a car's engine can only be repaired by a very skilled mechanic, or cannot be repaired at all and one must buy a new engine, both of which are not cheap, but that's an entirely different problem. Chris has also been shown to lack knowledge of basic pathology. Where he contracted a cold in December 2019, he had misattributed it to the large-scale triggering that he got from a number of people on his Twitter. Yeah, and bear in mind as well, this was like just when the pandemic was only just beginning. Maybe Chris did get it and he was just ill. Maybe he was trolling us all this time. Oh dear, it's... No, I don't think that would be possible. I don't think Chris is even bright enough or had the foresight to even do that. Social rules. Chris also obsesses over popular rules about relationships. Oh god, here we go again. He's held on to the idea that sex should be given on the third date, as well as other overly generic dating advice. Other rules Chris has culled from pop culture include superficial platitudes about decency, often expecting them to be valid in situations concerning others he has wronged. To name a specific example, besides emphatically claiming to be true and honest and requesting others forgive and forget, Chris once openly expressed a belief that learning morals about love and friendship, like franchises from My Little Pony and Care Bears, can prevent war. Woefully unaware that the real world and human beings are many more times more complex than what Chris is being portrayed as far as, in a cartoon aimed specifically for young children. Which means that probably Chris is either aged 10 years backwards, so he has the fortitude of a 5-year-old in a 42-year man's body. Again, you can work these things out, but Chris, it's a good thing Chris doesn't get into politics all that much, because, well, despite the article in itself, there's still, I think he's more preoccupied with stuff like this. Conspiracy theories. I bet even Greene County had something to do with influencing that goddamn Michael Snyder to make him pretend to have a reason to kick me out. Chris blaming his school board for a decision made by a game store owner. Chris and his parents have come up with several conspiracy theories to explain away his life problems. Notable examples are Chris blaming his elementary school for keeping him in the autistic shell, his parents' notion that Michael Snyder and Megan Schroeder were masterminds behind the trolls, and Chris's belief that Snyder caused his own injuries when Chris and his mother hit him with their car. Estimation. A car weighs a lot more than 10 tons. Chris being unaware that most cars weigh anything but up to roughly 1.5 to 3 tons, at least. Chris has a tendency to hugely exaggerate estimations of length, width, and strength in his favour, as evidenced in the depiction of a 12-pack can of lemonade as being 50 pounds or 22.7 kilos. This behaviour is a symptomatic of dyscalculia, a common symptom of autism, which leaves the sufferer with poor comprehension of time, measurement, or spatial reasoning. However, Chris does not really display any symptoms of it, suggesting this behaviour isn't mere ignorance, but rather Chris telling childish lies to impress people about his physical strength. But where is it, though? Can you tell me? Lack of theory of mind. Chris has no idea on what the billions of people on the planet think. Or at least one person who wants to tell what we think of Chris, but we know what those probably are. He thinks that all men would happily wear bras and skirts. It must be noted, however, that Chris thought these ideas so that he alone would be more comfortable cross-dressing, and that every Sonic fan on the planet would support him in the Sonic Boom protests. When somebody informs him that they have a different opinion from him, he throws a tantrum and denounces that person as a troll. While autistic people have long been stereotyped with a lack of theory of mind, research into the double empathy problem proves that they don't necessarily lack it, though Chris definitely does. His actions speak for little, if any. Certainly not for me. Narcissistic tendencies. Here we go. Chris automatically assumes his lies will be believed, even if they contradict existing information. This is copiously evidenced in his constant lies during the father call, wherein Chris fibs incessantly about his health, among other things, frequently denying things or changing his story whenever he gets called out. His habit of lying and lying about his lies is likely inherited from his mother, who his brother described as a pathological liar. When asked by Evan to remove Simona from his comics, Chris decided that he could have created her without the inspiration of Evan's character Simone Chu, and thus effectively had. The fact that he demonstrably could have done this and not factor into reasoning, Chris corrected Simona's Wikipedia entry with a retraction, denying that Simona had ever been inspired by Simone Chu. Chris expected this, as the revised version of the truth would happily be accepted by all concerned parties. Needless to say, it wasn't. In addition to lies, Chris expects that any so-called apology will immediately change their minds of any perceived enemy of his, and everything will be sunshine and rainbows for him again. In fact, he believes this so much indeed that whenever he tries and does an apology video, he says it as though just saying the words are magic. He has done this many times before, but almost always not working out in his favour, especially considering his self-centered temperament and general nonchalant disregard for social etiquette are often what cause him trouble in the first place. Later on, however, he opted for a different approach in the form of contracts, in addition to unwittingly invalidating his own contract with a stipulation that store managers cannot hand him over to the police. He proclaimed that refusal to let an individual with a history of belligerent and disruptive behaviour run amok in a retail setting would prove a manager to be most uncompassionate and lacking of heart and soul, even accusing them of potential discrimination simply because he identifies as an LGBT person. I wonder if Chris ever did have to pull that card out just to get his way. I'm not too sure, and I'm not too sure they would have just told him to go. Chris considers people with Asperger's syndrome to be fakers who are taking the shine and limelight away from genuine people such as himself, who have autism. Although Chris has admitted that this fact is only his idea, he still believes this. To think otherwise is to conform to blasphemy. As with many other things which antagonize him, Chris simply assumes Asperger's to be signs of a conspiracy targeting himself. With that sort of attitude, I'm surprised that Chris would have anybody left wanting to talk to him, because really, you really have to say stuff like that for no other. Why exactly would anybody say that anyway, just apart from trying to make themselves look good? Newsflash, you don't when you do that stuff like that. Unsurprisingly, Chris came across as highly delusional when he expects to be taken seriously. For example, on the 28th of April 2012, he made an empty threat to the Kiwi Farms about hunting down each of its members. He claimed to know where each of them lived in an attempt to intimidate the trolls, even if one were to gloss over the fact that he wouldn't even cough up $800 to travel to Redmond to see his dreams come true. And it should be noted that there are trolls all over America, and indeed the world. There's a higher chance that this will only be one outcome of Chris actively pursuing his trolls, with the purpose of doing them harm. All things considered, Chris ended up making himself even more of a laughingstock in the process. Like many of his worst flaws, this contributed to the biggest mess Chris has ever gotten himself into. In July of 2021, Chris felt the need to confide in someone that he was shagging his elderly mother after previously lying that he was in an affair with an anonymous older woman. For this, he chose Bella, foolishly thinking he could trust her to keep the details secret. Despite Chris confessing to the illegal act of incest, having been informed by Noel she's an obvious troll and that she had suffered the consequences of oversharing public information multiple times, 4 years. Needless to say, this caused a ruckus that ultimately led to Chris getting arrested. Though not, sent down for anything, because Chris, even to this day, is still pottering about as he likes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was everything you need to know about Chris and reality. So, any final thoughts about this? Once again, is this what happens when you decide to put too much stock into things that you know fine well are just not going to come true? Is this a subsidiary side effect of people who have autism in thinking that, as nice as it is to interact with the real world and, get to know more people, get to know the experiences that life has to offer, it's more interesting to stay in the confines of your own imaginations because life sometimes is too hard for some people? Or is there any moral whatsoever, and that perhaps, to be honest, maybe there isn't a moral to all this? once again, maybe we're just a bunch of dumb, stinking idiots, and we're all doomed. The end. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have enjoyed this reading, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again when we discuss the core aspects of Chris's personality. So, thank all of you for watching, and take care, and bye-bye for now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Quickie reading, where this one should be sort of nearing the end of, not only just in terms of Chris's relations towards his persona, his mental health care, but also in terms of just the more things I wanted to release for Easter Sunday, because they say that rage is one of the 7 deadly sins, ladies and gentlemen, and you may argue that one of the things that categorizes Chris is certainly one of a great, or rather infamous, icon of the internet, is his inability to control his temper. Something that is well documented, and something that most people sort of associate with Chris whenever things that don't go his way, he will most likely do. Which is tantamount to the fact that Chris had very severe underlying issues about coming to terms with the fact that not everything he did was met with adulation, love, and praise, but the fact that people even mocked him and called him out on a lot of his bullshit. So, with that being said, let's delve straight in, ladies and gentlemen, and one thing I'm just going to disclaim to each and every one of you from the very beginning is that don't do what Chris does, because you'll find out very quickly that even at the absolute worst, there's got to be better ways of dealing with situations than Chris does. I'm not a man who likes to keep rage constantly in my heart. Well, if that's true, then Chris just lets it all out. He doesn't let something like rage lie, so technically he's telling the truth, but not in the way any of us would agree. To call Chris an angry person would be an understatement. Well, that's because when you think about it, Chris is a very, very desperate, unhappy man. And Chris is a very very unhappy and very desperate woman, even today. So, a lot of these come down to the fact of like unfulfillment, and the fact that Chris has to blame somebody because Chris can't blame himself. That would be ridiculous. Chris has anger management issues that usually surface when he is under stress. Trolls refer to Chris's fits of rage as tard rage, an expression normally used to describe the seemingly superhuman strength and normally mild-tempered slow in the mind displays when he or she is pushed too far and goes on an anger-fueled rampage. Although in Chris's case, superhuman and strength can easily be replaced with impotent and bawling. Again, something you would associate a small child with, so that makes the next things probably all the more typical. Chris's issues with anger may stem from being tormented in his early childhood by his abusive babysitter, whom he was frequently left under the care of Bob when would go out clubbing and taking shots. She allegedly traumatized Chris by locking him alone in a room full of toys when he was a year old. Ironically, Chris did the same to himself up until the date of his arrest at almost age 40. And if you are at all interested, ladies and gentlemen, I did a full video talking about Chris and Roach. So if you do want a longer form video about me explaining the specific details to this, you're more than free to do so, because we might not have all the time in the world to discuss it here. But the only thing I'll say about this here is that even though Chris claims to not blame his parents for not knowing any better about this, I wonder if it doesn't disguise the fact that Chris still holds issues. Another person who may be behind Chris's anger issues could have been his late father, Bob. Being Bob's son, Chris would likely have been afraid to retaliate to the things Bob did that annoyed him, such as very rarely washing his hands, making Chris remove videos from the damn internet, and occasionally cutting down Chris's access to the web. Chris then takes out his anger on innocent, well-meaning trolls such as Clyde Cash. Another cause of Chris's anger is the fact that up until 30 years of age, Chris was a virgin. Being a virgin seemed to make Chris feel like he was entitled to being allowed frequent moments of tarred rage, and seeing as he only masturbated twice a week due to his bent duck, he may have had large amounts of testosterone stored up in his body that he just needed to get out. I don't know, go to a gym then. That's the sort of thing I do. Sexual frustration can make the best of us a bit cranky, though never to this extreme. And supposedly losing his virginity to Mia Hamm, Chris did not hesitate in ending his 2-year hiatus from Twitter just to wish death upon Michael Snyder. Furthermore, Chris is autistic, and therefore lacks an understanding of the social restraints of anger. When he gets angry, he sees no reason why he shouldn't go positively nuts. This and the amount of bottled up stress that autism produces have shown that autistic children can be very short-tempered. Whether it's as a result of things, like sensory overloads, yes, absolutely, but the only thing I want to say to that is that it's one of those things where it's judged on a very case-by-case basis. It's a very unpredictable thing, and sometimes it's just wrong time, wrong place, and bad things can happen. Chris, however, is not an autistic child. He is an autistic adult. Well, same thing, it's just the same for adults as well. And while most of autistics learn to, that's to those who learn how to cope and those who don't know how to do that, with stress in ways other than tantrums by the time they're in their 30s, Chris hasn't. Somewhat ironically, Chris's autism seems to cause him a large amount of anger, since the rest of the world will not acknowledge the brilliance of Sonichu, which is apparently directly brought about by Chris's autism. But the one thing that causes Chris's anger more than anything is the lack of control he has over everything. His own ego allows or refuses him to allow Chris to think of anything but himself. And when things spiral out of control, he gets frustrated. When Bob demanded that Chris take videos down of their house, Chris could only flail and tell him that they didn't know what to do, because he feels that... only know what to do. Only to tell his fans to take it down for him. When someone pretends to be him and be more popular than him, he rages, because he feels that it's his popularity, not the fakers. That begs the question, ladies and gentlemen, is that if I started doing these videos back in 2009, do you think Chris would have responded to me by saying that he's not famous because of anything he's done, he's only doing this by highlighting my flaws? Which doesn't exactly make Chris's flaws any more acceptable, but... Questions. When people poke fun at him or constantly question one's gender, he goes into a hissy fit. Chris's anger issues date back to before even the formal beginning of his love quest in the year 2000. He was prescribed the antidepressant Paxil to help manage his frustration and anger, and he continued to take the drug for several years. Whatever effect his medication had, it clearly was not enough. Par examples of Chris's anger. The way Chris expresses his anger can be considered somewhat confusing, to say the least. In one of his earlier fits of rage, he began to shout "Curse ye Hameha," rest in peace Akira Toriyama, at several jerk-ops who were trying to kick him out of the local Walmart. In general, Chris expresses anger like an internet tough guy would do, taking out his anger on a video camera, knowing that it obviously can't and won't fight back. These are seemingly the only people Chris could actually win in any sort of fight is himself and things he knows that are completely incapable of fighting back. Funny that. This can be seen in one of the videos on Clyde Cash where he seems to be hulking up, but you know what, that doesn't work for me, brother. He also used to beat up representations of people he disliked in Soul Calibur. On the other hand, even as he is seemingly scared of expressing his anger in real life, he seems to have outbursts when sufficiently pushed as well. Chris was at one point forced to take anger management classes sometime after his final confrontation with Mary Lee Walsh. What happened during this epic struggle is only known in Chris's own words. Then that B-dog ripped up all my notes and dragged me to her quarters and talked down to me very rudely and hoarsely. I reacted with my own attack that she had been asking for the whole time. I was kicked out of PVCC for a whole year, and I had to take an anger management course and see a psychiatrist for a while. I was allowed back in. A great example of Chris's anger can be seen in one of Chris's most infamous videos, his YouTube finale. In this video, Chris repeatedly threatens poor Clyde Cash, claiming he will need to indeed strangle him someday, even going as far as telling Clyde he will even commit this heinous and reprehensible act in a police station, showing that Chris has no control over his angry feelings. The fact that Clyde was only trolling Chris in an attempt to lash out at him for his role in the fictional death of his late brother Ryan Cash shows even further how much Chris, in an attempt to... Chris may still require a couple of more anger management classes. His cameras would also benefit from some self-relief, as he often punches them to dramatically end his more rage-infused videos. On several occasions, Chris has also shouted and screamed in videos, and concluded his argument with some sort of a heinous threat, and probably followed this up with his trademark conclusion of saying peace, and showing the peace sign or with have a nice day, or something similar. Chris is apparently completely oblivious to how jarring it is to go from yelling, "Get everything off the internet now, 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 now!" to curse the trolls, peace to everyone else immediately afterwards. I will be continuing my comics at the moment, but any further incident and not only will I stop the comic, but I will also go to the police. Alright, back the fuck off. Have a good day. Occasionally, when enraged, his tendency to type important words in all caps becomes more prominent. Compare these two emails from the Miyamoto saga. The first sounds fairly calm, though he does let loose one all caps phrase. The second sounds angrier and possibly a bit desperate. Please inform Mr. Miyamoto, but I have just awoken inspired Sonichu-wise. I have figured out the opening title movie for Sonichu's Adventure, the prequel comic for the possible Pokemon Lightning version, and the monetary type collectibles in Sonichu's Adventures. Not rings, but C quarters, the main money, and W quarters equals to 10 C quarters. Chris trying to explain things that nobody cares about. Yeah, I couldn't imagine myself doing something like that anytime soon. And then, listen, people of Nintendo. During my lifetime, my family and I have invested thousands of American dollars and cents in Nintendo video games and systems, from NES and Game Boy to GameCube, Wii, and DS/GBA. I have also attached my list of video games I have in my collection, 90% of which were all bought brand new while available in the stores during its mint availability. Surely you could spot back about under $800 for our trip to Seattle in advance. Chris on his knees begging for money so he could fly to Redmond, citing his extensive collection of Nintendo games as the reason why Miyamoto should fork out $700. Other examples of Chris's anger show him taking out his Todd rage on his clown doll. In the Take That Page Down Now video, a picture of Clyde Cash was taped to the doll, and Chris beat it like a spoiled 3-year-old who smashes a plate of broccoli because he didn't get his way. He also attempted to rip off its head at some point, and only for it to slide out through his greasy palms. Chris would attempt to bite the doll's head off again in the Sign Destruction video, but fans of the doll who really will be relieved to know that Chris is far too weak to break of anything of value, even things that theoretically aren't of any value. He was only merely able to tear off the clown's hat. In his video, well, to be honest, I think it's probably just for the interest of all those involved, and we just watched it.
Apparently my heat of warning towards Vivian has gone unheard, or otherwise she did not realize the fury of my wrath. And she has done a terrible deed. So, let's begin with a visual aid. Stop me if you have not seen this before. Now watch what I do to this, as I will do to Vivian G if she does not take down every last one of her videos and closes her YouTube account. This is for Clyde Cash too, every last one of his family members, including his Vivian.
Now, I know what you're probably thinking to yourself about whether the idea that who exactly was meant to be intimidated by this is a very good question. I mean, I'm not, but what do you expect? Chris, in his video, Chris loses it. Let's just watch this just to see what we get. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, okay, so Chris tried to prove that he's somewhat a tough guy, just does this. Which, yeah. Stop hurting yourself, Chris.
Yes, hello. Is this, Walter Frisbee? Who threw a frisbee? Oh, you know what?
Fascinating. Now, it should be worth noted, ladies and gentlemen, is that shortly after this video, Chris, when he tried to record videos with his PlayStation Eye, he ended up doing interminable damage to it by meaning that the video would skip. So anyway, in case you're wondering just what the hell that was about, Chris proved to us that he's able to shred in half a small cardboard box, but is unable to go through light processed wood. The video also shows his poor acting skills only equal his overall stamina, since he's out of breath before the end of the first minute of the video. A rare example of where Chris's anger manifested into physical violence against others would be the famous or infamous Blas incident, where he maced a GameStop employee during his war on Sonic's new arm color. Yeah, we may as well see that as well, because, well, blue arms is the new black. Okay, I've never seen that before. That's quite funny. So, here it is. Oh, this might have been the police scanner video. Well, I'm more sort of looking for the video. What's the actual video itself? Okay, here it is.
Don't call anybody.
Oh, me too, fan.
And that was the bar too.
A response that quite frankly speaks for itself. For anyone who knows, and for all those who would have preferred everything in their lives if things that should have gone better. Another example of Chris has shown that Chris can and will blow up at people even on the telephone. When Chris mistakenly believed that Jason Kendrick Howell had hacked his website, he left an angry voicemail. In the father call, Chris quickly became rude to Casey's father, Matthew, especially when the man came down on Chris for his health and his attitude. Even worse when Chris talked to Casey in Liquid. He came up in the arms over Liquid's continued referral of Ian Brand Anderson and was completely oblivious over the fact that Casey was getting upset over the entire thing. Even worse, Chris attempted to hang up on both Matthew and Casey, only succeeding with Casey because he got his mom and dad in on the conversation. Both instances show that Chris loses his stammering and actually starts speaking normally when enraged. Yeah, as though there was no doubt whatsoever about what he was going to do. Around the time when Chris opened the mailbag to his adoring fans, another factor that causes Chris some notable grief was discovered to be the mention of any similarity between high-functioning autism and Asperger's syndrome. Chris has shown himself to be quite the adamant that HFA and Asperger's are entirely unrelated, despite documentation by researchers suggesting quite the opposite. Whilst the anger related to this is of a far lesser magnitude in comparison, for example, the Liquid Chris saga, it's still clear he's easily irritated by the mere mention of the matter. And if anything, the Asperger people are and have been normal. They think they can one-up or even match autism with the lack of social capability and their clumsiness and such. Those characteristics can be faked by them who are most normal compared to us true autistic people. Chris, in his Wikipedia article on Asperger's syndrome, Chris seeming somehow to take value in the fact that people with neurological conditions in any capacity are in many ways superior. Chris somehow forgetting for the fact that people with autism don't just end up with as the same like himself. Like Chris is not the be-all and end-all for people who have autism. And bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, other people he describes as autistic, he claims to be windows to hell. So, once again, a response that speaks for itself. It's surprising at first how irritated Chris is by the matter. However, the Wikipedia article makes it clear that Chris is angry at Asperger's sufferers for stealing the limelight from autistic folks such as himself. He seems to believe that those diagnosed with the condition are faking it to get attention. Attention that he feels he deserves as an autistic person. Not for anything else, just that. Decline of Todd raging. In recent years, Chris's behaviour has genuinely started to get much less aggressive. Possible reasons for this include medication, effects of therapy, becoming more relaxed in his older age, or an increasing, but not perfect, resistance to trolls and weans brought on by years of wear. Some of Chris's medication is credited for anxiety relief by him, including Paxil or Paroxetine, an unspecified blood pressure prescription, and Valium. He attended therapy after the pepper spray incident and apparently learned new methods of coping. An example of this can be seen in the revised Sonichu issue 10, which includes a text that appears to be inspired by a therapy session. For examples of trolling which didn't elicit rage, Chris did not go into a fit when the Jeff/Francine troll tried to steal his identity, making videos on it but refraining from screaming like he did during the Liquid saga. Michael Herity's attempts to troll him were almost always met by Chris simply blocking his multiple accounts until Chris gave up and just disabled notifications with this kid and let him go on. Similarly, in response to PewDiePie's video dedicated entirely to Chris, instead of complaining about him making that video, which is completely devoted to criticizing him by the way, Chris instead simply requested for him to direct message him. On the other hand, examples of when Chris recently raged, including threatening Lulu's executives with violence, Trump's presidency, becoming angry at weens that they hassled no whacking about him, getting angry letters about weens harassing Doopy to get into her pants, having a meltdown when he thought trolls ruined his relationship with Jessica Quinn, and raging at weens who got him blocked by several people in the My Little Pony fandom, which he follows. This shows that some things still trigger Chris more than others. And what for those at all interested about how I would actually end this, the point to a lot of these, ladies and gentlemen, things that could have been solved is for Chris to have understood, like, is this something worth getting passionate about? Is this something worth getting angry about? Because, truth to tell, ladies and gentlemen, there are some very specific things that Chris has done that actually make me incredibly angry at him, but not enough that I can actually get passionate and to start throwing myself off the wall. Sometimes I feel like blowing the roof off this joint, but that's only like in one or two very specific circumstances. And even to this day, I probably wouldn't even do that because, well, despite the fact that Chris is not a very nice or nurturing person, or the fact that some of the things he does don't necessarily merit or give Chris the excuse to shout and scream like a madman, well, he is quite different. I suppose there's that to be said. And, well, again, maybe it's because we're not in this situation. It would be difficult to say otherwise. But, like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, why Chris suddenly thinks that, even thought the idea of people with Asperger's syndrome were in any way superior to Chris, they are only superior because they don't do the things that Chris does. That's the only reason, which, when you really come to think about it, is not a great deal. So, there we are. Peace and quiet. And I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to Chris and Negligence, a quickie reading for 2024. And if the last one was like, it was kind of a little bit harder to get through, to be honest, a little bit talking about Chris and what he thinks kindness is, because it's one of those things where you could immediately say Chris has no concept of kindness if it doesn't mean he's going to be rewarded with anything. But now we sort of move on to things that Chris is like lackadaisical lifestyle, aka not getting a job, not actually really getting anything beyond his monthly tugboat, is causing him, and it causes him to be negligent. And I'm not saying, again, this is like, of course you understand, this is not going towards, people who have autism or anything like that. I'm talking about people who are irresponsible and who are not responsible and accountable are most commonly negligent. Ah, yeah, big price items. Please, please buy those now so I can get this car worked on right now, today. Chris, after going well over a year without an oil change. I don't know why the hell he waited a whole year before he changed the oil, but oh well, you be the judge. Maybe just because Chris doesn't know what to do, or he just never bothered to do it because he couldn't be bothered to go out and buy some own oil for his car. And by the way, yes, the object of what a lot of people's immense dissatisfaction and scorn of Chris praying for people to send him money, all the while he's surrounded in this room by toys. Things he could sell, and things that this room is only going to get bigger and bigger again because Chris's priorities are all screwed up. If they weren't screwed up, he wouldn't be in this situation now, would he? It's not rocket science. And by the way, you notice as well Chris praying here, but he doesn't particularly look, even just the way he looks, he doesn't look particularly very sincere or like all the other things you would associate for people who are legitimately begging for contributions. Which we know fine well Chris wouldn't appreciate anyway because he squanders it on useless things that he just does not need. Merriam-Webster defines negligence as a failure to exercise the care that a responsible, prudent person would exercise in like circumstances. A negligent person frequently finds themselves in trouble caused by their own inability to identify a problem and deal with it properly. Chris is in no short supply of negligence, and it frequently leads to him trolling himself. Interesting, considering how much he complains about the trolls and how he has no accountability to actually look after himself. Again, even people on the spectrum are perfectly capable of doing this, and people who are more severely affected by autism than others are more than capable of being somewhat responsible. Not always, because again, this is a very case-by-case sort of thing, but you know what I mean. Examples of Chris's negligence. There are several examples of Chris's negligence that have been negatively impacted himself, his family, his community, and his fans. The effects of his negligence have ranged from letting his room go, to getting his eBay banned, to even possibly burning down his own house. Yes, and oh, definitely yes. Chris's failure to properly deal with problems often leads him into tricky situations that bring humorous responses. A significant portion of Chris's content can be attributed either directly or indirectly to his negligence. Vehiculars. Chris has a long history of vehicular struggles. His first car, the original Sonchu, went through horror as it was revealed in October 2010 that he went well over a year without changing the oil. Unsurprisingly, the car didn't make it much longer. Fast forwarding to July 2018, it became clear that Chris failed to learn from his lesson. In a begging video, Chris revealed that his 2010 Ford Focus was heating up and wouldn't start. Despite fans sending him money to get the car fixed, the car died 3 months later. It was reported by the captain that the car's engine was permanently broken, being that the car had only 110,000. The car only had 110,000 miles on it? And Chris's neglect was Chris managed to completely wreck an 8-year-old car just on his own? What? Look, guys, I'm gonna level with you with something right now. My car is 17 years old. It's done nearly 300,000 miles. It is sweet as a nut. You know why? Because I maintain it. I give it my family. You know, we look after it. Because I bought it off my mother and she looked after it, and we've had the car for over 10 years with us. But again, it runs sweet as a nut. It's a fantastic little runner. It's not the most powerful car in the world, yes, but that doesn't matter. I'm not a boy racer, you know what I mean? You look after things and you keep it clean, and you just change the oil, you service it, you go to mechanic, you look after your stuff, and your stuff will look after you. You know what I mean? Anyway, in 2021, a fan snapped a picture of the 4th iteration of Sonchu in the wild, featuring a dented rear door and smashed rear windshield with a plastic covering. Another fan texted Chris about the damage done to his van. Chris responded, revealing that he had backed into the trailer of a big rig. Yeah, and as you can see here, that does not look good. And again, the Sonichu license plate is a nice touch, especially if you want to be recognized everywhere you go. Something I don't even think most celebrities even want. Finances. We'll be covering a lot more of this in greater detail when it comes to Chris and his money, but the essentials are the following in relations to negligence. Since 2014, Chris has taken to eBay as a means to supplement his tugboat, capitalizing on his internet legacy. Chris began producing Sonichu medallions, custom amiibo commissions, autographed photos, family heirlooms, relics of Fail, and several other items that were not destroyed in the house fire. Almost as soon as Chris started ramping up his eBay presence, buyers began complaining. On eBay, feedback is incredibly important. Anything short of 90% positive feedback is considered very poor, and even enough complaints are levied against a seller. eBay will take action. Chris has struggled to maintain an 85% positive feedback percentage. Many buyers complain that Chris was taking too long to ship items, of items coming in broken due to faulty packaging, or of outright not receiving purchase items altogether. That's pretty bad. I'm surprised they didn't try to get Chris arrested for scamming people. They know fine well where Chris lives. One buyer even reported being sent an empty envelope after purchasing a bootleg Pokemon card from Chris in March of 2018. That's really, really bad. These complaints levied against Chris, frequently causing his PayPal to become frozen, preventing him from pulling funds out. This enraged Chris, as you might suspect, and resulted in him getting into scuffles with various buyers. In the Mr. Smith incident, a buyer opened up a dispute after Chris failed to make and ship a Sonichu medallion and commission with him the specified 2-week period, resulting in Chris' PayPal getting frozen. In response, Chris doxed the buyer on Facebook. Chris then proceeded to send an art of an exasperated Sonichu along with an angry-eyed Sonichu medallion. And we could just take a look at that right here. And then Chris went onto Facebook to actually explain the rationale behind the angry-faced Sonichu medallion. The buyer, refusing to lift the dispute until Chris sent the item described in the listing, eventually received a proper Sonichu medallion along with a full refund from eBay. Chris's eBay exploits eventually came to an end in June 2019 as eBay finally restricted his account after years of complaints. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I conduct my business on the internet through when I fulfill commissions for people, guess what? And let me tell you something right now, and I don't fuck around with people when this happens, is that I pay whether I pay somebody to do something or whether somebody is paying me, you do that with the intention of creating business relations. And you know what happens? If you don't fulfill the request, or somebody makes exceptions and doesn't fulfill the request that you pay for, guess what? You can and you should be taking these people to court. Because a court will say, even in the slightest provocation, is that messages between both parties would suggest that there was an intention to create business relations, and therefore that suitably acts as a contract in the eyes of the law. And when that happens, ladies and gentlemen, that's when you get involved. That's when, if somebody is shortchanging you, you report them to the authorities, you report them to the site that they are currently on, you spread the news about this, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is like, outside of, Chris, there are people who do like art commissions, music commissions, anime, all that good stuff, and their livelihood depends on them having a great reputation, substantial portfolios of work, and proving to be a very, very reliable and incomparable self-proclaimed freelancer. When you're not any of these things, like Chris, is when these sorts of things happened. People who go into business for themselves and who are freelancing, they usually are very responsible and very, very accountable for the things that happen around their business. Unlike Chris, who will only ever do things when he is quote-unquote in the mood when describing how he makes the Sonichu medallions. Art. Chris has always viewed Sonichu and the series he headlines as his pride and joy, but to call his updates infrequent or inconsistent is an understatement. While personally attributing his slipshod schedule to the idea that his inspiration comes in and out, which on the surface is something that does affect those with creative persuasions, Chris has been known to go vast lengths of time without any news of the progress of his work. The most glaring example of this was Sonichu issue 11, a book first mentioned and conceived in 2009 that was effectively abandoned twice over the staggering long course of its production. Once in 2010, the wake of the infamously divisive Sonichu issue 10, and again 5 years later, shortly after Chris summoned up the willpower to dust off his work and after he was paid to produce more pages by 2 separate parties, a delay that lasted 2 more years with little in the way of clear explanation. Even when he was caught out on it, during the same time Chris was making death threats to Donald Trump and Mike Pence. In the Alec Benson Leary saga, over the course of numerous phone calls, Alec frequently took Chris to ask for his lack of consistent work ethic. In particular, he emphasized the importance of keeping to a schedule to maintain a constant level of external interest in his output. This is actually something that should be relatively very straightforward and easy for Chris. Remember, Chris doesn't have a job. He didn't have one since at least 2003, and he hasn't applied for a job since 2009. So, once again, Chris has all the leisure in the world, so why doesn't he just get on with it if he claims to be creative and that he can make money before through things like eBay? There, he attributed his diminished productivity to the existence and pressure of outside stressors. More specifically, he pinned the blame for his creative drought on the existence of ads on the Wikipedia, the presence of which proved to be so troublesome that he couldn't stand to look at them, and hence couldn't use the site to upload his work. This simply proves how easy it is for Chris to be sidelined, or to be put off work simply because other factors made him feel vaguely uncomfortable. It's almost as though the actual word work is something that Chris has taught himself to become allergic to. In the years since, he has often said that he hasn't taken up producing his comic due to the lingering presence of various external factors. That seems almost too vague for words, if you ask me. All of which can be boiled down to stress. Another likely reason for this crushing negligence, despite Chris's myriad explanations, is his lacking of timeliness, is that Sonichu isn't a work that's held aloft by any real creative inspiration on his part. Rather, most of the time, it's a semi-autobiographical account of Chris's own life, wearing the garb of a nonsensical fantasy realm. While the passing of his father in late 2011 doubtlessly impacted his drive, a combination of factors such as a lack of anything going on in his life, lingering discomfort regarding the events of Sonichu Issue 10, and its perceived violation of his personal imaginary world, as Chris's own enduring laziness, even when paid $1,000 with the express purpose of making 100 new pages in mind, have ultimately led to his negligence smothering his creativity. Now, in my case, the only thing that's really stopping me from producing more of my sort of work outside is ultimately due to a lack of finances to pay for people on commissions. But when it comes to actually writing material, there is no shortage of the things that I can do. In fact, there is even greater expedience because, again, I'm about roughly 4.5 months away until my Microsoft Office license renews once again. So realistically, I have to produce so many things in 1 year just to actually get the value out of what I pay for with Microsoft Office, etc., etc. Housefire. Perhaps among the most consequential events in history, many have speculated that the fire at the Chandler residence may have been caused indirectly by Chris. According to the person who leaked the fire report, the fire appears to have been caused by a spark from an extension cord running through the bathroom door, of which the plastic coating had been rubbed away. The report seems to corroborate this claim, indicating that the fire started from the downstairs bathroom. Chris had run an extension cord from the bathroom to power a Keurig coffee machine in the hallway, which was plugged in at the time of the fire. How much of the blame that Bob shares for allowing the brazen fire hazard to exist, along with the Horde's role in the fire, however, is up for debate. Body. Although I will say is that how did Chris not notice immediately and also not try just put the fire out? Anyway, body. Something absolutely nobody, one of the biggest things Chris's negligence has affected, is himself. As mentioned plenty of times on this site, he has shown to not take anything close to good care of his hygiene or diet, no doubt causing various health problems that could potentially endeavour his very life. One notable example is Chris's eating habits, where he rarely eats vegetables or fruit, and when he does, he usually adds something extremely unhealthy. Also worth noting is his well-known lack of showering, leading to him smell horrid. Also, the degrees of rust and mold probably growing in Chris's bathroom, leading to other health complications, including urinary tract infections. Not something that's normally seen in men, but Chris found a way because, well, that's what you get. Causes of Chris's negligence. There are several potential causes of Chris's negligence. Perhaps the most apparent cause is Bob's own negligence. Several house tours of the Chandler residence shine a light on just how large the hoarding has become. Bob seems to have little regard for the squalor that she and Chris live in. The hoard seems to have started long ago, but absolutely exploded after the death of Bob. This would suggest that Bob had his own part to play in just how bad the Chandler residence got. Bob even commented on this during that infamous that is my house video from August 2009. Although in that case, Bob was only really concerned that for some strange reason he thought that Greene County were just going to take no notice of this whatsoever, despite even the amounts of trash overflowing into the front yard. Another contributing factor could possibly be Chris's ego. Chris tends to see himself and everything he creates as flawless. In recent years, he has begun developing an outright God complex. It is entirely possible that this perceived flawlessness prevents Chris from being able to acknowledge any mistake he may make, causing problems for him down the road. These problems he encounters only further fuel his villainary complex. And to be honest, listen, it may seem it's rather short, but I will add a couple of things that I think are extremely relevant just before we leave this one off. Is that, I'm sorry, but you know what? It's just straight up not right, and it's also unacceptable. You know what? Chris not taking responsibility for his finances, and taking care of his pets, taking care of his own family, like his parents, and Chris just imagines this is somebody else's job to do. I'm sorry, but you know what, Chris? It's not right. It's got to be somebody's responsibility. And I don't care if Chris was never taught about responsibility or taught the importance of, looking after yourself and everything around you. Otherwise, shit hits the fan hard. But you know what? These are the sorts of things that you get taught about in school. So, but then again, Chris missed quite a lot of his early years. But why did Chris I think this is almost one of those cases where you could say Chris is almost like a product of his environment. Probably not helped by the fact that he sees himself as completely perfect and thinks that this is all just a part of the process. But then Chris is also the sort of person to say that if he didn't have autism, then he wouldn't be having these issues anyway. So I think it's a lot of bullshit around the Chandler household and the fact that Chris, was comfortably provided for, so there was no need to think that there was any method to change, or because it would involve him having to change and doing things that were inconveniencing for him. Even though, as mentioned again, Chris doesn't have a job, he could spend all his time writing and drawing the comics if he wanted to, and he could have had just about every single opportunity to ignore the trolls downright by not even responding to them. Chris could have done all of these things, but he chose not to. And whether Chris likes it or not, this is the result. This is what happens when you take no accountability or responsibility for your own actions. Please bear this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, and sort of almost use this as a cautionary tale from going forwards. Because, listen, whether it's taking care of your house, your car, your pets, your business, anything like that, it starts with you. That's what it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't mind me, I've got several things I have to catch up on myself because, unlike Chris, I'm going to deal with them immediately. So take care, and bye-bye for now. Hello, once again. And we go, interestingly, from a super long article dedicated entirely to every single plausible but not entirely comprehensive history of Chris's hypocrisy. Now we move on to, incidentally, a much shorter article, but one that is going to be packed with discussion nonetheless. That is Chris and kindness. Yet to be completed due to stress, also because instances are very few and far between. But let's go over this, shall we? I knew they were trolls, but they had good intentions, and they were genuinely kind individuals. I am not listening to your bullshit. Chris showing that he prefers kindness over reason, which, here's the problem with this, is that in what way did Chris know that the trolls had good intentions? Also, if he knew they were trolls, then why did he go along with what they were doing and asking him to do? So, no, Chris can't, no, that's, so you may even say kindness over reason, but he may legitimately be lying anyway to himself. For I am the kind and compassionate Glistening Chandler, Chris proclaiming his kindness and his ability to roll his R's. incidentally making Chris sound like a doomed turkey. Anyway, despite all of his moments of rage, death threats, lies, and yuck, Chris does have a soft side, and he is not afraid to show it. As of recently, he will more often than not be motivated to do kind acts towards other people, even towards complete strangers, due to his autism and upbringing making it difficult to empathize with others. These attempts are often awkward and occasionally cross the line to disrespect. Chris has also shown a number of times that, due to his facade of kindness to others, he could very easily be manipulated by other people, as he rarely questions anyone's intentions beforehand, as that would be the unkind thing to do. This shows that Chris seems to have a stronger appeal to just being kind for people for its own sake, rather than so he can be more approachable, as he cannot distinguish when it is most appropriate to accept an offer versus politely declining it. And what you're about to see, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a lot of... There's going to be some very conflicting and maybe some very nuanced things with this, so whether or not you want to say that Chris is only doing it just because he knows it's going to save him face, not because he genuinely believes in it, is going to be entirely up for debate, which I'm not going to say, just from reading this, that out of a sense of duty, not out of any sense of morality, is one thing you can argue for or against, and there are many reasons for this, but we'll go to it. Origins of his kindness. Given his obsessions with fictional media and what we know about his formative years, it's very likely that Chris learned much of his ideals and how to act towards others from watching television as a child. Note that Chris once stated on a school assignment that he considers TV an effective part of child rearing. Among 80s cartoons like Transformers and the Smurfs, he has specifically cited Care Bears, and especially the adventures of the American Rabbit, his first role model before Sonic the Hedgehog and other influences. This might also explain why Chris preaches the importance of virtues he has demonstrably failed to live up to for years and still does, sees the world with a simplistic black and white morality, recites anyone telling him hard truths because they don't sound nice and sympathetic enough, easily latches onto anything seemingly beneficial to him, without a second thought and so forth. His tendencies towards binary perception and poor perception of reality presumably didn't help one bit either way. So, possibly from what you can almost gather from a lot of this is whether or not, I suppose the question is whether or not Chris will show kindness to those who affect him, or rather those to kindness towards those who actually do. What is the intention behind Chris being kind? What is the intention of what his influences have taught him to be kind? Or rather, maybe in particular, what is the motive? What does Chris believe being kind is? What does he believe that when you do something kind for somebody, what do you expect in return? Does Chris... There are plenty more things to ask in this vein, but we'll continue. Chris and his morality. Save sorbet and buying Lego. And Chris, this is obviously a very, notable case of this, because does Chris prioritize the needs of something else other than himself, or does Chris satisfy his own needs by resorting to what he does best? Pro tip. Please be aware that this Chris described below evolved into a literal motherfucker in early June 2021 and slept with his mother every 3 days until Chris was finally ordered out of Bob's house on the 30th of July by social services. Revisiting this page may be a difficult task, altering this older portrait of our selfish but harmless idiot would make it harder to illustrate the changes in him and his ability to justify all of his own actions, however depraved. So yeah, this is the sort of thing immediately where you could say that with any questions of Chris being kind are almost thrown out the window, because anyone who is willing to do this with the intentions and, well, whatever his intentions were, or rather just if this was done out of revenge or whatever else, I'll let you be the judge. Like his beliefs on religion and gender, Chris's stance on morality is difficult to interpret. Chris often claims that he is a kind, good-natured, saintly person that doesn't deserve scorn. To a certain extent, he's right, but for all of the wrong reasons. Despite what one may think about Chris, the reality is that he is relatively harmless and somewhat capable of distinguishing right and wrong. But that is only scratching the surface, as Chris's selfishness and naivete often turn out to be the main culprits behind him doing immoral actions, rather than true malevolence. One infamous example of this behaviour is when he foolishly drew and uploaded She Came for Quick.jpg onto Encyclopedia Dramatica, as a means to combat all of the pictures of dicks and pickles he found on that site, as well as to prove his straightness, not thinking about how Meghan might respond to being depicted in such an undignified manner and in a shoddily drawn piece of pornography. Meghan, who was looking for just about any other reason to stop talking to Chris, was understandably revolted. However, what cements the fact that his naivete was partly responsible is how Chris tried to explain to Meghan what happened in the picture itself, thinking that she was inexperienced in sex and didn't understand what was going on, rather than the obvious fact that she was depicted in such a demeaning situation and that Chris obviously wants to pound her. Whoever Chris acts kindly to depends on who he would classify as his friends and his enemies. If someone gets in the way of whatever he wants to do, or he shifts the blame to someone else for his own failings, Chris will deem that someone as a troll that wants nothing more of him than to make him miserable, showing very little respect of whoever inconvenienced him. Empathy. Chris has a very warped understanding of empathy. This could be attributed to his autism, not always, but sometimes, as autistic people generally have empathy or difficulty with empathy or to empathize with other people, although Chris's case has much more to do with his upbringing. His dubious, if virtually non-existent, ability to empathize has also led him to denounce most anyone with whom he had a conflict as mean, heartless, or even flat-out villainous, irrespective of all evidence pointing towards responsibility for turmoil falling on him. Despite fervently chiding them for allegedly lacking heart, or chiding them, he often neglects to take their thoughts and feelings into consideration himself, preferring to instead jump to conclusions just because they happen to deviate from his extremely simplistic ideals, not to mention deny him what he feels entitled to have. You could say a lot of these revolve around entitlement issues and whether or not just Chris does what he does because he feels like that's his right and his prerogative. So, whatever you want to say, that's your answer. Motivations for doing good. Love quest and gal pals. When socializing with his alleged pals, Chris always takes the time to act as kind as possible to them, to the point where it becomes downright disturbing. Oh, isn't that the truth? Unsurprisingly, Chris has used social media as a means of continuing his love quest and finding the sweetheart he has desired for over a decade. Because of that, most of the people Chris attempts to befriend are girls, and without boyfriends. In terms of friendships on social media, however, whenever he feels he's up to the creek without a paddle, or he's up the creek without a paddle, Chris almost always will notice... I'm going to read that again. Chris will almost always doubt that he is in any way responsible for anybody turning against him, because in his eyes, he is too kind for anyone to simply block him on Twitter or to be hated by the masses, and instead shifts the blame on the trolls. This, coupled with the fact that Chris refuses to see the worst of his friends unless he gets the hint that they are denied access to their china, makes it sound even more disturbing. Yeah, to be honest, and even in images like this, where Doopy is pseudo trying to defend Chris, but unfortunately this wasn't to be, because you show Chris any sort of level of compassion, he will leech onto you. and it's mostly, again, females, because this was like during the period when Chris would get uncomfortably close to Doopy Do-Over, despite the fact that Chris obviously knew she was going out with somebody anyway. Defending others. As mentioned above with the Doopy saga, Chris has a tendency to believe he is doing good when in reality he isn't. A common motivation for doing what he believes to be good is so that he can defend someone he thinks is close to him. Chris has demonstrated this numerous times with troll-created sweethearts, such as attempting to defend Julie from Clyde Cash in voice chat messages, then driving all the way to Cleveland, Ohio, in his belief that she would be there. Chris has also attempted to shift the focus of weaning against Doopy to himself in his Twitter campaign, when in reality the situation, far less serious than he thought it was, could have been resolved had Chris simply quietened down. Avoiding trouble. In other instances, Chris will only act kindly to people to avoid getting into trouble. Whenever he tries to apologize to anyone, it's usually for reasons such as getting his PlayStation Network account back or an attempt to get back into places he was banned from. A lot of these seem to be neglected into the fact that sometimes Chris will do the right thing because the only consequences are the things that he would suffer from, and for no other sense of morality in terms of what people will think, the influence he sets, and what he knows between right and wrong. A very economical standpoint, if you ask me. Personal benefit. In general, the reason for Chris's acting kindly towards others is his thinking that doing so is the best way to manipulate them into doing whatever he wants them to do. This is possibly due to his misunderstanding of simple etiquette and manners. How Chris demonstrates kindness. Apologizing. As mentioned before, Chris has a very limited understanding of empathy. On the rare occasions in which Chris admits his misdeeds and apologizes for them, ulterior motives are usually, if not always, present. This is in part to his upbringing, and otherwise due to other things such as autism, all of which limit his ability to understand empathy. Curiously enough, Chris seems to lack the tendency to over-apologize for things, a trait known to be found in people on the spectrum, and normally will remain obstinate and particularly stubborn in his opinions unless forced to admit he was wrong, or if apologizing for some self-serving purpose. Using pet names. To refer to a gal pal in a kind, non-sexual manner, Chris will often refer to them as darling or dear. However, since Chris obviously doesn't understand how creepy it is to refer to a girl he's just met on the internet as darling, most girls who talk to Chris online will be set off by Chris's misuse of the word. And quite a lot of people in real life too. It's not just limited to Christine, I should say. Gift giving. Chris has shown several times his belief that kindness can be equated to simply furnishing others with luxuries such as video games, movies, comic books, and other such gifts. Most notably from the way probably Chris was growing up, to be honest. Not realizing that charity alone is not the only virtue required to being kind. Perhaps the most noticeable instance of this was during his friendship with Megan, in which he carried out a protracted program of gift-giving, particularly right up to the moment it all came crashing down. The idea guys manipulated this aspect of Chris's beliefs on kindness to have him be extorted into providing them with vast sums of money, alongside brand new video games and consoles, as revealed by invoices provided by Chris and the guard dogs during the early stages of Operation Kingsnake. So it's a good thing that Chris never had access to OnlyFans in this case, because yeah, they would have just accepted it without any quarrel unless Chris did something really stupid. Genuine acts of kindness. During the Liquid Chris saga, Chris wanted to get Liquid arrested, and therefore placing him in prison. However, after talking with Casey, he decided that he would hate to see you in jail, out of respect and of care, because she would be heartbroken. It's worth mentioning, however, that only a few seconds later he threatens to get him tried in court, so this would be taken with a grain of salt. Chris once participated in raising funds for Alex Lemonade Stand, a charity program that works to raise awareness of childhood cancer. Although he did it in memory of his deceased father, who actually passed away as a result of a heart disease, then cancer, it was still considered a positive contribution to Chris that Chris made to society. He also donated to Red Cross in the wake of Hurricane Harvey in September of 2017. That's like, I will say is that, yes, probably Chris would have been motivated to do the right thing in this case, but why he didn't do more of things like this, and I'm not demanding Chris wanted him to do, I'm not demanding Chris to do things like this just for the sake of doing them, but it would have been a step in ways Chris could have redeemed himself in the eyes of the public if he truly wanted people to think that he was a sincere, kind person and not, in his words, a monster. Every single twist and turn we go through these series, ladies and gentlemen, my image about Chris, or my feelings about him, are somewhat blurred, mostly because if this is how he was brought up, and this is how he was like left to his own devices, and because of the things that he did, was there absolutely no other choice that Chris had in his mind about what he could have done? Though again, considering what we know about late July of 2021, it would be fair to say that whatever instances of kindness and generosity that Chris is capable of displaying that aren't equivalent to getting some sort of reward out of it, you can decide for yourself if Chris is even worthy of that distinction, because what happened, and I don't exactly know how you could portray that anything else other than, mostly because, again, Chris disclosed to Dylan Thomas that about what happened, and Chris even disclosed that Bob on several occasions asked Chris to stop. So with that being said, do you think Chris is a kind person? Do you think he has reasons to be kind? Do you think the only reasons he was ever kind was when he could get something out of it? Or is he just dubiously motivated to do kind things? I'll leave that up to you. And I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Hello and welcome back. So, as we approach the ending towards Chris's views towards his own psyche and his own personality, I feel like it would be worth reinforcing ourselves once again the notion that, as messed up and screwed as Chris is in every sense of the word, we need to be reminded ourselves that in certain moments he is still technically a human being, and like a lot of human beings, especially ones where, in Chris's situation, he is accompanied by a certain level of stress. Some might argue, boo fucking who, you know what, everybody has stress, and a lot of people deal with it in very different ways, some with incredible degrees of poorness, especially in regards to Chris. But you know what, when you really think about it, how much of Chris's level of stress does he really sort of show or compare? Because, listen, he doesn't work. He lives comparatively easy, even though without much money. He makes quite a lot of money. So, you know what? It stands... What does Chris have to actually be stressed about is what I'm, like, trying to come across. So, throughout the next, like, maybe 40, maybe 30 minutes or so, be prepared that when Chris uses words like stress, it's worth noting that Chris... I've worked more than Chris has ever done, both at a job and actually doing things for myself. And yet Chris still lives relatively stress-free. So I'm going to look at this with a certain degree of nonchalance and a certain degree of, are you sure your life is as bad as you make it is? So here we go. Chris and stress. Stress hinders the emotions and physical abilities as swiftly as a bullet. Chris equating stress with being shot. And I really feel like I should be reeled into my Pokeball and stored in the PC a while. Chris, after finding out Roach2 had a pickle all along, induced to admit such things by the guise of the idea guys. Sad but true. Stress is the bane of Christian Weston Chandler's existence. After high school, Chris learned he couldn't blame his shortcomings on his high-functioning autism. God, it seems like a long time since I've had to pull that chestnut out. Thus he began to use stress as his go-to excuse. However, it's assumed that Chris is probably confusing stress with depression or anxiety, refusing to admit that he is in fact unhappy with his current situation. Given the intensely sheltered lifestyle his parents provided for him well into his 20s, it is highly unlikely Chris experienced any form of intense anxiety or pressure that would give him severe psychological and physical effects, apart from his consistent paranoia over getting trolled, and in recent years, the financial crisis. He is, however, prescribed medicine for this stress, since Chris tends to exaggerate everything, making that makes him or more remotely uncomfortable is classified him as a stressor. Well, again, when you think about it, Chris, I have student debts to pay off. I've got, bills to pay. I've got like car insurance to pay. I've got tax for my car to pay. You want to try walking a mile in my shoes, Chris, because, well, we know fine well Chris definitely has to pay for, insurance and tax, but then again, he's never actually openly admitted to ever paying, tax or insurance for his car, so how do we know exactly that his monthly tugboat even goes towards that? Maybe Bob was the one responsible, or even Bob for paying his tax for his car, so we'll have to wait and see. Without any evidence to the contrary, we can only assume that this is the case. When under the effects of stress, Chris typically posted videos without his glasses and talked in a more meek voice. It is during these periods that Chris will opt to remove himself from the internet for about a week or so, and then come back and feeling refreshed, rejuvenated, and giving a new resolve to finish his love quest. This is most likely due to his autistic regenerative abilities that make sure that his heart level never goes below 0% and into the negatives. Chris often cites stress as the reason why he isn't inspired to work on the comics. Precisely why inspiration is needed to make Sonic recolors have sex with each other and kill Chris's enemies is not apparent. Also probably not relevant at all. Neither is the prospect of probably doing revisions, but we'll talk about that later. In August 2013, Chris indicated through Facebook that his stress is beginning to take a toll on his health. Given his rather unhealthy lifestyle, it's not unlikely. Yeah, here's the thing, is that when you're stressed and you're already taking like Lipitor, or when you lead an extremely unhealthy lifestyle that is more 60% cholesterol than anything else, it must have, of course things must have seem extremely stressful when all of these factors are like happening at once. But you know what? Once again, Chris never at one point really looked at himself and said to himself, you know what? Maybe I should stop doing this. Maybe better for all of us. So here's his stressors, and they fit under categories and examples. Identity, his mental block of autism. These are some of the things that he absolutely will label himself these as just to exemplify his levels of stress. As though, again, it's strange how Chris will always fall back on considering autism as like a disability. It's something that disables him from doing something. Not everybody has that outlook, but it may just as be that Chris's autism is like severely worse than others, but either way, it's not necessarily a learning development, the fact that Chris will continue to use it. Sometimes, however, he will sometimes use autism as his excuse. Talking to anyone about anything except himself, because it's very hard for Chris, and even I'll mention it, his lack of cognitive empathy seems to suggest that if he's not the center of attention, then it means that he may as well be on the outside. Having his identity questioned, well, Chris, again, could have just done the dumb thing and ignored all of this and moved on, but it's strange as well that nobody ever advised Chris to take his own advice and ignore this, but yeah, the fact that even this is something that would have waned on Chris's mind is like something I honestly don't really understand, because I've never had that myself, and you can fill in the rest. Being referred to with the incorrect pronouns. I'm not entirely sure if this is something that absolutely affects like Chris the way he does, but most people refer to her as Chris anyway, so it's sort of more on neutral terms, I guess. His daily struggle against becoming a homosexual pre-2014, only because Chris's concepts or prerequisites about what actually being straight were rather backwards, to say the least. And again, if Chris was just openly honest about himself, I mean, he tries to like retcon his past misdeeds for his use of homophobic tendencies, but he just got over these. Being called naive, that's more in relation to the fact that Chris is just dumbfounded about actual concepts of reality, and if Chris wasn't any of those things, he would have addressed them and completely been willing to ignore them. Anything that autism isn't an excuse for, yeah, it would mean Chris would have to like take responsibility for himself and have to, what's the word? Oh yeah, pay attention and, you know what, to accept the consequences of his actions. And I mean for every bad thing he's done. As to whether or not he actually feels stress in regards to his relationship with Barbara, that might be another point entirely, because Chris didn't exactly act particularly stressed in his communications with Dylan Thomas and his interactions with Noel. So there you are. Sonotube comics. Being parodied. Which, of course, yes, this means Asperchu. Why Chris would feel the need to autonomize this when we are perfectly well aware of the fact that, you know, Chris even admitted himself that Sonotube was a parody, so why he's so concerned about his own parody being parodied is something that doesn't really make sense. Copyright issues. Yeah, because Chris thinks that he has legal ground to stand on, because he thinks he found some sort of loophole in the law about parody and stuff like that, but no, he doesn't. And also, this relates to the fact that he will steal other people's characters anyway, and will throw a big hissy fit and still claim that he is completely in the right. Not necessarily claim ignorance, because Chris was not ignorant in these circumstances. He knew exactly what he was doing, and it was just dumb, the fact that he thought they could get away with it. His characters being accused of homosexuality. Again, it prompted even Chris to create what he called a gay vaccine, just to prove that you can't have anybody be accused of being homosexual, because if nobody is, then how is that the case? Also having Magi-chan operate as a sort of thought police marshal to make sure that nobody could ever be gay or have thoughts of that nature whatsoever. So that's more out of paranoia than anything else. His characters being redesigned by a fan artist. Yeah, Chris, for one reason or another, 4 years ago, had a complete and utter, like, some sort of mania episode regarding Project SNT, and just sort of acted ridiculous for no reason, and he threw a tantrum, basically, is the word we used. Even popular YouTuber Gibby famously said that Chris continuing to fall into the descent of madness through something that shouldn't even be an issue whatsoever. Online presence, being famous. I think they missed out infamous because of Chris's level of rhetoric, his bullshit, the notoriety of his comics, the notoriety of his writing, the notoriety of his art. Basically, a lot of things about being famous that actually, well, are not true, because a lot of them were... If it wasn't for Chris's trolls, Chris would have no real following whatsoever. And also for the fact that even when people do nice things for him, Chris reserves the right, it would seem, to be deeply suspicious and very, very critical about anyone who is unilaterally kind to him. The existence of web pages outlining his many failures. Because, yes, there are many, circa the attraction sign, just to name one, and how it almost underlines just about all of Chris's major problems, outside of the fact that Chris's responses to them seem to suggest that actually he should have been paying more attention to how he looked in the eyes of others, so he could have corrected his own behaviour. We know this wasn't the case, but what can you do? Criticism, constructive or otherwise. Yeah, Chris somehow doesn't seem to be... because of Chris's ego, his narcissism, he would never have taken... Not even people who were partially reasonable with criticism would have taken it, and Chris took all of it in all the wrong ways. And finally, having drawings of him being finger-banging Megan confused with Crystal. Yeah, Chris prompted by no other reason to do this, and then to almost to rationalize his drawing skill prowess, and completely horrifying. Basically, one person he was lusting after, even though Megan could specifically and continually continue to lay out the fact that she was not interested in Chris, and Chris did not take the message. Domestic life, chores. I even mowed the lawn. Yeah, Chris literally, the chores thing shouldn't even be circumnavigated because of the fact that 14 Branch Lane Court was hell for years, and also the fact that literally Chris was not prompted to do any, even during the 2013 house tour when the house was completely out of control, and Chris is still whinging about being cluttered, and yet it never prompted him to do any of the cleaning himself. So make of that what you will. Anyone else who was deeply discouraged by this level of lifestyle, then they would have changed their ways very, very quickly. Chris didn't, and you know what? You pay the consequences for the choices you make. And you know what? If this is literally, you've made your pit, now lie in it, because he accepted that this was just the natural order of things, and that's what it was. Back when Bob was still alive, his willingness to call Chris out on his bullshit and his rare-handed washing, but living in a super fun site is perfectly okay. Chris still complained about chores, and he took Bob's, his dad's appreciation completely for granted, because he was like, you know, it's... And also as well, Bob was like somewhat of an enabling Chris to like stay on welfare and to like just live hand to mouth, and more specifically just to like lead a very but then again, Bob was well into his 80s by the time Chris was like well known on the internet. But yeah, maybe if like Chris had like at least parents who were like 30 years younger, that might have been different, but sadly it wasn't the case. Outside the house, anything requiring him to leave the house. I mean, Chris brags about being strong, having a healthy lifestyle, you know, all of these things, but it didn't. Getting a job, same problem. Even to this date, Chris has gone more than 5,000 days without last applying for a job. To give you some context, 5,000 days means that you have to go as far back as 2009 before this. You know what? If Chris wanted to hang around for another 5,000 days, he could have released another Tool. There would have been another Tool album released in that time. At least was it 10,000 days between? It must have been something like that between 10,000 days and for I can't quite remember what it was called. It was like whatever. Being banned from places he frequents because of behaviors endorsed by Chris that he should have learned to keep in check, because Chris was an adult by that point. Being banned from conventions because of things Chris did that absolutely he should have known well. A lot of these sort of like outside the house, they fit under the category of Chris absolutely should have known better than, you know, to do the things he did, because require him to get out of the house, anything to leave the house. And let's not just talk about, you know, moving out of his house, but what about just getting fresh air? What about just trying to get some exercise outside? What about, you know, getting a job, actually, you know, contributing to society, actually earning more than his tugboat could ever have given him? And by the way, there probably are still people out there who think that people who go to work and have jobs, they think that it's just some people unemployed or otherwise might just look upon that as just people who work as just a cool lifestyle choice. Of course, this isn't the case, and there are people who have been unemployed for years who are desperate for a job and desperate to actually get somewhere in the world. But you know what? Actually, you know what? I'll share you guys a small story. Is that back when I was the COVID-19 sanitation commissioner when I was in my early 20s, and I worked at a job center, I remember quite early, I think it was like 3 months into my job, two people came in, a daughter about 16 and a mother about like 40. They were both Romanian, and they spoke to a work coach because the daughter was one of the best violin players from Romania. Did I say Romania or Albania? It was from... I'm pretty sure I said Romania. I'm pretty sure they said Romanian as well. And literally, all they wanted to do is that the daughter was like playing at some venue down south in a couple of months' time. But all she wanted to do in the meantime was just find out if she could work throughout the summer. And bear in mind as well, this was when the pandemic was still basically in its height. And they just came in because the daughter was just interested in just wanting to work. Just somebody to just put some money aside, and then she would go and continue to with her education for violin playing. What I'm trying to emphasize there, ladies and gentlemen, is that there was no prerequisites. There was no demand for her to do any of this, but it was literally what she wanted to do. And her mother was supportive enough to see exactly what they could do. And again, there were people who are articulate at 16, probably even younger as well, who would have absolutely loved just to have contributed to doing something useful. Because one thing that people largely underestimate about getting a job, ladies and gentlemen, is that it's not just about financing your lifestyle, paying your bills and whatever else, but it's the foreknowledge that you're actually doing something for the good of society. It's actually contributing that helps people in the long run. Like the job I used to do. Because of what I did, I probably saved thousands of lives or prevented a lot of people from catching COVID. You know, and it's not nearly as powerful as some things like the NHS nurses and doctors did to back then as well. But even so, I played a role in trying to prevent people from getting sick as much as possible for 3 whole years. And you know what? I didn't take any of it for granted because it's helped me develop certain things about learning how to get along in the workplace, you know, earning the respect of your managers, and also just about all that good stuff. And Chris doesn't want to do any of that. In fact, I would say he never wanted to do any of that because he preferred to stay exactly as he was. And it's disgusting. Being banned from places of requirements and being banned from conventions. Again, this is something, Chris just decided that he just had to kiss people and he didn't ask for consent, and therefore, we know what that story led to. Trying to get unbanned from the game place. Chris didn't seem to understand the concept of no means no. And owing to, what Chris did and what he did afterwards, and losing trading card game matches, including to children, which Chris did not take the right way. I know there's a popular chess streamer going about right now, and she goes to tournaments and plays with grandmaster chess champions who are kids, and she gets along with them really, really well, and she's a good sport about it because she's not like Chris and somebody who can actually, take things on the chin, and it's just... But then again, Chris is a child anyway, so it's no wonder he has these tendencies to throw tantrums the same way as a child does. But I think even children have better emotional grips of themselves than Chris had done, is still unable to do, and probably well into the future. Even when Chris even gets into his 50s, he'll be throwing the same tantrums as before. Sweethearts. Taking women and associated to infinitely high boyfriend factor. Again, that's nothing to do with an imaginary disease or even noviophobia. That's literally just down to Chris being piggish and disgusting, and therefore nobody would want to come near him with a barge pole. So that's not on them. That's entirely on Chris. Asking girls to go out with him. Chris coming on too strong, and literally Chris not seeming to take the hint that if he was more represented and, he actually knew not to approach women in a certain way, this would all pan out anyway. Being friend-zoned. To be honest, Chris, you're much better off at having friends than having, intimate relationships. You'll find this out. Also, for the fact that Chris refused to befriend any men or any guys when he was in high school and even to this day. And his hormones, which... Well, let's just say he couldn't keep it in his pants because he immediately assumes that probably anyone else who was in a relationship anyway was getting some, even to those whose sexual orientation was something Chris couldn't deny and hated with passion, but he still probably envied them anyway, because they were still having more sex than Chris. Anyways, antagonists. Clyde Cash, the man in the pickle suit, the bullies, trolls, the PVCC faculty, having someone pretend to be him, being confronted by his sweetheart's father, being called a child. To be honest, a lot of these could be ruled under the category of this is how Chris behaves in the real world, and a lot of these come back to showcase Chris's failings in reality, and also that they just led Chris on to do things that are just, no ordinary person would have ever agreed to have done, and if they had their behaviours showcased in the light like this, they would have pulled out immediately. Others. Pickles, morality, doses of reality, Sega changing the colour of Sonic's arms to blue, anything slightly inconvenient, anything that stress isn't an excuse for. You could say because Chris seems to think the idea of penises are disgusting, despite the fact that if Chris was so proud of you could almost say this is almost like a lack of self-love, because Chris completely destroyed his own and other aspects of his body through his very half and dangerous attempts at HMRT therapy and stuff like that. Morality. Despite how dubious it is and how a lot of Chris's beliefs are held up to the light through very selfish motivations more than anything. Doses of reality. Again, when authority steps in and they showcase to Chris why he can't do it and that he has to face the consequences of the things he does, yeah, that's when it comes out. And usually these things do happen in public, so that Chris would have had no other option. Sega changing the colour for Sonic's arms to blue, that was entirely dubbed by Chris. It was like moments of absolute lunacy, and this was not even anyone else's issue but Chris, because he simply did not know how to deal with it and threw death threats into the air as well. Anything slightly inconvenient, or they could also have added anything slightly inconvenient / anything that does not revolve around him, because as I explained, as a result of his ego and his level of remorse, he isn't really sorry for the things he's done. He's sorry he gets caught and sorry that he can't get away with what he believes, because technically he isn't breaking the law in most cases, but when he is in the others, he can't seem to comprehend this. Also, there's a lot of things that people do in the real world that are not particularly very popular, but they still happen anyway, and guess what? They're not particularly very well liked either, so make of that what you will. Anything that stress isn't an excuse for. Although Chris seems to have almost doubled down on this and instead promoted the fact that because the dimensional merge won't ever happen, he'll just simply lay that in with the others. Handling others, or handling stress. Masturbating, which is, it's sort of a thing that quite a lot of people do. In fact, to be honest, if Chris really had to handle it, he could have built up a lot more testosterone in his body, which you could say would have made the satisfaction of masturbating probably a lot better for him. However, again, considering Chris doesn't actually have many things that anyone else in the real world would have dubbed stress or would have learned to deal with, that it wouldn't have worked anyway. You know when your life is bad, when you're masturbating at 3 p.m. on a Friday afternoon because you've literally got nothing better to do with your life. How can you say you're stressed then? Having a sweetheart resent his biological clock. The prospect of having a sex time, playing video games, hiring prostitutes, taking medication, wishing he were in another dimension, switching between souls of Magichan, Sonichu, or Mewtwo to escape conflicts. You might well say that, again, a lot of the first ones are just ways of Chris avoiding reality and trying to come up with his own internal logic that makes his world much easier to live with. Because if I am also being completely honest, I'm gonna have to give a little timeout right here, ladies and gentlemen, just for one reason. You know what, like, doing a lot of these readings almost reminds me of? It almost reminds me of 4 years ago, when I was, likewise doing a lot, just basically discovering Chris for the very first time. And yes, I wasn't in work either, but I sure as hell put a lot more effort into the things I was like doing for like YouTube and doing illustrations and doing stuff like that. I put just as, if not a lot more effort into that whilst, you know, looking for work, unlike Chris. And it's almost as if like we've almost come full circle a little bit. The fact that here we are talking about this, and 4 years down the line, I'm beginning to realize that, you know what, even I would have looked back on my previous self with a level of disgust for thinking that I still wasn't doing enough. But you know what, as time has gone on, it's not so much that I feel like resentment towards Chris, but it's more rather out of a sense of, why did Chris at his early age, because remember, I was 22 when I started learning about Chris, and here I sit at 26, and I still think that, you know what, I've still got a lot more to do and a lot more to learn, and Chris doesn't accept any, would never accept any of those things, because it means a certain level of, you know, self-reflection about knowing just who you are and what exactly you can do to improve yourself. Chris always thought he was perfect, and therefore any resentment towards himself was merely a failure on somebody else's part. So therefore, why question his authority when even now he created an entire pocket of reality in which he could rule and therefore never be questioned by authority or have to deal with the stressors of the real world whatsoever. And 4 years ago there was a bloody pandemic on, and even I was still very skeptical about it because, you know, caring for my parents' safety and, you know, finding work wasn't easy back then. Things that Chris does when stressed. Shits himself, that's more related to his dreadful diet. Crimes that he commits through really no other logic than, you know, somebody's arms being blue, becoming more productive than usual, when, to be honest, anybody else would have done the complete opposite of this. Rages about his pitiful adult life in YouTube videos, but never actually aspires to be better because that requires too much work. Rages at his mailers, sends death threats, abuses his cameras, crashes into slumber, becoming increasingly homophobic, becoming increasingly racist, sighs excessively, suffers from memory loss, draws hideous hardcore pornography as friends and personas, drinks, attempts vehicular homicide, considers the S word. Which also brings us to, finally, the stress sigh. Also, by the way, in case you were very, very concerned about stuff like this, it should be also worth noting, ladies and gentlemen, that even when Chris says stuff like this, a lot of people are very, very skeptical about whether Chris means it or whether he is, once again, just using it for clout, which is possibly even more disgusting. Because, again, if Chris had the foresight of knowing to improve himself, he would never have to consider this. Now, you may consider that what I said might sound incredibly short-sighted and not particularly very nice in the direction of Chris. However, I will just say this, you know what? As bad as, you know, I've been in situations where things have been bad. Don't get me wrong, ladies and gentlemen. I know those sorts of beats too, but you know what? It didn't stop me from trying. I still believe categorically there is still hope in the world. But the issue is, and I believe that there is hope for other people. But you know what? It's not for me to say to other people that, you know what, I'm going to make your life better for you without you having to do anything about it. It means that, you know, you've got to put in a certain matter of work as well. It's about that level of respect. And Chris, well, again, it didn't stop Chris from continuing to do other things aside, and he didn't contemplate this, you know, when he was with Barbara. Let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen. Are you trying to suggest that because he considered that is why he attempted to do you-know-what to Barbara? Is that it was? Can you blame the door at that? You tell me, because the fact that Chris is still kicking, and the fact that he's still continuing basically as normal, and that he's still making money from merch and from live streaming, you will guess as well as I will that whether Chris is really that bothered about saying things like this. You should try going to Wreckful, by the way, because Wreckful actually had a lot of issues he couldn't deal with, and you know what? Wreckful, God rest his soul, would be absolutely appalled by Chris's behavior, and the fact that Chris as well uses this in some way to for people to take him seriously. I think it was disgusting, and the fact that if Chris really did feel like as bad as this, he would have sought some sort of help, or people would have sought to it to make sure that things were okay, and there would have been outlets and that sort of thing. But again, whether you really think of this, or if Chris is just saying it, it depends. It varies from person to person. We'll just leave it at that. Stress sighing. The stress sigh is Chris's usual reaction to stress. Initially an unconscious coping mechanism, Chris has made habit of directing attention to it in an effort to gain sympathy. Chris has used it in conversations to discourage further unwarranted scrutiny, or to express disapproval at having his desires deferred. The places where Chris would sigh while speaking in person are noted in all of his written communication with sigh, because for some reason, Chris has to let people know that he's sighing, almost as though he is... But the problem is that when you do it, it makes Chris comes across as though it's at pains to even bother to write, and he has to be very specific about how he's feeling. You don't need to, Chris. Like, if his words had any meaning whatsoever, he wouldn't need to. The term stress sigh is presumed to originate from PVCC, due to the strong connection in Chris between sighing and stress. Chris refers to the stress sigh as only a sigh, suggesting that to him the link between sighing and stress is implicit. Chris makes a comparable noise, a short chirpy hump, to express contentment and self-satisfaction, usually of a smug variety. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the links between Chris and stress. To be honest, ladies and gentlemen, we're ending this video, ironically, almost exactly how it began. By me almost looking at this very, very dubious, because whether you really think Chris, has very serious issues with stress is one thing, I will grant. But I also think it's been quite another thing to suggest that Chris doesn't do anything but perpetuate his level of stress, and even including blaming people who, in theory, are trying to help him. However, this might be the most malleable of the articles we've done so far, because whether Chris is really that badly in distress, as opposed to, this being entirely his own fault, you tell me. But with that being said, I hope you guys have enjoyed and learned something out of this, and I cannot wait to see you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan reading from the Quickie, and we move on to, well, in lieu of recent events, owing to Chris's release from jail, this should have some very interesting repercussions, or it's something you've done that you probably know you shouldn't have done. So let's go straight to it, shall we? Please just forget about me in total. Please disband all online groups and individual hatreds against me. Please remove everything about me off the internet, your minds and your hearts. Chris, after making a public apology on Facebook, and he immediately suggests that because he knows fine well he's up shit creek with no paddle, he just wants to straight up say, you know what, that's it, I've completely had enough and I'm just gonna leave, so I apologize. But so just forget about me. It is the right to erasure, as they call it. However, this is also one of my favorite things I've ever had to talk about when it comes to Chris, is Noel's unfortunate revelation recounting basically his last experience with Chris. He's malicious. He knows that doing these things are wrong, and he doesn't care, because if he gets away with it, that's all that matters. And that's absolutely true. Now recounting a revelation they had about Chris during their final interaction, it was that Noel said that Chris had not learned a single thing in 15 years. Despite all the help that he got, despite all the times he'd been trolled, Chris simply just rolled over and played dead. And basically, well, Chris is dead to Noel as far as he's concerned, probably. Noel, by the way, is the administrator of the Kiwi Farms. In fact, the Kiwi Farms were sort of brought about because of Chris and well, mostly through Noel's efforts. And I don't exactly know if he still runs Kiwi Farms or what he does like now, but we'll wait and see. Every so often, one of Chris's less flattering deeds catches up with him, and he is forced to apologize. These apologies, like most of the other times Chris tries to come off as emotional, often feel very forced and insincere, leading many trolls to wonder if Chris is even capable of feeling remorse. Well, in order to feel remorse, ladies and gentlemen, it has to come from a revelation of yourself. You have to be the one that has to understand and know that you've done something wrong, and therefore it is up to you to make amends for it. You can't be remorseful and you can't be sincere when you are sorry if you're just saying it so people will stop picking on you. You've got to actually understand what you've done wrong, and it could be that, well, whether or not Chris feels any guilt is sort of a thing that this may touch upon. So we'll keep going. It's not out of the question. A common trait of autism is a lack of cognitive empathy. Well, I'd say, well, yes, but again, I would basically what I just said, but I'm not entirely sure if this is, again, I've seen this quite a lot, but it's not really just confined to people who are autistic. It's more confined to people who genuinely think that they've done nothing wrong, and they think that because they are in the right, then that means it has to be. And he has got nothing to apologize for. Chris fundamentally believed, or thought he believed at one point, that what he was saying was acceptable, and therefore it should be taken as gospel. And people did. And they hated him for it. And this was long before the trolling actually began. Meaning it's likely that Chris has a difficult time trying to understand what other people feel. Time and time again, he's shown himself unable to understand others' feelings of loss or sadness. He seems equally incapable of understanding how his actions could possibly hurt or anger others. Additionally, Chris is also shown to be incapable of sharing the emotional experiences of others, being affected by them, and being able to respond with an appropriate emotion due to his narcissism. This ultimately shows that Chris is incapable of understanding and feeling other people's emotional states. When he is expected to show remorse, it often seems as though he is just going through the motions, making the absolute minimum effort to get whoever he has upset to stop pestering him, so he can get back to his oblivious existence playing PlayStation 3. Oh, trust me, we'll cut to this first, that this is Chris's idea of an apology. You can understand just exactly how well this starts when it has to begin with, well, an asterisk of, Chris breathing, and then he has to make it known that he's sighing. So, for those who know anything about Chris when it comes to him sighing, is that it's not really done because, he feels distressed, he feels inconvenienced, is the word. Yes, Raunar Natsunetsuk, I was naive, I was depressed for a long time, and I was prone to online deception. I was also still searching deep within myself to figure out myself. But I have found myself. I have matured mentally and emotionally. I was not a man. I have been a woman in soul, and now I am a woman, and I am still attracted to women. I am a lesbian, and I was a trans woman. I have become more self-confident, and I felt better to opening myself to more people. I've dispelled my phobias, and it has been good. I feared the trolls, and was unable to differ between the sincere fan and the insincere bully. Now, as long as I am still talked about, I see them all as similar, and I answer and respond at my own pace and time. My other pace my other life situations you do not fully understand. I am more required at home for my family. My heart is not an empty crevice, and I was misunderstood and mislabeled by a lot of bad people. I have shown and proved my kindness from the heart, and to you, Rednark. I owe a ton of apologies. There is good in those who are gay, because that is who those people and you are. I personally have never really had any reason to dislike men at all. But why did you say it then? We are all people, and we are all who we are. But the great hatred within you, Renark, had to be quelled to prevent an army of hatred to rise. Regardless, I am proud of you and myself, and everyone of you themselves, and love for everyone. Okay, so one or two comments are needed here. The first of all is that when you apologize to somebody, you don't call them out on things, and you don't you don't try and weasel your way out of it by saying, it wasn't entirely my fault, the things I did to you. It was also because of, blah, blah, blah. You don't do that. You just apologize for what you did was wrong, and you take it from there. And also, again, the whole notion of the fact that, well, Chris, again, this is also a pretty good illustration of the fact that Chris will, pull a face of some description and just keep it static, as though he's just required to do that and think that that's got to be the end of it. And by the way, as well, I personally have never really had any reason to dislike men at all. Okay, so if you really meant that, then why did you do it then? Chris, that's not a good excuse, and it shouldn't even belong in here. Then, of course, there is good in those who are gay. Well, again, if Chris was being completely honest, then you know what, he probably would have put down I personally never had any problem with gay people at all, which would have raised more issues. But it's kind of interesting that he does it for men and doesn't do it for gay people. But the great hatred within you, Renark, how to be quelled to prevent an army of hatred to rise. So, literally, despite all this, Chris still decided to say that, what I did was bad, but it was with good intentions. But then he rambles on about, being a lesbian, and the fact that he's had to overcome his phobias, but he doesn't. Again, Chris doesn't seem to understand, again, things about, there's no cohesion, or there's no coherency in his apology. It's just, you make it short, and you address what you've done wrong, not what the other person's done wrong. That's not how that works. Concept of wrongdoing. Developing an understanding of right and wrong is an important part of a child's development. Very young children don't take into consideration what is ethically the right or wrong thing to do. They base their actions on whether they are punished or rewarded before they eventually internalize a consistent value system and learn to police their own behavior. Chris seems to be stuck in the former, childlike state. If something makes him feel bad, or if experience tells him he'll get in trouble for doing something, it must be wrong. If it makes him feel good, or looks like it could have potential rewards, it must be right. Other considerations, such as what his supposed faith prescribes or how this will affect others, simply do not rank. And yeah, exactly. Once again, the notion that Chris never grew up is something that is repeated time and time again. But also, it's the fact that, again, this makes it sound as though Chris wouldn't do the right or right thing if there was no reward whatsoever. Which, then again, because of what we know of Chris's narcissism anyway, it's not entirely out of the question to suggest that, to be honest, maybe Chris would only ever bother to try and do anything if he was going to be rewarded for it. Not that it doesn't 100% make sense why, but more often than not, Chris will do bad things and think they are good, and he only does it because he thinks he's going to be rewarded out of it. Do you think if Chris... And again, it's... But then there are also some really particular instances, when Chris tries to apologize to Doopy Doo-Over and apologizes to Lady of the Cosmo, and how he still was completely incapable of understanding why people were angry, why they were angry at him for the way that he constantly talked about them, used pet names when they obviously said they were not interested in being called that. So, yeah, Chris may think that it's the right thing to do, but unfortunately it isn't, because again, if you call somebody something and they say they don't like it, then logically you should stop that immediately. It's not rocket science, but Chris seems to think that because he's right and he's not doing anything technically wrong, then therefore he must be right automatically. It's a very, very strange, but a very, very malicious sort of system for morality, if you ask me. An excellent example would be how Chris managed to destroy his relationship with Megan Schroeder. Chris was at war with Encyclopedia Dramatica, who were, among other things, calling him gay. In an attempt to disprove their allegations, Chris uploaded a certain image she came for quick.jpg to the website, apparently under the belief that the sort of information overload would get them to shut up. When the denizens of ED assured the image was of Crystal, Chris was quick to correct them. At no point did he either consider Megan's feelings or perhaps the embarrassment that she would have felt for being associated with this. When she called him out, Chris didn't realize he had done anything wrong and assumed she was only upset because she didn't watch enough porn. Bear in mind, Chris was 25 years old when he did this. And the fact that this is something that people would have, like, before they reached the age of 10, they would have probably have saw this and thought, that's a terrible idea. I understand you may or may not have much exposure to sexual images, as I've had, so the idea of a hand job, which was the act drawn there as part of outercourse versus intercourse, was a surprise to you. I'm sorry. The only thing good Chris ever did here was say, I'm sorry. He literally didn't get the point of any of this. As such, Chris isn't really capable of remorse or a sincere apology. The natural precursor to an apology is the internal realization that one has done something wrong, a realization that Chris's childish, self-centered mindset will not allow him to reach. In his mind, he's done something wrong, only when the people around him react negatively. Furthermore, as a rule, he assumes that their reaction is just the result of some misunderstanding, reasoning that if he was just given the chance to explain what he was trying to accomplish, they would understand and all would be forgiven. No far so good. Judging by his plea for a hobby store manager to forgive and forget, it's very likely that Chris still operates on kindergartner-level morale philosophy, in that he expects recipients of his apologies to immediately retract their disapproval and let him off the hook, which he might have experienced since it's a common scenario with small children and authority figures. Despite being a grown-up, 28 years old to be exact, not really realizing such a thing no longer applies to social situations after a certain point. Given his track record for selfishness, issues with growing up, and resistance to change, that would come as no surprise. And yes, for those who are at all curious about how this all played out, well, Chris, again, because Chris did not get what he wanted when he tried to go back to the game place, and nearly resulting in the police being called by Snyder, Chris decided to respond by throwing a slur towards him and thinking that that was just okay to do. Because at that point, according to Chris, if he didn't get what he wanted immediately and if his apologies were not met, then that must meant that, you know what, what's the point in trying to do anything nice at that point? Despite Chris claiming he's a good person and not a monster. Moreover, Chris doesn't seem to understand that the purpose of an apology is essentially a promise not to repeat whichever negative behaviour led to recompensate in the first place, instead seemingly interpreting it as a magic phrase to clear his state, so he could continue his self-serving endeavours unimpeded. Motivation to apologize, which is just give him money. That'll be a good way to start. As explained above, Chris's logic when it comes to matters of right and wrong is almost wholly reactionary. His rationale for apologizing follows the same pattern. He issues them only when made full aware that he won't get what he wants unless he at least tries to appear genuinely remorseful. Every apology Chris has ever made can be immediately connected to something Chris wants, and thinks he'll get it if he says the magic words, I'm sorry. We almost never have to guess what that thing might be. He almost always mentions his desired goal in the same paragraph, sometimes even in the next sentence. I wish to apologize to Michael Snyder for that mistake I made over 9 months ago that got me kicked out of the game place. Good. I miss my Friday nights there. Okay. And also, y'all are the only place in town that has Eye of Judgment cards. Right, so, well, you may argue at that point it would be a good business decision if somebody was allowed back in, specifically if they were going to, buy stuff from their business, but I don't think at that point Snyder had any doubt in his mind that Chris would just continue as before. Also, the things Chris must have done obviously must have been so bad that there was no alternative. Also, Vivian, let's talk business. Now that I finally have peace of mind, I apologize for the past unformalities and emotional outbursts in past communications. Oh, past communications? You mean the one where Chris wrote to Vivian saying, "Have a goddamn heart attack right now the minute you read this message, you goddamn thieving whore." Yeah, that was what Chris put down, and he's just now coming off this as though literally nothing has happened. I have decided I will fully approve your continued audiobook videos and sales, but in return I ask for 25% of all the money, changed to US currency, you have and will have made all that you have put together and sold, as well as the 2 copies of each CD, DVD of the audiobooks, and 2 of each other additional merchandise aside from the audiobooks. I extend an olive branch of peace, and I await your well response. Have a good day, Vivian. Yeah, literally saying, you know what? Too long didn't read, I'm sorry, now give me the money. He doesn't really seem to understand, again, why he's apologizing or what were the things that he said were wrong. And, it's just, again, Chris apologizing for sending Vivian a death threat so that she'll pay him. And yeah, exactly. You could watch the beginning of Chris Chan Part 17 if you want to see that in full. Because Chris's apologies spring from this simplistic cause and effect mentality, things tend to get interesting when whoever he's issuing them tells him that all is not well and that he is not forgiven. In one notable case, he admitted to ungentlemanly conduct regarding his feud with Asperchu. It was a fairly obvious attempt to get certain ads removed from the Wikipedia, but notably he announced his intention to kill off the character Simone LaRoche-Chew in accordance with her creator's wishes. He didn't act quickly enough, and Wikipedia was taken down with the web altogether. Although his anger was understandable, Chris revealed in the next video that he had never intended to kill Simone in the first place, and that the apology was not true and honest. We had all suspected as much, but it's nice to get a confirmation once in a while. After the Wikipedia returned, he did indeed kill Simona, but only under pressure and in the most contrived, dull, yet very lolsy way possible. In one apology, that arguably highlights Chris's insincerity the most is in his in-comic apology to the Asperpedia 4, which takes place while they are being condemned to death. The cognitive dissonance this creates would be overwhelming to any sane person, but for some reason, Chris thought that this ludicrous, non-apologetic apology was both okay and that the recipients would accept it as genuine. In that very same issue, in fact, Chris at one point sheds a tear after sealing up the populated 4centgarbage.com building and destroying it. Because faking remorse with crocodile tears totally justifies mass murder. Chris's insincerity can also be seen in Chris's misadventures with the wallflower. When the shit hit the fan and she cut off all ties with him, he made his usual pathetic display of sorrow, making it very clear in the process that he had only wanted her for sex. When his apology failed to work as planned, Chris became very angry and spiteful, and started demanding that she apologize for hurting his feelings. And again, I would say immediately Chris getting off the internet would have been the first big step in terms of, fixing all of this, but no, apparently it didn't occur to him, whatsoever, just to do the right thing. And again, this is only really because Chris only really just wanted to get into her pants. That's a universal aspect about Chris anyway, but what's kind of a little bit more shocking is the fact that you think Chris is really going to feel that bad afterwards. He doesn't, never mind feeling remorse, he doesn't feel anything anyway because he knows there are plenty of other fish in the sea, and this just so happens to be the one that got away, and there are plenty more in store. So what difference does it make if he makes one person feel miserable or bad, or that he has a track record of behavior that most people would absolutely just never communicate or have anything to do with again after all this? Another came from his apology note on his Facebook, discovered in October of 2012. In it, he seemingly came to the realization that he had massively messed up, that about as many laughs had been gotten from him as possible, and that he was sorry for it all happening. Surprisingly, it was a very well-written, unselfish apology that would seem somewhat convincing, right until he demanded that all instances of trolling and websites dedicated to him be stopped and then removed. And there was absolutely no mention made of him making any attempt to straighten up. All he wanted was all the bad stuff about him removed so he could feel better about himself. Had he not included that, people might have actually taken him seriously, but as usual, he had to fuck himself over. Whether you want to say Chris just forgot to put all this in, or whether or not he just it was all about what he wanted, and therefore, fuck it, who cares what anybody else is going to say to him? I'll leave up to your imagination. Common traits of a quick apology. Explanation. One recurring element in Chris's admissions of guilt is an explanation of why he did whatever he's apologizing for. The way these speeches are worded often indicates that Chris believes that if we just understood his intentions, we would all agree with him and that nobody would be offended. A famous example appears in Captain's Log Stardate April 28, 2009 video. Chris explains that yes, he videotaped himself performing a selection of disturbing sex acts, but it was all for his sweetheart Ivy, and this evidently renders his actions understandable and then acceptable. Supposedly, speaking to a young child who was deeply disturbed by his behavior, he tells her that his behavior was perfectly reasonable because he is both an adult and human. Okay, this combination of warped logic and an even more warped worldview was a crucial component of his breakthrough into mainstream infamy. Another example would be the time he used the worst terrorist attack in American history for an exceedingly bad joke. After learning that Casey came from a military family, Chris did what was expected of him, and he made a public apology video. However, he was more concerned with continuing to slander Clyde Cash and assuring he was a good American, although he didn't know the words to his own nation's national anthem. You can't make this shit up even if you tried. Than with actually expressing remorse and making an attempt at recompense. The joke was mainly directed to how weak Clyde Cash was. I had no idea or intention of offending anyone other than Clyde Cash on such a massive worldwide level. I suppose, like, for what they are worth, I'm going to actually pull up this apology, and just so you guys can see for yourselves, because this is like... Oh, part 84's just went up. Oh god, is this... Please tell me that... Oh, okay. I'll keep myself focused. And it's amazing that actually, you know what, this is even on the channel that Chris made all that back again. So yeah, this is... I want to emphasize this again. Clyde Greg Cash Mays. This was the channel that actually Chris actually made when he was trying to slander Clyde Cash nearly 15 years ago. So that's like, the fact that this got preserved at all is like, it's fascinating. In fact, they're all here. So yeah, and as well, you can see right there. Look at the spatial time. But what can you do anyway?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I apologize for the recent video I uploaded.
Sorry, I didn't have the sound on. Sorry, 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the recent video I uploaded, which obviously was a terrible joke. I had no intention of offending anybody on such a worldwide manner. I was meant only to offend Clyde and to note on how weak he was. I personally feel sad to know the day of 9/11, and I cared about its effects just like the next person. Anybody. I'm seriously. I'm a good American. God bless America. God bless America, land of the free, and the home of the brave. Anyway, yeah. It was mainly intended for Clyde and to offend him, and I had no idea or intention of the worldwide massive offensive. So again, I am so sorry for making that Photoshop pic and making a terrible joke. I love America. I was born in America, and I'm proud to be an American. But anyway, instead of that, I have made up an alternate joke. Yeah. Okay. I will snuff out Clyde because he is so weak. I will snuff him out just like the candles on a birthday cake. I'll snuff him out like a birthday cake candle. My apologies there, I had that layer hidden for a bit. I had a layer about that and I made it hidden. But anyway, yeah, I will snuff him out like candles on a birthday cake. And again, I apologize for the bad joke. I've already deleted it, and I would appreciate forgiveness just like the next person. And I promise it will not happen again. God bless America. Have a good, safe day.
So, among that, many other things are probably needed here. Mostly but due to the fact that, like half the video, Chris was still trying to make it about slandering Clyde Cash. It wasn't really about trying to apologize for it. It didn't come across because I don't know if his tone was just the same or whether or not it was just Chris didn't. Again, the only reason, again, you have to understand is that the backlash that Chris actually received was astronomical. And unfortunately, quite a lot of people down here do express that, you know what, did all this. And then again, you forget, this comment here, I actually put it here. You forget that Chris signed the paperwork to authorize putting his dog down. He even drew a sonnetu on the paper. Chris thinks his actions have no consequences, and thus making fun of a tragedy in his eyes is hilarious and intimidating. And again, look at us. I'm more a patriotic American than you are, Chris, and I was born and raised in Australia. So there was again, geez, trying to read comments from YouTube videos literally nearly 15 years ago is like an experience that needs to be documented. And again, it will never end, and blah blah blah. Well, he did take down the video, but again, I'm pretty sure somebody else found it anyway, so yeah, just not much. Within the same video, he changed the Photoshop he'd done of the World Trade Center into birthday cake candles. That he saw no problem in presenting an image of the two buildings on fire, and repeatedly calling them weak when he asserted that he was a good American proves that he completely missed the point of what he was supposed to be apologizing for. He was far more concerned with sullying Clyde's name than with any blowback or offense his comments might have caused. And as we saw, if you want to actually see exactly how people took this, there's at least 250 comments on that particular video we've just done, so how badly you want to serve. If there's anything you want to say, and fine, well, Chris won't read, but you may as well just vent it. You know what to do. In at least one case, though, Chris came up with a fantastical reason related to his fictional universe for something he did. wrong, as though it would be easily understood by anyone else as truth, specifically when Chris attempted reparations with Mary Lee Walsh. He explained that by slandering the real Mary Lee Walsh via comic villain counterparts, he allowed an evil witch to soil her reputation, and that by retconning the evil Mary as Sloweel, with her being betrayed getting arrested, he expected the good real Mary would accept his nonsensical so-called apology, and all would be well. Not once admitting to violating campus regulations countless times, let alone personally attacking her when she tried to hash things out with him. That's the thing as well, is that when it comes to even Chris's portrayal of remorse in his comics, it's always that it's somebody else who has to apologize, and Chris can't exactly apologize because he always tries to retcon things in such a way that it makes it look as though Chris is completely blameless. Unfortunately, Chris is not Arthas, and this is not World of Warcraft. Arthas didn't actually do anything wrong anyway, but Chris is no Arthas. Rationalization. Chris is incredibly self-righteous. In his mind, he is the only decent man left in the world, and everybody else is a stupid evil jerk whose sole mission in life is to cock-block him because he is special. And furthermore, out of jealousy for his many successes in life, this mindset gives Chris all the justification he needs to mistrust others. Or mistreat others, I should say. Because as far as he's concerned, they're all the bad guys, standing in the way of his heroic quest. This everything I do is right mindset shows through when he is forced to talk about his prior transgressions. Chris might offer a half-assed apology simply to conform to the wishes of whoever he's talking to, but it will often be accompanied by a long explanation as to why he had to do it. I was wrong. I pretended to be him, yet he was the liar. I'm the real deal. So on that one part, I was wrong for the right reasons. This is Chris almost admitting for wrongdoing, and yes, exactly. He exhibited his self-righteous attitude many times in the Liquid Chris saga. Because he is the true and honest Christian, this gave him the right to attempt to steal Liquid's girlfriend by pretending to be him, and then gloat about it once he apparently achieved his aim. Once again, Chris saw no wrong in this, since Liquid wronged him by trolling him in the first place. Anything he did in response was entirely justified. Though, as it would later turn out, ego is not the only culprit behind Chris's rationalization deeds that he should be apologetic for. For a more recent example, Chris, in the throes of declining mental health, justified himself initiating his affair with Barb by arguing in statements he wrote following his arrest that he did it as a form of divine intervention to purify his elderly mother for other sins. Revenge then, to pour salt on an open gash. He eventually flat out denied that his soul bonding was ever sexual in nature, despite early admissions to sexual conduct with his mother existing. Womp freaking womp, Chris, try and justify that. Once again proving that Chris doesn't truly feel remorse for any wrongdoing he commits. Maturing. Surprisingly the shortest thing we've covered so far. I have matured. Chris's catchphrase. Ever since the Doopy saga, Chris had the tendency to claim that he has not only learned his lesson, but that he also has matured more than anything. Chris uses as an excuse, this is something that Chris uses as an excuse to avoid any kind of responsibility or backlash from trolls, who understandably view him as childish for many of his interests and actions. If there was ever any point to maturity when it comes to Chris, it is that. Well, no, there isn't any. So let's move on. Retraction. Chris, believing that his actions are always right, nearly always have to be pressured into making any form of apology whatsoever. Most, if not all, of his apologetic messages are motivated by those people he physically desires, be they obvious troll or otherwise, or desires to appease, rather than the public outcry he causes, and certainly not by any true sense of guilt. his retraction of an apology is often redundant because nobody believed he was truly remorseful in the first place. And just as hollow as the apology itself, in that Chris is quite happy to lie to save face or to gain something he wants. For instance, Chris finally sincerely apologized to Alec and Mal for his actions towards them on the 2nd of March 2010. However, only a month later, on the 8th of April, he was talking to Jackie, and in an attempt to gain sympathy for her, claimed that Alec was trying to one-up him for months now. When trolls hacked his PlayStation Network accounts, Chris made a near-public apology, a blatant attempt to get his PSN account back. The apology was, of course, chock full of lies and insincerity. One of his favourite ways to smite his invisible internet enemies and real-life foes alike is to lay a Kamehameha upon them, thinking that he has powers akin to something more along the lines of Wicca, Voodoo, or Goku from Dragon Ball Z, than with the Christianity he supposedly practices. He only issued the Kamehameha retraction after his latest e-girlfriend told him he shouldn't have used the Kamehameha in the first place. Or even Chris's forgiveness blessings, which is about as fucking pathetic as it sounds. Considering that he quickly returned to his ways of cursing, threatening and insulting his enemies, the sentiment obviously doesn't stick. Nor do people think it sticks when Chris tries to apologize ever, but, consistency. Shifting the blame. When Chris isn't trying to justify the trouble he causes, he usually resorts to blaming other people. The most famous example is him blaming ED for the end of his friendship with Megan, even though it was because of a picture he himself thought up and then drew, and then uploaded to his article. Chris had it literally screamed at him in Mumble 3, but then, as now, he still doesn't know the true reason. The best anyone has ever been able to extract from Chris is that he came on too strong. While technically true, this is a vast understatement that fails to capture the massive amount of fault which lies with Chris. That is to say, all of it. The Wallflower. Chris went to great lengths to keep the knowledge of the Wallflower away from the slanderous trolls of the internet. Good start so far. However, he really wanted to credit her in one of his sycophantic Little Big levels. Chris asked the Wallflower if she thought it would be safe to credit the Wallflower by a ff.net pen name. Wallflower agreed, as she was unable to find any obvious trails leading from her ff.net account to her Facebook account. Unfortunately for both of them, trolls still managed to find a link between the two accounts within 24 hours of Chris dropping her pen name. After she was linked to the site and promptly horrified by how much of her personal information had been compromised, she politely requested that the article will be reworked with her privacy in mind, as much of the information in the original Wallflower article had very little to do with Chris. The request was deemed reasonable and the admins of the Quickie complied. Frightened and disgusted by what she had found, however, she broke off all contact with Chris. She also clarified to the Quickie admins that she had never dated, never had any kind of relationship beyond casual association, and before her introduction to the Quickie, she really didn't know much about him at all. Chris, however, not to be deterred, proclaimed many times that she had been on several dates and shared DNA, along with enjoying a kiss and massage. Since this would have been Chris's real first kiss, aside from the Chloe one, which was a lie, it was considered important by obsessive Quickie editors to see if he remembers it later. The Wallflower Wikipedia page article was written on the 19th of April. However, leaked emails from Jackie show that by the 10th of April, 9 days before making this highly suspicious claim, Chris had either momentarily forgotten that he had been kissed, something that would have been a monumental occasion in his life, lied on his Wikipedia after being kissed, or lied to Jackie about not being kissed, though that is also very unlikely. Either way, he still lied about the kiss, although it's possible. Well, again, lied about the kiss, but what about the thing where Chris said he had shared DNA? What does that mean? Although it's possible he's basing his story on a gross exaggeration of the truth, the two sharing a drink straw in the same is the current troll favourite for this. Would you guys? I wouldn't share a straw with somebody. I'm sorry, but no. From in the month following their breakup, Chris would go on to blame the wallflower for having an internet presence at all. Yeah, exactly. You know what? It's all about what Chris wants. It's all about if it's somebody else's fault. The whole incident was Wallflower's fault for having a Facebook page for trolls to discover in the first place. Why Chris couldn't have just done the right thing and just told the Wallflower about who he really was, but that would mean that, you know, ignorance is bliss in the eyes of Chris. Chris repeatedly insisted that the Wallflower, who was the one who needed to apologize to him, as she had okayed the use of her screen name, despite the fact that putting her screen name in the level was his idea in the first place. More than a year after the debacle, Chris made it obvious that he believes that the person who should apologize to the Wallflower is Surfshark Tito, rather than himself. Forgetting. Aside from directly shifting the blame by lying, Chris has been frequently known to forget important critical details of his life, typically memories that either make him look or feel bad. When Jackie was flirting with him by emails and found out that about the cookie, she asked Chris about cheating on Ivy with Vanessa, the full details of which are documented right here. Chris, of course, claimed flat out that the whole thing was a troll deception and that Jackie shouldn't believe it. When Jackie informed Chris she had found a video of him admitting it and confessing, Chris claimed to forget this portion. What a surprise. On the 27th of October of 2008, Chris nervously announced that he had found his one true sweetheart, Chloe. Many things immediately leapt out of this as trolls because they accused him of lying, including his previous announcements on an IRC chat. Due to Chris's unreliable short-term memory and inaction on the part of the trolls, after the 27th of October video, Chloe was never mentioned again in a video by Chris. A little more than a year later, in Mailbag 13, rather than simply admit he was lying, Chris claimed, "I currently have no recollection of a Chloe," even though she was supposedly the woman he had his first real kiss with. In Mumble 6, the troll army called out Chris on his statements regarding transgendered women. Chris claims that he had forgot his previous statement again, which may or may not be completely honest in any event. Chris has discovered that, real or otherwise, a faulty memory is a socially acceptable way to dodge probing questions about one's past lies. And by the way, this is just the level of his index of apologies, and as we will be discussing later on, it's strange the fact that all of them, there's almost problems with every single one of them, because Chris just doesn't freaking get it. Apologizing regarding she came for quick. Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you 15 times. I'll just go through these, and these are the big ones. When Megan called Chris out on his reprehensible actions regarding the porn he drew of her, he first copy-pasted "Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you" 15 times in an email to her, then went into detail about how a handjob works, fingering after that sexual frustration and ignorance were the root causes of anger. After Chris was banned from the gameplace, he tried several times to get unbanned. The first was a video where Chris apologizes just so he can buy more junk. The second was where he prepared a script, stashed a camera in his pocket, and then walked into the gameplace to confront Michael Snyder, claiming he had changed and apologized for his actions. After Michael flatly refused to listen and called the police, Chris berated him and hoped God would forgive him for being so heartless and cruel. Mike responded, "He probably will," and Chris stormed out, but not before calling him a Jew. After threatening Vivian's life when she had made better audiobooks than he ever could, Chris apologized to her, then made a demand for her to have a cut in the profits, the two sentences only separated by a single dot. Chris made an apology video after releasing a series of videos insulting various YouTubers. Aside from surrounding half-assed and insincere about it, Chris's motivation for doing so was clear. His PSN account was being held hostage by the last YouTuber he had insulted. In I Am Alive, Chris apologizes for his ungentlemanly conduct in regard to Asperchew. This was a transparent attempt to get the homo ads removed from the Wikipedia, and his behavior subsequent to this apology proved he meant nothing he said in the video. He made at least 3 videos during all this, and Chris had the exact same tone and attitude in all of them. In Solitude 10, Chris apologized to the Asperpedia 4 before simultaneously having them brutally executed, including have one of them being killed by a toddler. After filming himself performing sex acts for Ivy, Chris apologized for his actions, supposedly to a young girl who had found the footage and was scared by it. But he structured his apology to state that his behavior was, in fact, completely normal, and that she shouldn't feel bad for watching it. In Matthew 5:27, Quick Confessions, Chris apologized for cheating on Ivy. In 2009, Chris apologized to Mary Lee Walsh for slandering her via his fictitious villainous counterpart, using her name, not for his activity-defiant and vindictive behavior towards her, mind you. The contradictory nature of the retcon aside, Chris drew up a picture depicting this very act of remorse and even went to the trouble of delivering a hand-framed copy to her office, to which she responded with legal action. Chris took this as well as you'd expect. And so on, and so on, and so on. Though I suppose the only thing that I could think of adding to this is this one. On the 24th of September 2021, in a letter dated 5 days prior, Chris stated that he intended to enact repentance for his crime of stealing $750 from his aging mother's bank account, a crime he attempted to rationalize only moments before by citing his own poor finances and his fears arising from being made temporarily homeless, and for which he attempted to shift the blame again by claiming that Noah had personally betrayed his trust and failed his destined test by alerting others of his act of theft. Not a word was spared for certain other offences just as recent and even more damning. In conclusion, to Chris, remorse is nothing more than a formality that he must pantomime in order to get what he wants. Chris rarely, if at all, ever feels guilt for something he has said or done and expects either pity and sympathy or for those he hurt to forgive and forget. If you accept that he ever was or ever would be sincerely sorry for anything he ever does without an ulterior motive behind it, you are expecting way too much of him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the end of Chris and his views of remorse. And again, you know what's like really, really sad about this? Is that it makes having to feel the idea of feeling bad for Chris even harder, because you know what? Why should you feel bad for somebody who doesn't who only feels bad only because it's something that's inconvenienced him? It's all about what Chris wants at the moment, and it wouldn't even. And again, it shows you probably it might not even be that, because if Chris really did want something, he probably put a lot more effort into apologizing. But a lot of this can come down to the fact that Chris isn't really sorry. He doesn't really understand at all about what he's done wrong. It's only if he can be seen to do something good, then therefore he will gain some kind of advantage out of it. But other times, I think it's just because Chris is just a bit of a prick anyway, and most pricks usually don't apologize for stuff like this. Yeah. I just don't understand. Again, this. It would be interesting to see if there was ever a scenario where Chris started interacting with me, and then he did something to me, and I had to ask him to apologize, and I wonder how he would do it. I don't know, and I'm not really going to find out either. So I hope all of you guys have enjoyed this video to Chris's views of remorse, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Okay, so an interesting story. First of all, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Quickie reading. And this one, we cover the delightfully morbid subject of death. Where, speaking of death, I should say that literally I spent the last 30 minutes that I dug out my 3-year-old Razer Siren microphone, and I'm pretty sure the cable for that one is busted too, because it was working just fine when I had it here, and then just because I had the cable running underneath and just underneath my table, just so I can hook it up so it wouldn't be a hassle to like pull it back and forth, because it would like damage like the actual like the USB stick of the cable. It just completely decided to die. The actual microphone, I think, was fine because, you know, it was glowing and everything like that. It's just, it didn't work. And then my blue snowball mic, which you can probably see at the bottom here, decided it wanted to work again. So we're getting that out. And I'm not even bothering dragging like the arm out for this one. I'll just put it to the stick and just, well, we'll have it this way. So death and being brought back to life is something of a little bit of a theme going on tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking of this, and to sort of like conclude the overall cycle regarding Chris's mental health, or his psychosis, as it were, we are going to be checking out Chris and the subject of death itself. So, first of all, and dying is not happening with me. I'm set to stay alive for thousands of years. Well, yeah, about that. Well, fortunately enough for Chris, by the time he does die, he won't be able to complain or say that he's going to live forever anyway after this, so, you know, that's that. Now, some people have argued the case that literally Chris is just pulling our legs, to be honest, for years, but if he was, he wouldn't have done half the terrible things he's done ever since the internet first discovered him, and I think it's a little bit late to say that Chris is just playing a game, because he does legitimately believe in half the shite that comes out of his mouth. So let's go. Death is a concept that Chris has a notably hard time understanding and or coping with, be it the death of a human or an animal, or even an imaginary friend. While Chris certainly has the capacity to grieve and has undergone several periods of grieving in his life in response to deaths in his family, his other reactions towards death are considerably more perplexing. For example, there's been like many cases where Chris has viewed death as just something that's been designed to inconvenience him, and some things Chris has coped with so completely inconsistently that the only way to imagine that things are going on as normal is by resurrecting his own dog. His poor reactions to death most likely come from Chris's near inability to empathize, a common symptom of autism, and childish thought patterns. Children often don't understand death, usually just thinking it's like sleeping forever, just leaving, or in Chris's mind, merged with their counterparts from C-197. Chris, being a child inside, some would argue outside, but no, that's not quite the case, can only resort to these clumsy analogies to understand death. So let's begin with, noticeably, family, various ancestors. Chris claimed that at Aunt Karina's funeral, his ancestors wished him a safe trip to Ohio to meet Julie. Yikes. Aunt Karina, 1934 to 2009. When Chris informed Julie that his Aunt Karina was dying, Julie insisted that Chris visit her in the hospital, which Chris had not considered doing. I have no idea why, you know what I mean? It's not like Chris was, you know, at work that day. He asked Bob about visiting her, and she dissuaded him. He did get the chance to tell Karina that he loved her over the phone before she died. Karina's funeral happened to fall on Chris's birthday, which also happened to be Shrove Tuesday, also known as Fat Tuesday, or I've never heard it be called Fat Tuesday before, but Mardi Gras, absolutely. A Christian holiday that in some churches involves pancake dinners. Naturally, Chris is more concerned about missing out on the pancakes at his church at home than he was about the funeral of his own aunt. Yeah, that is absolutely true. Yeah, sadly enough. When the "I know I had to be sad because my dog died" excuse fails, Chris usually follows up with an offhand mention of his Aunt Karina. If that fails, the deaths of his many sweethearts tends to follow. Bob Chandler, his own dad. After a long battle with heart failure, Bob's life finally came to an end while he was hospitalized in Martha Jefferson Hospital's ICU. In an unreleased call with Jackie, Chris broke down sobbing over his father's death. The call, referred to by fans as the Black Tape, was sealed out of empathy for Chris. And yes, that's true. In fact, it's so sealed is that I don't even think it even exists anymore. I'm pretty sure it's destroyed because nobody has access to it, nor can anybody really find out where to get it. But it's probably best if it just literally disappeared forever. In an email, Chris told Jackie that my heavier cries from my father's passing is really hitting me bad, and lamented that in a previous dream, the Grim Reaper had promised that he would not claim Bob until 2015. Which, again, you have to admit is very strangely words for Chris, because would it not matter more in the eyes of Chris that if he knew that his father didn't have time left, then why did Chris not just think, spend more time with his own father? You know what? It's just, why is Chris so adamant that, death works like that? I don't get it. In a 31st of March 2012 Facebook message, Chris expressed a desire for Bob's ghost to haunt the dreams of anyone who doesn't like him, putting him on the exact same level as his dead dog. While this was an understandable reaction to discovering plans that trolls were going to dig her up, or discovering a webcomic that contained what he considered a mockery of her memory, his threat to send Bob's ghost after people was equal parts disrespectful and unreasonable, especially because of how reasonable and respectful the trolls actually were towards Bob Chandler. Oh, and by the way, this is the crematorium in which, the idea is that Barbara is meant to be buried alongside her husband, which is admittedly going to be a very awkward conversation by the time Bob does die. But yeah, again, you have to understand, again, 84 years old. I mean, that's not bad. That's not a, I mean, we know that Bob had a lot of issues towards the end, but he was quite good for in his life, I imagine. In a Facebook post from June of 2013, Chris laments that he had more freedom when his father was still alive. Once again, he literally decides the only thing to do is to make a mockery of Chris's memory, but of Bob's memory, because Chris never thought to actually take on any of the messages and just simply took his own father for granted. And goes on to complain about how he has to take out his time of his day to serve and protect his mother. Oh dear. Knowing Chris, this presumably means that he sat around in his room playing video games while his elderly father did most of the work around the house. In C-Log 0904-2017, Mr. C, Chris, while reading letters from his late father, displays emotion over him, tearing up at times. During the Idea Guy saga, and the rather disturbing events that took place with it, Joshua convinced Chris that Bob had reincarnated as a Sonichu with plaid-coloured fur in reference to his nickname, the Internet Lumberjack. Chris later retconned his design to a much simpler plain red design because plaid fur was, too much effort. In the eyes of Chris, at any rate. And turned up in the Quickville alongside Ted Bundy to defend the city. Using an autistic man-child's dead father to troll them is disgusting enough as it is, convincing them that said father is still alive in another dimension to help with their extortion efforts is on another level of fucked. And not to mention Chris literally had to somehow goad his mother into this for some reason. Here we go. Chris, to this day, still believes they're bullshit and will probably never accept that his father is gone forever. While in many cases, believing a loved one is in a better place after death is actually a very common and usually quite healthy way of coping with their passing, literally believing they are alive in your own fantasy dimension is extremely uncommon and extremely unhealthy, even by Chris's standards. Barbara Chandler. 1941 till whatever date, I really have none. Chris on whether he has plans in place for after Barbara passes away. I mean, we already kind of knew that, but thank you for confirming you have no clue, Chris, because, again, these are the sorts of things you have to be prepared for because, well, unfortunately, owing to events that have circulated, I don't really think Chris has that option either. It's sort of, yeah, he doesn't. Barbara is Chris's surviving parent, given that Chris is, as one of the incest fallout, legally prohibited from being anywhere near Bob. Chris is ultimately left with no coddling matriarchal to provide support for or keep him company. When she inevitably passes on, the fate of 14 Branch Lane Court will remain in question, and where everyone's favourite man-child will go from there remains a mystery, especially since it was revealed in a October 2013 Facebook post that Chris considers Barbara to be one of the few people who gives meaning and purpose to his life, or at least used to at any rate. However, in jail letters from summer of 2022, Chris began speaking negatively about Bob, insulting her and making rather disturbing claims about her, citation needed, in an effort to get his followers to help him buy her out of the house, which obviously failed. I'm surprised that sort of evidence was not turned over to the prison, and they should have, well, regional jail, I should say. Alongside Bob, who Chris entered a protracted period of grieving for after his passing, Barbara was one of the few people in Chris's life that he cared about enough to genuinely fear her passing, and Barbara used this to manipulate Chris into following orders on multiple occasions. One such instance of this was in 2011, prior to Bob's death, in which she threatened to commit the S-word as a last-stop resort to stop Chris from his poorly thought-out plan to attend MagFest in Maryland that year, by sleeping in his car as he did not have the money to afford a hotel room. A distraught Chris backpedaled, receiving only more guilt-tripping and down payment on some video game as a consolation prize. I think it was DC Universe Online was the game in question, but the fact that, well, Barbara, again, is not necessarily the greatest human being in the world either, and, well, would frequently use the notion that they were both elderly to, again, you could, I don't know. It's fucked up, and I just sort of wish I didn't have to have anything to do with it sometimes. Barbara used her health as a scare tactic for so long that it instilled paranoia into Chris. On one occasion, when Barbara failed to answer the phone when Chris called her while out, Chris panicked and called 911 for a welfare check. These fears, however, have recently turned into a twisted hope for Chris, complaining in a jail letter that despite guiding her soul into her rose-chew form/body, Bob's soulless husk still clings onto life inside the Sonichu temple. His sudden wishes for his mother to die could either be due to blaming her for his imprisonment, completely forgetting that it was Chris himself that gave out the information leading to his arrest, or that Chris prioritizes going back home over the life of his own mother. Both, I would say. You don't really need to say, it's pretty obvious, it's probably both. In November 2015, Chris released Family Needs to Appreciate Family, where he addressed Cole Smithy, David Allen Chandler, and Carol Suzanne Chandler to visit Bob before her time runs out. As time passed, and Bob's time inevitably did not run out, in November 2019, Chris posted a tweet where he copes with the mortality of his mother, imagining her becoming a part human, part rose-chew hybrid after death. In the same vein, he believed that Bob reincarnated into Robert Chew after death. Barbara was involved in a traffic collision on the 24th of November 2021. She suffered 2 broken ribs and a concussion, worsening her already declining health. A subsequent letter to Kenneth Engelhardt on the 11th of January 2022 claims that Bob fell lethargic, implying, but not confirmed, that she might be bedridden as of the car crash. Chris had then written in a 22 July 2022 letter where he comments on Bob appearing sickly and zombie-like, likely alluding to eventual death. Now, I should also point out that as of the recording of this video, the 9th of March 2024, there is no necessary or relevant information about the actual current state of Barbara and Weston Chandler's health. Also, I imagine this is something that they are going to do well enough to keep away from. And I don't really know exactly how trolls would be dedicated to finding this out. And I don't even think any of them even know where Barbara is currently located. Probably for the best, but there you are. Chris himself, 1982 to when? And believe me, in dreams and even in moments with my mind while awake, I have seen and felt that death light. Not only is it the most horrifying thing ever, but I am long not ready for it yet. So, kind of a bit like what he was mentioning about the Grim Reaper regarding his own dad, it doesn't exactly escape the notion in Chris's mind that death is something that's going to happen eventually. Because that's one thing is that depending on when this was said. In a conversation with the Wikipedia sysop, Chris once mentioned that he had been receiving recurring visions of himself walking into a bright light, which he one day hoped would be prevented from appearing by getting a sweetheart. After the surreal conclusion of the Love Quest in 2018, it is unknown if he still gets these visions. In a Facebook post on the 30th of October 2013, Chris stated that he had become so stressed out, specifically over the revelation that his high school gal pals did not actually like him much at all, that he had contemplated killing himself multiple times. According to Chris, the only reasons he didn't go through with it are painfully obvious. This just shows how much Chris's mentality is drained, and how badly he needs the professional help he so stubbornly refuses to get. Of course, this could well be Chris exaggerating and trying to gain pity as he has done in the past, which kind of makes it very, very hard to determine whether he was legitimately, in a very poor state, or whether or not this was just... This is the problem when Chris is lies and lies and lies for many, many years, is because, how do you discern what's real and what isn't real with Chris regarding how he really feels? And as his mother allegedly also has, or at least used to have, a habit of doing. In all seriousness, however, the S word is no laughing matter, and this should be looked at with caution. In a 2019 Discord chat between his fantasy enablers, Chris had claimed that he is set to live for thousands of years. Oh boy. In August of 2020, Chris, pretending that his body was possessed by Sonichu, uploaded a video will, apparently in case his body vanished from this dimension 1218. Cuckoo. Pets. Paddy-chan. Paddy was the Chandler's family's pet dog who died in June of 2006. Chris apparently drew a picture of a crying Sonichu face on the signature confirming the euthanasia process. As seen in the image used in this article, Paddy also appeared in the comic, immortalized as a furry character named Paddy-chan. This is particularly disturbing in the fact that Chris has apparently decided to deny his dog the afterlife that he presumably believes in favor of locking her in her own personal hell. To Chris, her death is the greatest tragedy of his life, which he often compares to the death of other people's family members and loved ones. Oh boy. Unsurprisingly, every single person he has said this to has become horribly offended. In Chris's plea to Claire Cash, he equates Ryan Cash's death with Paddy's, and in the father call, he equates it to the death of Matthew Devoyer's mother in the September 11 terrorist attacks. On the 1-year anniversary of her death, Chris even broke down in tears and had to be consoled by his mother. By comparison, the death of any sweetheart will result in a few days of mourning, at best. It should be noted, though, despite all of Chris's fondness for Paddy, her memory was still not safe from being defiled by trolls manipulating him. Because Chris thinks that that's more important sometimes than, again, putting your foot down over people over characters like Paddy or just completely innocent persons and animals in general. Nothing is safe from the wrath. Polo. Polo was a cat that was born sometime in 2003, and that was adopted by Chris in 2015, who had passed away in May 2018. On the 20th of May 2018, Chris posted an urgent tweet to Twitter stating Polo was having difficulty breathing and they needed money from eBay in order to take Polo to the vet. Following a wave of backlash due to how Chris was seemingly using Polo's sickly condition as a way to get sympathy for donations, Chris would delete this tweet. Despite his plea for donations, Chris announced on Twitter that Polo had passed away in the early hours of the 20th of May 2018. So, practically the same day, presumably due to the aforementioned breathing difficulties and or other natural causes. According to Chris, Polo was buried next to Paddy's resting place. Sorbet. Sorbet was a cat that Chris had adopted in 2016, who passed away in May 2018. In May 2017, Sorbet wandered out of the house and was hit by a car. Fortunately, Sorbet would survive the incident after Chris took him to the vet. However, in a video about the solar eclipse from August 2017, Sorbet was shown to seemingly have difficulties breathing. On the 17th of May 2018, Chris posted to Facebook in order to announce that Sorbet had gone missing after he was let outside. Chris would put posters with information relating to Sorbet on several telephone poles near the areas in hopes of finding him. A lot of people have surmounted the possibility that Sorbet just sort of wandered outside to die in peace. However, Sorbet would not return. In a text message from October 2018, Chris confirmed to a fan that Sorbet never came back and pronounced him dead. In order to cope with the loss of Sorbet, bear in mind this is two cats that were lost in the span of a week in the Chandler household, Chris claimed that Sorbet's soul had supposedly been reincarnated into Dimension C-197 as an anthropomorphic cat, and that he had since then been able to meet with him. Other cats. Multiple other now deceased cats that once resided within 14 Branch Lane Court, the most notable of them being Scamper, who had unfortunately passed away as a result of the house fire due to smoke inhalation, and Patches, a kitten that sadly passed away due to complications related to pneumonia only 1 week after Chris had adopted him. I mean, that entire story is completely fucked up anyway with what we know happened, and whether people... I'm going to have like no choice but to talk about it one of these days, and I really don't want to. I'd much rather... And bear in mind, there are other cats as well, like Kitty is like a really old cat that just sort of was just mentioned and then is gone. Lucy, however, to our knowledge, is presumably still alive. And the only other cat that we do know is Sylvia, who is presumably also still alive, but neither Lucy nor Clover or Sylvana are anywhere near Chris. And if I'm being completely honest, I'm not entirely convinced that Chris just does not miss them either. Or maybe he just doesn't, to be honest. Maybe he just didn't really care for any of them. Then there's Snoopy. Snoopy was a dog who was adopted by Barbara alongside Clover in May 2012, who passed away in July 2021, just before Chris got arrested. Snoopy had apparently suffered a leg injury before he was adopted, causing him to have trouble walking for the remainder of his life. Following a long period of seemingly improper feeding habits, Snoopy died in his sleep during the early hours of the 14th of July 2021. After Snoopy's passing, Chris posted a eulogy dedicated to him on Twitter. In it, he explained that his neighbor and their daughter helped him bury Snoopy by a tree, making a stone mound around the burial to indicate where the body was. Chris was understandably distraught and saddened over the death of Snoopy. However, he still remained confident in his coping mechanism, the dimensional merge. On Twitter, Chris said that Snoopy was aware of the merge, which meant that him and Snoopy would reunite after the merge was complete. Chris would also bizarrely claim that he had seen an anthropomorphic version of Snoopy from another dimension during his burial, stating that he looked like a tall dog guy. You know, I will just say for the record right now, before we go any further, is that I've been to 2 funerals in my life, and they were both very somber and very profound occasions, definitely, ladies and gentlemen, because, well, I'm not really going to get into the details because they were family related, and when it comes to my family, they have absolutely nothing to do with any of this, so I'm keeping them deliberately out of this for that reason. But I don't really understand why Chris he had the need to mention things that nobody was buying or nobody was believing. I mean, listen, I think Chris is fully aware that Chris can't discern the difference between those who are just telling him the truth between those of the trolls anymore, because either Chris just doesn't care, possibly, or that, you know what, Chris has decided who he wants to believe and who he wants to listen to. So if you are somewhat offended by Chris saying things that are complete BS, and if you are aware of the context behind the way he raises and looks after his pets, as well as how he looks after those that not necessarily in his care, but the ones that he should care for, well, there's your answer. Imaginary friends. Chris is also concerned over the deaths of imaginary friends, aka thick beings of complete fantasy, and as Sonichu and his pals. Since Chris believes all cartoon characters exist in some universe, and he had created Sonichus, he felt that he were to reboot the comics, that would mean that Sonichu's friends would all die, and that they would all reincarnate into their newer rebooted versions. Being his love and joy, the last thing on Chris's mind would be to kill his creations, but yet is perfectly fine with freezing them in time with his hiatus on the series. The Idea Guys allegedly extorted Chris out of thousands of dollars, telling him that they would destroy Quickville, which would lead to the deaths of Chris's imaginary friends. Chris paid up, even putting his own house at risk of foreclosure by skipping a mortgage payment to do so. Way to go, Chris. Ironically, even when Chris inevitably does pass on and go forth to meet Godbear, he will still be remembered, not only for his life and the many humorous misadventures in it, but for his comics. Thus it can be said Sonichu will never truly die. Simona Rosechew. During the Aspachu saga, a recurring theme was Evan's legal claims in regards to Simona Rosechew, as a derivative of his character Seamanchew. While early demands were for Chris to edit his old strips to remove Simona entirely from continuity, later Evan consented to letting Chris keep Simona's early appearances on the grounds that he kill her at a later date. Chris, not surprisingly, totally lost his shit, showing a much stronger emotional attachment to an empty, one-dimensional fictional character than he has managed for any living creature other than his dog. Finally, after being faced with the threat of legal action, Chris finally killed Simona in issue number 10, although not before she laid an egg out of wedlock with her baby daddy Wild, though of course the act of laying an egg was never shown or even mentioned, which hatched into Sandy Rosechew. Simona's death apparently continued to hunt or haunt Chris long afterwards. This led to him reviving Simona in around May of 2014. More than 4 years after her untimely demise. It should be noted that, as revealed in the Alec Benson Leary phone calls, Chris considers cartoon characters to be real, living creatures that exist in some other world reminiscent of Toontown from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and Simona's death was as real to him as that of any family members or sweethearts, perhaps even more so, because, well, who's going to say no to Chris with that level of logic? That's maybe the only thing Chris has going for him for the remainder of his life. Sad but true. Troll manipulations. A favourite tactic of trolls is to manipulate Chris into reacting to scenarios and committed the S word when Chris stopped updating it. Trolls badgered Chris over multiple chats to keep acknowledging the death. Not satisfied with his brief replies on the death being sad, trolls then elevated matters by having the Clyde Cash character threaten Chris with revenge over the death of his brother. A frustrated Chris recorded a video in which he tried to reason with Clyde, and put his foot in his mouth by suggesting that if Clyde got a girlfriend, it would help him get over the death. Oh, and by the way, this is Chris's memorial to Ryan Cash in Sonatu issue 8. Also, I'd like to take this moment to remember Sonatu fan Mr. Ryan Cash, who committed the S-word when I impulsively said that I would stop the comic series in protest against the trolls in my ED page. Ryan, I'm sorry. Sad face. That's it. That's your helping. That's how Chris... Because, again, to Chris's knowledge, Ryan Cash was a real person. Sweethearts. Sometimes I remember her, but I have moved on. Chris on the late Panda Halo. Chris also carried out the death scenario fabrications using a few of their sweetheart characters. Chris had blunt responses to the supposed deaths and seemingly adjusted quickly when another sweetheart character professed to be in love with him. When Panda Halo's character arc ended, Chris believed that her silence meant she might have been a victim of the Australian Black Saturday bushfires, despite her location being hundreds of kilometers away. Shortly after her apparent death, the Julie sweetheart character was introduced to Chris. In a mumble chat, where trolls directed a conversation to Panda Halo's fate, Chris said, "It's okay though, at least I have a good woman who's willing to be at my side at this point." That did not take Chris very long to get over her now, did it? It's almost as though he didn't really have any feelings for her at all. You know what I mean? 9 months later, Sonatu issue 9 featured a special memorial to Panda Halo and a sequence in which she dies off-screen in a building fire after saving her Pokemon. Chloe Rosechew and Blaze Bob wrote Sonatu, so they wouldn't burn with her. Chris also dedicated all of Sonatu issue 10 to Panda Halo's memory. This would be almost touching if the alleged dedication didn't wholly consist of how awesome Chris was for using Panda Halo's artwork. Yeah. The Sarah May character claimed to attempt the S-word after Chris accidentally called her Julie multiple times in a call. After Chris attempted to talk her down, Sarah May went offline, still claiming she would kill herself. Julie, who was also in the chat, was playing along and did not react to Sarah's the S-word, attempting in any human-like fashion. Yet it did not occur to Chris that Julie's behaviour was unnatural. Chris told Julie, "Well, at least I still have you. Okay, so, run along, Sarah." Chris then recorded quick shout-out to Sarah May, in which the only reason he offered her as to why she shouldn't commit the S-word was that he would be sad without her. What an absolute cunt. So, let's move on. When the Ivy character arc was forced to end due to Rocky Shoemaker's intervention, trolls came up with the scenario that she committed the S-word by hanging after being upset she couldn't be in contact with Chris. Chris uploaded Quick Boyfriend as a memorial, a poorly sung remake of Avril Lavigne's happy bouncy pop punk song, with lyrics changed to be much more about Chris would like women to date him. Chris included pictures of several past sweethearts in the video, making it less of a tribute to Ivy specifically, and more of a monument to Chris's failures. Ivy's demise was incorporated into Sonatu issue 9 in the form of a gruesome accidental death, which involved having gotten her neck broken with elevator wires after falling through the elevator floor. And this is Chris' advices to a fan. "Mary Jo is gone. I feel for you, but you should move on and try to find another woman who would treat you about as good, or possibly better than her. Suck it up and move on like a man would. I tell you as a man who had to do the same thing a few times in the past too." Which is possibly stands as one of the slightly more heinous, insensitive, and irreparable things that Chris has possibly ever said. But I can think of far worse things, and I'm going to do everything to not think about them right now, because I am not going to get upset over this. Well, one, because I know fine well that, again, this might not be a real person, but I know Chris is, you know. In a mailbag answer to the troll scenario of a fan grieving over the loss of his girlfriend, Chris clearly states he believes a death should be approached by a man, which includes finding another woman right away and a specific lack of grieving, and tells the traumatized fan that he should simply move on to a better woman since his girlfriend's death, not only being completely asinine, but also outlining he believes women to be replaceable and possibly interchangeable. You may remember actually a couple of videos ago I specifically stated that when Chris has such a poor attitude towards death, it also underlines that he has a poor attitude to other things as well. Like how I said, his attitude towards people with Asperger's is tantamount to also how badly his views towards autistic people are sort of one and the same, and well, there's your answer. Terrorism and assassination. Chris has a very juvenile understanding of how terrorism and its effects on the world. On the September 11 terrorist attacks, Chris wrote that it was the worst day in 2001, summarizing it as, an airplane was stolen and crashed in New York. 8 years later, trolls exploited Chris's childish mentality in order to manipulate him into making the twin falling towers video, suggesting that he should mock Clyde Cash by saying he's as weak as the twin towers. And, by the way, I don't exactly know if that video, exists, but, well... Oh, wait, it does. Well, here it is.
Well, now, Mr. Clyde, you're playing...
Hang on, wait a minute.
And...
1 second, I've got to, Dow... Okay, so where's the,
Just your fame and fortune shall fall just like these twins.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to do some work behind the scenes to make sure to get the audio not to just blast out of my speakers. So I'm sorry for this. So
Towers, they go crumbling down with an airplane. You are weak. I'm the strong one. You are going down, Mr. Clyde Cash.
okay, so sorry I had to a pause there for another moment, but now in case you're wondering at this point whether or not Chris for applying the sound effects of a plane was equally insensitive like this. If you thought that was equally insensitive, complete and utterly in bad taste, and was only really designed to hack someone off just because somebody gave Chris the slight impression that that was worth it, well, it isn't. And certainly wasn't. And something that Chris should have known fully better not to do just for his sake of, vengeance. Chris failed to discern that he was being set up producing a video in which he used Morse cursor to crash into a picture of the buildings while making explosion sound effects. And taunting Clyde after it backfired on him, Chris had to record an apology video for the 9/11 joke. So the story is that even Liquid Chris commented on the video. Chris received the most insubstantial backlash for this, and it resulted in this. Okay, so we don't really need to see that, but in case you're wondering whether or not it would have been better for Chris to actually show his face on camera while making the apology, and whether or not it would be better just to have cut the joke out entirely, it's entirely up to you. That's my personal gripe, but I don't think Chris could have done that, because, like I said, maybe he wasn't being true and honest. Maybe Liquid was the real Chris all along, since Chris would apologize for something. No, he wouldn't even stoop to that level. On the November 2015 Paris terrorist attacks, Chris expressed a modicum of grief in his own simple way, but equated the real-life atrocity, which killed over 120 people, with the actions of a cartoon villain, suggesting he still has a poor grasp of the difference between reality and fantasy. At some point in fall 2020, Chris tried to asking No to kill someone. Wait, really? Why was Chris not arrested? Okay, so why was Chris not arrested then? But I don't know. We might have to cross that bridge when it comes to it. The S word. Taboo in Sonichu culture, the moment you threaten it, you're not considered a Sonichu. An idea guy posing as Chris L. Rosechew talking Chris out of contemplating the S word. Chris considered the S word in October 2013, after discovering the past events and friends were nothing more than trolls or arranged acquaintances. However, he ruled out the S-word, not only because of Bob and his pets, but also because of his belief at the time that the S-word would leave him in limbo. In April 2018, during a chat with the Idea Guys in which they psychologically abused Chris, he commented that he would commit the S-word. The Idea Guys then talked him out of considering it by drilling into his mind that the S-word is taboo in solitude culture and that Chris could not be a solitude if he committed the S-word. In June 2018, when talking about the infamous line "zapped to the extreme," Chris said he literally feels electricity in his body, that he states he isn't killing himself. In November 2020, Chris had a vision about the Chris Chan doppelgangers, which had been sprawled about by a spell Jacob Sockness had cast. In his vision, he believed that one such doppelganger to be working at Manchester High would die by either the S-word or a heart attack, so that the doppelganger's power could be absorbed by the main Chris Chan for breaking the Iron Curtain. On the 19th of July 2021, Alan and his friend Bella joked to each other about there being a plan to get Chris to kill himself. In their chess club Discord server, Alan said, "I thought the plan was to get him to kill himself," to which Barbara responded, "Yeah, but by getting others to tease him, they're Jesus and they hate them and they are saying, oh no, those people are mean, and then he pays me." The chess club server was leaked in August, after which Alan claimed he and Bella had been making edgy jokes and that there was no plan to kill Chris, also pointing out a lack of proof the two had been serious. During the jail saga, rumours about Bella's comment were sent to Chris, who then falsely claimed in a jail letter in response to a fan's questions that he foreknew all about Bella and the setup and her want to tempt me into the S-word. Chris repeated more misinformation in an October 2023 video in which he suggested that the incest call had been fabricated as a plot to get Chris to kill himself. Okay, that's like... okay. Dimension C-197s as Chris's version of heaven. During the Idea Guys saga, which affirmed Chris's dimensional beliefs, Chris began to think of alternative Dimension C-197 as heaven. He stated that he believes his deceased pets were reincarnated as characters and that his father is alive again. He also stated that Marvel writer Stan Lee's soul had merged with his C-197 counterpart. So sure was Chris in this that he even tried to console a woman whose father passed away. I'm not even going to read the rest of that. That's just like, fuck that. That goes way too far. And just for the amount of references this covers, well, that's just about that. I'm like, there's not even much point in wading through the rest of this absolute utter drivel, because it's depressing enough when you know fine well that this is just bullshit and that every single part of this is bullshit. Chris's attitude is bullshit. The comments he makes are bullshit. The way he treats people is bullshit. The way that he has so little actual, like, sympathy or, like, care for other people's well-being is bullshit. And I'm just kind of, like, a little bit, like, bored of Chris's bullshit, because it's when you go down these sorts of videos and when you go down this rabbit hole, you're only left thinking to yourself, really, this is like one of those occasions where the thought of like trying to feel bad for Chris kind of goes out the window, because, well, why would you Chris wouldn't... the only thing Chris wants to feel is good about himself, knowing that he's justified and everybody else is in the wrong. There's virtually not much else to it, and it's kind of depressing that when all is said and done, well, it was a fool to be sorry for Chris whatsoever. So there you are. The real death. This is the life and death in Quickville. So there you are. I'd rather move somewhere where, like,